The Chinese people have stood up. September 21, 1949. Opening address at the first plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Fellow delegates, the Political Consultative Conference so eagerly awaited by the whole nation is herewith inaugurated. Our conference is composed of more than 600 delegates, representing all the democratic parties and people's organizations of China, the People's Liberation Army, the various regions and nationalities of the country and the overseas Chinese. This shows that ours is a conference embodying the great unity of the people of the whole country. It is because we have defeated the reactionary Kuomintang government backed by U.S. imperialism that this great unity of the whole people has been achieved. In a little more than 3 years the heroic Chinese People's Liberation Army, an army such as the world has seldom seen, crushed all the offensives launched by the several million troops of the U.S. supported reactionary Kuomintang government and turned to the counter-offensive and the offensive. At present the field armies of the People's Liberation Army, several million strong, have pushed the war to areas near Taiwan, Guangdong, Guangxi, Quechao, Sichuan, and Xinjiang, and the great majority of the Chinese people have won liberation. In a little more than 3 years the people of the whole country have closed their ranks, rallied to support the People's Liberation Army, fought the enemy and won basic victory. And it is on this foundation that the present People's Political Consultative Conference is convened. Our conference is called the Political Consultative Conference because some 3 years ago we held a political consultative conference with Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang. The results of that conference were sabotaged by Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang and its accomplices. Nevertheless the conference left an indelible impression on the people. It showed that nothing in the interest of the people could be accomplished together with Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang, the running dog of imperialism, and its accomplices. Even when resolutions were reluctantly adopted, it was of no avail, for as soon as the time was ripe, they tore them up and started a ruthless war against the people. The only gain from that conference was the profound lesson it taught the people that there is absolutely no room for compromise with Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang, the running dog of imperialism, and its accomplices overthrow these enemies or be oppressed and slaughtered by them, either one or the other, there is no other choice. In a little more than 3 years the Chinese people, led by the Chinese Communist Party, have quickly awakened and organized themselves into a nationwide united front against imperialism, feudalism, bureaucrat capitalism and their general representative, the reactionary Kuomintang government, supported the People's War of Liberation, basically defeated the reactionary Kuomintang government, overthrown the rule of imperialism in China and restored the Political Consultative Conference. The present Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference is convened on an entirely new foundation. It is representative of the people of the whole country and enjoys their trust and support. Therefore, the conference proclaims that it will exercise the functions and powers of a National People's Congress. In accordance with its agenda, the conference will enact the organic law of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, the organic law of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China and the common program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. It will elect the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and the Central People's Government Council of the People's Republic of China. It will adopt the national flag and national emblem of the People's Republic of China, and it will decide on the seat of the capital of the People's Republic of China and adopt the chronological system in use in most countries of the world. Fellow delegates, we are all convinced that our work will go down in the history of mankind, demonstrating that the Chinese people, comprising 1/4 of humanity, have now stood up. The Chinese have always been a great, courageous, and industrious nation. It is only in modern times that they have fallen behind. And that was due entirely to oppression and exploitation by foreign imperialism and domestic reactionary governments. For over a century our forefathers never stopped waging unyielding struggles against domestic and foreign oppressors, including the Revolution of 1911, led by Drive Sun Yat-sen, our great forerunner in the Chinese Revolution. Our forefathers enjoined us to carry out their unfulfilled will. And we have acted accordingly. We have closed our ranks and defeated both domestic and foreign oppressors through the People's War of Liberation and the Great People's Revolution, and now we are proclaiming the founding of the People's Republic of China. From now on our nation will belong to the community of the peace-loving and freedom-loving nations of the world and work courageously and industriously to foster its own civilization and well-being and at the same time to promote world peace and freedom. Ours will no longer be a nation subject to insult and humiliation. We have stood up. Our revolution has won the sympathy and acclaim of the people of all countries. We have friends all over the world. Our revolutionary work is not completed. The People's War of Liberation and the People's Revolutionary Movement are still forging ahead and we must keep up our efforts. The imperialists and the domestic reactionaries will certainly not take their defeat lying down, they will fight to the last ditch. After there is peace and order throughout the country, they are sure to engage in sabotage and create disturbances by one means or another, and every day and every minute they will try to stage a comeback. This is inevitable and beyond all doubt, and under no circumstances must we relax our vigilance. Our state system, the people's democratic dictatorship, is a powerful weapon for safeguarding the fruits of victory of the people's revolution and for thwarting the plots of domestic and foreign enemies for restoration, and this weapon we must firmly grasp. Internationally, we must unite with all peace-loving and freedom-loving countries and peoples, and first of all with the Soviet Union and the new democracies, so that we shall not stand alone in our struggle to safeguard these fruits of victory and to thwart the plots of domestic and foreign enemies for restoration. As long as we persist in the people's democratic dictatorship and unite with our foreign friends, we shall always be victorious. The people's democratic dictatorship and solidarity with our foreign friends will enable us to accomplish our work of construction rapidly. We are already confronted with the task of nationwide economic construction. We have very favorable conditions, a population of 475 million people and a territory of 9,600,000 square kilometers. There are indeed difficulties ahead, and a great many too. But we firmly believe that by heroic struggle the people of the country will surmount them all. The Chinese people have rich experience in overcoming difficulties. If our forefathers, and we also, could weather long years of extreme difficulty and defeat powerful domestic and foreign reactionaries, why can't we now, after victory, build a prosperous and flourishing country? As long as we keep to our style of plain living and hard struggle, as long as we stand united and as long as we persist in the people's democratic dictatorship and unite with our foreign friends, we shall be able to win speedy victory on the economic front. An upsurge in economic construction is bound to be followed by an upsurge of construction in the cultural sphere. The era in which the Chinese people were regarded as uncivilized is now ended. We shall emerge in the world as a nation with an advanced culture. Our national defense will be consolidated and no imperialists will ever again be allowed to invade our land. Our people's armed forces must be maintained and developed with the heroic and steeled People's Liberation Army as the foundation. We will have not only a powerful army but also a powerful air force and a powerful navy. Let the domestic and foreign reactionaries tremble before us. Let them say we are no good at this and no good at that. By our own indomitable efforts we the Chinese people will unswervingly reach our goal. The heroes of the people who laid down their lives in the People's War of Liberation and the People's Revolution shall live forever in our memory. Hail the victory of the People's War of Liberation and the People's Revolution. Hail the founding of the People's Republic of China. Hail the triumph of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Speech at banquet celebrating insurrection of KMT troops. September 23, 1949. Source, People's Daily, September 24, 1949. Owing to the insurrection of some patriotic troops among the Kuomintang armed forces, not only has the disintegration of the remnants of the Kuomintang's military forces been accelerated, moreover, it has enabled us to acquire a speedily strengthening air force and navy. Telegram to Xinjiang political and military authorities. September 28, 1949. Source, People's Daily, September 29, 1949. General Tao Ziyuan and the officers and soldiers under his command, Chairman Burhan II and the government workers under him. Your telegram of September 25 and 26 have been received. We believe that your standpoint is a correct one. You have declared your severance from the remnants of the reactionary government in Guangzhou III and your new orientation towards the camp of People's Democracy. You have accepted the leadership of the People's Political Consultative Conference for and await and abide by the orders and disposition of the Central People's Government and the People's Revolutionary Military Council. This attitude conforms to the wishes of the people of the entire nation. We are most happy. We hope that you will unite all military and civilian governmental personnel in maintaining the unity of the nationalities and local order and cooperate with the People's Liberation Army, which is preparing at this moment to move northward, to abolish the old system and implement the new one, so as to strive for the establishment of a new Xinjiang. Co-signed with Zhu De and dated. Long live the great unity of the Chinese people. September 30, 1949. The first plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference entrusted Comrade Mao Zedong with the drafting of this declaration. On the proposal of the delegates, the phrase "under the leadership of Chairman Mao Zedong, the leader of our people" was inserted in the declaration at the time of its adoption. Fellow countrymen, the first plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference has successfully fulfilled its tasks. This session has been attended by delegates from all the democratic parties and people's organizations of China, the People's Liberation Army, the various regions and nationalities of the country, the overseas Chinese and other patriotic Democrats. It represents the will of the people of the whole country and demonstrates their unprecedented great unity. This great unity of the whole people has been achieved only after long years of heroic struggle, only after the Chinese people and the People's Liberation Army, led by the Communist Party of China, defeated Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary Kuomintang government backed by U.S. imperialism. For over a century, the pioneers of the Chinese people, including such outstanding men as the great revolutionary Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who led the revolution of 1911, have guided the masses in their unceasing struggles to overthrow oppression by the imperialists and reactionary Chinese regimes. This goal has now been finally attained through their dauntless and persistent efforts. We are holding this session at a time when the Chinese people have triumphed over their enemies, changed the face of their country and founded the People's Republic of China. We, the 475 million Chinese people, have now stood up, and the future of our nation is infinitely bright. Under the leadership of Chairman Mao Zedong, the leader of our people, our session, working with one mind and in accordance with the principle of new democracy, has enacted the organic law of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, the organic law of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China, and the common program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, decided on Peking as the capital of the People's Republic of China, adopted a flag with 5 stars on a field of red as the national flag of the People's Republic of China and the March of the Volunteers as the present national anthem, adopted the Christian era as the chronological system of the People's Republic of China, and elected the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and the Central People's Government Council of the People's Republic of China. Thus begins a new era in the history of China. Fellow countrymen, the founding of the People's Republic of China is proclaimed, and the Chinese people now have their own central government. In accordance with the common program, the government will exercise the people's democratic dictatorship over the length and breadth of China. It will direct the People's Liberation Army to carry the revolutionary war through to the end, wipe out the remnant enemy troops and liberate the entire territory of the country to fulfill the great task of unifying China. It will lead the people of the whole country in surmounting all difficulties and undertaking large-scale construction in the economic and cultural spheres to eliminate the poverty and ignorance inherited from the old China and improve the material and cultural life of the people step by step. It will protect the interests of the people and stamp out all the conspiracies of counter-revolutionaries. It will strengthen the people's army, navy, and air force, consolidate national defense, safeguard our territorial integrity and sovereignty, and oppose aggression by any imperialist country. it will unite and ally itself with all peace-loving and freedom-loving countries, nations, and peoples, and first of all with the Soviet Union and the new democracies, and together with them fight against imperialist plots to provoke war and so strive for lasting world peace. Fellow countrymen, we should get ourselves better organized. We should organize the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people in political, military, economic, cultural, and other organizations and put an end to the disorganized state characterizing the old China, so that the great collective strength of the masses may be tapped both to support the People's Government and the People's Liberation Army and to build a new China, independent, democratic, peaceful, unified, prosperous and strong. The heroes of the people who laid down their lives in the People's War of Liberation and the People's Revolution shall live forever in our memory. Long live the great unity of the Chinese people. Long live the People's Republic of China. Long live the Central People's Government. Eternal glory to the heroes of the people. September 30, 1949. Epitaph on the monument to the heroes of the people drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong. Eternal glory to the heroes of the people who laid down their lives in the People's War of Liberation and the People's Revolution in the past 3 years. Eternal glory to the heroes of the people who laid down their lives in the People's War of Liberation and the People's Revolution in the past 30 years. Eternal glory to the heroes of the people who from 1840 laid down their lives in the many struggles against domestic and foreign enemies and for national independence and the freedom and well-being of the people. Proclamation of the Central People's Government of the PRC. October 1, 1949. Source, People's Daily, October 2, 1949. The people throughout China have been plunged into bitter suffering and tribulation since the Chiang Kai-shek Kuomintang reactionary government betrayed the fatherland, colluded with imperialists, and launched the counter-revolutionary war. Fortunately, our People's Liberation Army, backed by the whole nation, has been fighting heroically and selflessly to defend the territorial sovereignty of our homeland, to protect the people's lives and property, to relieve the people of their sufferings, and to struggle for their rights, and it eventually wiped out the reactionary troops and overthrew the reactionary rule of the nationalist government. Now, the People's War of Liberation has been basically won, and the majority of the people in the country have been liberated. On this foundation, the first session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, composed of delegates of all the democratic parties and People's Organization of China, the People's Liberation Army, the various regions and nationalities of the country, and the overseas Chinese and other patriotic elements, has been convened. Representing the will of the whole nation, this session of the conference has enacted the organic law of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China, elected Mao Zedong as chairman of the Central People's Government, and Zhu De, Lui Shaokai, Song Qingling, Li Jishan, Zhang Lan, and Gao Gang as vice chairman of the Central People's Government, and Chen Yi, He Long, Li Lisan, Lin Boku, Ye Jianing, He Xiangning, Lin Biao, Peng Dihui, Lu Bachan, Wu Yuzhang, Su Xiangqian, Peng Zhen, Bo Yubo, Nai Rongzhen, Zhou Enlai, Dong Biwu, Sipaidan, Rao Shusi, Tan Kaki Chen Jiazhang, Luo Ronghuan, Deng Zihui, Ulanhu, Su Deli, Cai Chang, Lu Jeping, Ma Yinchu, Chen Yun, Kong Sheng, Lin Feng, Ma Solun, Guo Moruo, Zhang Yunyi, Deng Xiaoping, Gao Kongmin, Shen Junru, Shen Yanbing, Chen Shutong, Zeto Meitong Situ Maitang, Li Zizhu, Huang Yanpi, Cai Tingkai, Shizong Suan, Peng Zimin, Zhang Zheizhong, Fu Ziuyi, Li Zukan, Li Zhangda, Zhang Nangxian, Lu Yazi, Zhang Dongsun, and Long Yun as council members to form the Central People's Government Council, proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China and decided on Beijing as the capital of the People's Republic of China. The Central People's Government Council of the People's Republic of China took office today in the capital and unanimously made the following decisions: to proclaim the establishment of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China, to adopt the common program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference as the policy of the government, to elect Lin Boque from among the council members as Secretary General of the Central People's Government Council, to appoint Zhou Enlai as Premier of the Government Administration Council of the Central People's Government and concurrently Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mao Zedong as Chairman of the People's Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central People's Government, Zhu De as Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army, Shen Junru as President of the Supreme People's Court of the Central People's Government, and Luo Ronghuan as Procurator General of the Supreme People's Procuratorate of the Central People's Government, and to charge them with the task of the speedy formation of the various organs of the government to carry out the work of the government. At the same time, the Central People's Government Council decided to declare to the governments of all other countries that this government is the sole legal government representing all the people of the People's Republic of China. This government is willing to establish diplomatic relations with any foreign government that is willing to observe the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect of territorial integrity and sovereignty. Mao Zedong. Address at birthday celebration meeting held for Stalin. December 21, 1949. Source: People's Daily, December 23, 1949. Dear comrades and friends, I am genuinely pleased to have the chance to join this distinguished gathering in celebration of the 70th birthday of Comrade Stalin. Comrade Stalin is a teacher and friend of the people of the world as well as a teacher and friend of the Chinese people. He has further developed the revolutionary theory of Marxism-Leninism and has made extremely outstanding and extensive contributions to the cause of world communist movement. In the arduous struggle to resist their oppressors, the Chinese people have become deeply appreciative of the importance of Comrade Stalin's friendship. At this distinguished gathering, on behalf of the Chinese people and the Communist Party of China, I congratulate Comrade Stalin on his 70th birthday and wish him health and longevity. We wish well-being, strength, and prosperity to our great friend, the Soviet Union under the leadership of Comrade Stalin. We hail the great unprecedented solidarity of the working class in the world under the leadership of Comrade Stalin. Long live the great Stalin, leader of the world's working class and of the international communist movement. Long live the Soviet Union, the stronghold of world peace and democracy. Telegram to President Prasad of the Republic of India. January 28, 1950. Source: People's Daily, January 29, 1950. President Rajendra Prasad. The Republic of India. Your Excellency. At this time, on Your Excellency's election as the first President of India, I express on behalf of the Central People's Government and the people of the People's Republic of China, our sincere congratulations. Signed as Chairman of CPG of PRC and dated. Speech on departure from Moscow. February 17, 1950. Source: People's Daily, February 20, 1950. Dear comrades and friends. This time in Moscow, Comrade Zhou Enlai, the members of the Chinese delegation, and I met with Generalissimo Stalin and other comrades in responsible positions in the Soviet government. It is difficult for me to express in words the complete understanding and deep friendship that was established between us on the basis of the fundamental interests of the people of our two great nations. It is plain to see that the unity of the people of the two great countries, China and the Soviet Union, solidified by treaty, will be permanent and inviolable, and one which cannot be put asunder by anyone. Moreover, this unity will not only influence the prosperity of these two great countries, China and the Soviet Union, but will surely also affect the future of humanity and the triumph of peace and justice all over the world. During our sojourn in the Soviet Union we have visited many factories and farms. We have seen the great achievements of the workers, peasants, and intellectuals of the Soviet Union in their undertaking of socialist construction. We have observed the work style of combining a spirit of revolution with a spirit of realism and practicality which has been nurtured among the people of the Soviet Union through the teaching of Comrade Stalin and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This has confirmed the conviction which the Chinese Communists have always held, that the experience of the Soviet Union in economic and cultural construction and its experience in construction in other major areas will serve as an example for the construction of New China. We have received warm and enthusiastic hospitality in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, and in Leningrad, birthplace of the October Revolution. As we leave this great capital of socialism, we wish particularly to express our sincerest gratitude to Generalissimo Stalin and to the government and people of the Soviet Union. Long live the eternal friendship and the eternal cooperation between China and the Soviet Union. Long live the people of the Soviet Union. Long live the teacher of the world revolution and the true friend of the Chinese people, Comrade Stalin. Request for opinions on the tactics for dealing with rich peasants. March 12, 1950. Circular to the Central South Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and concurrently to the East China Bureau, the South China Sub-Bureau, the Southwest Bureau and the Northwest Bureau. At your current meeting of leading provincial comrades, please gather opinions on the tactics for dealing with the rich peasants and telegraph these opinions to us. The tactics in question are to leave untouched not only the capitalist rich peasants but also the semi-feudal ones in the agrarian reform scheduled for this winter in southern provinces and some regions in the northwest, and to defer the solution of the problem of the semi-feudal rich peasants for several years. Please consider whether this way is not more advantageous. The reasons for taking this course are, first, the agrarian reform is unprecedented in scale and ultra-left deviations are likely to occur. If we touch only the landlords and not the rich peasants, we can more effectively isolate the landlords, protect the middle peasants and guard against indiscriminate beating and killing, which would be very hard to prevent otherwise. Second, the agrarian reform in the north was carried out in wartime, with the atmosphere of war prevailing over that of agrarian reform, but now, with the fighting practically over, the agrarian reform stands out in sharp relief, and the shock to society will be particularly great and the landlords' outcries particularly shrill. If we leave the semi-feudal rich peasants untouched for the time being and deal with them a few years later, we will stand on stronger ground, that is to say, politically we will have more initiative. Third, we have formed a united front with the national bourgeoisie politically, economically, and organizationally, and since the national bourgeoisie is closely tied up with the land problem, it seems better not to touch the semi-feudal rich peasants for the time being in order to set the minds of the national bourgeoisie at rest. At the meeting of the Political Bureau last November, I raised the question of not touching the rich peasants for the time being, but neither a detailed analysis nor a decision was made then. Now is the time to make a decision. Following that, the land law and other documents related to agrarian reform will have to be revised and promulgated for the agrarian reform cadres in the recently liberated provinces to study, so that we can facilitate the agrarian reform which is due to begin after the autumn harvest. Otherwise, we would be letting the right moment slip by and lose the initiative. Therefore, it is most important for the comrades not only of the Central South Bureau but also of the East China Bureau, the South China Sub-Bureau, the Southwest Bureau and the Northwest Bureau to discuss this question, forward this telegram to the provincial and municipal committees under them for discussion, collect opinions, pro and con, and promptly telegraph them to the Central Committee for our consideration in making the decision. Fight for a fundamental turn for the better in the nation's financial and economic situation. June 6, 1950. Written report to the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. The present international situation is favorable to us. The World Front of Peace and Democracy headed by the Soviet Union is stronger than it was last year. The People's Movement for Peace and Against War has made headway in all countries. The national liberation movements to throw off the yoke of imperialism have greatly expanded, and the emerging mass movements of the Japanese and the German people against U.S. occupation and the growing people's liberation struggles of the oppressed nations in the East are especially noteworthy. At the same time, contradictions have developed between the imperialist countries, primarily between the United States and Britain. Quarrels among the different groups of the U.S. bourgeoisie and of the British bourgeoisie have also increased. In contrast, there is strong unity between the Soviet Union and the people's democracies and among the latter. The new treaty between China and the Soviet Union, one which is of great and historic significance, has strengthened the friendly relations between the two countries. It enables us to carry on our national construction more freely and more speedily, and at the same time promotes the mighty struggle of the people of the world for peace and democracy and against war and oppression. The threat of war from the imperialist camp still exists, and so does the possibility of a Third World War. However, the forces fighting to check the danger of war and prevent the outbreak of a Third World War are growing rapidly, and the level of political consciousness of most of the world's people is rising. A new world war can be averted, provided the communist parties of the world continue to unite all possible forces for peace and democracy and help their further development. The war rumors spread by the Kuomintang reactionaries are designed to deceive the people. They are groundless. The present situation in our country is as follows. The Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China and local people's governments at all levels have been set up. The Soviet Union, the people's democracies and a number of capitalist countries have successively established diplomatic relations with our country. Basically, the war has ended on the mainland, and only Taiwan and Tibet remain to be liberated, but this task still involves serious struggle. In certain areas on the mainland, the Kuomintang reactionaries have resorted to bandit guerrilla warfare and incited some backward elements against the people's government. They have organized many secret agents and spies to oppose our government and spread rumors among the people in an attempt to undermine the prestige of the Communist Party and the people's government and to disrupt the unity and cooperation of the various nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, and people's organizations. These secret agents and spies are also engaged in sabotaging the people's economic undertakings, assassinating the personnel of the party and government organizations, and collecting intelligence for the imperialists and the Kuomintang reactionaries. All these counter-revolutionary activities are directed from behind the scenes by imperialism, and particularly by U.S. imperialism. All these bandits, secret agents, and spies are imperialist lackeys. In the 13.5 months since the operations mounted to cross the Yangtze, which began on April 21, 1949 after the decisive victories in the three great campaigns of Liusi Shenyang, Huaihai, and Piping-Shinsen in the winter of 1948, the People's Liberation Army has completed the occupation of all Chinese territory except Tibet and Taiwan and a number of other islands and wiped out 1,830,000 troops of the reactionary Kuomintang and 980,000 of its bandit guerrilla forces. During this time, the people's public security organs have uncovered large numbers of reactionary secret service groups and agents. In the new liberated areas, the present task of the People's Liberation Army is to continue to wipe out the remnant bandits, and that of the people's public security organs is to continue to strike at the enemy's secret service groups. The great majority of the people throughout the country warmly support the Communist Party, the People's Government and the People's Liberation Army. In recent months, the People's Government has exercised unified control and unified leadership over financial and economic work on a national scale and has been successful in balancing budgetary revenues and expenditures, checking inflation, and stabilizing prices. The whole people have supported the government by delivering grain, paying taxes, and buying state bonds. Last year our country was hit by natural calamities over wide areas. About 120 million mao of farmland and 40 million people were affected by flood or drought to a greater or lesser degree. The People's Government has organized extensive relief for the victims and in many places has initiated large-scale water conservancy work. This year's crops are better than last year's and in general the summer harvest looks good. If the autumn harvest is also good, still better prospects for next year may be envisaged. Long years of imperialist and reactionary Kuomintang rule left our economy in a chaotic state and caused widespread unemployment. Since our victory in the revolution, there have been reorganizations of varying degrees in the whole of the old economic structure and the number of unemployed has further increased. This is a serious matter, and the People's Government has begun to adopt measures to give relief to the unemployed and find jobs for them so as to solve the problem step by step. It has done extensive work in the spheres of culture and education, and large numbers of intellectuals and students have undertaken either studies of the new knowledge or revolutionary work. It has already done something towards properly readjusting industry and commerce and improving the relations between the state sector and the private sector of the economy and between labor and capital, and it is devoting great efforts towards these ends. China is a vast country and conditions are very complex. Moreover, the revolution triumphed first in certain areas and only later throughout the country. Accordingly, in the old liberated areas, with a population of approximately 160 million, agrarian reform has been completed, public order has been established, the work of economic construction has started on the right track, the life of most of the working people has improved, and the problem of unemployed workers and intellectuals has been solved, as in the Northeast, or is nearing solution, as in North China and Shantung Province. In particular, planned economic construction has begun in the Northeast. On the other hand, in the new liberated areas, with a population of approximately 310 million, since liberation occurred only a few months ago, or half a year or 1 year ago, the more than 400,000 bandits scattered in remote regions have yet to be wiped out, the land problem has not been solved, industry and commerce have not been properly readjusted, unemployment has remained serious, and public order has not been established. In a word, the conditions for carrying out planned economic construction are still lacking. That is why I said some time ago that we had achieved a number of successes on the economic front. For example, budgetary revenues and expenditures were nearly balanced, inflation was being checked and prices were tending towards stability. All this indicated that the financial and economic situation was beginning to take a turn for the better, but not yet a fundamental turn for the better. 3 conditions are required for the fundamental turn for the better in the financial and economic situation, namely, 1. Completion of agrarian reform, 2. Proper readjustment of existing industry and commerce, and 3. Large-scale retrenchment in government expenditures. The fulfillment of these 3 conditions will take some time, say 3 years or a little longer. The whole party and nation must strive to bring about these conditions. I believe, and so do you all, that we can surely do this in about 3 years. By that time, we shall be able to witness a fundamental turn for the better in the entire financial and economic situation of our country. To this end, the whole party and nation must unite and carry out the following tasks. 1. The work of agrarian reform should proceed step by step and in a systematic way. 3. As the war has basically ended on the mainland and the situation is entirely different from that in the period from 1946 to 1948, when the People's Liberation Army was locked in a life and death struggle with the Kuomintang reactionaries and the issue had not yet been decided, it is now possible for the state to extend loans to the poor peasants to help them out of their difficulties and thus make up for the drawback that they are to receive less land. Accordingly, there should be a change in our policy towards the rich peasants, a change from the policy of requisitioning their surplus land and property to one of maintaining the rich peasant economy in order to facilitate the early rehabilitation of rural production and the better to isolate the landlords and protect the middle peasants and lessors of small plots. 2. Unified control and unified leadership in our financial and economic work should be consolidated, and so too should the balancing of budgetary revenues and expenditures and the stabilization of prices. In accordance with this principle, taxes should be readjusted and the people's burden appropriately lightened. In line with the principle of making over all plans and taking all factors into consideration, drifting and anarchy in our economic work should be gradually eliminated, existing industry and commerce should be properly readjusted, and relations between the state sector and the private sector and between labor and capital should be effectively and suitably improved. Thus, under the leadership of the socialist state sector, all sectors of the economy will function satisfactorily with a due division of labor to promote the rehabilitation and development of the whole economy. The view held by certain people that it is possible to eliminate capitalism and realize socialism at an early date is wrong. It does not tally with our national conditions. 3. While preserving its main forces, the People's Liberation Army should be partially demobilized in 1950, provided that the forces must be adequate to liberate Taiwan and Tibet, consolidate national defense and suppress counter-revolutionaries. This demobilization must be carried out carefully so as to enable the demobilized soldiers to return home and settle down to productive work. Readjustment is also necessary in administrative organizations, and here too the excess personnel should be dealt with appropriately so that they have the opportunity either to take up work or to study. 4. Reform of the old school education and of the old cultural institutions in our society should be conducted carefully step by step, and all patriotic intellectuals should be won over to the service of the people. On this question, procrastination or reluctance to introduce reforms is wrong, and so is rashness or any attempt to push them through arbitrarily. 5. Relief for unemployed workers and intellectuals must be carried out in earnest, and they must be helped to get work in a planned way. Serious efforts to provide relief for people stricken by natural calamities must continue. We must earnestly unite with the democratic personages in all circles, help them solve the problem of work and study, and overcome any tendency towards either closed-doorism or excessive accommodation in united front work. We must endeavor to make a success of the conferences of people from all circles so that people from every walk of life can unite in a common effort. All matters of importance to the people's governments should be submitted to these conferences for discussion and decision. Representatives at these conferences must have the right to express their views fully. Any attempt to hinder such expression is wrong. 7. Bandits, secret agents, local tyrants, and other counter-revolutionaries, all of whom are menaces to the people, must be resolutely rooted out. On this question it is necessary to follow a policy of combining suppression with leniency without stressing one to the neglect of the other, that is, a policy of certain punishment for the main culprits, no punishment for those accomplices who act under duress, and rewards for those who render positive services. The whole party and nation must heighten their vigilance against the conspiratorial activities of counter-revolutionaries. 8. The Central Committee's directives on consolidating and expanding the party organization, on strengthening the ties between the party and the masses, on conducting criticism and self-criticism, and on launching a rectification movement throughout the party should all be strictly carried out. Since the membership of our party has grown to 4,500,000, we must henceforth follow a prudent policy in expanding the party organization, be strict in preventing political speculators from gaining party membership, and take proper measures to clear out those already in. We must pay attention to admitting politically conscious workers into the party in a planned way in order to increase the proportion of workers in the party organizations. In the old liberated areas, in general, party recruiting in the villages should stop. In the new liberated areas, in general, the party organizations in the villages should not expand until agrarian reform is completed in order to prevent political speculators from worming their way into the party. During the summer, autumn, and winter of 1950, the whole party must carry out a large-scale rectification movement in close coordination with its other tasks, not in isolation from them. Such methods as reading selected documents, summing up work, analyzing the situation, and making criticism and self-criticism should be used to raise the ideological and political level of cadres and rank-and-file party members, correct mistakes in work, overcome the conceit and complacency of the self-styled distinguished veterans, eliminate bureaucracy and commandism, and improve the relations between the party and the people. Don't hit out in all directions. June 6, 1950. Part of a speech at the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. It throws light on the written report Fight for a Fundamental Turn for the Better in the nation's financial and economic situation, and on its strategic and tactical ideas. Since the second plenary session of the party's 7th Central Committee, nationwide victory has been won in the new democratic revolution led by our party, and the People's Republic of China has been founded. This is a great victory without parallel in the history of China, a great victory of world significance following the October Revolution. Comrade Stalin and many other foreign comrades all consider the victory of the Chinese Revolution an extremely great one. And yet many of our comrades don't realize this because they have become so inured to the struggle. We should widely publicize the tremendous significance of the victory of the Chinese Revolution inside the party and among the masses. In the midst of this great victory we are confronted with very complex struggles and many difficulties. We have completed agrarian reform in the northern parts of the country with a population of 160 million, and this must be affirmed as an immense achievement. We won the War of Liberation by relying mainly on these 60 million people. It was the victory of the agrarian reform that made possible our victory in overthrowing Chiang Kai-shek. In the autumn we shall start agrarian reform in vast areas with a population of some 310 million in order to topple the entire landlord class. In the agrarian reform our enemies are as numerous as they are powerful against us are arrayed. First, the imperialists; second, the reactionaries in Taiwan and Tibet; third, the remnant Kuomintang forces, the secret agents and the bandits; fourth, the landlord class; and, fifth, the reactionary forces in the missionary schools established in China by the imperialists and in religious circles, and those in the cultural and educational institutions taken over from the Kuomintang. These are our enemies. We have to fight them one and all and accomplish the agrarian reform in an area much larger than before. This is a very acute struggle, unprecedented in history. In the meantime our victory in the revolution has led to the reorganization of our social economy. While necessary, this reorganization puts heavy burdens on us for the time being. Many people are dissatisfied with us because of this reorganization and because of a certain disruption of industry and commerce wrought by the war. At present our relations with the national bourgeoisie are very strained, they are on tenterhooks and are very disgruntled. Unemployed intellectuals and workers are dissatisfied with us, and so are a number of small handicraftsmen. The peasants in most rural areas are complaining too because agrarian reform has not yet been carried out there, and besides they have to deliver grain to the state. What is our general policy at present? It is to eliminate the remnant Kuomintang forces, the secret agents and the bandits, overthrow the landlord class, liberate Taiwan and Tibet and fight imperialism to the end. In order to isolate and attack our immediate enemies, we must convert those among the people who are dissatisfied with us into our supporters. Although this task is fraught with difficulties at present, we must overcome them by every possible means. We should make proper readjustments in industry and commerce so that factories can resume operation and the problem of unemployment can be solved, and we should provide 2,000 million caddies of grain for the jobless workers and gain their support. When we reduce rent and interest, suppress the bandits and local tyrants and carry out agrarian reform, the masses of the peasantry will support us. We should also help the small handicraftsmen find ways to earn a living. We should introduce suitable readjustments in industry and commerce and in taxation to improve our relations with the national bourgeoisie rather than aggravate these relations. We should run training courses of various kinds, military and political colleges and revolutionary institutes for the intellectuals, and educate and remold them while availing ourselves of their services. We should have them study the history of social development, historical materialism, and other subjects. We can induce even those who are idealists not to oppose us. Let them say that man was created by God, we say man evolved from the ape. Some intellectuals are advanced in age, they are over 70, and we should provide for them so long as they support the party and the people's government. The whole party should try earnestly and painstakingly to make a success of its united front work. We should rally the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie under the leadership of the working class and on the basis of the worker-peasant alliance. The national bourgeoisie will eventually cease to exist, but at this stage we should rally them around us and not push them away. We should struggle against them on the one hand and unite with them on the other. We should make this clear to the cadres and show by facts that it is right and necessary to unite with the national bourgeoisie, the democratic parties, democratic personages, and intellectuals. Many of them were our enemies before, but now that they have broken with the enemy camp and come over to our side, we should unite with all these people, who can be more or less united with. It is in the interest of the working people to unite with them. We need to adopt these tactics now. It is of vital importance to unite with the minority nationalities. There are about 30 million of them in the whole country. Social reforms in their areas are a matter of great importance and must be handled cautiously. On no account must we be impetuous, for impatience will lead to trouble. No reform is to be instituted unless the conditions are ripe. Neither should any major reform be introduced where only one of the conditions is ripe while the others are not. Of course, this is not to say that no reform at all is to be carried out. As stipulated by the common program, customs and folkways in the minority nationality areas may be reformed. But the minority nationalities themselves should do the reforming. Without popular support, without the people's armed forces and without the minority nationalities' own cadres, no reform of a mass character should be attempted. We must help them train their own cadres and we must unite with the masses of the minority nationalities. In short, we must not hit out in all directions. It is undesirable to hit out in all directions and cause nationwide tension. We must definitely not make too many enemies, we must make concessions and relax the tension a little in some quarters and concentrate our attack in one direction. We must do our work well so that all the workers, peasants, and small handicraftsmen will support us and the overwhelming majority of the national bourgeoisie and intellectuals will not oppose us. In this way, the remnant Kuomintang forces, the secret agents and the bandits will be isolated, as will the landlord class and the reactionaries in Taiwan and Tibet, and the imperialists will find themselves isolated before the people of our country. This is our policy, our strategy and tactics, and it is the line of the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Party. Be a true revolutionary. June 23, 1950. Closing address at the second session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. The present session has summed up our experience in the past period and laid down various guiding principles. We have done this work jointly at this gathering of representatives of all the nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, people's organizations, and democratic personages from every walk of life. Not only have the members of the National Committee of the People's Political Consultative Conference taken part in the discussions, many cadres of the Central People's Government and of the People's Governments, or military and administrative commissions, of the greater administrative areas 1 provinces and municipalities as well as representatives from the consultative committees of the provincial and municipal conferences of people from all circles 2 and many specially invited patriotic personages have also sat in and joined the discussions. Thus we have been able to draw together opinions from all quarters, review our past work and set forth guiding principles for the future. I hope that we will continue to use this method and that the people's governments, or military and administrative commissions, of the greater administrative areas, provinces and municipalities will adopt it too. So far our committee sessions have been advisory in nature. But in practice the Central People's Government will as a matter of course adopt and put into effect the decisions made at our sessions, as it should. We have unanimously approved the report on the work of the National Committee and the various reports on the work of the Central People's Government. These are the reports on agrarian reform, on political, military, economic and financial work, on taxation, culture and education, and on the work of the judiciary. All of them are good. In these reports the experience of our work in the past has been properly summed up and the guiding principles for our work in the future have been laid down. There were many items on the agenda of our session, because work has started or expanded in every field since the founding of our new state. Throughout the country the people are vigorously unfolding a great and genuine people's revolutionary struggle on all fronts, a struggle that is as great as it is unprecedented on the military, economic, ideological, and agrarian reform fronts, and the work in every field awaits summing up and needs guiding principles. That is why we had so many items on the agenda. We shall hold 2 sessions yearly as required by law, one with a full and the other with a less full agenda. This is what we are called on to do, for China is a large country with a population actually exceeding 475 million and, what is more, it finds itself in a historic period of people's revolution. And this is what we have been doing, and I think we have done right. Our present session had many subjects for discussion, the central one being the question of transforming the old land system. We have endorsed the draft Agrarian Reform Law 3 proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, to which we have made a number of useful amendments and supplements. This is fine. I am glad and wish to congratulate the hundreds of millions of New China's rural population on winning the opportunity for emancipation and the nation on winning the basic condition for industrialization. The peasants form the bulk of China's population. It was with their help that victory was won in the revolution, and it is again their help that will make the industrialization of the country possible. Therefore, the working class should actively help the peasants carry out the agrarian reform. The urban petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie should also give their support, and still more so should all the democratic parties and people's organizations. War and agrarian reform are two tests everyone and every political party in China must go through in the historical period of new democracy. Whoever sides with the revolutionary people is a revolutionary. Whoever sides with imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism is a counter-revolutionary. Whoever sides with the revolutionary people in word only but not in deed is a revolutionary in word. Whoever sides with the revolutionary people in deed as well as in word is a true revolutionary. The test of war is basically over, and we have all come through well, to the satisfaction of the people of the whole country. Now it is the test of agrarian reform that we have to pass, and I hope we shall acquit ourselves just as well as we did in the test of war. Let us give this matter more thought, have more consultation, straighten out our thinking, march in step and form a great anti-feudal united front, and then we shall be able to lead the people and help them pass this test successfully. When the tests of war and agrarian reform are passed, the remaining test will be easy to pass, that is, the test of socialism, of countrywide socialist transformation. As for those who have made contributions in the Revolutionary War and in the revolutionary transformation of the land system and who continue to do so in the coming years of economic and cultural construction, the people will not forget them when the time comes for nationalizing private industry and socializing agriculture, which is still quite far off, and they will have a bright future. This is how our country steadily advances. It has passed through the war and is undergoing new democratic reforms, and in the future it will enter the new era of socialism unhurriedly and with proper arrangements when our economy and culture are flourishing, when conditions are ripe and when the transition has been fully considered and endorsed by the whole nation. I think it is necessary to make this point clear so that people will have confidence and stop worrying, don't know when I'll no longer be wanted and be given the chance to serve the people even if I wish to. No, that won't happen. The people and their government have no reason to reject anyone or deny him the opportunity of making a living and rendering service to the country, provided he is really willing to serve the people and provided he really helped and did a good turn when the people were faced with difficulties and keeps on doing good without giving up halfway. With this great aim in mind, in the international sphere we must firmly unite with the Soviet Union, the people's democracies and the forces of peace and democracy everywhere, and there should not be the slightest hesitation or wavering on this question. At home, we must unite all the nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, people's organizations, and patriotic Democrats and consolidate the great, prestigious revolutionary united front already in existence. Whoever contributes to the consolidation of this revolutionary united front is doing right, and we welcome him. Whoever harms this consolidation is doing wrong, and we oppose him. To consolidate the revolutionary united front, we must use the method of criticism and self-criticism. The main criterion in the application of this method is our present fundamental law, the common program. We have carried out criticism and self-criticism at this session, basing ourselves on the common program. This is an excellent method, which impels every one of us to uphold truth and rectify error, and it is the only correct method for all revolutionary people to educate and remold themselves in a people's state. The people's democratic dictatorship uses two methods. Towards the enemy, it uses the method of dictatorship, that is, for as long a period of time as is necessary it does not permit them to take part in political activity and compels them to obey the law of the people's government, to engage in labor and, through such labor, be transformed into new men. Towards the people, on the contrary, it uses the method of democracy and not of compulsion, that is, it must necessarily let them take part in political activity and does not compel them to do this or that, but uses the method of democracy to educate and persuade. Such education is self-education for the people, and its basic method is criticism and self-criticism. I hope that this method will be used by all the nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, people's organizations, and patriotic Democrats in the country. Reply to Ambassador of the Republic of India. September 26, 1952. Source: People's Daily, September 27, 1952. Mr. Ambassador, I am very glad to accept the letter of credence from the President of the Republic of India that Your Excellency has presented and am grateful for Your Excellency's congratulations. For more than 2 years, the friendly relations between China and India in the areas of economy and culture have further developed. I believe that the friendly cooperation between our two peoples will be further enhanced and consolidated in our common cause of pursuing peace in Asia and throughout the world. I warmly welcome Your Excellency as the Ambassador Plenipotentiary and Extraordinary of the Republic of India to the People's Republic of China and pledge to Your Excellency assistance in your work of strengthening the friendly cooperation between our two countries. Best wishes for the prosperity of your country, the prospering of your people, and the good health of your head of state. You are models for the whole nation. September 25, 1950. Message of greetings delivered on behalf of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party to the National Conferences of Combat Heroes and of Model Workers in Industry, Agriculture, and the Army. Comrade delegates to the National Conferences of Combat Heroes and of Model Workers in Industry, Agriculture, and the Army. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China sends your conferences warm greetings and wishes to thank and salute you for the work you have done. You have overcome a host of difficulties and hardships and demonstrated immense courage, wisdom, and enthusiasm in the struggle to wipe out the enemy and in the struggle to restore and increase industrial and agricultural production. You are models for the whole Chinese nation, activists propelling the people's cause forward to triumph in all spheres of endeavor, a firm pillar of support to the people's government and a bridge linking the people's government with the masses. The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party calls on the whole party and nation to learn from you and at the same time calls on you, dear comrade delegates, and on all the combat heroes and model workers of the country, to keep on learning through struggle and from the masses. Only by guarding against conceit and complacency and continuing to learn tirelessly can you go on making outstanding contributions to the great People's Republic of China and thus live up to your names. China must build a powerful national defense force and a powerful economy, two tasks of major importance. Fulfillment of these tasks depends on you comrades forging close ties of unity and making concerted efforts together with all the commanders and fighters of the People's Liberation Army and all the workers, peasants, and other sections of the people. As the first anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China is approaching, your meeting here is of signal importance. We wish you success in your conferences and great victories in your work in the days to come. Order to the Chinese People's Volunteers. October 1950. Excerpts from an order issued by Comrade Mao Zedong to the Chinese People's Volunteers. To leading comrades of the Chinese People's Volunteers at all levels. 1. In order to support the Korean People's War of Liberation and to resist the attacks of U.S. imperialism and its running dogs, thereby safeguarding the interests of the people of Korea, China, and all the other countries in the East, I herewith order the Chinese People's Volunteers to march speedily to Korea and join the Korean comrades in fighting the aggressors and winning a glorious victory. 2. While in Korea, the Chinese People's Volunteers must show fraternal feelings and respect for the people, the People's Army, the democratic government, the Workers' Party and the other democratic parties of Korea as well as for Comrade Kim Il-sung, the leader of the Korean people, and strictly observe military and political discipline. This is a most important political basis for ensuring the fulfillment of your military task. 3. You must fully anticipate various possible and inevitable difficulties and be prepared to overcome them with great enthusiasm, courage, care, and stamina. At present, the international and domestic situation as a whole is favorable to us, not to the aggressors. So long as you comrades are firm and brave and are good at uniting with the people there and at fighting the aggressors, final victory will be ours. Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission. October 8, 1950, Peking. Comment on hearing of Mao Anying's death 1. November 1950. In war there must be sacrifice. Without sacrifices there will be no victory. To sacrifice my son or other people's sons are just the same. There are no parents in the world who do not treasure their children. But please do not feel sad on my behalf, because this is something entirely unpredictable. 2. We understand the hows and whys of these things. There are so many common folk whose children have shed their blood and were sacrificed for the sake of the revolution. They are in need of consolation, and we ought to pay more attention to showing them greater concern. 3. Letter to Huang Niantian. December 2, 1950. Source: selections from Mao Zedong's letters, p.392. Mr. Niantian 1. Your gracious letter and the poetry of Mr. Huang Jigang too, as well as your own writings, have been received, and I am very grateful to you. I am very gratified by the fact that you have devoted yourself to scholarly improvement and to serving the people in the cause of education. You have my great veneration for that. I hope that you will continue to apply yourself to the task and that with each day's passing improvements will come and results will be achieved. That, indeed, is our fervent hope. The Chinese people's volunteers should cherish every hill, every river, every tree, and every blade of grass in Korea. January 19, 1951. Directive to the Chinese people's volunteers. The Chinese and Korean comrades should unite as closely as brothers, go through thick and thin together, stick together in life and death and fight to the end to defeat their common enemy. The Chinese comrades must consider Korea's cause as their own, and the commanders and fighters must be instructed to cherish every hill, every river, every tree, and every blade of grass in Korea and take not a single needle or a single thread from the Korean people, just the way we feel about our own country and treat our own people. This is the political basis for winning victory. So long as we act this way, final victory will be assured. Main points of the resolution adopted at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. February 18, 1951. Inter-party circular drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. The Political Bureau convened a meeting in mid-February at which responsible comrades from the bureaus of the Central Committee were present and various important questions were discussed. We herewith notify you of the main points of the resolution. 22 months for preparation. The idea of 3 years for preparation and 10 years for planned economic construction must be made clear to all cadres from the provincial and municipal level upwards. Counting from now, we have 22 months left for making preparations, and so we must step up our work in all fields. 2. Propaganda and education campaign for resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea. Persistent efforts must be made to push this campaign throughout the country, to deepen it where it is already underway and spread it where it is not, so as to make sure that this education reaches everyone in every part of the country. 3. Agrarian reform. 1. During the busy farming season, agrarian reform in every place should stop for a while and experience should be summed up. 2. Strive for a good harvest this year. 3. Rely on the county conferences of peasant representatives and on the training classes. 4. Work hard to prepare the necessary conditions. Whenever and wherever they are not ripe, don't force the agrarian reform through. 5. As soon as agrarian reform is completed, switch over to the 2 major tasks of production and education. 6. East China's method of returning security money in installments 1 is approved. 7. Persuade the peasants that it is to our advantage to refrain from using torture, which is illegal. 8. After the agrarian reform, establish more districts and townships and reduce the area under the jurisdiction of each district and township. 4. Suppression of counter-revolutionaries. 1. As a general rule, before passing a death sentence, refer the case to the masses and consult democratic personages. 2. Exercise strict control, guard against indiscriminate action and avoid mistakes. 3. Pay attention to the middle layer. 2. And carefully weed out counter-revolutionaries hiding among the old personnel and among the intellectuals recently drawn into our work. 4. Pay attention to the inner layer, carefully weed out counter-revolutionaries who have sneaked into the party, and strengthen to the maximum our work of safeguarding secret information. 5. In addition, give education to the cadres and back them up in their work. Urban work. 1. Every bureau and sub-bureau of the Central Committee and every party committee at the level of province, municipality, and administrative region must call 2 meetings on urban work during the year with the agenda set by the Central Committee and report twice on this subject to the Central Committee. 2. Strengthen the leadership of the party committees over urban work and carry out the resolution adopted at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. 3. Educate the cadres so that they are clear in their minds about relying on the working class. 4. In factories, the party should exercise unified leadership over the work of the party organization, the management, the trade union and the youth league, with the fulfillment of production plans as the central task. 5. Strive for a gradual improvement in the workers' living conditions on the basis of increased production. 6. The idea of serving the needs of production and of the workers should permeate the planning of urban construction. 7. The All China Federation of Trade Unions and the higher levels of each trade union should lay stress on solving the specific problems of the lower levels. 8. Party committees and trade unions should make a point of creating models and promptly spread their experience to other places. 6. Party consolidation and party building. 1. Ours is a party that is great, glorious, and correct. This is the principal aspect which must be affirmed and made clear to cadres at all levels. However, it must also be made clear to them that there are problems which have to be straightened out and that in the new liberated areas a prudent attitude should be adopted towards party building. 2. The consolidation and building of the party should proceed under the strict control of the Central Committee and its bureaus, and organizations at lower levels must in no case act as they please. 3. The consolidation of the party should be accomplished in 3 years. The steps to be taken are as follows. Devote 1 year, 1951, to extensive education on what is required of a communist, so that the entire membership will know the standards a communist should live up to, and to the training of personnel for organizational work. At the same time experiment with typical units to serve as models. Then in the light of the experience gained, proceed with consolidation. In cities, however, this can start in 1951. In party consolidation, first clear out the persons in the 4th category. 3. Then differentiate between the persons in the 2nd category and the persons in the 3rd category, and persuade those who, after education, are still not up to the standards of party membership to withdraw from the party, but make sure that they withdraw of their own free will and that their feelings are not hurt. Don't repeat the practice of removing rocks as in 1948. 4. A policy of prudence must be adopted in building the party in the cities and the new liberated areas. In the cities, party organizations should be set up primarily among the industrial workers. In the rural areas it is only after the completion of the agrarian reform that party branches can be set up by admitting those who prove themselves qualified for party membership as a result of education, and for the first 2 years the membership of a rural party branch should in general not exceed 10. In city and countryside alike, education on how to be a communist should be conducted among activists who are ready to receive it, and after such education those really qualified for party membership should be admitted. 7. United front work. 1. The bureaus and sub-bureaus of the Central Committee and party committees at the level of province, municipality, and administrative region are required to call 2 meetings in 1951 to discuss United front work and report twice on this subject to the Central Committee. 2. It must be made clear to the cadres why our United front work needs to be strengthened. 3. It is necessary to unite intellectuals, industrialists, and businessmen, leading religious figures, the democratic parties and democratic personages on the basis of the struggle against imperialism and feudalism, and to carry out education among them. 4. Work conscientiously among the minority nationalities, the two central tasks being to push for regional autonomy and to train cadres from these nationalities. 8. Rectification movement. This movement should be carried out once every winter for a short period. The aim is to review our work, sum up experience, enhance achievements, and overcome mistakes and shortcomings, and thus educate the cadres. The party's mass line must be followed in suppressing counter-revolutionaries. May 1951. Instructions added by Comrade Mao Zedong when he revised the draft resolution of the Third National Conference on Public Security. 1. The movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries now going on throughout the country is a great, intense, and complex struggle. The line for this work that has proved effective everywhere is the party's mass line. This means leadership by party committees, mobilization of the entire party membership, mobilization of the masses, participation by the democratic parties and by personages from all circles, unified planning, unified action, strict examination of the lists of persons to be arrested or executed, attention to tactics in different phases of the struggle, widespread propaganda and education, holding various kinds of conferences, cadre meetings, forums, and mass rallies at all of which victims can bring their accusations and evidence of crimes can be displayed, and making propaganda through films, lantern slides, stage performances, newspapers, pamphlets, and leaflets in order to make the movement known to every household and individual, a break with the practice of working behind closed doors and being secretive, and determined opposition to the deviation of rashness. Wherever this line is completely adhered to, the work is completely correct. Wherever this line is not adhered to, the work is wrong. Wherever this line is adhered to generally but not completely, the work is generally but not completely correct. We believe this line for the work is a guarantee for deepening the struggle to suppress counter-revolutionaries and for achieving full success. In the days ahead it is essential to adhere completely to this line in suppressing counter-revolutionaries. What is most important here is strictly to examine the lists of persons to be arrested or executed and to do a good job of widespread propaganda and education. Do both well and mistakes will be avoided. 2. The number of counter-revolutionaries to be killed must be kept within certain proportions. The principle to follow here is that those who owe blood debts or are guilty of other extremely serious crimes and have to be executed to assuage the people's anger, and those who have caused extremely serious harm to the national interest must be unhesitatingly sentenced to death and executed without delay. As for those whose crimes deserve capital punishment but who owe no blood debts and are not bitterly hated by the people, or who have done serious but not extremely serious harm to the national interest, the policy to follow is to hand down the death sentence, grant a 2-year reprieve and subject them to forced labor to see how they behave. In addition, it must be explicitly stipulated that in cases where it is marginal whether to make an arrest, under no circumstances should there be an arrest, and that to act otherwise would be a mistake, and that in cases where it is marginal whether to execute, under no circumstances should there be an execution, and that to act otherwise would be a mistake. 3. To prevent left deviations in the heat of the movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries, it has been decided that as of June 1, in all localities across the country, including those places where very few executions have so far been carried out, the power to sanction arrests shall without exception revert to the prefectural authorities, and the power to sanction executions shall without exception revert to the provincial authorities, who shall send representatives to deal with such cases. In places remote from the provincial capital, no locality is to ask for modification of this decision. 4. As of now it is necessary to start a planned screening of counter-revolutionaries hidden in the middle layer and the inner layer. In accordance with the directive of the Central Committee, it has been decided that a preliminary screening in the form of rectification will be conducted this summer and autumn among all the personnel who have been retained since liberation and among the intellectuals recently drawn into our work. The aim is to size up the situation and deal with a number of conspicuous cases. The procedure to follow is to study documents on the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, Call on those among the above-mentioned personnel and intellectuals, not all of them, whose records are questionable, to adopt a sincere and honest attitude, give a clear account of their history and make a clean breast of what they have hitherto kept to themselves. This campaign to clear oneself must be put in charge of the leading member of the organization concerned. The voluntary principle must be applied and coercion must not be used. For each organization the duration should be short, not drawn out. The tactics to adopt are to win over the many and isolate the few, in preparation for a further screening in the winter. This screening must first be conducted in the leading organs, the public security organs and other sensitive departments, and then the experience gained should be popularized. During such screening in government departments, schools, and factories, it is necessary to have non-party people sit on the committees in charge of this work so as to avoid having party members act in isolation. 5. In the current great struggle to suppress counter-revolutionaries, public security committees must be organized among the masses everywhere. Such committees should be elected by the people in every township in the countryside and in every department and organization, school, factory, and neighborhood in the cities. The number of committee members may be as small as 3 and as large as 11 and must include reliable non-party patriots so as to make the committee a united front type of organization for safeguarding public security. Under the leadership of the government and public security organs at the basic level, such committees have the responsibility of assisting the people's government in eliminating counter-revolutionaries, guarding against traitors and spies and safeguarding our national and public security. Their establishment must proceed in a well-guided way in those rural areas where the agrarian reform has been completed or in cities where the work of suppressing counter-revolutionaries is well underway, so as to prevent bad elements from seizing the opportunity to worm their way in. Strike surely, accurately, and relentlessly in suppressing counter-revolutionaries. December 1950 – September 1951. Important directives concerning the movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 1. Please make certain that you strike surely, accurately, and relentlessly in suppressing the counter-revolutionaries. December 19, 1950. 2. One batch of bandit chieftains, local tyrants, and secret agents has been executed in 21 counties in western Hunan, and another batch is to be executed by local authorities this year. I think measures of this kind are absolutely necessary. For only thus can we deflate the enemy's arrogance and raise the people's morale. If we are weak and irresolute, if we are tolerant and indulgent, it will bring harm to the people and alienate us from the masses. To strike surely means to pay attention to tactics. To strike accurately means to avoid wrong executions. To strike relentlessly means resolutely to kill all such reactionary elements as deserve the death penalty. Of course, those who don't will not be executed. So long as we avoid wrong executions, we don't have to worry even if the bourgeoisie raises an outcry. January 17, 1951. 3. In Shantung there is lethargy in some places and rashness in others. Generally speaking, both these deviations are to be found in all the provinces and cities in the country, and attention should be paid to setting them right. In particular, rashness presents the major danger. For by education and persuasion those who are lethargic can eventually become active, and it doesn't make much difference if a counter-revolutionary is put to death a few days sooner or a few days later. But being rash and making wrong arrests and executions will produce very bad effects. Please exercise strict control over the work of suppressing counter-revolutionaries, and be sure to proceed with caution and correct any deviation of rashness in handling the job. We must suppress all counter-revolutionaries, but on no account should we make wrong arrests or executions. March 30, 1951. 4. In regard to the counter-revolutionaries ferreted out in the Communist Party, People's Liberation Army and organs of the people's government, and in educational, industrial, and commercial and religious circles, democratic parties and people's organizations, the Central Committee has decided as follows. Whereas those whose crimes do not deserve the death penalty shall be sentenced to life imprisonment or various prison terms or put under public supervision and surveillance, With respect to all counter-revolutionaries deserving capital punishment, execution shall be confined to those who owe blood debts, or who have committed other major crimes which evoke public indignation, such as frequent rape or the plundering of large amounts of property, or who have done extremely serious harm to the national interest, while the policy towards the rest shall be one of passing the death sentence, granting a 2-year reprieve and subjecting them to forced labor during this period to see how they behave. This is a prudent policy, a policy that can avoid mistakes. It can win a favorable response from people in all walks of life. It can disintegrate the counter-revolutionary forces and contribute towards the thorough elimination of counter-revolution. Moreover, it can save a large pool of labor power, which will be conducive to our national construction. Therefore, it is a correct policy. Of all the counter-revolutionaries deserving death who are ferreted out in the above-mentioned party, government, military, educational, industrial and commercial and people's organizations, it is estimated that those who owe blood debts, those who have committed other crimes which evoke public indignation and those who have done extremely serious harm to the national interest make up only a small number, roughly 10 to 20%, or while those to be sentenced to death but to be granted a reprieve probably account for 80 to 90%, or that is to say, 80 to 90% may be saved. These counter-revolutionaries differ from the bandit chieftains, hardened brigands, and local tyrants in the rural areas, from the local tyrants, bandit chieftains, hardened brigands, leaders of criminal gangs and heads of reactionary secret societies in the cities, and also from certain secret agents who have done extremely serious harm to the national interest in that they have contracted no blood debts or committed no other major crimes that incur the deep hatred of the masses. The harm they did to the national interest, while serious enough, had not yet reached an extreme. They have committed capital offenses, but the masses were not the direct victims. If we have such people executed, it will not be easily understood by the masses, nor will the response from public figures be so favorable. At the same time it will deprive us of a large pool of labor power and will not serve to split the enemy ranks. Besides, we may make mistakes on this question. Therefore, towards such persons the Central Committee has decided on a policy of passing the death sentence with a reprieve and subjecting them to forced labor to see how they behave. If some are beyond reform and continue their wrongdoing, they can be executed later on, as the initiative is in our hands. All the local authorities are asked to adhere to the foregoing principle in dealing with the counter-revolutionaries uncovered in the party, government, military, educational, industrial and commercial and people's organizations. As a precaution, the very small number of executions to be carried out, amounting to roughly 10 to 20% of all those sentenced to death, must without exception be reported to the greater administrative areas or the greater military areas for approval. As for prominent figures whose execution might affect our united front work, approval must be obtained from the central authorities. In the case of counter-revolutionaries in the rural areas, we shall likewise put to death only those whose execution is necessary to assuage the people's anger, and none shall be executed unless the people so demand. To some we should similarly apply the policy of passing the death sentence with a reprieve. But persons whose death is demanded by the people must be executed so as to assuage their anger and help production. May 8, 1951. 5. In no circumstances should the policy of granting a 2-year reprieve be taken to mean not executing those criminals who owe blood debts or are guilty of other major crimes when their execution is demanded by the people. This would be wrong. We must make it clear to the district and village cotters and the masses that persons who have incurred the bitter hatred of one and all for their heinous crimes and have to be executed to assuage the people's anger must be put to death for this purpose. It is only on those counter-revolutionaries who are guilty of capital offenses but have not incurred deep popular hatred and whose execution is not demanded by the people that we shall pass the death sentence with a 2-year reprieve and impose forced labor to see how they behave. June 15, 1951. 6. The work of suppressing counter-revolutionaries must be placed entirely under the unified leadership of the party committees at all levels, and the responsible comrades of all public security and other organs associated with this work must, as always, unreservedly accept this leadership. September 10, 1951. Pay serious attention to the discussion of the film The Life of Wu Hsun. May 20, 1951. Abridged text of an editorial written for the People's Daily. The question raised by The Life of Wu Sun is fundamental in nature. A fellow like Wu Sun, one living as he did towards the end of the Qing dynasty in an era of great struggle by the Chinese people against foreign aggressors and domestic reactionary feudal rulers, did not lift a finger against the feudal economic base or its superstructure. On the contrary, he strove fanatically to spread feudal culture and, in order to gain a position for this purpose previously beyond his reach, he fawned in every way on the reactionary feudal rulers. Ought we to praise such disgusting behavior? How can we tolerate praising it to the masses, especially when such praise flaunts the revolutionary banner of serving the people, and when the failure of revolutionary peasant struggles is used as a foil to accentuate the praise? To approve or tolerate such praise is to approve or tolerate abuse of the revolutionary struggles of the peasants, abuse of Chinese history, abuse of the Chinese nation, and to regard such reactionary propaganda as justified. The appearance of the film The Life of Wu Sun, and particularly the spate of praise lavished on Wu Sun and the film, show how ideologically confused our country's cultural circles have become. In the view of many writers, history proceeds not by the new superseding the old, but by preserving the old from extinction through all kinds of exertion, not by waging class struggle to overthrow the reactionary feudal rulers who ought to be overthrown, but by negating the class struggle of the oppressed and submitting to these rulers in the manner of Wu Sun. Our writers do not bother to study history and learn who were the enemies oppressing the Chinese people and whether there was anything commendable about those who submitted to these enemies and worked for them. Nor do they bother to find out what new economic formations of society, new class forces, new personalities and ideas have emerged in China during the century and more since the Opium War of 1840 in the struggle against the old economic formations and their superstructures, politics, culture, etc., before they decide what to commend and praise, what not to, and what to oppose. Certain communists who have allegedly grasped Marxism merit special attention. They have studied the history of social development, historical materialism, but when it comes to specific historical events, specific historical figures, like Wu Sun, and specific ideas which run counter to the trend of history, as in the film The Life of Wu Sun and the writings about Wu Sun, they lose their critical faculties, and some have even capitulated to these reactionary ideas. Isn't it a fact that reactionary bourgeois ideas have found their way into the militant Communist Party? Where on earth is the Marxism which certain communists claim to have grasped? For the above reasons, it is imperative to unfold discussion on the film The Life of Wu Sun and on the essays and other writings about Wu Sun, and thereby thoroughly clarify the confused thinking on this question. Great victories in three mass movements. October 23, 1951. Opening address at the third session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Fellow committee members and comrades. The third session of the First National Committee of our People's Political Consultative Conference is now open. Besides members of the National Committee, there are present at this session specially invited representatives of the Chinese People's Volunteers and the People's Liberation Army, model workers in industry and agriculture, delegates from the old base areas, workers in education, literature, and art, industrialists and businessmen, experts in various herds, representatives of religious circles, minority nationalities, overseas Chinese, women and youth, representatives from provincial and municipal consultative committees, etc., as well as many government personnel. The members attending this session and those invited to sit in include many publicly acclaimed combat heroes and model workers in industry, agriculture, and other fields. The size and scope of this session amply indicate that the People's Republic of China has registered tremendous achievements and progress on every front. Since last year we have unfolded three large-scale movements in the country: the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the agrarian reform movement and the movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries, and we have won great victories. By and large, the remnant counter-revolutionaries on the mainland will soon be eliminated. Agrarian reform will be completed in 1952, except in some areas inhabited by minority nationalities. In the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the Chinese people are more broadly united than ever before and are waging a determined struggle against the U.S. imperialist forces of aggression. Embodying the mighty will of the Chinese people, the Chinese People's Volunteers have joined forces with the Korean People's Army in smashing U.S. imperialism's mad scheme to overrun and occupy the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and then to invade China's mainland. Thus the peace-loving people of Korea, China, Asia, and the world have been inspired and made more confident in their defense of peace and resistance to aggression. We should extend our congratulations and pay tribute to the heroic Chinese People's Volunteers and Korean People's Army. Thanks to victories in these three mass movements and to the joint efforts of the people's governments at all levels and of every section of the population, our country has achieved unprecedented unity. The question of Tibet has been solved by peaceful means. Our national defense has been strengthened. The people's democratic dictatorship has been consolidated. Our currency and commodity prices have remained stable, and our work of rehabilitation and development in the spheres of economic construction, culture, and education has also taken a big stride forward. On the industrial and agricultural fronts, the growing patriotic movement to increase production is a new phenomenon in our country which calls for rejoicing. The agrarian reform in the countryside and the democratic reform in factories and other enterprises enable our workers and peasants both to display tremendous enthusiasm in their patriotic efforts to increase production and to improve their material and cultural life. If we are good at uniting with the workers and peasants, educating and relying on them, there is bound to be a nationwide upsurge in the patriotic movement to increase production. On our cultural and educational front and among all types of intellectuals, a movement for self-education and self-remolding is unfolding on a broad scale in accordance with the principles laid down by the Central People's Government, and this too is a new phenomenon in our country which calls for rejoicing. At the close of the second session of the National Committee, I suggested the use of criticism and self-criticism in self-education and self-remolding. This suggestion is being steadily translated into action. Ideological remolding, primarily that of all types of intellectuals, is an important condition for the completion of democratic reforms in all fields and the gradual industrialization of our country. We therefore wish still greater successes to the movement for self-education and self-remolding as it goes steadily forward. All facts prove that this system of ours, the people's democratic dictatorship, is vastly superior to the political systems of the capitalist countries. Under this system, the people of our country are able to tap their inexhaustible strength. And such strength is invincible before any enemy. The great struggle to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea is going on and must go on until the U.S. government is willing to come to a peaceful settlement. We have no intention of encroaching on any country. It is aggression against our country by the imperialists that we oppose. As everyone knows, the Chinese people would not be fighting the U.S. forces if they had not occupied our Taiwan, invaded the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and pushed onto our northeastern borders. But since the U.S. aggressors have launched their attack against us, we cannot but raise the banner of resistance to aggression. This is absolutely necessary and perfectly just, and the whole nation understands that it is so. To press on with this struggle, which is as necessary as it is just, we must continue to stiffen our efforts in resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea and must increase production and practice economy to support the Chinese People's Volunteers. This is the central task of the Chinese people today and accordingly the central task of our present session. We have long been on record as maintaining that the Korean question should be settled by peaceful means, and this is still our position. If the U.S. government is willing to settle the question on a fair and reasonable basis instead of undermining and obstructing the progress of the negotiations in various underhand ways as it has done in the past, it will be possible for the Korean armistice negotiations to be concluded successfully, otherwise it will be impossible. In the 2 years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, we have won great victories in all fields of work. We have won these victories by relying on all the forces that can be united. Within the country, we have relied on the firm unity of all the nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, people's organizations, and patriotic Democrats under the leadership of the working class and the Communist Party. Internationally, we have relied on the firm unity of the camp of peace and democracy headed by the Soviet Union and on the profound sympathy of the peace-loving people throughout the world. Hence our great victories in all spheres of work, which was not what our enemies had expected. Our enemies thought that since the newborn People's Republic of China was faced with a lot of difficulties and since on top of that they were launching a war of aggression against us, we would not be able to overcome our difficulties or deal counter blows to the aggressors. Contrary to their expectation, we have proved able to overcome our difficulties, deal counter blows to the aggressors and win great victories. Our enemies are short-sighted. They fail to realize that our great domestic and international unity is strong and that the founding of the People's Republic of China has once and for all put an end to the days when the Chinese people could be bullied by foreign imperialists. Nor do they realize that the birth of the Socialist Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China and the People's Democracies, the firm unity between the two great countries of China and the Soviet Union anchored in the Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance, the firm unity of the entire camp of peace and democracy and the profound sympathy of the peace-loving people of the world for this great camp have ended for good the era in which imperialism could dominate the world. Our enemies fail to see all this and still want to bully the People's Republic of China and dominate the world. But, comrades, I can say with confidence that their design is futile, crazy, impossible of achievement. Contrary to their thinking, the People's Republic of China will brook no bullying, the great peace camp headed by the Soviet Union will brook no encroachment, and the peace-loving people of the world will not be deceived. Comrades, the victory of the great October Socialist Revolution has made it certain that the people of the world will win victory, and today this prospect becomes nearer and more certain with the birth of the People's Republic of China and the People's Democracies. It is true that, in the historical period following World War I and the October Revolution in Russia, three imperialist states Germany, Italy, and Japan made attempts to dominate the world. This happened before the founding of the People's Republic of China and the People's Democracies. But what came of it? Didn't the attempts of the three imperialist states prove to be futile and crazy? Didn't the results turn out to be just the opposite of what they wanted? Didn't the imperialists who aimed at domination get struck down themselves? Today things are entirely different. The great People's Republic of China has been founded, the people's democracies have been established, the level of political consciousness of the people of the world has been raised, the struggle for national liberation has been surging ahead all over Asia and in North Africa, the strength of the imperialist bloc as a whole has been profoundly weakened and, what is of vital importance, the strength of the Soviet Union, our closest ally, has been greatly enhanced. In these circumstances, isn't the outcome quite predictable if any imperialist country tries to follow in the footsteps of the three aggressors, Germany, Italy, and Japan? In a word, the world from now on must be a world that belongs to the people, with the people of each country governing themselves, and definitely not a world where imperialism and its lackeys can continue to ride roughshod. I hope that the people of our country will closely unite, that they will closely unite with our ally the Soviet Union, with all the people's democracies and with all nations and peoples of the world that sympathize with us, and march forward to victory in the struggle against aggression, to victory in building our great country, to victory in the defense of a lasting world peace. Comrades, I am confident that, so long as we do all this, victory will decidedly be ours. On the struggle against the three evils and the five evils 1. November 1951 March 1952. Important directives drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 1. The struggle against corruption and waste is a major issue which concerns the whole party, and we have told you to give it your serious attention. We need to have a good clean-up in the whole party, which will thoroughly uncover all cases of corruption, whether major, medium or minor, and aim the main blows at the most corrupt, while following the policy of educating and remolding the medium and minor embezzlers so that they will not relapse. Only thus can we check the grave danger of many party members being corroded by the bourgeoisie, put an end to a situation already foreseen at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee, and carry out the principle of combating corrosion then laid down. Be sure to give all this your attention. November 30, 1951. 2. Particular attention must be paid to the fact that the corrosion of cadres by the bourgeoisie results in serious cases of corruption. Be sure to detect, expose, and punish those involved, and to take this as a major struggle. November 30, 1951. 3. The struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy should be stressed as much as the struggle to suppress counter-revolutionaries. As in the latter, the broad masses, including the democratic parties and also people in all walks of life, should be mobilized. The present struggle should be given wide publicity, the leading cadres should take personal charge and pitch in, and people should be called on to make a clean breast of their own wrongdoing and to report on the guilt of others. In minor cases the guilty should be criticized and educated, in major ones the guilty should be dismissed from office, punished, or sentenced to prison terms, to be reformed through labor, and the worst among them should be shot. The problem can only be solved in these ways. December 8, 1951. 4. In all cities, and first of all in the big and medium-sized cities, we should rely on the working class and unite with the law-abiding capitalists and other sections of the urban population to wage a large-scale, resolute and thoroughgoing struggle against those capitalists who are violating the law by bribery, tax evasion, theft of state property, cheating on government contracts and stealing economic information. We should coordinate this struggle with that against corruption, waste and bureaucracy, which is being waged inside the party, government, army, and mass organizations. This is both imperative and very timely. In the struggle, party organizations in all cities must carefully dispose the forces of the classes and masses and adopt the tactics of utilizing contradictions, affecting splits, uniting with the many and isolating the few, so that in the process a united front against the five evils will speedily take shape. In a big city, as the struggle against the five evils gets into full swing, such a united front may well come into being within about 3 weeks. Once this united front is formed, those reactionary capitalists guilty of the worst crimes will be isolated, and the state will be in a strong position to mete out due punishment, such as fines, confiscation, arrest, imprisonment or execution, without much opposition. All our big cities, including provincial capitals, should start the struggle against the five evils in the first 10 days of February. Please make prompt arrangements. January 26, 1952. 5. 1. In the movement against the five evils, the basic principles in dealing with industrial and commercial units are leniency for past offenses and severity for new ones. For instance, payment of taxes that have been evaded is generally retroactive only to 1951, leniency towards the many and severity towards the few, leniency towards those owning up to their crimes and severity towards those refusing to do so, leniency for industry and severity for commerce, and leniency for commerce in general and severity for commercial speculation. The party committees at all levels are asked to adhere to these principles in the movement against the five evils. 2. For the purpose of the movement against the five evils, private industrial and commercial units should be classified into 5 categories: the law-abiding, the basically law-abiding, those that partly abide by the law and partly break it, those that break the law on a serious scale, and those that completely violate the law. As far as the big cities are concerned, the first 3 categories make up about 95% and the last 2 about 5%. The percentages for different big cities are roughly the same, with only small variations. As for medium-sized cities, the percentages differ considerably from these figures. 3. These 5 categories apply to the capitalists and the non-capitalist independent handicraftsmen and family traders, but not to the street vendors. In big cities the street vendors may be left alone for the time being, but the independent handicraftsmen and family traders had better be dealt with. In medium-sized cities it would be better to deal with both the independent handicraftsmen and traders and the street vendors in this movement. In our big and medium-sized cities there are large numbers of independent handicraftsmen and traders who do not employ workers or shop assistants, though some have apprentices. Many of them are law-abiding, many others basically abide by the law but partly break it, i.e., they have minor offenses to account for, such as small-scale evasion of taxes, and a small number partly abide by the law and partly break it and have evaded taxes on a larger scale. In the current movement against the five evils we must deal with a considerable number of small capitalists and pass judgment on them, and as far as possible do likewise with the independent handicraftsmen and traders, who roughly equal the small capitalists in number. This will be to the advantage of the current movement and to economic construction in the days ahead. The small capitalists as well as the independent handicraftsmen and traders are generally innocent of serious offenses, and it is not difficult to pass judgment on them. In so acting, we shall win support from the masses. However, if a few cities think it convenient to pass judgment first on industrial and commercial units other than the independent handicraftsmen and traders and defer judgment on the latter, that is in order. 2. 4. In view of the actual situation in the cities we have decided to reclassify industrial and commercial units into 5 categories instead of 4 as in the past, i.e., those in the law-abiding category are to be reclassified into law-abiding and basically law-abiding, while the other 3 categories remain unchanged. Out of the 50,000 industrial and commercial units in Peking, including the independent handicraftsmen and traders, but not the street vendors, the law-abiding ones make up about 10%, or the basically law-abiding ones about 60%, or those that partly abide by the law and partly break it about 25%, or those that break the law on a serious scale about 4%, and those that completely violate the law about 1%. To distinguish between the strictly law-abiding ones and the basically law-abiding ones with minor offenses and, furthermore, to treat the basically law-abiding units guilty of small-scale tax evasion differently from those guilty on a larger scale may prove to have important educational value. 5. In some big and medium-sized cities, the city party committees launched the movement against the 5 evils in a hurry, when they were not at all acquainted with the situation with respect to the different categories of industrial and commercial units and were not clear about the tactics of differential treatment, and when the work teams, or investigation groups, sent by the trade unions and the government had been organized and trained in a very slipshod way. As a result some confusion has arisen. It is hoped that the city party committees concerned will pay attention to the situation and see to its correction without delay. Moreover, the investigation of industrial and commercial units which break the law must be made under the strict control of the city party committee and the city government. No other organization is allowed to send out people to investigate on its own, much less to haul capitalists into its office for interrogation. Whether in the movement against the 3 evils or in that against the 5 evils, the use of torture to extort confessions is forbidden and strict precautions must be taken to prevent suicides. Where suicides have occurred, measures for preventing their further occurrence should be worked out immediately to ensure that both movements will develop soundly and on the right track and that complete victory will be won. The movements against the 3 evils and against the 5 evils are not to be launched at present in counties, districts, and townships. Further notice will be given by the Central Committee as to when and how to carry them out. In the few instances where the movement against the 5 evils has been launched at county seats and that against the 3 evils in districts, in both cases experimentally, strict control must be exercised and spring farming and other economic activities must not be hampered. The movement against the 5 evils should not begin in all the medium-sized cities at the same time but should be staggered and strictly controlled. March 5, 1952. 6. During and also after the struggle against the 5 evils, we must achieve the following aims. 1. Get thoroughly clear about the situation in private industry and commerce so as the better to unite with and control the bourgeoisie and develop the country's planned economy. Planned economy is impossible unless we are clear about the situation. 2. Draw a clear line of distinction between the working class and the bourgeoisie, and in trade unions eliminate corruption and bureaucracy which alienates the masses and weed out the capitalists' hirelings. Such hirelings and the middle elements vacillating between labor and capital are to be found in trade unions everywhere, and in the struggle we must educate and win over the middle elements, whereas those hirelings guilty of serious crimes should be expelled. 3. Reorganize the trade councils and associations of industry and commerce, remove from their leading bodies persons guilty of all the five evils and those who have been totally discredited, and in their stead draw in those who have acquitted themselves fairly well in the struggle against these evils. With the exception of those who have completely violated the law, there should be representation of all categories of industrialists and traders. 4. Help leaders of the China Democratic National Construction Association to conduct a shake-up, to expel those guilty of all the five evils and those who have disgraced themselves in the public eye and to recruit a number of better individuals, so that it can become a political organization capable of representing the legitimate interests of the bourgeoisie, mainly the industrial bourgeoisie, and of educating them in the spirit of the common program and in the principles governing the struggle against the five evils. Take measures to disband the secret organizations of different groups of capitalists, such as the Thursday Dinner Club. 2. 5. Eradicate the five evils and eliminate commercial speculation so that the entire bourgeoisie will obey the laws and decrees of the state and engage in industrial and commercial activities beneficial to the nation's economy and the people's livelihood. Develop private industry within the limits set by the state, provided the capitalists so wish and its operations conform with the common program, and reduce private commerce step by step. Expand the state's plan to monopolize the sales and contracts of private industry year by year and at the same time extend the coverage of our plan over private industry and commerce. Set new percentages of profit for private capital so that it will be able to make some profits but not exorbitant ones. 6. Do away with hidden accounts, make the accounts public and gradually establish a system under which the workers and shop assistants supervise production and management. 7. Recover the greater part of the economic losses to the state and the people through the payment of evaded taxes, restitution, fines and confiscation. 8. Set up party branches among workers and shop assistants in all large and medium-sized private enterprises and strengthen party work. March 23, 1952. Take mutual aid and cooperation in agriculture as a major task. December 15, 1951. Inter-party circular of historic significance to rebuff Liu Shaoqi's opposition to the cooperative transformation of agriculture. In July 1951, behind the backs of Comrade Mao Zedong and the party Central Committee, Liu Shaoqi wrote and distributed a comment in his own name, wantonly attacking a report submitted by the Shanxi Provincial Party Committee on promoting mutual aid and cooperation in agricultural production. In this comment, he opposed Comrade Mao Zedong's line on the socialist transformation of agriculture, maligning it as an erroneous, dangerous, and utopian notion of agrarian socialism. In September of the same year, Comrade Mao Zedong personally took charge of drafting the resolution of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on mutual aid and cooperation in agricultural production, draft, and on December 15 when the draft resolution was to be distributed he wrote this circular and instructed the whole party to take mutual aid and cooperation in agriculture as a major task. Herewith is the draft resolution on mutual aid and cooperation in agricultural production which you are requested to print for distribution right down to the county and district party committees. Please give prompt explanations inside and outside the party in the spirit of this draft and arrange for its implementation. This is to be done in all areas where the agrarian reform has been completed, and please take it as a major task. This draft resolution may appear in inter-party publications but not in newspapers and periodicals for general circulation, as it is still a draft. Letter to Li Shuking. October 16, 1952. Source: Selections from Mao Zedong's Letters, p.468. Mr. Shuking 1. Your gracious letter has been received. I am very grateful for your conveying to me news of our home village. As for matters related to the localities, I wish only to collect material and information for reference purpose. I do not want to, and should not, directly handle local problems in general because this would make it difficult for the local party and government organs to handle their affairs. Please understand my situation and forgive me. With great respect. Mao Zedong. October 16, 1952 New Year's Day Message. January 1, 1952. May all of us, the cadres of the People's Government, the commanders and fighters of the People's Volunteers and the People's Liberation Army, the democratic parties, the people's organizations, the minority nationalities and the people of the entire country win victory on every front of our work. May we win victory on the front of our movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Victory on the National Defense Front. Victory on the Agrarian Reform Front. Victory on the front of our movement to suppress counter-revolutionaries. Victory on the economic and financial front. Victory on the cultural and educational front. Victory on the front of the ideological remolding of people in all walks of life, and primarily of the intellectuals. I would also like to wish victory to a new front, that is, to the large-scale struggle in which all the people and cadres of the country are called upon to fight vigorously and resolutely against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy, so as to cleanse our society of all the filth and poison left over from the old. Comrades, in 1951 we scored victories, many of them very great ones, on all these fronts. We hope that by our common efforts we shall win still greater victories in all these tasks in 1952. Long live the People's Republic of China. On the policies for our work in Tibet, Directive of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. April 6, 1952. Inter-party directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. It was sent to the Southwest Bureau and the Working Committee in Tibet and communicated to the Northwest Bureau and the Xinjiang Sub-Bureau. The Central Committee essentially approves the instructions which the Southwest Bureau and the Southwest Military Area cabled on April 2 to the Working Committee and Military Area in Tibet. It holds that the basic policies, except the point about reorganizing the Tibetan troops, and the various specific steps set forth in the telegram are correct. Only by following them can our army establish itself in an invulnerable position in Tibet. Conditions in Tibet are different from those in Xinjiang. Tibet compares poorly with Xinjiang, whether politically or economically. But even in Xinjiang, the first thing the army units under Wang Chen did when they got there was to pay the utmost attention to strict budgeting, self-reliance, and production for their own needs. They have now gained a firm foothold and won the warm support of the minority nationalities. They are carrying out the reduction of rent and interest and will proceed to agrarian reform this winter, and by then we can be sure of even greater support from the masses. Xinjiang is well connected with the heartland of the country by motor roads, and this is of great help in improving the material welfare of the minority nationalities. As for Tibet, neither rent reduction nor agrarian reform can start for at least 2 or 3 years. While several 100,000 Han people live in Xinjiang, there are hardly any in Tibet, where our army finds itself in a totally different minority nationality area. We depend solely on 2 basic policies to win over the masses and put ourselves in an invulnerable position. The first is strict budgeting coupled with production for the army's own needs, and thus the exertion of influence on the masses. This is the key link. Even when highways are built, we cannot count on moving large quantities of grain over them. India will probably agree to send grain and other goods to Tibet on the basis of exchange, but the stand we must take is that our army should be able to carry on even if India stops sending them someday. We must do our best and take proper steps to win over the Dalai and the majority of his top echelon and to isolate the handful of bad elements in order to achieve a gradual, bloodless transformation of the Tibetan economic and political system over a number of years. On the other hand, we must be prepared for the eventuality of the bad elements leading the Tibetan troops in rebellion and attacking us, so that in this contingency our army could still carry on and hold out in Tibet. It all depends on strict budgeting and production for the army's own needs. Only with this fundamental policy as the cornerstone of our work can we achieve our aim. The second policy, which can and must be put into effect, is to establish trade relations with India and with the heartland of our country and to attain a general balance in supplies to and from Tibet so that the standard of living of the Tibetan people will in no way fall because of our army's presence but will improve through our efforts. If we cannot solve the two problems of production and trade, we shall lose the material base for our presence. The bad elements will cash in and will not let a single day pass without inciting the backward elements among the people and the Tibetan troops to oppose us, and our policy of uniting with the many and isolating the few will become ineffectual and fail. Of all the views set forth in the Southwest Bureau's telegram of April 2 there is only one that calls for further consideration. What I refer to is the feasibility and advisability of reorganizing the Tibetan troops and setting up a military and administrative commission fairly soon. It is our opinion that the Tibetan troops should not be reorganized at present, nor should formal military sub-areas or a military and administrative commission be established. For the time being, leave everything as it is, let this situation drag on, and do not take up these questions until our army is able to meet its own needs through production and wins the support of the masses a year or two from now. In the meantime there are two possibilities. One is that our united front policy towards the upper stratum, a policy of uniting with the many and isolating the few, will take effect and that the Tibetan people will gradually draw closer to us, so the bad elements and the Tibetan troops will not dare to rebel. The other possibility is that the bad elements, thinking we are weak and can be bullied, may lead the Tibetan troops in rebellion and that our army will counter-attack in self-defense and deal them telling blows. Either will be favorable for us. As the top echelon in Tibet sees it, there is no sufficient reason now for implementing the Agreement 1 in its entirety or for reorganizing the Tibetan troops. But things will be different in a few years. By then they will probably find that they have no choice but to carry out the agreement to the full and to reorganize the Tibetan troops. If the Tibetan troops start one or even several rebellions and are repulsed by our army each time, we will be all the more justified in reorganizing them. Apparently not only the two Silans too but also the Dalai and most of his clique were reluctant to accept the agreement and are unwilling to carry it out. As yet we don't have a material base for fully implementing the agreement, nor do we have a base for this purpose in terms of support among the masses or in the upper stratum. To force its implementation will do more harm than good. Since they are unwilling to put the agreement into effect, well then, we can leave it for the time being and wait. The longer the delay, the stronger will be our position and the weaker theirs. Delay will not do us much harm, on the contrary, it may be to our advantage. Let them go on with their insensate atrocities against the people, while we on our part concentrate on good deeds production, trade, road building, medical services and united front work, unity with the majority and patient education, so as to win over the masses and bide our time before taking up the question of the full implementation of the agreement. If they are not in favor of the setting up of primary schools, that can stop too. The recent demonstration in Lhasa should be viewed not merely as the work of the two Silans and other bad elements but as a signal to us from the majority of the Dalai clique. Their petition is very tactful because it indicates not a wish for a break with us but only a wish for concessions from us. One of the terms gives the hint that the practice of the Qing dynasty should be restored, in other words, that no liberation army units should be stationed in Tibet, but this is not what they are really after. They know full well that this is impossible, their attempt is to trade this term for other terms. The 14th Dalai is criticized in the petition so as to absolve him from any political responsibility for the demonstration. They pose as protectors of the interests of the Tibetan nationality, being aware that while they are inferior to us in military strength, they have an advantage over us in social influence. We should accept this petition in substance, not in form, and put off the full implementation of the agreement. The timing of the demonstration to take place before the Panchan's arrival in Lhasa was deliberate. After his arrival they will probably go all out to work on him to join their clique. If on our part we do our work well and the Panchan does not fall into their trap but reaches Shigatse safe and sound, the situation will then become more favorable to us. Nevertheless, since neither our lack of a material base nor their advantage over us in social influence will change for the time being, neither will the unwillingness of the Dalai clique to carry out the agreement fully. At present, in appearance we should take the offensive and should censure the demonstration and the petition for being unjustifiable, for undermining the agreement, but in reality we should be prepared to make concessions and to go over to the offensive in the future, i.e., put the agreement into force, when conditions are ripe. What are your views? Please consider and wire your reply. The contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie is the principal contradiction in China. June 6, 1952. Written comment on a document drafted by the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Comrade Mao Zedong criticized the head of this department for his error in regarding the national bourgeoisie as an intermediate class. With the overthrow of the landlord class and the bureaucrat capitalist class, the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie has become the principal contradiction in China. Therefore the national bourgeoisie should no longer be defined as an intermediate class. Let us unite and clearly distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. August 4, 1952. Salient points of a speech delivered at the 38th meeting of the Standing Committee of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. We have been simultaneously waging war, holding negotiations, and working towards stability for a whole year. The war situation in Korea became stable after July last year, but at the time we were not sure whether the financial and economic situation at home could be stabilized. We had said, prices are basically stable and revenues and expenditures are almost balanced, meaning that prices could not yet be stabilized and that revenues and expenditures were not yet balanced. Expenditures were in excess of revenues, and that was a problem. That is why the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party convened a meeting last September and called for increased production and strict economy. In October, I repeated this call at the third session of the First National Committee of the Political Consultative Conference. The subsequent campaign to increase production and practice economy brought to light rather serious cases of corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. In December the movement against the three evils was launched, and this was followed by the movement against the five evils. Both these movements have come to a successful conclusion. The situation is now perfectly clear and general stability has been achieved. Last year, what we spent on the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea more or less equaled our expenditures for national construction. It was 50-50. This year it will be different. It is estimated that the outlays for war will come to only half last year's figure. Our troops are fewer in number but they are better equipped. For more than 2 decades we fought without an air force and we were always on the receiving end of enemy bombing. Now we have an air force of our own, and anti-aircraft guns, artillery, and tanks too. The war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea is a big school for large-scale military exercises, and such exercises are better than a military academy. If the fighting continue, through next year, all our land forces will have had their spell of military training in Korea. In this war we were confronted with 3 problems at the start. First, our ability to fight, second, our ability to hold out, and third, our ability to feed ourselves. The problem of our ability to fight was solved within the first 2 or 3 months. The enemy had more artillery, but their morale was low. They were rich in metal but poor in morale. The problem of our ability to hold out was also solved last year. Our answer was to dig tunnels. We constructed 2 tiers of defense works. When the enemy attacked, we got into the tunnels. Sometimes the enemy occupied the positions overhead, but what lay below remained in our hands. When they were in our positions, we counterattacked, inflicting heavy casualties on them. We used this homespun method to collect foreign guns. The enemy was entirely at a loss as to how to cope with us. It was quite some time before the problem of food supplies, that is, the problem of ensuring provisions, was solved. At first we did not know that tunnels could be dug to store grain in. Now we know. Each division has grain reserves for 3 months, its own storage area and a meeting hall to boot, and our men are making a go of life in the tunnels. Today, our policy is clear and definite, our positions are secure, our provisions ensured, and every soldier knows that he must fight to the end. Just how long will the fighting go on, and just when will the negotiations draw to a close? I say negotiations will continue, fighting will go on, but there will be a truce. Why is it that there will be a truce? A 30 years war or a 100 years war is highly improbable, because a long war is very much against the interests of the United States. First, the war costs lives. They fought on to hold some 10,000 prisoners of war, only to lose over 30,000 more lives. After all, they have far fewer men than we. Second, the war costs money. They are spending far more than $10 billion a year. We spend very much less, and this year we are going to cut our expenditures to half last year's. The money that came from the settling of accounts in the movements against the 3 evils and the 5 evils can see us through another 18 months of war. And all the money that comes from increased production and the practice of economy can be used for national construction. Third, they are confronted with insuperable contradictions at home and abroad. Fourth, there is the strategic problem too. The focus of U.S. strategy is in Europe. They did not anticipate that we would send volunteers to aid Korea when they dispatched forces to invade it. With us, things are easier to manage. In internal affairs we are masters of our own house. But we are not the Chief of Staff of the United States. The United States has its own Chief of Staff. So on the question of whether the Korean War will continue, we and the Koreans have only half the say. In a word, under the pressure of the general trend, the United States will find it against its interest to refuse to come to a truce. All the talk about the imminence of a Third World War is just to scare people. We must strive to gain a period of 10 years for building our industry and laying solid foundations. We must close our ranks and clearly distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. It is because of the unity of the whole nation and the cooperation of all those present and of all the democratic parties and people's organizations that we are strong today. It is of vital importance that we unite and distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Dr. Sun Yat-sen was a man of integrity, but why did the revolution of 1911 he led end in failure? The reasons were, first, failure to distribute land, second, failure to recognize the necessity of suppressing counter-revolutionaries, and, third, failure to wage sharp struggles against imperialism. Apart from distinguishing between ourselves and the enemy, there is the need to distinguish between right and wrong within our own ranks. Compared with the former, the latter is secondary. For instance, with most of the embezzlers, it is just a matter of right and wrong, for they are different from counter-revolutionaries and can be reformed. It is necessary to carry out education among the democratic parties and in religious circles so that they will not be taken in by the imperialists and stand on the enemy's side. Take Buddhism for example. It has not much contact with imperialism and its ties are chiefly with feudalism. As the struggle against feudalism involves the land problem, it affects the monks, and those who come under attack are the abbots and elders of the monasteries. Once this small number is overthrown, ordinary monks like Lu Chi Shen will be emancipated. Though no believer in Buddhism, I am not against forming an association of Buddhists to get them united and enable them to distinguish clearly between the people and the enemy. Will the United Front be abolished someday? I for one am not for its abolition. We should unite with everyone provided he truly makes a clear distinction between the people and the enemy and serves the people. Our country has a bright future and is full of hope. In the past we wondered if the economy could recover in 3 years. As a result of 2.5 years of hard struggle, it already has, and what is more, planned construction is underway. Let us all unite, clearly distinguish between ourselves and the enemy and strive for the steady progress of our country. Inscription of the Arts. September 26, 1952. Source, Tianjin Daily, September 26, 1952. Let 100 flowers bloom, displace the old and worn, and let new things emerge. This is an inscription written for the first National Operatic Exchange and Performance Festival convened by the Ministry of Culture in Beijing from October 6 to November 1, 1952. Reply to Ambassador of the Republic of India. September 26, 1952. Source: People's Daily, September 27, 1952. Mr. Ambassador, I am very glad to accept the letter of credence from the President of the Republic of India that Your Excellency has presented and am grateful for Your Excellency's congratulations. For more than 2 years, the friendly relations between China and India in the areas of economy and culture have further developed. I believe that the friendly cooperation between our two peoples will be further enhanced and consolidated in our common cause of pursuing peace in Asia and throughout the world. I warmly welcome Your Excellency as the Ambassador Plenipotentiary and Extraordinary of the Republic of India to the People's Republic of China and pledge to Your Excellency assistance in your work of strengthening the friendly cooperation between our two countries. Best wishes for the prosperity of your country, the prospering of your people, and the good health of your head of state. Inscription for inauguration of the Tianshui-Lanzhou Railway. September 28, 1952. Toast on 3rd anniversary of founding of the PRC. September 30, 1952. Source: People's Daily, October 1, 1952. Dear friends, the 3rd anniversary of the founding of the great People's Republic of China has arrived. In the past year, we have done much work for the happiness of the people and for international peace. I hope that in the coming year we will be able to accomplish even more. Long live the People's Republic of China. Long live the great unity among the people of China's various nationalities and the overseas Chinese. Long live the Chinese People's Liberation Army and the Chinese People's Volunteers. 1. Long live the friendship and unity between China and the Soviet Union. Long live the friendship and unity between China and Mongolia. Long live the friendship and unity between China and all the various new democracies. Long live the friendship and unity among the peoples of all the countries of Asia. May the Peace Conference of the Asian and Pacific region be successful. 2. Long live the friendship and unity of the people of the world. To everyone's health, bottoms up. Source: People's Daily, September 28, 1952. Congratulations on the opening of the Tianshui-Lanzhou Railway 1 to traffic. Continue to work hard for the construction of the Lanzhou-Xinjiang line. Telegram to the Peace Conference of the Asian and Pacific region. October 2, 1952. Source: People's Daily, October 3, 1952. The Peace Conference of the Asian and Pacific region 1. The convening of the Peace Conference of the Asian and Pacific region will be a tremendous contribution to the great common cause of the people of Asia, of the Pacific region, and of the entire world in safeguarding peace. My sincere wishes for the success of this conference. Signed as Chairman of the National Committee of the CPPCC and dated, Letter to Qi Beishi. October 5, 1952. Source: Selections from Mao Zedong's Letters, p.448. Mr. Beishi 1. I thank you heartily for the gift of your scroll painting Pu Tian Tong Qing, joyous celebration for all in heaven, which I have received. I would like to express my gratitude to all your co-creators of the masterpiece, Messrs. Su Shixu, Yu Fian, Wang Shenshen, Hu Paihan, Pu Yizhe, Pu Suizai and Guansong Fang. Mao Zedong Br. October 5, 1952. Telegram to the German Democratic Republic. October 5, 1952. Source: People's Daily, October 2, 1952. The President. The German Democratic Republic. Comrade Pike. On behalf of the Chinese people, the government of the People's Republic of China, and on my own behalf, I sincerely extend to you and to the people and government of the German Democratic Republic our heartfelt congratulations on this occasion of the 3rd anniversary of the founding of the German Democratic Republic. In their struggles to secure a peace treaty and to restore the unity of Germany, to develop the economy and culture, and to consolidate state power. The victories scored by the German people have had a tremendous effect on the prosperity and happiness of the German people and the cause of peace throughout the world. Our best wishes to the German people for securing even greater successes in the struggle they have undertaken to build a unified, peaceful, democratic, and socialist Germany. Signed as chairman of CPG of PRC, date, in Beijing. Talk with Tibetan delegates. Excerpts. October 8, 1952. The speech was made at a reception that Mao held for the delegation of the people of the Chengdu, Shamdu, region of Tibet taking part in the celebration of the anniversary of the founding of the PRC in Beijing. Source: People's Daily, November 22, 1952. 1. The Communist Party has adopted a policy of protecting religions. Believers and non-believers, believers of one religion or another, are all similarly protected, and their faiths are respected. Today, we have adopted this policy of protecting religions, and in future we will still maintain this policy of protection. 2. The problem of land redistribution is different from that or religion. In the regions inhabited by the Han people, land has already been redistributed, and in these areas religions are still protected. Whether or not land should be redistributed in regions inhabited by minority nationalities will be decided by the minority nationalities themselves. At the moment, land redistribution is out of the question in Tibet. Whether or not there should be redistribution in the future will be decided by you yourselves. Moreover, you yourselves should carry out the redistribution. We will not redistribute the land for you. 3. The setting up of a military and administrative committee and the reorganization of the Tibetan army were stipulated by the agreement. 1. However, because you were afraid, I have informed the comrades working in Tibet to postpone the implementation of this. The agreement must be implemented, but since you are afraid, implementation will simply have to be postponed. If you are afraid this year, we will wait until next year to implement it. If you are still afraid next year, then we will wait for the year after next before implementing it. 4. Tibet is a large area with a small population. Its population must be increased from the current figure of 2 or 3 million to 5 or 6 million. Later it would be good to increase it again to more than 10 million. The economy and culture also need to be developed. Culture includes such things as schools, newspapers, cinema, etc. Religion is also included. The reactionary rules of the past, whether the emperors of the Qing dynasty or Chiang Kai-shek, all oppressed and exploited you, and so did the imperialists. They kept your population down, weakened your economy, and obstructed the development of your culture. The Communist Party puts into practice the principle of the equality of nationalities. It does not wish to oppress or exploit you, but rather to assist you, 3/4 to assist you in developing your population, economy, and culture. When the People's Liberation Army entered Tibet, it was precisely for the purpose of carrying out the policy of helping you. In the early period of its presence there, it may not be of much help, and it may not be of great help even for the next 3 or 4 years. Later, however, it will be able to help you, that is certain. If the Communist Party could not help you develop your population, economy, and culture, the Communist Party would be of no use at all. I am happy that you have come. During the next few days you can go to Nanjing, Shanghai, Tianjin, Guangdong, and the Northeast for a visit. From now on, if more people, both ecclesiastical and lay, and from all different circles of Tibet can come out to visit the various places in the interior, it will help to strengthen the relations of unity and amity among the nationalities in China. Letter to Song Qingling. October 10, 1952. Source: Selections from Mao Zedong's Letters, p.449. Vice Chairman Song 1. I am extremely elated by your gift of your masterpiece Wei Xi and Zongguo Fendu, Struggle for New China, and would like hereby to express my deep gratitude. Your other gifts have also been received and I thank you equally for them. I wish you healthy and well-being. Letter to Tianjin Lin. October 15, 1952. Source: Selections from Mao Zedong's letters, pages 450-451. Comrade Zhenlin, 1. The information that Comrade Chen Yun-tu has acquired on conditions in Xiaozhenxiang, Qingpuxian 3 is quite worthy of attention. I enclose it here for your perusal. Please make a copy of it and send to the Party Committee of the South Jiangsu District. According to Comrade Bo Yubo, for when he was in Shanghai, he already knew that last year's grain requisition in the Zhejiang and South Jiangsu districts has been too heavy and that the East China Bureau has resolved to return part of that to the peasants. I wonder what the results have been in this matter? How much, in total, has been returned to the peasants in the two districts? How many people's problems have been resolved by the action? What is this year's harvest like? Has the quantity of the state grain requisition been greatly reduced? In order to resolve this problem, I suggest that you convene at the East China Bureau a special conference of the people responsible for the two districts and the secretaries of the Xian party committees of some characteristic Xian in the two districts. Before the meeting is held, you can dispatch 2 investigation teams, one to go to Zhejiang and the other to South Jiangsu. Let them go directly to the villages in several Xian and investigate the conditions in a dozen or so Xiang, focusing especially on investigating the real situations with regard to the peasants' contributions to public grain and other burdens. 3/4 This then can be the basis for discussion at the meeting. In short, we must earnestly and solidly resolve the problem of giving relief to those peasants who in the past have had little to live on because the public burdens have been too heavy. The grain requisition this year must not exceed the rate stipulated by the Center 5. We must greatly reduce the burden of the people. I hope that you will notify me your opinions. In Comrade Salute. Mao Zedong. October 15, 1952. Hail the signal victory of the Chinese People's Volunteers. October 24, 1952. Directive to the leading members of the Chinese People's Volunteers drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and its Military Commission. Beginning on September 18, our volunteers, together with the Korean People's Army, initiated tactical counterattacks on all fronts and have won a signal victory by annihilating and wounding more than 30,000 enemy troops in the space of a month. The Central Committee and its Military Commission send you and all commanders and fighters hearty congratulations. The operations can be summed up as follows: first, concentrating superior forces and firepower on a number of selected tactically critical points, springing surprise attacks and wiping out the enemy by whole platoons, whole companies, whole battalions, or by the larger part of such units. Second, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy in repeated operations as he mounts counterattacks, and, third, firmly holding those captured strongpoints which can be held and abandoning those which cannot. According to circumstances, so as to keep the initiative in our hands in preparation for future counterattacks. If such operations are kept up, we will have the enemy by the throat and force him to come to terms and end the Korean War. The losses inflicted on the enemy since July last year, when our forces started tenacious positional warfare, have far exceeded those inflicted on him in the many campaigns of mobile warfare before then. On the other hand, our losses have greatly diminished. So far as casualties are concerned, the monthly average, to speak only of our volunteers, has been reduced by over 2/3 in the 15 months since July last year, as compared with that in the previous 8 months. This is due to the kind of operation mentioned above, which is carried out by relying on our positions. In the period since September 18, operations of this kind have been carried out on the whole front more extensively and in a more organized way, and therefore they deserve special attention. On the occasion of the 2nd anniversary of the Chinese People's Volunteers' entry into the war in Korea, we hope you will sum up your experience, further enhance your sense of organization, raise your tactical level and save ammunition, unite more closely with the Korean comrades and people, and strive for still greater victories in future operations. Combat bureaucracy, commandism, and violations of the law and of discipline. January 5, 1953. Inter-party directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. The task of combating bureaucracy, commandism, and violations of the law and of discipline should arouse the attention of our leading bodies at all levels. In the movement against the three evils, our party has basically solved the two problems of corruption and waste among many of our cadres at four levels: the central, the greater administrative area, the provincial and municipal, and the prefectural. It has also basically overcome one kind of bureaucracy, namely, that which alienates many leading cadres from those working under them. But the problem of the following kind of bureaucracy has not been basically solved in many areas, departments, and fields of work. Some leading cadres are ignorant of the people's hardships, of the conditions in subordinate units only a short distance from their offices, and of the fact that among the cadres at the county, district, and township levels there are many bad people guilty of commandism and violations of the law and of discipline. Or they may have some knowledge of such bad people and bad deeds, but turn a blind eye to them, feel no indignation, are not aware of the seriousness of the matter, and so take no positive measure to back up good people and punish the bad, or to encourage good deeds and stop bad ones. To cite the handling of letters from the masses as an example. Reports say that a certain provincial people's government has sat on well over 70,000 letters. As for the number of letters shelved by party and government organizations below the provincial level, we have no idea as yet, but presumably it is by no means small. Most of the letters appeal to us to help solve problems, and many contain accusations against certain cadres whose lawless behavior requires prompt attention. For our party and government, bureaucracy and commandism are a big problem not only for today but for a long time to come. In terms of social origin, it reflects the survival in our party and government of the reactionary style of work, an anti-popular style of work, a Kuomintang style of work, of the reactionary ruling classes in dealing with the people. As far as the role and methods of leadership of our party and government organizations are concerned, it means failure to make clear the policy limits and the proper style of work when giving assignments, in other words, failure to give the cadres at the middle and lower levels receiving assignments thorough instructions on these matters. It means failure to make a proper examination, or indeed any examination at all, of cadres at the various levels, particularly at the county, district, and township levels. It means failure to carry out party consolidation work at these three levels, or, in cases where party consolidation has started, failure to launch a struggle to combat commandism and comb out violators of the law and of discipline. It means failure to combat and stamp out the kind of bureaucracy still existing among cadres in the leading organizations at the prefectural level and above, which finds expression in ignorance of and callousness to both the hardships of the masses and the conditions in the grassroots organizations. If we strengthen and improve our role and methods of leadership, then bureaucracy and commandism, which are harmful to the people, will gradually diminish, and many of our party and government organizations will be able to break away sooner from this Kuomintang style of work. And the sooner will the many bad people who have infiltrated our party and government organizations be combed out, and the many bad deeds still evident today be eliminated. Therefore, in 1953, starting with the handling of letters from the masses, please make an investigation into bureaucracy, commandism, and violations of the law and of discipline, and wage a resolute struggle against them in coordination with party consolidation, party building, and other spheres of work. Typical cases of bureaucracy, commandism, and violations of the law and of discipline should be widely exposed in the press. Serious offenders should be punished by law, and when they are party members they should also be dealt with according to party discipline. Party committees at all levels should make a determined effort to punish and clear out of party and government organizations those violators of the law and of discipline who are bitterly hated by the masses, and the worst among them should be executed so as to assuage the people's anger and help educate the cadres and the masses. However, at an appropriate stage of the broad struggle against bad people and bad deeds, we should look into, evaluate and praise models of good people and good deeds in various places, so that all party members will strive to measure up to these fine models, and what is upright will prevail over what is evil. We believe that a substantial number of such models are certain to be found in various parts of the country. Inscription awarded to Soviet troops in Lushan. Source: People's Daily, February 23, 1953. Telegram to inquire after Stalin's illness. March 4, 1953. Source, People's Daily, March 5, 1953. Chairman. The Council of Ministers. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. Dear Comrade J.V. Stalin. On learning the unfortunate news that you have come down with a severe illness, the Chinese people, the Chinese government, and myself, bearing feelings of deepest concern, extend to you our sincere sympathy and wish with all our hearts that your condition will take a turn for the better, that you will be restored to health, and that the prayers of the peace-loving people of China and of the whole world may be answered. Signed and dated in Beijing. On February 22, 1953, a delegation of the PRC government headed by Premier Zhou Enlai, visited the Soviet Union's troops stationed in the Lushan region pursuant to the Sino-Soviet Agreement on the Joint Administration of the region, which was a corollary agreement of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance signed on February 14, 1950. The delegation celebrated the 35th anniversary of the founding of the Soviet Union's armed forces with the Soviet troops in Lushan Dalian. Mao's inscription was embroidered on a banner which was awarded by the delegation to the Soviet troops. February 22, 1953. The intimate unity between the two great peoples, the Soviet people and the Chinese people, and between their armed forces is a reliable safeguard for peace in the Far East and in the world. Telegram to the USSR on Stalin's death. March 6, 1953. Source, People's Daily, March 7, 1953. Chairman. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Comrade Shvernik. It was with boundless grief that the Chinese people, the Chinese government, and I myself learned the news of the passing away of the Chinese people's closest friend and great teacher, Comrade Stalin. This is an inestimable loss, not only for the people of the Soviet Union, but for the Chinese people, for the entire camp of peace and democracy, and for peace-loving people throughout the world. On behalf of the Chinese people, the Chinese government, and on my own behalf, I extend to you and to the people and government of the Soviet Union our deepest condolences. The victory of the Chinese people's revolution is absolutely inseparable from Comrade Stalin's unceasing care, leadership, and support of over 30 years. Since the victory of the Chinese people's revolution, Comrade Stalin and the people and government of the Soviet Union, under his leadership, have rendered generous and selfless assistance to the Chinese people's cause of construction. Such a great and profound friendship as that which Comrade Stalin had for the Chinese people will be forever remembered with gratitude by the Chinese people. The immortal beacon of Comrade Stalin will forever illuminate the path on which the Chinese people march forward. Comrade Chairman, the glorious party of Lenin and Stalin and the great people and government of the Soviet Union will certainly have the brotherly confidence and support of the Communist Party of China, the Chinese people, and the Chinese government. With the greatest resolve, the Chinese people definitely will always and closely unite as one with the great Soviet people to consolidate and strengthen the world camp for peace and democracy headed by the Soviet Union, heighten their vigilance, redouble their efforts, strike at the provocateurs of war, and strive to the end for the lasting interest of the Soviet and Chinese peoples and of world peace and security. I believe that the laboring people and all progressive peace-loving people of the world will take the same path as we do, following the direction pointed out by Comrade Stalin, and take up the sacred cause of protecting world peace. Signed and dated in Beijing. The Greatest Friendship. March 9, 1953. Source, People's Daily, March 9, 1953. Comrade Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin, the greatest genius of the present age, the great teacher of the world communist movement, and the comrade in arms of the immortal Lenin, has departed from the world. Comrade Stalin's contribution to our era through his theoretical activities and practice is incalculable. Comrade Stalin represented our entire new age. His activities have led the Soviet people and the working people of all countries to turn around the whole world's situation. That is to say, the cause of justice and of people's democracy and socialism has achieved victory in an immense region of the world, a region embracing more than 800 million people, one-third of the Earth's population. Moreover, the influence of this victory is daily spreading to every corner of the world. The death of Comrade Stalin has caused the laboring people of the whole world to feel unparalleled and profound grief. It has stirred the hearts of just people throughout the world. This demonstrates that Comrade Stalin's cause and his thought have gripped the broad masses of the people throughout the world and have already become an invincible force, a force that will guide those people who have already achieved victory in achieving still more fresh victories, one after another, and, at the same time, will guide all those people who are still groaning under the oppression of the evil old world of capitalism so that they can strike courageously at the enemies of the people. After the death of Lenin, Comrade Stalin led the Soviet people in building into a magnificent socialist society, the first socialist state in the world, which he, together with the great Lenin, created at the time of the October Revolution. The victory of socialist construction in the Soviet Union was not only a victory for the people of the Soviet Union, but also a common victory for the people of the whole world. First, this victory proved in the most real, live terms the infinite correctness of Marxism-Leninism and concretely educated working people throughout the world on how they should advance toward a good life. Second, this victory ensured that during the Second World War humanity would have the strength to defeat the fascist beast. The achievement of victory in the anti-fascist war, and the glory for these victories should be attributed to our great Comrade Stalin. Comrade Stalin developed Marxist-Leninist theory in a comprehensive and epoch-making way and propelled the development of Marxism to a new stage. Comrade Stalin creatively developed Lenin's theory concerning the law of the uneven development of capitalism and the theory that it is possible for socialism to first achieve victory in one country. Comrade Stalin creatively contributed the theory of the general crisis of the capitalist system. He contributed the theory concerning the building of communism in the Soviet Union. He contributed the theory of the fundamental economic laws of present-day capitalism and of socialism. He contributed the theory of revolution in colonies and semi-colonies. Comrade Stalin also creatively developed Lenin's theory of party building. All these creative theories of Comrade Stalin's further united the workers throughout the world, further united the oppressed classes and oppressed people throughout the world, thereby enabling the struggle of the world's working class and all oppressed people for liberation and well-being and the victories in this struggle to reach unprecedented proportions. All of Comrade Stalin's writing are immortal documents of Marxism. His works, The Foundations of Leninism, The History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolshevik, and his last great work, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, constitute an encyclopedia of Marxism-Leninism, a synthesis of the experience of the world communist movement of the past 100 years. His speech at the 19th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is a precious last testament bequeathed to the communists of all the countries of the world. We Chinese communists, like the communists of all countries, search for our own road to victory in the great works of Comrade Stalin. Since the death of Lenin, Comrade Stalin has always been the central figure in the world communist movement. We rallied around him, constantly asked his advice, and constantly drew ideological strength from his works. Comrade Stalin was full of warmth for the oppressed peoples of the East. Do not forget the East. This was Comrade Stalin's great call after the October Revolution. Everyone knows that Comrade Stalin warmly loved the Chinese people and regarded the might of the Chinese Revolution as incalculable. On the question of the Chinese Revolution, he contributed his exalted wisdom. It was by following the teachings of Lenin and Stalin, along with having the support of the great Soviet state and all the revolutionary forces of other countries, that the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people achieved their historic victory a few years ago. Now we have lost our great teacher and most sincere friend Comrade Stalin. What a misfortune this is! The sorrow that this misfortune has brought us cannot be described in words. Our task is to transform sorrow into strength. In memory of our great teacher Stalin, the great friendship between the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people on the one hand and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet people on the other, formed in the name of Stalin, will never cease to be strengthened. The Chinese Communists and the Chinese people will further intensify the study of Stalin's teachings and the study of Soviet science and technology in order to build our country. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union is a party nurtured personally by Lenin and Stalin. It is the most advanced, the most experienced, and the most theoretically cultivated party in the world. This party has been our model in the past, is our model at present, and will still be our model in the future. We fully believe that the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the government of the Soviet Union headed by Comrade Malenkov will definitely be able to carry on Comrade Stalin's unfinished work and push the great cause of communism forward and carry it to greater and more glorious development. There is not the slightest doubt that the camp of world peace, democracy, and socialism headed by the Soviet Union will become even more united and even more powerful. In the past 30 years, Comrade Stalin's teachings and the model of the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union have facilitated a major step forward for the world. Now that the Soviet Union has become so powerful, the Chinese People's Revolution has achieved such great victories, construction in the various people's democracies has achieved such great success, the movement of the peoples of various countries throughout the world against oppression and aggression has risen to such heights, and our front of friendship and solidarity is so consolidated, we can say with complete certainty that we are not afraid of any imperialist aggression. Any imperialist aggression will be smashed by us, and all their despicable provocation will be to no avail. The reason that the great friendship between the peoples of the two countries, China and the Soviet Union, is unbreakable is that our friendship has been built on the great principles of the internationalism of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. The friendship between the peoples of the two countries, China and the Soviet Union, and the peoples of the various peoples' democracies, as well as with all the people who love peace, democracy, and justice in all the countries of the world, is also built upon these great principles of internationalism and consequently is also unbreakable. Clearly, the strength created by this kind of friendship of ours is inexhaustible and truly invincible. Let all imperialist aggressors and warmongers tremble before our great friendship. Long live the teaching of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. Immortal glory to the heroic name of the great Stalin. Criticize Han chauvinism. March 16, 1953. Inter-party directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. In some places the relations between nationalities are far from normal. For communists this is an intolerable situation. We must go to the root and criticize the Han chauvinist ideas which exist to a serious degree among many party members and cadres, namely, the reactionary ideas of the landlord class and the bourgeoisie, or the ideas characteristic of the Kuomintang, which are manifested in the relations between nationalities. Mistakes in this respect must be corrected at once. Delegations led by comrades who are familiar with our nationality policy and full of sympathy for our minority nationality compatriots still suffering from discrimination should be sent to visit the areas where there are minority nationalities, make a serious effort at investigation and study and help party and government organizations in the localities discover and solve problems. The visits should not be those of looking at flowers on horseback. Judging from the mass of information on hand, the Central Committee holds that wherever there are minority nationalities the general rule is that there are problems calling for solution, and in some cases very serious ones. On the surface all is quiet, but actually there are some very serious problems. What has come to light in various places in the last 2 or 3 years shows that Han chauvinism exists almost everywhere. It will be very dangerous if we fail now to give timely education and resolutely overcome Han chauvinism in the party and among the people. The problem in the relations between nationalities which reveals itself in the party and among the people in many places is the existence of Han chauvinism to a serious degree and not just a matter of its vestiges. In other words, bourgeois ideas dominate the minds of those comrades and people who have had no Marxist education and have not grasped the nationality policy of the Central Committee. Therefore, Education must be assiduously carried out so that this problem can be solved step by step. Moreover, the newspapers should publish more articles based on specific facts to criticize Han chauvinism openly and educate the party members and the people. Solve the problem of the 5 excesses. March 19, 1953. Inter-party directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 1. In our work in the rural areas there are problems involving the serious alienation of our party and government organizations from the peasant masses and violations of the interests of the peasants and peasant activists. These are known as the 5 excesses. The 5 excesses consist of an excess of assignments, an excess of meetings and training courses, an excess of documents, written reports, and statistical forms, an excess of organizations, and an excess of side jobs for activists. These problems have existed for a long time. With regard to some of them, the Central Committee has issued directives to party committees at various levels, urging them to give such problems proper attention and kind solutions. But far from being solved, the problems are becoming more and more serious. This is because the issue has never been systematically raised in its totality and, what is more important, no struggle has ever been waged against decentralism and bureaucracy on the part of the leading party and government organs at the 5 levels: central, greater administrative area, provincial, municipal, prefectural, and county. 4. Generally speaking, the 5 excesses in the districts and townships are not a local product but stem from above and are the consequences of decentralism and bureaucracy existing to a serious degree in the leading party and government organs at the county level and above. Some of the 5 excesses are a legacy of the periods of the Revolutionary War and agrarian reform and have remained unchanged to this day. Therefore, in carrying out the Central Committee's directive to combat bureaucracy, commandism, and violations of the law and of discipline, we must put stress on overcoming bureaucracy and decentralism in the leading organs during Red, and alter those rules and practices which have outlived their usefulness. Only thus can the problems be solved. As for the authority of the leading organs at various levels to assign tasks, call meetings, and organize training courses, send out documents and statistical forms or ask for reports from subordinate units, determine the organizational structure of districts and townships and use the activists in the villages, from now on it is up to the leading comrades in charge of the party committee and government at the county level and above to define the proper limits in the light of what is feasible. In some cases it is up to the central authorities to define the limits for all concerned. In the past, many departments of the party, government, and people's organizations at all levels, each on its own, gave assignments to the subordinate units, casually summoned subordinates and village activists to meetings or training courses, issued floods of documents and statistical forms and thoughtlessly demanded reports from subordinates and villages. All these undesirable rules and practices must be resolutely abolished and replaced by ones that are standardized under the leadership and suited to the needs of the actual situation. As for the great variety of committees in every township and the excess of side jobs for activists, these too should be changed firmly but gradually since they hamper production and alienate the masses. 2. With regard to the departments of the party, government, and people's organizations at the national level, the Central Committee charges the responsible comrades of the Organization Department of the Central Committee, the Administration Council of the Central People's Government and its subsidiary financial and economic, cultural and educational, and political and judicial committees with the task of quickly clearing away all practices that have given rise to the 5 excesses, working out appropriate rules and practices and reporting to the Central Committee. 3. In the greater administrative areas and the provinces and municipalities, the comrades in charge of Central Committee bureaus and sub-bureaus, provincial and municipal party committees and the administrative apparatuses at the corresponding levels are held responsible for tackling the problem of the 5 excesses, working out solutions and reporting to the Central Committee. To this end, the Central Committee bureaus and sub-bureaus and the provincial and municipal party committees are each requested to send out an inspection team for the specific purpose of looking into this problem of the 5 excesses and to review the situation in 1 or 2 districts and townships, and in the city, 1 or 2 districts and neighborhoods, under their administration, so as to gather reference material for solutions. 4. The provincial party committees are held accountable for giving guidance to the prefectures and counties in solving their problem of the 5 excesses. 5. Agricultural production is the overriding task in the countryside, to it all other tasks play a supporting role. Any assignment or method of work that hinders the production of the peasants must be avoided. Our present-day agricultural economy remains basically a scattered small peasant economy where old-fashioned implements are used. This is vastly different from the mechanized collective farming of the Soviet Union. Therefore, in the present transition period we cannot introduce unified and planned production in agriculture, except on the state farms, and interfere too much with the peasants. We can only guide agricultural production and coordinate it with industrial production by our pricing policy and necessary and practicable economic and political work so that it can be integrated into the national economic plan. Any plan for agriculture or any assignment for the rural areas which goes beyond this is bound to be unworkable and is certain to evoke peasant opposition and alienate our party from the peasant masses who constitute over 80% of our population. This can be very dangerous indeed. The problem of the 5 excesses in our work in the districts and townships is in a large measure a reflection of such excessive interference with the peasants, and in a smaller measure a survival of practices that arose out of the needs of the Revolutionary War and the agrarian reform. It has aroused their dissatisfaction, so there must be a change. Liu Shaoqi and Yang Shangkun criticized for breach of discipline in issuing documents in the name of the Central Committee without authorization. May 19, 1953. Comrade Mao Zedong's written criticisms of Liu Shaoqi and Yang Shangkun. 1. From now on, all documents and telegrams sent out in the name of the Central Committee can be dispatched only after I have gone over them, otherwise they are invalid. Please take note. 2. 1. Please assume responsibility for checking on the telegrams and documents dispatched in the name of the Central Committee or the Military Commission in the period from August 1 last year. Those issued before August 1 have been checked, to May 5 this year to see if there are any which I have not gone over and if so how many, not counting those issued during my absence on tours of inspection or on sick leave, and let me know the results. 2. On several occasions resolutions adopted at meetings called by the Central Committee, which I had not gone over, were issued without authorization. This is a mistake and a breach of discipline. Refute right deviationist views that depart from the general line. June 15, 1953. Part of a speech at a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Here Comrade Mao Zedong refuted the right opportunist views, such as firmly establish the new democratic social order, put forward by Liu Shaoqi and others. The general line or the general task of the party for the transition period 1 is basically to accomplish the industrialization of the country and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce in 10 to 15 years, or a little longer. This general line is a beacon illuminating our work in all fields. Do not depart from this general line, otherwise left or right mistakes will occur. Some people think the period of transition is too long and give way to impatience. This will lead to left deviationist mistakes. Others have remained where they were after the victory of the democratic revolution. They fail to realize there is a change in the character of the revolution and they go on pushing their new democracy instead of socialist transformation. This will lead to right deviationist mistakes. Take our agriculture for instance. The socialist road is the only road for it. The party's central task in the rural areas is to develop the mutual aid and cooperative movement and constantly raise productivity in agriculture. The right deviation manifests itself in 3 remarks. Firmly establish the new democratic social order. That's a harmful formulation. In the transition period changes are taking place all the time and socialist factors are emerging every day. How can this new democratic social order be firmly established? It would be very difficult indeed to establish it firmly. For instance, private industry and commerce are being transformed, and if an order is established in the second half of the year, it will no longer hold firm next year. And changes are taking place in mutual aid and cooperation in agriculture from year to year too. The period of transition is full of contradictions and struggles. Our present revolutionary struggle is even more profound than the revolutionary armed struggle of the past. It is a revolution that will bury the capitalist system and all other systems of exploitation once and for all. The idea, firmly establish the new democratic social order, goes against the realities of our struggle and hinders the progress of the socialist cause. Move from new democracy towards socialism. That's a vague formulation. Moving towards the goal and nothing more, moving towards it year in year out and still moving towards it after a lapse of 15 years? Merely moving towards it means that the goal has not been reached. The formulation sounds plausible but does not bear scrutiny. Sustain private property. Since the middle peasants are afraid of becoming too conspicuous and having their property communized, some people have raised this slogan to put them at ease, but that is not right. We have proposed a step-by-step transition to socialism. This is a better formulation. When we say step-by-step, we mean that the steps are to be spread out over 15 years and over the 12 months in each year. Going too fast means erring to the left, standing still means erring too much to the right. We must oppose left and right deviations and make a step-by-step transition until the whole process is completed. The Youth League in its work must take the characteristics of youth into consideration. June 30, 1953. Talk by Comrade Mao Zedong when he received the Presidium of the Second National Congress of the New Democratic Youth League of China. The Youth League's assertion of independence from the party is already a thing of the past. Today, the trouble with the Youth League is its lack of independent activities, not its assertion of independence. The Youth League must coordinate its activities with the party's central tasks, but in so doing it must have its own independent activities and take the characteristics of youth into consideration. In 1952, in a talk with comrades of the Central Committee of the Youth League, I raised two questions for it to think over: first, how the party should lead the League's work, and second, how the League should do its work. Both involve consideration for the characteristics of youth. In various places the party committees have expressed satisfaction with the Youth League because the latter has coordinated its work with the party's central tasks. Now it is time to express dissatisfaction, that is, dissatisfaction with the Youth League's failure to arrange for independent activities that suit the characteristics of youth. The leading organs of the party and the League should learn how to lead the League in its work and, in order to organize and educate the mass of young people, they should be good at coordinating its activities with the party's central tasks and taking the characteristics of youth into consideration. Under the party's leadership, the Youth League has been active in every field of revolutionary work and has a great deal to its credit. Our revolutionary cause, whether in the factories, on the farms, in the army units or in the schools, cannot succeed without the young people. China's youth are well disciplined and they have fulfilled all the tasks assigned them by the party. Now that the war is coming to an end in Korea and the agrarian reform is completed, the emphasis in our work at home is being switched over to socialist transformation and socialist construction. This makes study imperative. The Youth League must know how to lead the young people in making a common effort with older people to do a good job in agriculture in the countryside, in industry in the cities, in studying at school, in performing their duties in offices as well as in training in army units to turn our national defense forces into a modernized army. Young people between 14 and 25 need to study and work, but as youth is the age of physical growth, much is imperiled if their health is neglected. The young need to study much more, for they have to learn many things older people already know. However, they must not be overloaded with either study or work. And the 14 to 18-year-olds in particular should not be made to work with the same intensity as grown UPS. Young people, being what they are, need more time for play, recreation, and sports. Otherwise they won't be happy. And in time they will fall in love and get married. In all this they are different from older people. I would like to say a few words to our young people. First, I wish them good health. Second, I wish them success in their study, and third, I wish them success in their work. I would suggest that all students be given an additional hour of sleep. They are supposed to have 8 hours of sleep, but actually they take only 6 or 7 and generally feel they don't have enough. Young people at school are prone to nervous tension and so often find it hard to go to sleep and then hard to wake up. Be sure to make 9 hours of sleep a rule. An order to this effect should be issued and enforced, there should be no argument about it. Let young people have enough sleep, and the teachers too. The revolution has brought us many fine things but also one thing which is not so good. Everybody is much too active and enthusiastic, often getting tired out. Now we must make sure that everybody, including workers, peasants, soldiers, students and cotters, can keep fit. Of course, it does not necessarily mean that if you are good in health you will be good in study, for study must be done in the proper way. At present the classes in junior middle schools take too much of the students' time, and it would be preferable if they were cut down to suitable proportions. Meetings for activists are too frequent and should also be reduced. Study on the one hand and recreation, rest, and sleep on the other should both receive adequate attention. Young workers, peasants, and soldiers learn while they work, and so adequate attention should also be paid to their work and study as well as to their recreation, rest, and sleep. We should grasp the matter firmly at both ends, with study and work at one end and sleep, rest and recreation at the other. In the past, we firmly grasped one end, leaving the other end either not grasped at all or only half-heartedly so. Now it is necessary to arrange some recreation, for which there must be time and facilities, and this end should be firmly grasped too. The party Central Committee has decided to cut down the number of meetings and study hours, and you must see to it that this decision is carried out. Challenge anyone who refuses to do so. In short, young people should be enabled to keep fit, study well and work well. Some leading comrades are interested only in getting work out of young people and pay little attention to their health. You can quote the above to their faces. You are on firm ground, namely, you are protecting the younger generation so that it can grow sturdily. We of the older generation were deprived of our due, for adults simply didn't bother themselves about their children. Adults had a table to eat their meals at while children had to do without one. Children had no say in the family, and if they cried they were sure to get slapped. In the new China of today we must change our approach and think more in the interest of our children and youth. Young cotters must be elected to the League Central Committee. At the time of the Three Kingdoms, Cao led his huge army to the Yangtze River to attack the kingdom of Wu in eastern China. Zhou Yu, who was then a youth league member in age, was appointed commanding general of the Wu army. Cheng Piyu and other battle-seasoned generals protested but were later persuaded into accepting his command, and in the end the battle was won. Now we want the present-day Zhou Yes to sit on the League Central Committee, and yet people won't hear of it. For the League Central Committee only older people are candidates, very few young. Will that do? Of course, we can't judge by age alone, ability also counts. Originally there were only 9 people under 30 on the list of candidates for the League Central Committee, but after discussion by the Party Central Committee their number has been increased to more than 60, and even so that makes up only a little over 1/4. Those over 30 still form almost 3/4 of the total, and yet some comrades complain that this number is not big enough. I think it's quite enough. Some comrades say they are not so sure whether all these 60-odd young people are competent in every way. We should have full confidence in our young people, most of them will prove equal to their jobs. A few may prove incompetent, but there is no need to worry, they can be replaced by later elections. In this way the basic orientation will not be wrong. The young are not our inferiors. Old people have more experience, which of course is a strong point, but on the other hand their physical powers are declining, their eyesight and hearing are not so sharp as before and their limbs not so agile as those of the young. This is a law of nature. It is necessary to convince those comrades who disagree. The youth league organizations should give consideration to the characteristics of youth and have their own sphere of work, but at the same time they should submit to the leadership of the party committees at the corresponding levels. This is nothing new but something of long standing and has always been a tenet of Marxism. This is to proceed from reality. After all, youth is youth, or else why bother to have a youth league? Young people are different from adults and so are young women from young men. Disregard these characteristics and you will alienate yourselves from the masses. Now you have 9 million league members, and if you neglect the characteristics of youth, probably only 1 million will support you and 8 million will not. In its work, the Youth League must make allowance for the majority of its members and at the same time pay attention to the advanced ones. This may not satisfy some of the advanced elements, for they want the league organization to make stricter demands on the entire membership. This is not really proper, you must try to convince them. The draft constitution of the league lays down far too many obligations and too few rights. There should be some leeway so that the majority can keep in step. You should focus your attention on the many and not just on the few. It is stipulated in your draft constitution that a member will be considered to have automatically withdrawn from the league if he fails to take part in its regular cell meetings for 4 months. This is much too severe. Even the party constitution allows 6 months, can't you do the same? Don't put into the league constitution what is impossible to carry out or what is possible for only 1 million members, not for the other 8 million. There must be flexibility in applying principles. There is a gap between what ought to be and what actually is. It takes years for some laws to be fully carried out. For instance, many of the articles in the marriage law are programmatic and their thorough implementation will take at least a period of 3 5-year plans. The article "Don't gossip behind people's back," while correct in principle, need not be put into the league constitution. To combat liberalism is a long-term task, and it exists even in the party to no small extent. You may prohibit backbiting, but actually it won't work. Don't impose too narrow limits. The essential thing is to make a clear distinction between ourselves and the enemy. Prestige is built up gradually. There was a time when some people in the army made up ditties to abuse others. We imposed no ban nor made any investigation, yet our army was not wrecked. We had a firm grip on a few major things only, such as the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention, and our armed forces were steadily led onto the correct path. The true admiration the masses feel for their leaders derives from what they come to know of them in the course of revolutionary practice. Trust comes out of real understanding. Now the League's Central Committee already enjoys a fairly high prestige. Although some people do not yet admire it, they will in the course of time. When a young man first takes office and is not rated high, there is no need to worry, for it is only to be expected that there will be some criticism and abuse. Whispers exist for lack of an open outlet for views. If there is full democracy and you allow others to touch you on the raw in face-to-face encounters, then even if you want people to go on whispering, they will say they have no time for that now and want to call it a day. Nevertheless, problems will always crop up, and don't imagine that they can be solved once and for all. There are problems today and there will be problems tomorrow. The party's general task for the transition period is basically to accomplish socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce in the course of 3 5-year plans. 3 5-year plans cover a period of 15 years. Make a small step each year and a big stride every 5 years, and with 3 big strides the work is almost done. Basically accomplished does not mean completely accomplished. To say it is basically accomplished is a prudent way of speaking. It is always better to be prudent in everything we do. At this stage China's agricultural economy is by and large individual in nature, and it needs step-by-step socialist transformation. The principle of voluntary participation must be adhered to in promoting the mutual aid and cooperative movement in agriculture. Failure to promote it will lead to the capitalist road, and that will be a right deviation. To push it too hard won't do either, for that will be a left deviation. The movement must proceed step by step after due preparation. We are always against fighting a battle without being prepared and being sure of victory, or fighting a battle when prepared but not sure of victory. In the days when we fought Chiang Kai-shek, some people erred on the side of subjectivism at the outset, but later when this subjectivism was overcome through rectification, we emerged the victors. We are now engaged in the battle for socialism, fighting to accomplish socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce. This is the general task set for the whole nation. As to how the Youth League is to carry out this general task, you should lay down appropriate guidelines in the light of the characteristics of youth. On State Capitalism. July 9, 1953. Written comment on a document of the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work held in the summer of 1953. The present-day capitalist economy in China is a capitalist economy which for the most part is under the control of the people's government and which is linked with the state-owned socialist economy in various forms and supervised by the workers. It is not an ordinary but a particular kind of capitalist economy, namely, a state capitalist economy of a new type. It exists not chiefly to make profits for the capitalists but to meet the needs of the people and the state. True, a share of the profits produced by the workers goes to the capitalists, but that is only a small part, about 1/4, of the total. The remaining 3/4 are produced for the workers, in the form of the welfare fund, for the state, in the form of income tax, and for expanding productive capacity, a small part of which produces profits for the capitalists. Therefore, this state capitalist economy of a new type takes on a socialist character to a very great extent and benefits the workers and the state. The party's general line for the transition period. August 1953. Important directive written by Comrade Mao Zedong when he went over the summing up to be made by Comrade Zhou Enlai at the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work held in the summer of 1953. The time between the founding of the People's Republic of China and the basic completion of socialist transformation is a period of transition. The party's general line or general task for the transition period is basically to accomplish the country's industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce over a fairly long period of time. This general line should be the beacon illuminating all our work, and wherever we deviate from it, we shall make right or left mistakes. Many policies under this general line were already set forth and decided upon in principle in the resolution adopted at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee held in March 1949. Nevertheless, many comrades were not inclined to work in accordance with the decisions of the second plenary session and on some matters preferred to go their own way contrary to the session's decisions or even openly violated its principles. Combat bourgeois ideas in the party. August 12, 1953. Speech at the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work held in the summer of 1953. Our conference has been a success, and Premier Zhou has made a fine summing up. It is now clear that since the movements against the 3 evils and the 5 evils 2 kinds of mistake which are different in nature have been found in the party. One kind is of an ordinary nature, for instance, the 5 excesses, mistakes which anyone can make and which may crop up at any time. The 5 excesses may also turn into the 5 deficiencies. The other kind is mistakes of principle, such as the tendency towards capitalism. This kind is a reflection of bourgeois ideas within the party and a matter of stand that is contrary to Marxism-Leninism. The movements against the 3 evils and the 5 evils dealt heavy blows to bourgeois ideas inside the party. But at the time only bourgeois ideas related to corruption and waste got a good thrashing, while those manifesting themselves in questions concerning the party line were not dealt with. The latter are to be found not only in our financial and economic work but also in political and judicial, cultural and educational and other fields, and among comrades in the localities as well as at the national level. Mistakes in our financial and economic work have been severely criticized ever since last December when Comrade Po Ipo came out with his new tax system entailing equality between public and private enterprises and also at the present conference. That system, if allowed to develop, would have led inevitably to capitalism, in contravention of Marxism-Leninism and the party's general line for the transition period. What will the transition period lead to, socialism or capitalism? The party's general line prescribes transition to socialism. This requires a period of struggle of considerable length. Unlike that of Chiang Tzu-shan, too, the mistake made in the new tax system involves a question of ideology and a departure from the party's general line. We must unfold a struggle in the party against bourgeois ideas. Ideologically, the party membership falls into three categories. Some comrades are firm and unwavering and are Marxist-Leninist in their thinking, quite a number are essentially Marxist-Leninist but infected with non-Marxist-Leninist ideas, and a small number are no good, their thinking is non-Marxist-Leninist. In criticizing Po Ipo's erroneous ideas, some say his mistake stems from petty bourgeois individualism. That's not quite right. He should be criticized mainly for his bourgeois ideas, which are favorable to capitalism and harmful to socialism. Only such criticism is correct. Left opportunist mistakes, as we said before, are a reflection of petty bourgeois fanaticism within the party. They occurred in times when we broke with the bourgeoisie. On the three occasions when we have cooperated with the bourgeoisie, namely, in the first period of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, in the period of the War of Resistance against Japan and in the present period, it has been bourgeois ideology that has influenced a number of people in the party, and they have vacillated. That was how Po Ipo came to make his mistake. Po Ipo's mistake is not an isolated case. Such mistakes are found not only at the national level but also at those of the greater administrative areas and the provinces and municipalities. Each greater administrative area, each province and municipality, should call a meeting to review its work in the light of the resolution of the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee and of the summing up of the present conference, so as to educate the cadres. Recently I made a trip to Wuhan and Nanking and learned a lot, which was very helpful. Practically nothing comes to my ear in Peking, and therefore I shall go on tour from time to time. The central leading organ is a factory which turns out ideas as its products. If it does not know what is going on at the lower levels, gets no raw material or has no semi-processed products to work on, how can it turn out any products? Sometimes finished products are turned out by the localities, and the central leading organ need only popularize them throughout the country. For instance, take the movements against the old and new three evils. Both were initiated in the localities. The departments under the central authorities issue directives arbitrarily. The products from these departments ought to be top grade, but actually they are inferior in quality and there are large numbers of completely worthless rejects. Leading organs in the greater administrative areas and the provinces and municipalities are local factories for turning out ideas, and their products should be top grade too. Po Ipo's mistake is a manifestation of bourgeois ideas. It benefits capitalism and harms socialism and semi-socialism and runs counter to the resolution of the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. On whom should we rely? On the working class, or on the bourgeoisie? The resolution of the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee made it clear long ago, we must wholeheartedly rely on the working class. The resolution also says that in the rehabilitation and development of production the following must be the rule: the production of state industry comes first, that of private industry second and handicraft production third. The emphasis is on industry, and first of all on heavy industry, which is owned by the state. Of the 5 sectors of our present-day economy, the state-owned economy is the leading sector. Capitalist industry and commerce must be gradually guided towards state capitalism. The resolution of the second plenary session says that the livelihood of the workers and other working people is to improve on the basis of increased production. People with bourgeois ideas pay no attention to this point, and Po Ipo is typical in this respect. We must lay emphasis on the development of production, but consideration must be given to both the development of production and the improvement of the people's livelihood. Something must be done for their material well-being, but neither too much nor nothing at all. At present there are quite a few cadres who ignore the people's livelihood and couldn't care less about their sufferings. There was a regiment in Kweichow province which occupied large tracts of peasant farmland. That was a serious encroachment on the people's interests. It is wrong to ignore the people's livelihood, but the emphasis must be laid on production and construction. The question of utilizing, restricting, and transforming the capitalist sector of the economy was also made quite clear at the second plenary session. The resolution it adopted says that the private capitalist economy must not be allowed to expand uncurbed but should be restricted from several directions in the scope of its operations, by tax policy and by market prices and working conditions. The relationship of the socialist economy to the capitalist economy is that of the leader to the led. Restriction versus opposition to restriction is the main form of class struggle in the new democratic state. Now the new tax system talks about equality between public and private enterprises, that is at variance with the line which makes the state-owned economy the leading sector. As for the cooperative transformation of individual farming and handicrafts, the resolution of the second plenary session puts it clearly. Such cooperatives are collective economic organizations of the working people, based on private ownership and under the direction of the state power led by the proletariat. The fact that the Chinese people are culturally backward and have no tradition in organizing cooperatives makes it quite difficult for us to promote and develop the cooperative movement, but cooperatives can and must be organized and they must be promoted and developed. If we had only a state-owned economy and no cooperative economy, it would be impossible for us to lead the individual economy of the working people step by step towards collectivization, impossible to develop from the new democratic state to the socialist state of the future, and impossible to consolidate the leadership of the proletariat in the state power. This resolution was adopted in March 1949, but quite a few comrades have failed to take note of it, and what is no longer news strikes them as novel. In his article Strengthen the Party's Political Work in the Rural Areas, Po Ipo said that the individual peasant's road to collectivization through mutual aid and cooperation is sheer fantasy, because the present mutual aid teams, based as they are on the individual economy, cannot develop gradually into collective farms, still less can such a road lead to the collectivization of agriculture as a whole. This runs counter to the party's resolution. There are now two united fronts, two alliances. One is the alliance of the working class and the peasants, this is the foundation. The other is the alliance of the working class and the national bourgeoisie. As the peasants are laborers and not exploiters, the alliance of the working class and the peasants is a long-term one. Nevertheless, there are contradictions between the working class and the peasants. We should guide the peasants step by step from individual ownership to collective ownership in accordance with the voluntary principle. In the future there will also be contradictions between state ownership and collective ownership. These contradictions are all non-antagonistic. On the other hand, the contradictions between the working class and the bourgeoisie are antagonistic. The bourgeoisie is sure to corrode people and aim its sugar-coated bullets at them. Its sugar-coated bullets are of two kinds, material and spiritual. A spiritual one hit its target, Po Ipo. He made his mistake because he succumbed to the influence of bourgeois ideas. The editorial preaching the new tax system was applauded by the bourgeoisie, and Po Ipo was pleased. Before the new tax system was initiated, he solicited suggestions from the bourgeoisie and reached a gentleman's agreement with them, but he failed to report to the Central Committee. The Ministry of Commerce and the Federation of Supply and Marketing Cooperatives objected at the time, and the Ministry of Light Industry was dissatisfied too. Of the 1,100,000 cadres and employees working in the financial, economic, and trade fields, the overwhelming majority are good and only a small number are not. Those who are not fall into two categories: counter-revolutionaries, who should be weeded out, and revolutionaries, including party members and non-party personnel, who have made mistakes and who should therefore be remolded through criticism and education. To ensure the triumph of the cause of socialism, we must combat erroneous right opportunist tendencies, that is, bourgeois ideas, throughout the party, and first of all in the leading bodies of the party, government, army, and mass organizations at the national level and at those of the greater administrative areas and the provinces and municipalities. The greater administrative areas and the provinces and municipalities should call meetings in due time with the participation of secretaries of prefectural party committees and commissioners of prefectures to unfold criticism and discussion and to clarify the question of the socialist road versus the capitalist road. To ensure the triumph of the cause of socialism, we must exercise collective leadership and oppose decentralism and subjectivism. At present we must combat subjectivism, not only in the form of rash advance but also in the form of conservatism. In the days of the new democratic revolution both right and left subjectivist mistakes occurred. Chen Tuxiu and Chang Kuo-tao made right mistakes and Wang Ming first left mistakes and then right ones. The rectification movement in Yan'an concentrated its efforts on combating dogmatism and opposed empiricism in passing. Both dogmatism and empiricism are forms of subjectivism. No revolution can triumph unless theory is integrated with practice. The problem was solved in that rectification movement. We were right in adopting the policy of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient. This time the unrelenting and thoroughgoing criticism of Po Ipo is designed to help those who have erred correct their mistakes and to ensure the victorious advance of socialism. In the present period of the socialist revolution subjectivism is still in evidence. Rash advance and conservatism both disregard the actual state of affairs, both are subjectivist. The revolution and construction cannot succeed unless subjectivism is overcome. In the days of the democratic revolution rectification served to correct the error of subjectivism and in consequence the whole party was united, including both the comrades who had adhered to the correct line and those who had made mistakes. From Yan'an they set out for different war theaters, and the whole party, pulling its weight as one man, went on to win nationwide victory. Today, the cadres are more mature and their political level is higher, and it is hoped that it will not take long for them basically to overcome subjectivism in their task of leadership and bring the subjective into correspondence with the objective through their efforts. The solution of all these problems hinges on strengthening collective leadership and opposing decentralism. We have all along opposed decentralism. The directive issued by the Central Committee to its bureaus and the army commanders on February 2, 1941 stipulated that all circular telegrams, declarations, and inter-party directives bearing on the country as a whole must have the prior approval of the Central Committee. In May, the Central Committee issued a directive calling for unified external propaganda by the various base areas. On July 1 of the same year, on the 20th anniversary of the founding of the party, the Central Committee issued its decision on strengthening party spirit with the emphasis on combating decentralism. In 1948 the Central Committee issued more directives to the same effect. It issued a directive on setting up a system of reports on January 7 and a supplementary directive in March. The Political Bureau met in September and adopted a resolution on rules governing reports to and requests for instructions from the Central Committee. On September 20, the Central Committee made a decision on strengthening the party committee system. On March 10, 1953 the Central Committee adopted a decision on strengthening its leadership over the work of the government in order to avert the danger of government departments drifting away from its leadership. Centralization and decentralization are in constant contradiction with each other. Decentralism has grown since we moved into the cities. To resolve this contradiction, all the principal and important issues must first be discussed and decided on by the party committee before its decisions are referred to the government for implementation. For instance, such important decisions as the erection of the monument to the heroes of the people in Tiananmen Square and the demolition of Peking city walls were made by the Central Committee and carried out by the government. Matters of secondary importance can be left to the leading party groups in government departments. It just won't do for the Central Committee to monopolize everything. Combating decentralism will win maximum popular approval because most comrades in the party care about collective leadership. Party members fall into three categories in their attitude towards collective leadership. Those in the first category care about collective leadership. Those in the second do not care so much, maintaining that the party committees had better leave them alone, but they don't mind being supervised. Better leave me alone reveals a lack of party spirit, while don't mind being supervised shows some measure of party spirit. We must seize on this don't mind being supervised and help such comrades by education and persuasion to overcome their lack of party spirit. Otherwise, each ministry would go its own way and the Central Committee could not supervise the ministries, the ministers could not supervise the department and bureau heads, and the division heads could not supervise the section chiefs. No one, in short, could supervise anyone. In consequence, independent kingdoms would proliferate and hundreds of feudal princes would emerge. Those in the third category are only a handful. They flatly reject collective leadership and always prefer to be left alone. The decision on strengthening party spirit puts the stress on the strict observance of discipline under democratic centralism. In other words, the minority is subordinate to the majority, the individual to the organization, the lower level to the higher level and the entire party to the Central Committee, a case of subordinating the majority to the minority, as this minority represents the majority. Opinions are welcome, but to undermine party unity would be a most shameful thing. It is reliance on the political experience and wisdom of the collective that can guarantee the correct leadership of the party and the state and the unshakable unity of the ranks of the party. At this conference Liu Shaoqi said he had made mistakes of a sort, and Comrade Teng Xiaoping said he too had made some mistakes. Whoever makes a mistake must make a self-criticism, and everybody without exception must put himself under the party's supervision and the leadership of party committees at various levels. This is a prime requirement for fulfilling the party's tasks. Throughout the country there are quite a number of people who thrive on anarchy, and Po Ipo is one such person. To some extent he has been corrupted both politically and ideologically and it is absolutely necessary to criticize him. One final point. We must foster modesty, willingness to learn and perseverance. We must have perseverance. In the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, for instance, we hit U.S. imperialism where it hurt and struck fear into its heart. This was an asset, an important factor, in our country's construction. What was of the utmost importance was that our armed forces were thus steeled, the fighters displaying valor and the commanders' resourcefulness. True, we suffered casualties and incurred a cost, we paid a price. But we had absolutely no fear of sacrifice. Once we set our mind on doing something, we saw it through. When Hu Tsungnan attacked the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region, we did not pull out although we had only one county seat left, and we thought nothing of it when we had to live on the leaves of the trees. This is the kind of fortitude we must have. We must study and must not become conceited or look down on others. Goose eggs don't think much of chicken eggs and the ferrous metals don't think much of rare metals. Such a disdainful attitude is not scientific. Although China is a big country and ours is a big party, there is no reason to look down on small countries or small parties. We must always be ready to learn from the people of fraternal countries and maintain a genuine internationalist spirit. In our foreign trade some people are arrogant and overweening, and this is wrong. Education must be conducted in the whole party, and particularly among people working abroad. We must study hard and work hard so as basically to accomplish socialist industrialization and socialist transformation in 15 years or a little longer. By then our country will have become strong, yet we should still be modest and should always be ready to learn. There are several regulations which were adopted at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee but not written into its resolution. The first is a ban on birthday celebrations. Birthday celebrations don't beget longevity. The important thing is to do our work well. The second is a ban on gifts, at least in the party. The third is to keep toasts to a minimum. Toasts may be allowed on certain occasions. The fourth is to keep applause to a minimum. There should be no ban and no pouring of cold water on the masses who applaud out of enthusiasm. The fifth is a ban on naming places after persons. The sixth is a ban on placing Chinese comrades on a par with Marx, Engels, Lenin, or Stalin. Our relationship to them is one of pupils to teachers and that is how it should be. Observance of these regulations is true modesty. In short, we must remain modest, be willing to learn, retain our perseverance and adhere to the system of collective leadership so as to achieve socialist transformation and attain victory for socialism. The only road for the transformation of capitalist industry and commerce. September 7, 1953. Outline for a talk to representative personages from the Democratic parties and industrial and commercial circles on September 7, 1953. The transformation of capitalism into socialism is to be accomplished through state capitalism. In the last 3 years or so we have done some work on this, but as we were otherwise occupied, we didn't exert ourselves enough. From now on we should make a bigger effort. With more than 3 years of experience behind us, we can say with certainty that accomplishing the socialist transformation of private industry and commerce by means of state capitalism is a relatively sound policy and method. The policy laid down in Article 31 of the Common Program 1 should now be clearly understood and concretely applied step by step. Clearly understood means that people in positions of leadership at the central and local levels should first of all have the firm conviction that state capitalism is the only road for the transformation of capitalist industry and commerce and for the gradual completion of the transition to socialism. So far this has not been the case either with members of the Communist Party or with democratic personages. The present meeting too is being held to achieve that end. Make steady progress and avoid being too hasty. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to lead the country's private industry and commerce basically onto the path of state capitalism, so there should be no cause for alarm or uneasiness. Joint state-private management, orders placed by the state with private enterprises to process materials or manufacture goods, with the state providing all the raw materials and taking all the finished products, and similarly placed orders, with the state taking not all but most of the finished products. These are the 3 forms of state capitalism to be adopted in the case of private industry. State capitalism can also be applied in the case of private commerce, which cannot possibly be dismissed by excluding it. Here our experience is limited and further study is needed. With approximately 3,800,000 workers and shop assistants, private industry and commerce are a big asset to the state and play a large part in the nation's economy and the people's livelihood. Not only do they provide the state with goods, but they can also accumulate capital and train cadres for the state. Some capitalists keep themselves at a great distance from the state and have not changed their profits before everything mentality. Some workers are advancing too fast and won't allow the capitalists to make any profit at all. We should try to educate these workers and capitalists and help them gradually, but the sooner the better, adapt themselves to our state policy, namely, to make China's private industry and commerce mainly serve the nation's economy and the people's livelihood and partly earn profits for the capitalists and in this way embark on the path of state capitalism. The following table shows the distribution of profits in state capitalist enterprises. Income tax 34.5%. Welfare fund 15%. Accumulation fund 30%. Dividends to capitalists 20.5%. Underscore 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 on. Total 100%. 9. It is necessary to go on educating the capitalists in patriotism, and to this end we should systematically cultivate a number of them who have a broader vision and are ready to lean towards the Communist Party and the People's Government, so that most of the other capitalists may be convinced through them. 10. Not only must the implementation of state capitalism be based on what is necessary and feasible, see the Common Program, but it must also be voluntary on the part of the capitalists, because it is a cooperative undertaking and cooperation admits of no coercion. This is different from the way we dealt with the landlords. 11. Considerable progress has been made in the last few years by various nationalities, democratic classes, democratic parties, and people's organizations, and still greater progress will, in my opinion, be made in the next 3 to 5 years. So it is possible basically to accomplish the task of leading private industry and commerce onto the path of state capitalism in 3 to 5 years. The preponderance of state enterprises affords the material guarantee for the fulfillment of this task. 12. As for the completion of the task for the entire transition period, which consists of the basic accomplishment of the country's industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce, this cannot be done in 3 to 5 years, but will instead take a period of several 5-year plans. On this question it is necessary to oppose both the idea of leaving things to the indefinite future and the idea of rushing things through. 13. One is the leader while the other is the led. One seeks no private profit while the other still seeks a certain amount of private profit, and so on and so forth. That's where the differences lie. But under our present conditions, private industry and commerce in the main serve the nation's economy and the people's livelihood, which as far as the distribution of profits is concerned, take roughly 3/4 of the total. Therefore we can and should persuade the workers in private enterprises to act in the same way as those in state enterprises, namely, to increase production and practice economy, emulate one another in labor, raise labor productivity, reduce costs of production and raise both quantity and quality, thus serving the interest of both the state sector and the private sector and that of labor and capital. Our great victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea and our future tasks. September 12, 1953. Speech at the 24th session of the Central People's Government Council. After 3 years we have won a great victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. It has now come to a halt. To what was this victory due? Just now fellow members put it down to correct leadership. Leadership is one factor, nothing can succeed without correct leadership. But we won mainly because ours was a people's war, the whole nation gave it support and the people of China and Korea fought shoulder to shoulder. We fought U.S. imperialism, an enemy wielding weapons many times superior to ours, and yet we were able to win and compelled it to agree to a truce. Why was the truce possible? First, militarily the U.S. aggressors were in an unfavorable position and were on the receiving end. If they had not accepted the truce, their whole battle line would have been broken through and Seoul would have fallen into the hands of the Korean people. This situation became evident in the summer of last year. Each belligerent calls his own battle line a bastion of iron. Ours is truly a bastion of iron. Our soldiers and cadres are resourceful and brave and dare to look death in the face. In contrast, the U.S. aggressor troops are afraid of death, and their officers are rather rigid, not very flexible. Their battle line is not solid and is anything but a bastion of iron. The problems facing our side were first whether we could fight, then whether we could hold our lines, later whether we could ensure the flow of supplies, and finally whether we could foil the germ warfare. These 4 problems came one after the other and were all solved. Our troops grew from strength to strength in fighting. This summer, we were already able to break through an enemy position with its front of 21 kilometers within an hour, fire several 100,000 shells in a concentrated attack and penetrate the enemy area up to 18 kilometers. If we had kept this up and mounted 2, 3, or 4 more attacks, his whole battle line would have been cut to pieces. Second, politically the enemy had many insoluble internal contradictions, and the people the world over demanded peace. Third, economically the enemy spent vast sums in the war of aggression against Korea, and his budgetary revenues and expenditures were not balanced. All these causes combined to force the enemy to come to terms. The first was the primary cause, and in its absence a truce with the enemy would have been difficult. The U.S. imperialists are very arrogant. If at all possible, they always refuse to talk reason, and will do so after a fashion only when driven into a tight corner. In the Korean War the enemy suffered 1,090,000 in killed and wounded. Naturally we paid a price too. Nevertheless, our casualties were far fewer than anticipated and they became still fewer after tunnels were built. We grew stronger and stronger through fighting. The Americans failed to undermine our positions, on the contrary, their units were always wiped out by us. Just now you all mentioned the factor of leadership. In my view, leadership is one factor, but the most important factor is the contribution of ideas by the masses. Our cadres and soldiers thought up all sorts of ways to fight the enemy. Let me give one example. In the first month of the war our losses in trucks were tremendous. What was to be done? While the leadership devised countermeasures, we relied mainly on the masses to come up with ideas. Over 10,000 people were posted on both sides of the highway to fire signal shots to warn of approaching enemy planes. On hearing these signals, our drivers would dodge or find places in which to hide their trucks. In the meantime the roads were widened and many new ones built so that trucks could run in both directions unimpeded. Thus the losses in trucks dropped from 40% at the beginning to less than 1%. Later on, underground storehouses and even underground auditoriums were built. While enemy bombs fell from overhead, we went on with our meetings underground. When they picture the Korean battlefield, people living in Peking feel it must have been very dangerous. True, there was danger, but it was not so terrible as long as everyone contributed ideas. Our experience is that reliance on the people together with a fairly correct leadership enables us to defeat a better equipped enemy with our inferior equipment. The victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea is a great one and has major significance. First, together with the Korean people we have fought our way back to the 38th parallel and held on there. This is very important. If we had not fought back to the 38th parallel and our front lines had remained along the Yalu and Tumen rivers, it would have been impossible for the people in Shenyang, Anshan, and Fushun to carry on production free from worry. Second, we have gained military experience. The ground, air, and naval forces, the infantry, artillery, engineer, tank, railway, air defense and signal corps and also the medical and logistic units, etc. of the Chinese People's Volunteers have all gained practical experience in fighting the U.S. aggressor troops. This time we have taken the measure of the U.S. Armed Forces. If you have never taken them on, you are liable to be scared of them. We have fought them for 33 months and got to know them for what they are worth. U.S. imperialism is not terrifying, nothing to make a fuss about. Such is our experience, indeed an invaluable piece of experience. Third, the people of the whole country have heightened their political awareness. From the above 3 points a fourth can be deduced: a new imperialist war of aggression against China and a Third World War have been put off. The imperialist aggressors ought to bear this in mind: the Chinese people are now organized, they are not to be trifled with. Once they are provoked to anger, things can get very tough. The enemy may resume the war, and even if he doesn't, he is sure to make trouble in all sorts of ways, such as by sending in secret agents to carry out wrecking activities. He has set up a vast network of secret services in places like Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Japan. But we have gained experience in the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, and so long as we mobilize the masses and rely on the people, we know how to cope with the enemy. For us the present situation is different from that in the winter of 1950. Were the U.S. aggressors then on the other side of the 38th parallel? No, they were not. They were on the other side of the Yalu and Tumen rivers. Did we then have any experience in fighting the U.S. aggressors? No, we did not. Did we then know much about the U.S. troops? No, we did not. Now, all this has changed. Supposing U.S. imperialism does not put off its new war of aggression and says, "I'll fight," then we can cope with it by relying on the first 3 points. But supposing it says, "I'll not fight," then the fourth point will hold good. Here is proof of the superiority of our people's democratic dictatorship. Are we going to invade others? No, we will invade no one anywhere. But if others invade us, we will fight back and fight to a finish. The Chinese people adhere to this stand: we are for peace, but are not afraid of war, we are ready for both. We have the support of the people. In the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, people fell over each other to join up. The conditions for enrollment were stiff: Only 1 in 100 was chosen. People said the conditions were stricter than those for choosing a husband for one's daughter. If US imperialism wants to resume the fighting, we will take it on again. War costs money. Yet the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea did not cost us too much. It went on for several years, but the expenses incurred were less than a single year's industrial and commercial taxes. Of course, it would have been better if we had not had to fight the war and spend this money. For construction in the country today calls for expenditure and the peasants still have difficulties. Last year and the year before last, the agricultural tax was a shade on the heavy side, and so this set some friends talking. They demanded a policy of benevolence, as if they represented the interests of the peasants. Did we favor this view? No, we didn't. At that time we had to do our utmost to win victory in the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea. For the peasants, for the people of the whole country, which was in their interest? To endure austerity for the time being and strive for victory? Or not to resist US aggression and aid Korea and so save a few coppers? Undoubtedly winning the war was in their interest. It was because the war required money that we collected a bit more in agricultural tax last year and the year before. This year it is different. We have not increased the agricultural tax and have put a ceiling on its volume. Speaking of the policy of benevolence, we are of course for it. But what was the policy of maximum benevolence? To resist US aggression and aid Korea. To carry out this policy of maximum benevolence, sacrifices had to be made, money spent, and more collected in agricultural tax. Just because more was collected, some people raised an outcry. They even claimed to represent the interests of the peasants. I just don't approve of such talk. To resist US aggression and aid Korea was to implement the policy of benevolence, and to carry on industrial construction today is likewise to implement this policy. Policies of benevolence are of two kinds. One is concerned with the people's immediate interests. The other is concerned with their long-term interests, such as resisting US aggression and aiding Korea and building heavy industry. The first is a policy of lesser benevolence and the second a policy of greater benevolence. Both must be taken into consideration and it is wrong not to do so. Where then is the emphasis to be placed? On the policy of greater benevolence. At present the emphasis in our policy of benevolence should be on the construction of heavy industry. Construction takes money. Therefore, much as the livelihood of the people needs to be improved, this cannot be done to any great extent for the time being. In other words, while we have to improve the people's livelihood, we must not try to do too much, and while we have to make some allowance for it, we must not make too much. To make allowance for the policy of lesser benevolence at the expense of the policy of greater benevolence is to go off the right track. Now some friends put lopsided stress on the policy of lesser benevolence. In effect, they wanted us to give up the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea, and now they want us to give up the building of heavy industry. We must criticize this erroneous view. It is also to be found in the Communist Party. We came across it in Yenin. In 1941 we collected 200,000 pickles one of grain in the Shenzi-Kansuningzia border region, and some people began to yell that the Communist Party was not being considerate of the peasants. A few leading cadres in the party also brought up this issue of the policy of benevolence. I criticized this view even then. What was the policy of maximum benevolence at that time? To overthrow Japanese imperialism. If we had slashed the amount of grain to be collected from the peasants, we would have had to cut down the size of the 8th Route and new 4th Armies. That would have been to the advantage of Japanese imperialism. So those who held this view were actually speaking on behalf of Japanese imperialism and doing it a service. Now the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea has come to a halt. If the United States wants to resume the war, we will fight on. In that case, we will have to collect grain from the peasants, do work on them and persuade them to make their contribution. To act thus would be truly to serve the interests of the peasants. To raise outcries would actually be to serve the interests of US imperialism. There are major as well as minor principles. The people's standard of living in the whole country should be raised yearly, but not too much. If it had been raised too much, we could not have fought the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea, or at least not in such grim earnest. We have fought this war resolutely and earnestly and with all our might. Whatever was available at home the Korean front could have for the asking. That has been the case for the last few years. Criticism of Liang Shuming's reactionary ideas. September 16 to 18, 1953. Essential parts of Comrade Mao Zedong's criticism of Liang Shuming at the 27th session of the Central People's Government Council held in Peking September 16 to 18, 1953. Members of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference who were in Peking at the time sat in on the session. 1. Is Mr. Liang Shuming a man of integrity? What part did he play during the peace negotiations? Mr. Liang styles himself a man of integrity. The reactionary press in Hong Kong describes Mr. Liang as one man of the highest integrity on the mainland, and Taiwan's broadcasts go all out to puff you up, too. Do you really have integrity? If you do, then make a clean breast of your past history, how you opposed the Communist Party and the people, how you assassinated people with your pen, and what sort of relations you had with Han Fuchu, Chang Tung-sun, Chen Lifu and Chang Chun. You have had them all as close friends. I just don't leave that many friends. They were so pleased with you, addressing you as Mr. while maligning me as a bandit. I wonder which party, which faction, you are with. I am not alone, many others have the same suspicions. From the speech Premier Zhou has just made, everybody can see that during our two peace negotiations with the Kuomintang Mr. Liang's position was one of backing Chiang Kai-shek to the hilt at critical junctures. Chiang Kai-shek was only shamming when he agreed to hold peace negotiations. With us here today there are representatives who came to Peking for the peace negotiations and they all know whether Chiang Kai-shek was really for peace or not. To tell the truth, Chiang Kai-shek is an assassin with a gun and Liang Shuming an assassin with a pen. There are two ways of killing people, one is to kill with the gun and the other with the pen. The way which is most artfully disguised and draws no blood is to kill with the pen. That is the kind of murderer you are. Liang Shuming is utterly reactionary, yet he flatly denies it. He says he is a paragon. He is not like Mr. Fu Tsoyi. Mr. Fu openly admits that he was utterly reactionary, yet he did a service to the people in the peaceful liberation of Peking. What service did you do, Liang Shuming? In all your life what service have you ever done to the people? Not the slightest, not the least bit. Nevertheless, you describe yourself as an incomparable beauty, outshining Shi Shi and Wang Chaochun and rivaling Yang Kaifei. Tu Liang Shuming has used the expression the ninth heaven and the ninth hell, alleging that the workers are up in the ninth heaven whereas the peasants are down in the ninth hell, and that the workers have the trade unions to fall back on whereas the peasant associations cannot be counted on, nor can the party, the youth league, the women's federation, and so on. They are all below standard qualitatively and quantitatively and even inferior to the Federation of Industry and Commerce. Hence no confidence. Can this be called support for the general line? No. It is an out-and-out reactionary conception, every bit of it. It is a reactionary proposition, not a rational one. Can the people's government accept this kind of proposition? I don't think it can. 3. Mr. Liang asks to be given more information about the plans. I am against this too. On the contrary, we shouldn't let a man like Mr. Liang know much about our confidential matters, the less he knows the better. Liang Shuming is not a man to be trusted. We can let others have more confidential information, but not you. When somewhat restricted meetings of the democratic parties are held, Liang Shuming, there is no need for you to attend either. 4. Mr. Liang also asks us not to put him in the non-progressive category and says he belongs to the progressive category. What should we do about it? I think we should be cautious and not make any promise offhand. Otherwise we shall be duped. 5. Mr. Liang paints a very beautiful picture of himself, claiming that several decades ago he already cherished a grand dream for building up our country with a plan which, according to him, came very close to new democracy or socialism. Is he really so beautiful? Hardly. I know him rather well, and we never met without my having to criticize his erroneous ideas. I once told him to his face, I never believe in your stuff. To all his talk, such as that China is without classes, China's problem is one of cultural maladjustment, it needs a colorless, transparent government and the Chinese revolution has no internal but only external causes. One must now add his brilliant talk about the ninth heaven and the ninth hell and about the Communist Party having abandoned the peasants, the Communist Party not being as reliable as the Federation of Industry and Commerce, and so on and so forth. Can I believe all this? No. I told him, China's characteristic is that it is a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country. Since you don't admit this, you are helping imperialism and feudalism. Therefore, nobody believes in your stuff. The people believe in the Communist Party. Nobody reads your books or listens to you except reactionaries and some muddleheads. Besides, it seems Mr. Liang is not opposed to Chiang Kai-shek either. Now I can leave it to you to go into the question of whether he has ever publicly opposed Chiang Kai-shek and his reactionary Kuomintang, since I haven't read all he has written or heard all he has said. Is such a man entitled to request a people's state to allow him access to more of its plans and confidential matters? I think he is not. Ought we to grant him the request? I think not. 6. Mr. Liang has another request, that we place him in the category of progressives or revolutionaries and not in the category of non-progressives or reactionaries. This is a question of defining status. What should we do about it? In view of the above circumstances, can we put him in the progressive or the revolutionary category? What progressiveness is there in him? When, if ever, did he take part in the revolution? So we should not readily grant this request either. We'll have to wait and see. 7. In the last few years I have received a number of letters from the people asking why the Communist Party cooperates with reactionaries and have also heard some talk to the same effect. The reactionaries referred to are those who have never been willing to commit themselves, whether in the press or on public occasions, to opposing imperialism, feudalism, Chiang Kai-shek and his reactionary Kuomintang, and whose stand falls short of the minimum requirements of a government worker. Since these persons are particularly unwilling to oppose Chiang Kai-shek, Taiwan broadcasts and Hong Kong newspapers have gone out of their way to express their appreciation, never abusing them but describing them as men of the highest integrity on the mainland. Liang Shuming is one of this bunch. On the other hand, these broadcasts and newspapers pull out all the stops in slandering and vilifying some of our friends. The individuals extolled or never abused by Taiwan are of course few in number but deserve close attention. There are certain persons who to this day would rather die than say a word against Chiang Kai-shek, though they don't mind saying a few words against imperialism. Whether in the press or in public statements, they dare not bring up the past, for they are still tender-hearted about it. I guess there are quite a few of them. There are 3 kinds of patriotism: genuine patriotism, sham patriotism, and half-genuine and half-sham, vacillating, patriotism. Everybody knows which kind he comes under, and so does Liang Shuming. We welcome all those who have truly broken their ties with imperialism and the Taiwan gang, no matter how backward they may be. They are genuine patriots. Sham patriots put on a fine mask, but underneath they are quite different. Vacillating elements are the third kind. They are half genuine and half sham in their patriotism, and shift and switch as the trend changes. If a third world war doesn't break out and Chiang Kai-shek doesn't come back, then they will go along with the Communist Party. If a third world war does break out, they will reconsider their course of action. Which of the 3 kinds makes up the majority? The genuine patriots. The genuine patriots have been on the increase in the last few years. The half-genuine and half-sham ones are small in number, and the sham patriots are only a handful, but they do exist. It's up to you to look into the accuracy of this estimate. 8. There is a job I think Liang Shuming should do. It's a job not of representing the peasants and appealing for their liberation to the people's government, but of giving a clear account of the development over the years of his reactionary ideas against the people. He should make clear how he opposed the Communist Party and the people on behalf of the landlords in the past, and how he has now changed his stand from one of representing the landlords to one of representing the peasants. Only when he is able to explain how this change has occurred, and make it convincing into the bargain, can we determine which category to put him in. He gives me the impression that he has never contemplated changing his reactionary stand. Nevertheless, to cure the sickness and save the patient, I suggest that he be given time for self-examination and that we refer the matter to the National Committee of the Political Consultative Conference instead of passing judgment on him now. 9. All men have a sense of shame, too, and if a man has no sense of shame, it's hopeless. Mr. Liang says that he is wiser than the Communist Party on the peasant question. Will anybody believe that? This is like showing off one's proficiency with the axe before Lupin the master carpenter. If, for instance, it should be said that Mao Zedong excels Mr. Mei Lanfang in acting, or the volunteers in digging tunnels, or the Air Force hero Chow Paodong in flying, wouldn't that be the acme of shamelessness? So the question posed by Mr. Liang is both serious and not serious and smacks of the ridiculous. He asserts that he is better qualified than the Communist Party to represent the peasants. Isn't that ridiculous? Now there are so many representatives of the peasants, and who in the world do they represent? Do they represent the peasants? I don't think they look the part, nor do the peasants think so. They represent the landlord class and render it service. And the most prominent of them all is Liang Shuming, who with sweet words on his lips is actually helping the enemy. Some others among them are muddle-headed and have said stupid things, yet they are patriots and have China in their hearts. This is one type. Liang Shuming is another type. And there are others like him who pose as representatives of the peasants. Fakes do exist, and now we are coming across them. Each of these persons has a tail like a fox, that's plain to all. The monkey Sun Wukong is able to make 72 metamorphoses, but there is always one difficulty, changing his tail. He changes himself into a temple and turns his tail into a flagstaff, but the warrior god Yang Erlang spots the trick. And how? By spotting his tail. There is in fact a type of person who cannot hide his tail no matter how he disguises himself. Liang Shuming is an ambitious schemer, a hypocrite. He lies when he says he takes no interest in politics and seeks no office. He used to engage in what he called rural construction, and what sort of rural construction was it? Construction for the landlords, rural destruction, and national ruin. 10. If you have dealings with that man, you can't take him seriously. You can never thrash out any problem with him, for he follows no logic and only talks drivel. So I suggest that his problem be referred to the National Committee of the Political Consultative Conference for discussion at its bi-weekly forum. At the same time, I should like to warn you not to entertain any hope of finding a real solution. That is absolutely impossible. The outcome can only be, no decision after deliberation, no action even with a decision, and no fruitful result on adjournment. Even so, I advise you to try it out at the bi-weekly forum, for that is better than sending a couple of people to listen to his rigmarole. 11. Are we going to take this opportunity to break with him and have nothing more to do with him? No, we are not. So long as he wishes to have relations with us, we are ready to reciprocate. I still hope that he will be re-elected to the National Committee of the Political Consultative Conference at its second plenary session. That's because there are still people who are prone to be deceived by him and do not know him well, and he still has a role to play as live teaching material. He is therefore qualified for re-election, unless he himself has lost the desire to use the platform of the Political Consultative Conference to spread his reactionary ideas. As I have said earlier, Liang Shuming has performed no service whatsoever and is good for nothing. Is he any good for providing us with products and paying income tax like the industrialists and businessmen? No, he is not. Is he any good for developing production and making the economy prosperous? No, he is not. Did he ever rebel? No, he did not. When, if ever, did he oppose Chiang Kai-shek or imperialism? Never. When, if ever, did he do anything to cooperate with the Chinese Communist Party in overthrowing imperialism and feudalism? Never. Therefore, he has performed no service. The man refused to nod his head in favor but shook it in disapproval of such a great struggle as the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Then, why is it that he is on the National Committee of the Political Consultative Conference? Why is it that the Chinese Communist Party has nominated him for membership of this committee? Precisely because he can still deceive a number of people and has a certain deceptiveness. His credentials are deception, that's exactly what he has. For Liang Shuming, whoever nods in recognition of his being correct is magnanimous and whoever fails to do so isn't. I am afraid we don't have such magnanimity. But we have at least this much, that is, Liang Shuming, you can continue as a member of the National Committee of the Political Consultative Conference. 12 Confucius, I hold, had the faults of not being democratic and of lacking a self-critical spirit, in a way rather like Mr. Liang. Confucius said, "Since I took Zolu as a disciple, I have never heard ill of myself." 3 His school thrice filled up and thrice emptied. 4 And he executed Xiaocheng Mao within 3 months of taking office. 5 He came close to being a despot and reeked of fascism. I hope my friends, and you Mr. Liang in particular, won't follow Confucius' example, and if you don't it will be most gratifying. 13 If Mr. Liang's lofty program were followed, not only would socialism be impossible in China, but our parties, the other parties as well as the Communist Party, and our country would all be ruined. His line is the bourgeois line. Po Ipo's mistake is a reflection of bourgeois ideas inside our party. But Po Ipo is better than Liang Shuming. Liang Shuming says that the workers are up in the 9th heaven and the peasants are down in the 9th hell. What are the facts? There is indeed a gap, with the workers earning more than the peasants, but after the agrarian reform the peasants now have land and houses and their life is improving every day. Some peasants fare even better than workers. Some workers are still in difficulty. What can be done to help the peasants earn more? Have you any suggestion, Liang Shuming? In your view, the trouble lies not in scarcity but in uneven distribution. 6 Your idea is not to have the peasants increase their income through their own efforts in production but to equalize the earnings of the workers and peasants by taking away part of the former's earnings to distribute among the latter. If your idea were adopted, wouldn't that spell the destruction of China's industry? Such a diversion of the workers' earnings would mean the ruin of our country and our parties. Don't think that ruin would befall the Communist Party alone, the Democratic parties would be in it too. You say the workers are up in the 9th heaven, then in which heaven are you, Liang Shuming? You are up in the 10th heaven, the 11th, the 12th, nay, the 13th heaven, because you get a salary far bigger than a worker's wage. Yet what you propose to cut first is not your own salary but the worker's wages. I take this to be unfair. If you want to be fair, cut your own salary first because you are far above the 9th heaven. Our party has stood for the worker-peasant alliance for more than 3 decades. Marxism-Leninism stands precisely for alliance and cooperation between workers and peasants. There are 2 alliances in China, one is the alliance of the working class with the peasantry, and the other is the alliance of the working class with the capitalists, professors, senior technical personnel, Kuomintang generals who have come over to our side, religious leaders, democratic parties, and Democrats without party affiliation. Both alliances are necessary and must continue. Which of the 2 is the base, which of the 2 is of primary importance? The alliance of the working class with the peasantry. Liang Shuming asserts that the worker-peasant alliance is in ruins and there is no hope for national construction. In other words, unless his ideas are adopted, the worker-peasant alliance has no hope of success, national construction cannot make headway, and there will be no hope for socialism. Indeed, there is no hope for the sort of worker-peasant alliance Liang Shuming has in mind. Yours is the bourgeois line. If your line were followed, the result would be the ruin of our country. China would be back on the old road of semi-colonialism and semi-feudalism, and there would be a rally in Peking to welcome Chiang Kai-shek and Eisenhower. Let me repeat, we'll never adopt your line. Since we moved into the cities, Liang Shuming asserts, we have forgotten the countryside and it has become a void. That's an attempt to foment discord. In the last 3 years we have devoted our main effort to rural work. It was only this year that we started diverting large numbers of leading cadres to urban work, but the bulk of our cadres are still working in the counties, districts, and townships. How can it be asserted that we have forgotten the countryside? Liang Shuming also accuses our rural work of being backward and our grassroots cadres of violating the law and discipline. What are known as backward townships do exist in the rural areas. But how many are there? Only 0%. Why are they backward? Chiefly because reactionary elements, enemy gendarmes and agents, heads of reactionary secret societies, hooligans and ruffians, landlords and rich peasants have wormed their way in, become cadres and usurped the power of village governments, and some have even sneaked into the Communist Party. These types account for 80 to 90% of the cadres guilty of serious violations of the law and of discipline, and degenerate cadres make up the rest. Therefore, the main problem in the backward townships is to strike at the counter-revolutionaries, but the degenerate cadres must be weeded out too. What is the proportion of the good and fairly good townships in the country as a whole? 90%. We must have a clear idea about this situation and not be fooled by Liang Shuming. 14. Do we reject representations and gloss over errors? If the sort of idea advanced by Mr. Liang can be called a representation, I declare that we do reject representations. But we do not gloss over errors. We firmly stand for the leadership of the proletariat over all and sundry, workers, peasants, industrialists, and businessmen, the nationalities, democratic parties and people's organizations, industry, agriculture, political and military affairs, in short, everything, and for both unity and struggle. If you want to sound us out, then this is one thing you will learn, a thing which is fundamental in nature. This is no trifling matter, is it? 15. Liang Shuming's problem has significance for the whole country and, like the case of Po Ipo, should be taken up and discussed by the whole party and the whole nation. Look for typical examples and unfold criticism and self-criticism. Let the whole nation discuss the general line. There are 2 ways of making criticism, one is by self-criticism and the other by criticism. How shall we have it in your case, Liang Shuming? Will it be self-criticism? No, it will be criticism. Our criticism of Liang Shuming is not directed against him alone, it is through him that we expose the reactionary ideas he represents. Reactionary as Liang Shuming is, we nevertheless treat his case as falling within the scope of ideological remolding. Whether or not he can be remolded is another question. Most likely he cannot be remolded. It doesn't matter if he is beyond remolding, for he is just one individual. However, a debate with him is useful. Don't think that we are making a mountain out of a molehill and that it is not worth the effort. Our debate with him will help clarify the question. If he is at all useful, this is where his usefulness lies. What's the question now under debate? Isn't it that of the general line? To clarify this question will be good for all of us. 2 Talks on Mutual Aid and Cooperation in Agriculture. October and November 1953. 2 Talks to the responsible members of the Rural Work Department of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party before and during the 3rd Conference on Mutual Aid and Cooperation in Agriculture, which was convened by the Central Committee and held from October 26 to November 5, 1953. The talk of October 15. Make a success of the agricultural producers' cooperatives and a big expansion of the mutual aid teams will follow. In the new liberated areas every county, whether large, medium-sized or small, should set up 1 or 2 successful cooperatives this winter, and next spring after full preparations, there should be at least 1, on the average 1 to 2 and at most 3, depending on how well the work has been done. Quotas should be allotted. To make the quota too big would mean rash advance, and to make it too small would be a right deviation. To make the quota optional would be to let things drift. Can there be more than 3? So long as the cooperatives meet the requirements, conform to the regulations and resolutions, are set up on a voluntary basis, have strong leading cadres, their 2 chief qualifications being fair-mindedness and competence, and are well run, then the more the better, as Han Hsin said about the number of troops he could command. 1. The prefectural and county party committees should be urged to make vigorous efforts and do a good job. The rural work departments of the central committee bureaus and of the provincial and municipal party committees should keep a firm grasp on this matter and make it the pivot of their work. There should be control figures and an allotment of quotas. Allotment without compulsion: this is not commandism. After the October conference, there are 4 or 5 months to go, that is, November and December this year, January and February next year, and in the north the month of March as well. We give clear notice now that early next year another meeting will be called to check up on the work. There will definitely be a check-up then to see how it is getting on. Certain minority nationality areas where the agrarian reform has not been completed can be exempted from setting up cooperatives. The small number of poorly managed counties, for instance, counties where backward townships account for 30 to 40% of the total, where party secretaries are incompetent and where the work cannot start without leading to trouble, can be exempted for the time being and given no quota. Nevertheless, the provincial and prefectural party committees should assume responsibility for helping them to straighten things out and to create the conditions for starting the work next winter after the autumn harvest. The general pattern is to proceed from the mutual aid team to the cooperative, but it is also permissible to try and set up the cooperative directly. If you take the direct path and succeed, that will speed up the work. So why can't it be tried? It can. The rural work departments at all levels should look upon mutual aid and cooperation as a matter of vital importance. Peasants working on their own cannot raise production to any great extent, therefore we must promote mutual aid and cooperation. If socialism does not occupy the rural positions, capitalism inevitably will. Is it possible to take any road other than the capitalist or the socialist road? The capitalist road can also lead to increased production, but the time required would be longer and the course painful. We will not practice capitalism, that's settled. Yet capitalism is bound to spread unchecked unless we go in for socialism. The general line, the general program, industrialization and socialist transformation should be discussed at the forthcoming October conference. Both sustain private property and the 4 big freedoms to benefit the rich peasants and the well-to-do middle peasants. Why then are there relevant stipulations in the law? The law stipulates protection of private property, but the word sustain is not in it. Some peasants are selling their land now, which is not good, though the law does not prohibit it. We should make efforts to prevent them from doing so. Setting up cooperatives is the solution. Mutual aid teams by themselves are not enough to stop peasants selling their land, only cooperatives, and big ones at that, can do so. Moreover, big cooperatives can eliminate the need of some peasants to rent out land, for a big cooperative of 100 or 200 households can solve the problem by taking in households of widows, orphans and others not provided for. The question of whether small cooperatives can likewise take in a few has to be studied. The mutual aid teams should also help widows, orphans and others not provided for. If you can't set up a big cooperative, try a medium-sized one. If you can't set up a medium-sized cooperative, try a small one. But go for a medium-sized or big cooperative wherever possible, and don't be upset at the sight of a big one. A cooperative of 100 or 200 households can be counted big, but a cooperative of even 300 or 400 households is also possible. Setting up several sub-cooperatives under a big cooperative is an innovation, and it is by no means necessary to dissolve it. Running a cooperative well does not mean bringing everything to perfection. Absorb all kinds of experience, and don't impose the same pattern everywhere. More cooperatives should be established in the old liberated areas. But some new liberated areas may set up cooperatives at a faster tempo than some old ones. For instance, the central Shenzi Plain may develop faster than northern Shenzi, the Qingshu Plain faster than Fuping and other such places. We must dispel the idea that the new liberated areas are destined to go slow. In fact, the Northeast is not an old liberated area, its southern part not differing much from the new liberated areas south of the Great Wall. Jiangsu and the Hangzhou-Kaohsiung-Huqiao region will probably overtake the mountainous old liberated areas in Shantung and North China, and so they should. Generally speaking, the new liberated areas may be allowed more time for their work, but in those places where the cadres are strong, the population is dense and the terrain level, cooperatives are likely to grow fairly quickly once a few models are set up. There are now 6,000 cooperatives in North China. If the figure is to be doubled, quotas can be allotted straight away. If the figure is to be tripled, those concerned should be consulted. We should allot quotas reasonably and have control figures, otherwise we shall be working without clear aims. The Northeast should increase its cooperatives by 100, 150 or 200%, and so should North China. The control figures should not be too high, so that the localities may surpass them. Overfulfillment will greatly enhance people's enthusiasm. In developing cooperatives, we should strive for quantity, quality, and economy. By economy we mean no failures. Failures are a waste of the peasants' energy, with the bad end result of losses both politically and in the production of grain. Our final objective is to produce more grain, cotton, sugarcane, vegetables, and so on. There will be no way out unless grain production is increased, otherwise neither the state nor the people will benefit. Nor will there be a way out unless more vegetables are produced in the suburbs, otherwise neither the state nor the people will benefit. Since the outlying districts of the cities have rich soil and flat farmlands which moreover are publicly owned, big cooperatives may be set up there first. Of course, the work needs to be quite painstaking, and there is even less room for sloppiness, because growing vegetables is different from growing grain. We must set up pilot cooperatives and guard against rash advance. To meet the urban demand for vegetables, we cannot rely on peasants working on their own to bring their produce to the market. Ways must be worked out at the production end as well as by the supply and marketing cooperatives. As regards vegetables for the large cities, there is a big contradiction between supply and demand at present. There are also big contradictions between supply and demand in the cases of grain and cotton, and others will soon emerge in the cases of meat, fats, and edible oils. Demand is growing fast and cannot be met. To resolve the contradiction between supply and demand, it is necessary to resolve the contradiction between ownership and the productive forces. Should ownership be individual or collective? Capitalist ownership or socialist ownership? Abundant supplies and the relations of production under individual ownership are utterly incompatible with each other. There must be a transition from individual ownership to collective ownership, to socialism. There are elementary cooperatives where land is pooled as shares, and there are advanced cooperatives in which land is owned in common, that is, by the cooperative. In a sense, the purpose of the general line is the solution of the problem of ownership. State ownership is to be expanded by building new state enterprises and renovating and enlarging old ones. The two kinds of private ownership, that of the working people and that of the bourgeoisie, are to be changed respectively into collective ownership and state ownership, integration into socialism through joint state-private management. Only thus can the productive forces be expanded and China's industrialization accomplished. Only when the productive forces have developed can the contradiction between supply and demand be resolved. To the talk of November 4th. Whatever we do must accord with reality, otherwise it is wrong. In order to do what accords with reality we must consider what is imperative and what is possible, and what is possible depends on political and economic conditions and the cadre's situation. At present, it is at once imperative and possible to develop agricultural producers' cooperatives, for which there is a great potential. Failure to tap this potential means to mark time and make no advance. Our legs are for walking, and it is wrong to stand still all the time. It is not right to force the dissolution of cooperatives which meet the requirements. This is wrong no matter what the circumstances. The campaign to check impetuosity and rash advance was a gust of wind, wasn't it? As it blew from above, it brought down a number of agricultural producers' cooperatives that should have survived. An investigation should be made about such cooperatives, the findings made known and the mistake admitted, otherwise the township cotters and activists in those places will have pent-up grievances. We must work for socialism. Sustain private property is a bourgeois concept. To be together all day long and never talk about fundamentals but take pleasure only in giving small favors, indeed it's a hopeless case. Never talk about fundamentals means never talking about socialism, never working for socialism. Agricultural credits, relief grain, taxation according to fixed rates, tax reduction and exemption according to law, small-scale water conservancy projects, wells and canals, deep plowing and close planting, proper application of fertilizer, popularization of new type walking plows, water wheels, sprayers, insecticides, etc. All these things are fine. But to do all this on the basis of the small peasant economy instead of by relying on socialism is to give the peasants small favors. Once these fine things are linked to the general line and to socialism, the case will be different, and they will no longer be small favors. We must work for socialism and link these fine things with it. As for sustain private property and the four big freedoms, there is all the more reason to call them small favors, and besides, they are favors to the rich and well-to-do middle peasants. To lay one's hopes for greatly increased grain production and for a solution of the food problem and of the all-important problem of the nation's economy and the people's livelihood not on socialism but on making much of the small peasant economy and on giving small favors on the basis of the individual economy, indeed it's a hopeless case. As an old saying goes, once the head rope of a fishing net is pulled up, all its meshes open. It is only by taking hold of the key link the everything else will fall into its proper place. The key link means the main theme. The contradiction between socialism and capitalism and the gradual resolution of this contradiction, that is the main theme, the key link. Grasp this key link, and all kinds of political and economic work to help the peasants will fall under it. There are contradictions both inside and outside the agricultural producers' cooperatives. The present cooperatives are semi-socialist, whereas peasants working on their own outside the cooperatives are entirely under the system of private ownership. Hence there is a contradiction between the two. The mutual aid teams are different from the agricultural producers' cooperatives in that the former engage only in collective labor and do not affect ownership. The present-day cooperatives are built on the basis of private ownership, with privately owned land, draft animals, and large farm implements pooled as shares. Hence there is also a contradiction inside the cooperative between the socialist factors and private ownership, a contradiction which must gradually be resolved. In the future, when our present-day semi-public, semi-private ownership advances to collective ownership, this contradiction will be resolved. We are taking steady steps, moving first from mutual aid teams which contain rudiments of socialism to semi-socialist and later to fully socialist cooperatives, which we still call agricultural producers' cooperatives, not collective farms. Generally speaking, the mutual aid teams remain the foundation of the agriculture producers' cooperatives. At one time, no mention was made of mutual aid and cooperation in several of our documents, and to all of them I added words to the effect that mutual aid and cooperation were to be developed or the necessary and feasible political and economic work was to be done. Some people wanted to make much of the small peasant economy, and this was why they concentrated on opposing excessive meddling with the peasants. True, there was some excessive meddling at that time. The 5 excesses from higher up were rammed through various channels down to the lower levels, causing a lot of trouble. The 5 excesses should never be tolerated, whether in the villages, factories, or army units. The Central Committee has issued several documents to combat excessive meddling, and this has done some good. What is meant by excessive meddling? Drawing up subjective plans at variance with reality and regardless of what is imperative and possible, or carrying out plans, even realistic ones, by means of commandism. Subjectivism and commandism are always bad and will be so even 10,000 years hence. They are bad for the scattered small peasant economy and no less so for the cooperatives. But to do what is both imperative and possible and moreover do it by means other than commandism, this cannot be called excessive meddling. The above ought to be the yardstick when reviewing our work. Whatever is subjectivist and unrealistic is wrong. Whatever is done through commandism is likewise wrong. To mark time and make no advance is a deviation to the right, to go beyond what is practicable is a deviation to the left. Both are manifestations of subjectivism. Rash advance is wrong, failure to set up cooperatives when they can be set up is also wrong, and forcible dissolution of cooperatives even worse. Life is hard in the villages, all is not well and the measures adopted do not suit the small peasant economy. Such complaints exist inside as well as outside the party. True, life is a bit hard in the villages, but we ought to make a proper analysis. In fact, life is not all that hard. The grain-deficient households account for only 10% or so, and half of them are those of widows, orphans and other people without a provider, who are in great difficulty for lack of labor power, but the mutual aid teams and the cooperatives can give them some help. After all, things are much better for them than in Kuomintang days, and land has been distributed to them. Life is indeed hard for people in areas stricken by natural calamities, but they have received relief grain. The life of the peasants in general is good and is getting better, that is why 80 to 90% of them feel happy and support the government. About 7% of the rural population, the landlords and rich peasants, are dissatisfied with the government. Life is hard in the villages, and things are terrible there. Certainly this has not been my view. Some people speak of the scattered nature as well as the hardships of the villages, that is, the scattered nature of the small peasant economy, but in doing so, they fail to mention forming cooperatives. To carry out the socialist transformation of the individual economy, to promote mutual aid and cooperation and to set up cooperatives, this is not merely the direction to take but the immediate task before us. But for the Conference on Financial and Economic Work held in July and August, the question of the general line would have remained unsettled for many comrades. The aim of that conference was mainly to settle this question. We criticized Po Ipo precisely for his mistake in departing from the general line. In short, the general line means the gradual accomplishment of the socialist industrialization of our country and of the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce. The planned purchase and supply of grain recently put into effect has given a big impetus to socialism. The present conference on mutual aid and cooperation, coming shortly after as it does, will give it another big impetus. In view of the fact that the campaign for mutual aid and cooperation has been held back for the better part of this year, the present conference should be more active in this respect. But our policies must be made clear. It is very important to make our policies known. Active leadership and steady development, this is well put. The campaign has been held back for the better part of this year and has marked time without making any advance. This is not quite right. However, there is a positive side to it. It is like fighting battles. After each battle there should be time for rest and consolidation before starting the next. The trouble is that in some places too many of our positions have been given up, while in others it has not been a matter of giving up too many positions but failure to develop where development was possible and failure to allow any development or give it approval so that it became illegal. In this world it often happens that many newborn things which are correct are considered illegal. We ourselves were illegal in the past while the Kuomintang was legal. But these illegal cooperatives have held on to this day and are doing quite well. Can you still withhold recognition? You have to admit that they are legal, after all they have won out. The conference has discussed active leadership and steady development, but you should anticipate some troubles. You may talk about being active and steady, and yet in practice you may fail to give active leadership or achieve steady development. Being active and steady entails setting control figures, assigning tasks, and then checking whether they are fulfilled. Failure to fulfill what can be fulfilled is impermissible. It shows a lack of enthusiasm for socialism. According to the findings of our checkup, 5 to 10% of the cooperatives have shown a drop in output and are not doing so well. This is due to lack of active leadership. Of course, it is inevitable that a few cooperatives should show a fall in production because of poor management. However, if 20% of the cooperatives, or even more, were to show a fall in production, that would be quite a problem. The general line means a gradual change in the relations of production. According to Stalin, the system of ownership is the basis of the relations of production. Three comrades must have a clear understanding of this point. At present, both private ownership and socialist public ownership are legal, but private ownership will gradually become illegal. To sustain private ownership of 3 Mao of land and practice the 4 big freedoms is to facilitate the growth of a small number of rich peasants and follow the capitalist road. County and district cadres must gradually switch their work to mutual aid and cooperation in agricultural production, to the promotion of socialism. If they are not working for socialism, what are they working for? For the individual economy. Secretaries of county and district party committees must look upon working for socialism as a matter of major importance. Party secretaries must take charge, and I am the secretary of the Central Committee. Secretaries of the Central Committee bureaus, secretaries of the provincial, prefectural, county and district party committees and secretaries at all levels must take charge and attend to the job in person. At present, the Central Committee is devoting 70 to 80% of its efforts to the socialist transformation of agriculture. Similarly, to transform capitalist industry and commerce is also to work for socialism. Comrades of the rural work departments at all levels and all those present at this conference must become experts in the socialist transformation of agriculture and well versed in theory, line, policy, and method. To provide the cities with vegetables depends chiefly on planned supply. There are dense populations in the large and rising cities, and how can they possibly manage without vegetables? This problem must be solved. If it is not possible to ensure the production and supply of vegetables by setting up mutual aid teams in the suburban areas, you can bypass that stage and set up semi-socialist or even fully socialist cooperatives. This question needs going into. A plan for the development of the producers' cooperatives has been put forward. Over 32,000 cooperatives are to be set up this winter and next spring and right up to the time of the autumn harvest. By 1957, the number will have reached 700,000. But a sudden increase at one time or another should be expected, and the number of cooperatives may rise to 1 million, or perhaps more. In short, set up cooperatives in large numbers and manage them well, give active leadership and achieve steady development. This conference has been fruitful. If we had not held it and waited till next January, it would have been too late, and this winter would have slipped by. We shall hold another conference on March 26 next year and check up on how our plan has been carried out. It is a good idea for this conference to fix the date of the next meeting and to decide that it will review the implementation of the resolution adopted here. Next autumn we shall hold still another conference to discuss and decide on the tasks for the following winter. On the draft Constitution of the People's Republic of China. June 14, 1954. Speech at the 30th session of the Central People's Government Council. This draft constitution obviously has popular support. From the discussions by more than 500 people in Peking and by activists from various circles in the provinces and municipalities, that is, from the extensive discussions by over 8,000 people representative of the whole country, we can tell that the preliminary text was quite good and won general approval and support. At today's session many have also spoken in approval. Why organize these extensive discussions? There are several advantages. First, Will what has been worked out by the few meet the approval of the many? The discussions indicate that there is general approval of the main provisions and the basic principles of the preliminary text. All that is sound in the preliminary text has been retained. The fact that the ideas of a few leaders have won the approval of several thousand people shows that these ideas are well grounded, suitable and feasible. This gives us confidence. Second, in the discussions over 5,900 suggestions, not including queries, have been collected. They are of three kinds. The first consists of suggestions that are incorrect. The second consists of suggestions that are not so much wrong as unsuitable and that had better not be adopted. If they are not going to be adopted, why collect them? Does it do any good to collect these suggestions? Yes, it does. It enables us to know that such views about the Constitution exist among the 8,000 people and to make comparisons. The third consists of those suggestions that have been adopted. These are of course very good and necessary. But for these suggestions, the preliminary text, although basically sound, would have remained imperfect, faulty, and not well thought out. The draft in its present form may still have faults and imperfections, and we shall have to ask the people throughout the country for their opinions. As far as we can tell now, this draft is relatively free from imperfections, and that is the result of adopting rational suggestions. Why has the draft constitution won popular support? I think one reason is that in drafting it we adopted the method of integrating the ideas of the leading body with those of the masses. This draft constitution combines the ideas of a few leaders with those of more than 8,000 people and, after publication, it will be discussed by the entire nation so that the ideas of the Central Committee will be integrated with those of the whole people. This is the way to integrate the leadership with the masses and with the large numbers of activists. We adopted this method in the past, and we shall do so in future. It should be used in all important legislation. By this method we have now produced a draft constitution which is fairly good and relatively free from imperfections. Why do all of you here and the vast numbers of activists support the draft constitution and find it satisfactory? There are two main reasons. One is that it sums up the experience of the past and the other is that it combines principle with flexibility. First, it sums up the experience of the past, especially that in our revolution and construction over the last 5 years. It sums up our experience in the People's Revolution led by the proletariat against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism as well as our experience in social reform, economic construction, cultural construction and government work over the last few years. Besides, it sums up the experience in constitution making since the last years of the Qing dynasty, that is, from the 19 constitutional articles won in the final days of the Qing dynasty to the Provisional Constitution of the Republic of China II in 1912, the various constitutions and draft constitutions under the governments of the northern warlords, 3. The Provisional Constitution of the Republic of China in the period under political tutelage of the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek regime and right up to Chiang Kai-shek's bogus constitution. One of these was positive in nature and the others negative. Thus the Provisional Constitution of the Republic of China in 1912 was a fairly good one for its time. Of course it had its imperfections and faults and was bourgeois in nature, but there was something revolutionary and democratic about it. It was concise and is said to have been drafted in haste, taking only a month from the time of its framing to its adoption. As for the other constitutions and draft constitutions, they were altogether reactionary. This draft constitution of ours is chiefly a summing up of our experience in revolution and construction, but at the same time it is a synthesis of domestic and international experience. Our constitution is of a socialist type. It is based mainly on our own experience but has drawn upon what is good in the constitutions of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies. Speaking of constitutions, the bourgeoisie was the forerunner. The bourgeoisie, whether in Britain, France, or the United States, was revolutionary for a period, and it was during this period that the bourgeoisie began making constitutions. We should not write off bourgeois democracy with one stroke of the pen and deny bourgeois constitutions a place in history. All the same, Present-day bourgeois constitutions are no good at all, they are bad, particularly the constitutions of the imperialist countries, which are designed to deceive and oppress the majority of the people. Our constitution is of a new, socialist type, different from any of the bourgeois type. It is far more progressive than the constitutions of the bourgeoisie even in its revolutionary period. We are superior to the bourgeoisie. Second, our draft constitution combines principle with flexibility. There are two basic principles, the principle of democracy and the principle of socialism. Our democracy is not bourgeois democracy but people's democracy, that is, a people's democratic dictatorship led by the proletariat and based on the worker-peasant alliance. The principle of people's democracy runs through the whole constitution. The other principle is that of socialism. Socialism already exists in our country today. The Constitution stipulates that socialist transformation must be accomplished and the socialist industrialization of the country realized. That's our principle. To carry out this principle of socialism, are we to put socialism into practice overnight in every sphere throughout the country? This might seem very revolutionary, but for lack of flexibility it just won't work, it will meet with opposition and end in failure. So, what cannot be done for the moment must be given time to be done gradually. For instance, state capitalism, as stipulated, is to be put into practice gradually. It takes various forms, not just that of joint state-private management. Note the words gradually and various. That is to say, state capitalism in various forms is to be put into practice gradually so as to attain socialist ownership by the whole people. Socialist ownership by the whole people is the principle, but in order to realize this principle we should combine it with flexibility. And flexibility means state capitalism, which takes not one but various forms, and which is to be realized not overnight but gradually. That makes for flexibility. We write into our constitution what is feasible now and exclude what is not. Let us take for instance the material guarantees for civil rights. They will certainly expand when production grows in future, but the wording in the Constitution is only gradually expand. This, too, means flexibility. Take another instance, the United Front. This was written into the Common Program. And now it is again written into the preamble to the draft Constitution. It is necessary to have a broad People's Democratic United Front composed of all democratic classes, democratic parties and groups, and people's organizations. This will serve to reassure the various social strata, the national bourgeoisie and the democratic parties as well as the peasants and urban petty bourgeoisie. And then there is the question of the minority nationalities, which has both its generality and its particularity. The general provisions in the Constitution apply to its generality and the particular provisions to its particularity. The minority nationalities have characteristics of their own politically, economically, and culturally. What are the characteristics of their economy? To cite one example, Article 5 of our draft Constitution states that 4 forms of ownership of the means of production exist in the People's Republic of China. In fact, there are other forms of ownership in our minority nationality areas. Does primitive communal ownership still exist in our country? I'm afraid it does among some minority nationalities. Similarly, slave ownership and feudal ownership still exist. From a contemporary standpoint, the slave system, the feudal system and the capitalist system are all bad, but historically they were more progressive than the primitive communal system. These systems were progressive at first but not later on and were therefore supplanted in their turn. Article 70 of our draft Constitution stipulates that the minority nationality areas may, in the light of the political, economic, and cultural characteristics of the nationality or nationalities in a given area, make regulations on the exercise of autonomy as well as specific regulations. All these are instances of the integration of principle and flexibility. This draft Constitution has won general praise and support precisely for these two reasons: it correctly and properly sums up past experience, and it correctly and properly integrates principle and flexibility. Otherwise, I don't think people would praise and support it. It is entirely possible and it is necessary to put this draft constitution into force. Of course, it is still a draft today, but a few months from now, after it has been approved by the National People's Congress, it will be the formal constitution. We should be getting ready now to enforce it. Once it is approved, the whole nation, one and all, should observe it. State personnel particularly, and in the first place those present here, should take the lead in observing it. To fail to observe the Constitution is to violate it. When promulgated, our draft Constitution will win the unanimous support of the whole people and enhance their enthusiasm. An organization must have rules, and so must a state. A constitution is a set of general rules, it is the fundamental law. To codify the principles of people's democracy and socialism in the form of a fundamental law, in the form of the Constitution, so that there will be a clear course before the people of the whole country and they will feel sure they have a clear, definite, and correct path to follow. This will heighten their enthusiasm. Will this draft constitution produce an impact on the world when it is promulgated? Yes, it will, both on the democratic camp and on the capitalist countries. People in the democratic camp will be glad to see that we have charted a clear, definite, and correct path. They will be glad because we Chinese are glad. The oppressed and exploited people in the capitalist countries will also be glad when they come to know about it. Of course there are some who will not be pleased, neither the imperialists nor Chiang Kai-shek will. Do you think Chiang Kai-shek will be happy? I say you know without asking him that he won't. We know Chiang Kai-shek only too well, he will definitely be against it. And President Eisenhower will not be happy either, he will say it's no good. They will say that this constitution of ours has charted a clear and definite but very bad path, a wrong path, and that socialism and people's democracy are blunders. Nor will they approve of our flexibility. What they would like best would be for us to conjure up socialism overnight and make a mess of everything. That would make them really happy. Also, they won't like China having a united front, they want us to play a one-party game. Our constitution has national characteristics but at the same time has an international character, it's a national and also an international phenomenon. Many nations are oppressed by imperialism and feudalism, as we were once, and they are a majority of the world's population. It will be helpful to the people of these countries that we have a revolutionary constitution, a people's democratic constitution, and a clear, definite, and correct path. Our general objective is to strive to build a great socialist country. Ours is a big country of 600 million people. How long will it really take to accomplish socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation and mechanization of agriculture and make China a great socialist country? We won't set a rigid time limit now. It will probably take a period of 3 5-year plans, or 15 years, to lay the foundation. Will China then become a great country? Not necessarily. I think for us to build a great socialist country, about 50 years, or 10 5-year plans, will probably be enough. By then China will be in good shape and quite different from what it is now. What can we make at present? We can make tables and chairs, teacups and teapots, we can grow grain and grind it into flour, and we can make paper. But we can't make a single motor car, plane, tank, or tractor. So we mustn't brag and be cocky. Of course I don't mean we can become cocky when we turn out our first car, more cocky when we make 10 cars, and still more cocky when we make more and more cars. That won't do. Even after 50 years, when our country is in good shape, we should remain as modest as we are now. If by then we should become conceited and look down on others, it would be bad. We mustn't be conceited even 100 years from now. We must never be cocky. This constitution of ours is of a socialist type, but it is not yet a completely socialist constitution. It is a constitution for the transition period. We must now unite the people of the whole country and unite all the forces that can and should be united in the struggle to build a great socialist country. And the Constitution has been drawn up specifically for this purpose. Finally, a word by way of explanation. Some say that it is out of exceptional modesty on the part of certain individuals that some articles have been deleted from the draft constitution. This is not the way to put it. It is not out of modesty but because inclusion of these articles would be improper, unjustifiable, and unscientific. In a people's democratic state like ours, such improper articles ought not to be written into the Constitution. We have not omitted, out of modesty, what ought to have been included. With science, modesty or immodesty is not the issue. Constitution making is a matter of science. We must believe in science and nothing else, that is to say, we must not have blind faith in anything. What is right and what is wrong, whether it concerns the Chinese or foreigners, whether it concerns the dead or the living. To believe otherwise is blind faith. We must do away with blind faith. We should believe in what is correct and not in what is incorrect, be it ancient or modern. Not only that, we should criticize what is incorrect. This alone is the scientific approach. Strive to build a great socialist country. September 15, 1954. Opening address at the first session of the First National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China. Fellow deputies. The first session of the First National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China opens today in our capital, Peking. The total number of deputies is 1,226, of whom 1,211 have registered for attendance and 15 were unable to register on account of illness or for other reasons and asked for leave of absence. 70 who registered cannot take part today on account of illness or for other reasons. The actual number of deputies present at today's meeting is 1,141, which constitutes a quorum. The first session of the First National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China is charged with important tasks. The tasks of the present session are: to adopt a constitution, to enact a number of important laws, to adopt the report on the work of the government, and to elect the new leading personnel of the state. Our present session is of great and historic significance. It is a milestone marking the new victories and advances of our people since the founding of our People's Republic in 1949. The Constitution to be adopted at this session will tremendously promote the socialist cause in our country. Our general task is to unite the whole people and win the support of all our friends abroad in the struggle to build a great socialist country, defend world peace and advance the cause of human progress. The people of our country should work hard, do their best to draw on advanced experience in the Soviet Union and other fraternal countries, be honest and industrious, encourage and help each other, guard against boastfulness and arrogance and gird themselves to build our country, which is at present economically and culturally backward, into a great industrialized country with a high standard of modern culture in the course of several 5-year plans. Ours is a just cause. A just cause is invincible before any enemy. The force at the core leading our cause forward is the Chinese Communist Party. The theoretical basis guiding our thinking is Marxism-Leninism. We are fully confident that we can overcome all difficulties and hardships and make our country a great socialist republic. We are advancing. We are now engaged in a great and most glorious cause, never undertaken by our forefathers. Our goal must be attained. Our goal can unquestionably be attained. Let all the 600 million people of our country unite and strive for our common cause. Long live our great motherland. Letter concerning the study of the Dream of the Red Chamber. October 16, 1954. Letter to the comrades of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and other comrades concerned. Enclosed are 2 articles refuting Yu Pingpo. Please read them. It is the first time in over 30 years that a serious attack has been leveled against the erroneous views of the so-called authorities on the Dream of the Red Chamber. The authors are 2 Youth League members. At first they wrote to the Literary Gazette to ask whether it was all right to criticize Yu Pingpo, but they were ignored. In the circumstances, they were obliged to write to their teacher at Shantung University, their alma mater, and they received support. Their article refuting an essay on the Dream of the Red Chamber was published in the university journal Literature, History, and Philosophy. Then the matter came up again in Peking. It was suggested that the People Daily reprint the article in order to start a debate and carry on the criticism. This, too, came to naught because certain persons objected for a variety of reasons, the main ones being that it was an article written by nobodies and that the party paper is not a platform for free debate. In the end a compromise was reached and the article was allowed to be reprinted in the Literary Gazette. Later, the literary legacy page of the Kuangming Daily carried another article by the two young men refuting Yu Pingpo's book, Studies on the Dream of the Red Chamber. It seems that a struggle may now be able to get underway against the Huxi school of bourgeois idealism in the field of classical literature, which has poisoned the minds of the young for more than 30 years. The whole thing has been set going by two nobodies, while the bigwigs have ignored and obstructed it as is their wont. They go in for a united front with bourgeois writers on the question of idealism and become willing captives of the bourgeoisie. The case is almost the same as with the film's Inside Story of the Qing Court 1 and The Life of Wei Sun when they were shown. Inside Story of the Qing Court, which has been described by certain people as a film of patriotism but is in fact one of national betrayal, has never been criticized since it was shown all over the country. The Life of Wei Sun has been criticized, but up to now no lessons have been drawn. What is more, such strange things have happened as tolerating Yu Pingpo's idealism while suppressing the lively critical essays by the nobodies. This deserves our attention. Towards such bourgeois intellectuals as Yu Pingpo, our attitude should naturally be one of uniting with them, but we should criticize their erroneous ideas which poison the minds of the young, and we certainly should not surrender to them. The Chinese people cannot be cowed by the atom bomb. January 28, 1955. Main points of a conversation with Ambassador Carl Yuan, K. Sundström, the first Finnish envoy to China, when he presented his credentials. China and Finland are friendly countries. Our relations are based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. China and Finland have never come into conflict. In the past, China's wars with European countries were only with Britain, France, Germany, Tsarist Russia, Italy, the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Holland. These countries all came from afar to commit aggressions against China, as in the invasions by the Anglo-French Allied forces and by the Allied forces of the 8 powers, including the United States and Japan. 16 countries took part in the war of aggression against Korea, including Turkey and Luxembourg. All these aggressor countries claim to be peace-loving while branding Korea and China as aggressors. Today, the danger of a world war and the threats to China come mainly from the warmongers in the United States. They have occupied our Taiwan and the Taiwan Straits and are contemplating an atomic war. We have 2 principles: first, we don't want war; second, we will strike back resolutely if anyone invades us. This is what we teach the members of the Communist Party and the whole nation. The Chinese people are not to be cowed by U.S. atomic blackmail. Our country has a population of 600 million and an area of 9,600,000 square kilometers. The United States cannot annihilate the Chinese nation with its small stack of atom bombs. Even if the U.S. atom bombs were so powerful that, when dropped on China, they would make a hole right through the earth, or even blow it up, that would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole, though it might be a major event for the solar system. We have an expression, millet plus rifles. In the case of the United States, it is planes plus the A-bomb. However, if the United States with its planes plus the A-bomb is to launch a war of aggression against China, then China with its millet plus rifles is sure to emerge the victor. The people of the whole world will support us. As a result of World War I, the Tsar, the landlords and the capitalists in Russia were wiped out. As a result of World War II, Chiang Kai-shek and the landlords were overthrown in China and the East European countries, and a number of countries in Asia were liberated. Should the United States launch a Third World War, and supposing it lasted 8 or 10 years, the result would be the elimination of the ruling classes in the United States, Britain, and the other accomplice countries, and the transformation of most of the world into countries led by communist parties. World wars end not in favor of the warmongers but in favor of the communist parties and the revolutionary people in all lands. If the warmongers are to make war, then they mustn't blame us for making revolution or engaging in subversive activities as they keep saying all the time. If they desist from war, they can survive a little longer on this earth. But the sooner they make war, the sooner they will be wiped from the face of the earth. Then a People's United Nations would be set up, maybe in Shanghai, maybe somewhere in Europe, or it might be set up again in New York, provided the US warmongers had been wiped out. Speeches at the National Conference of the Communist Party of China. March 1955. Opening speech. March 21, 1955. Comrade delegates to the National Conference of the Communist Party of China. There are 3 items on the agenda of our present National Conference. 1. The first 5-year plan for the development of the national economy and a report on this plan. 2. A report on the anti-party alliance of Kaokong and Jiaoshuxi, and 3. The establishment of a Central Control Commission. Basing itself on Lenin's teachings on the transition period, the Central Committee summed up the experience gained after the founding of the People's Republic of China and in 1952 put forward the party's general line for the transition period at the time when the stage of the rehabilitation of China's national economy was coming to an end. This general line means the accomplishment step by step of the socialist industrialization of the country together with the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce in a period of roughly 3 5-year plans, and thus the attainment of the goal of building a socialist society in China. Practice has borne out the correctness of the party's general line and of the important policies and measures adopted to implement it. There have been great achievements in our work thanks to the efforts of all comrades in the party and of the people of the whole country. But there have also been shortcomings and mistakes. It is impossible for many of the measures we devise to be appropriate in all respects, and they have to be supplemented and revised in the light of new experience in the process of being carried out. The first 5-year plan for the development of the national economy is a major step towards the realization of the party's general line. The present National Conference should discuss this draft plan conscientiously in the light of our practical experience so as to make it relatively sound in content and therefore workable. It is no easy job to build a socialist society in a large country like ours with its complicated conditions and its formerly very backward economy. We may be able to build a socialist society over 3 5-year plans, but to build a strong, highly industrialized socialist country will require several decades of hard work, say, 50 years, or the entire second half of the present century. Our task requires us to handle the relations among the people well, particularly those between the working class and the peasantry. It requires us to handle the relations among our different nationalities well. At the same time, it requires us to do a good job in furthering close cooperation with the Soviet Union, which is a great and advanced socialist country, and with the people's democracies, and also to promote cooperation with all the peace-loving countries and people in the capitalist world. We often say that we should not become conceited because we have done well in our work, and that we comrades should remain modest and learn from the advanced countries, from the masses and from each other so as to make fewer mistakes. I think all this still needs to be repeated at the present party conference. We can see from the anti-party case of Kaokong and Jiaoshuxi that conceit and complacency do exist in our party, and indeed to a serious extent among certain comrades. Failure to overcome them will hinder the accomplishment of our great task of building a socialist society. As you comrades all know, the emergence of the anti-party alliance of Kaokong and Jiaoshuxi was by no means accidental, but was an acute manifestation of the intense class struggle in our country at the present stage. The criminal aim of this anti-party alliance was to split our party and seize supreme power in the party and the state by conspiratorial means, and thus pave the way for a counter-revolutionary comeback. Under the unified leadership of the Central Committee, our party has smashed the anti-party alliance and become still more united and consolidated. This is an important victory in our struggle for the cause of socialism. The case of Kaokong and Jiaoshuxi serves as an important lesson for our party, and all the members should take warning and make sure that similar cases will not recur in the party. Cao Kang and Zhao Shushi schemed and conspired, operated clandestinely in the party and surreptitiously sowed dissension among comrades, but in public they put up a front to camouflage their activities. These were precisely the kind of vile activities the landlord class and the bourgeoisie usually resorted to in the past. In the manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels say, the Communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. As Communists, let alone as senior party cadres, we must all be open and above board politically, always ready to express our political views openly and take a stand, for or against, on each and every important political issue. We must never follow the example of Cao Kang and Zhao Shushi and resort to scheming. For the purpose of building a socialist society, the Central Committee deems it necessary at this juncture to set up a Central Control Commission in accordance with the party constitution to replace the old Discipline Inspection Commission. Its aim is to tighten party discipline in the new period of intense class struggle, step up the struggle against all kinds of violations of the law and of discipline, and in particular guard against the recurrence of cases like the Cao-Zhao anti-party alliance, which seriously jeopardizes the interests of the party. In view of the various lessons of the past and the fact that only through being integrated with collective wisdom can individual wisdom be turned to better account so that fewer mistakes are made in our work, the Central Committee and the party committees at all levels must adhere to the principle of collective leadership and continue to oppose two deviations, personal dictatorship and decentralism. We must understand that collective leadership and personal responsibility are two aspects which are not opposed but are linked to each other. And personal responsibility and personal dictatorship, which violates the principle of collective leadership, are two entirely different things. Internationally, conditions at present are favorable to our socialist construction. The socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union is strong and its ranks are united, while the imperialist camp is weak and beset by numerous insurmountable contradictions and crises. Even so, we should realize that we are still surrounded by imperialist forces and must be prepared against all possible emergencies. If the imperialists should unleash a war in the future, very likely they would launch a surprise attack, as in World War II. Therefore, we must be prepared, mentally and materially, to avoid being caught unawares by such a sudden turn. This is one aspect of the matter. The other aspect is that the remaining counter-revolutionary forces inside the country are still very active, and, basing ourselves on the facts, we must deal them more blows in a planned and discriminating way so as to further weaken these hidden counter-revolutionaries and ensure the safety of our socialist construction. If we take proper measures with regard to these two aspects, we can prevent our enemies from doing us serious harm, otherwise, we may make mistakes. Comrades, we are now in a new historical period. For a country in the Orient with a population of 600 million to make socialist revolution, to change its face and the course of its history, to accomplish its basic industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce in a period of roughly 3 5-year plans, and to catch up with or surpass the most powerful capitalist countries in the world in several decades. In doing all this, it will inevitably encounter difficulties as numerous as or perhaps even greater than those encountered in the period of the democratic revolution. Nevertheless, comrades, we communists are known for our dauntlessness before difficulties. Tactically, we must take all difficulties seriously. We must adopt a serious attitude towards each specific difficulty, create the necessary conditions, study the methods for coping with them and overcome them one by one and batch by batch. Our experience over the past decades shows that we did succeed in overcoming every difficulty encountered. Every kind of difficulty has to give way before communists, just as in the saying, mountains bow their heads and rivers make way. The lesson derived from this is that we can scorn difficulties. Here we are talking of strategy, of the situation as a whole. However great the difficulty, we can readily take its measure. Difficulties are nothing but what both our enemies in society and nature put in our way. We know that the imperialists, the domestic counter-revolutionaries, their agents in our party, and so on, are mere moribund forces, while we ourselves constitute the newborn forces with truth on our side. Against them we are always invincible. A review of our history will enable us to see the point. When our party was first founded in 1921, it was very small and had only a few score members, yet later it grew in strength and succeeded in overthrowing its powerful domestic enemy. Nature as an enemy can be conquered, too. In nature as in society, all newborn forces are intrinsically invincible. Conversely, all the old forces, however numerous, are bound to be eliminated. Therefore, we can and must scorn all the difficulties we encounter in this world, however immense they may be, and regard them as beneath contempt. Such is our optimism. It is based on scientific grounds. Provided that we know more about Marxism-Leninism and the natural sciences, in short, more about the laws of the objective world and make fewer mistakes of a subjectivist kind, we are sure to attain our goals in revolution and construction. Concluding speech. March 31, 1955. Comrades. The speeches from the floor have ended. Now I'll say a few words on the following questions: an evaluation of the present conference, the 5-year plan, the case of Kaokong and Jo Shushi, the current situation, and the 8th Congress. 1. Evaluation of the present conference. Most comrades agree that the conference has been a great success and that it has been another rectification meeting, following the rectification of the Yan'an days. Democracy has been promoted and criticism and self-criticism carried out, which has enabled us to know each other better, think more along the same lines and arrive at a common understanding. There was common understanding among us, but on some questions opinions differed, and this conference has enabled us to unify our understanding. Our party will be better united on this basis, that is, on the basis of our common understanding of ideology, politics, and various policies. As Comrade Zhou Enlai put it, if the 7th National Congress of the party and the all-party ideological and political rectification in the period preceding it laid the foundation of our party's ideological unity, a unity on which we proceeded to win victory in the democratic revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, then the present conference will enable us to win victory for socialism. This conference has proved that our party has attained a much higher level. Our party has made great strides not only since the 7th Congress 10 years ago, but also since the 2nd and 3rd plenary sessions of the 7th Central Committee in 1949 and 1950. This is good. The conference indicates our progress. We have entered a new period in our history, in which what we have set ourselves to do, think about and dig into is socialist industrialization, socialist transformation, and the modernization of our national defense, and we are beginning to do the same thing with atomic energy. So far as the party as a whole is concerned, some comrades are digging deep into their jobs while others are not, and this is true of the comrades present at this conference. As is the case with doctors, some can perform operations, others can't. Some can give intravenous injections while others can't and know only how to give subcutaneous injections. And there are doctors who don't dare to go beneath the skin and can work only on the surface. Although some are not digging into their jobs, most comrades are, and quite a few seem to have learned their trade and are becoming rather expert at it. This has been borne out at this conference and is a very good thing. For we are now confronted with new problems: socialist industrialization, socialist transformation, a new defense system and other new fields of work. It is our task to adapt ourselves to this new situation, dig into our jobs and become experts. It is therefore necessary to educate those who have failed to dig into their jobs and remained on the surface, so that they will all turn into experts. The struggle against the anti-party alliance of Kaokong and Jo Shushi will take our party a big step forward. We must propagate dialectical materialism among the 5 million intellectuals inside and outside the party and among cadres at all levels so that they will grasp it and combat idealism, and we shall then be able to organize a powerful core of theoretical workers, which we urgently need. That again will be a very good thing. We must draw up a plan for the formation of such a corps with several million people taking up the study of dialectical materialism and historical materialism, the theoretical basis of Marxism, and combating all shades of idealism and mechanical materialism. At present there are many cadres doing theoretical work, but there is still no corps of theoretical workers, much less a powerful one. Without such a corps, the cause of the entire party, the socialist industrialization and socialist transformation of our country, the modernization of our national defense and our research in atomic energy cannot move along or succeed. I therefore recommend that you comrades read philosophy. Quite a few people are not interested in philosophy and have not cultivated the habit of reading it. They can begin by reading pamphlets or short articles and, after their interest is thus aroused, tackle books running to a length of 70,000 or 80,000 and then even several 100,000 words. Marxism consists of several branches of learning: Marxist philosophy, Marxist economics, and Marxist socialism, that is, the theory of class struggle, but the foundation is Marxist philosophy. If this is not grasped, we will not have a common language or any common method, and we may keep on arguing back and forth without making things any clearer. Once dialectical materialism is grasped, a lot of trouble will be saved and many mistakes avoided. 2. On the first 5-year plan. Comrades say that during the discussion of the 5-year plan most speeches were good and they all feel satisfied with them. Some speeches were exceptionally good, for the speakers gave thorough expositions and sounded rather like experts. But some of the speeches delivered on behalf of the central departments were rather poor in content and left something to be desired in the way of analysis and criticism. The same holds for some of the speeches by comrades from different localities. Then there is something else. In certain speeches the grave problem of waste and other errors were exposed for what they are, but nothing was said about ways to tackle them. Some comrades are dissatisfied with these speeches. I think there is cause for such dissatisfaction. I hope that all secretaries of provincial, municipal, and prefectural party committees and the comrades in charge of the central departments will strive to become expert in political and economic work on the basis of a higher level of Marxism-Leninism. They must do well both in political and ideological work and in economic construction. As for the latter, we must really get to know how to do it. In regard to the many problems submitted by the local authorities at this conference to the central authorities for solution, efforts should be made to solve them in those cases where guidelines have been laid down by the Central Committee. As for the other problems, the Secretariat of the conference should work out solutions with the comrades who raised them and submit reports to the Central Committee for decision. Then there are also many matters in which the central departments would like to enlist the cooperation of the local authorities. The local party committees are requested to supervise and help the enterprises of the central departments in different localities, particularly in regard to political and ideological work. It is incumbent upon the local party committees to help these enterprises to fulfill their tasks. Therefore, not only do the local authorities have demands on the central authorities, but the same is true the other way round. The first 5-year plan can be successfully carried out only when the central departments and the local party committees bend their efforts in a single direction and work in cooperation with a due division of labor. 3. On the anti-party alliance of Kaokong and Jao Shuxi. The first point. Some ask, was there or was there not such an alliance? Were there perhaps 2 independent kingdoms or 2 go-it-alone firms, and not an alliance? Some comrades say that they have not come across any document and that if Cao and Jao had an alliance, there must be some kind of agreement, and an agreement must be in black and white. To be sure, there is no written agreement, it's nowhere to be found. We say Kaokong and Jao Shuxi did have an alliance. How did we find this out? First, we found it out when Kaokong worked hand in glove with Jao Shuxi during the conference on financial and economic work. Second, we found it out when Jao Shuxi collaborated with Chang Xiushan in their anti-party activities during the conference on organizational work. Third, we found it out from Jao Shuxi's own words. He said, "From now on Kuo Feng will serve as the pivot of the organization department of the Central Committee." Zhao Shushi was director of the organization department and Kuo Feng, Cao Kang's confidant, was to be the pivot there. Very fine. What perfect unity. Fourth, we found it out when Cao Kang and Zhao Shushi spread far and wide a list of prospective political bureau members illicitly drawn up by An Zawen. For this An Zawen was given disciplinary warning. Cao Kang, Zhao Shushi, and others spread this list to all those attending the conference on organizational work and even had it circulated in the southern provinces. What was their motive in giving it such wide currency? Fifth, we found it out when Cao Kang twice expressed to me his wish to have Zhao Shushi protected, while Zhao Shushi went on protecting Cao Kang right up to the end. Cao Kang said that Zhao Shushi was now in hot water and wanted me to help him out. Why, I asked, are you speaking for him? I'm in Peking and so is Zhao Shushi. Why does he want you to speak for him and not come to me direct? Even if he were in Tibet, he could send a telegram. He is right here in Peking and he's got legs. The other occasion was the day before Cao Kang was exposed, and he tried once more to protect Zhao Shushi. Zhao Shushi persisted to the end in protecting Cao Kang and wanted to redress the injustices done to Cao Kang. At an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to expose Cao Kang, I said there were two headquarters in Peking. The first, headed by me, stirred up an open wind and lit an open fire. The second, headed by others, stirred up a sinister wind and lit a sinister fire. It was operating underground. Did political leadership come from one or more sources? Judged by the many facts mentioned above, they did have an anti-party alliance and were not two independent kingdoms or two go-it-alone firms which had nothing to do with each other. Now about the doubts expressed by some comrades to the effect that since there was no written agreement, perhaps there wasn't an alliance after all. This is putting anti-party alliances knocked together by schemers on a par with open and formal political and economic alliances in general and regarding the two as of the same kind. They were conspiring. Does a conspiracy need a written agreement? If no written agreement means no alliance, then how about each of the two anti-party cliques headed separately by Cao Kang and Zhao Shushi? Cao Kang didn't sign any covenant with Chang Xiushan, Chang Mingyuan, Chao Taitsun, Ma Heng and Kuo Feng who were in his clique. Anyway, we have not seen any written agreement of theirs. Then is the existence of this anti-party clique, too, to be denied. Neither have we seen any covenant signed by Zhao Shushi with Shang Ming and Yang Fan. So it is wrong to say that no alliance can exist without a written agreement. The second point. What should be the attitude of comrades who fell under the influence of Cao and Zhao and of those who did not? Those who did were influenced in varying degrees. Some were influenced in a general way. Cao and Zhao brushed them with their wings. A few comrades were deeply influenced. They talked over many things with Cao and Zhao, carried on clandestine activities and spread their views. There is a difference between these two categories of people. But whatever the degree of such influence, most comrades have made their attitude clear at this conference. Some were very good in their attitude and this was welcomed by all. Some others were fairly good in their attitude and this was welcomed by most of the comrades, though what they said was not free from shortcomings. Some didn't go far enough but have followed up with supplementary remarks today. Some speeches were good on the whole, but had parts that were not quite right. In any case, all of them have more or less indicated where they stand, and we should welcome that. After all, they have done something to make their positions clear. A few comrades who wanted to speak but didn't for lack of time can send in written reports to the Central Committee. With those who have not spoken, the problem is not serious, they just got grazed and were privy to some of the doings of Cao and Zhao but failed to reveal them. As for those who have spoken, aren't there some who are still holding something back? Well, let it now be decided that comrades can get back their speeches and reports for revision, whether they were on the 5-year plan or on the anti-party alliance of Cao and Zhao. These comrades may go over their wording carefully and have 5 days to change whatever they had said inadequately or not quite correctly. Don't get a handle on anyone to make things hard for him in the future merely because he said something not quite right at this conference. You are allowed to make corrections and your revised text will be taken as final. We should take this attitude towards these comrades, that is, we should not only observe but also help them, in the hope that they will correct their mistakes. In other words, we should not only observe them to see whether they are going to correct their mistakes but also help them to do so. Everybody needs help. With all its beauty, the lotus needs the green of its leaves to set it off. A fence needs the support of 3 stakes, an able fellow needs the help of 3 other people. To go it alone is no good, and help from others is always necessary. And this is all the more necessary on the matter in question. It is necessary to observe these people, to see whether they are going to mend their ways. But merely to observe them is passive, it is also necessary to give them help. As for those comrades who fell under the influence of Cao and Jiao, regardless of the extent, we should be glad to see them mend their ways and should not only observe but also help them. Such is the positive attitude towards comrades who have made mistakes. Comrades who did not come under their influence should not become conceited but should guard against this sort of disease. This is extremely important. Among the comrades mentioned earlier, probably some were duped and others rather deeply involved. But having made mistakes, these comrades may become more or less alert and avoid similar mistakes in future. You become immune to some diseases after having them. Vaccination has a preventive effect. But it is not a sure guarantee and you may still get smallpox. Therefore it is better to have another vaccination, in our case another meeting of the present kind, after a lapse of 3 or 5 years. Other comrades should not be conceited, but should guard against making mistakes. Why didn't Cao Kong and Jiao Shushi approach these people? There are several categories. The first category consists of those they regarded as their enemies, and naturally they would not try to influence them. The second consists of those they looked down upon as of no consequence, and they felt no need to influence them at this stage, thinking that these people would automatically come over when the country was well under control. The third category consists of those they did not dare to approach, probably because these people were better immunized and didn't look like the sort of people they wanted, although they didn't regard them as enemies or as of no consequence. Nevertheless they did not dare to approach them. The fourth category consists of those they hadn't had time to influence. This sort of plague takes time to spread. Defer the exposure for another year and you can't be sure that some more might not have become infected. So don't play the braggart and say, "Look, haven't you got smudged? But see how clean I am." If the exposure had been put off for another year, I dare say quite a few people would have been affected. The above, I believe, should arouse the attention of both the comrades who fell under the influence of Cao and Jiao and those who did not. The third point. On matters of principle, we should constantly be on our guard and keep a certain distance from comrades when their remarks or actions run counter to party principles. Whenever their remarks and actions do run counter to party principles and repel us, we should not identify ourselves with them on such matters and in such circumstances. As for their remarks and actions which conform to party principles, on such matters as the 5-year plan, the resolution and report on the anti-party alliance of Cao and Jiao, our correct policies and party rules and regulations, we should of course give them strong backing and identify ourselves with them. We should keep a certain distance from whatever is inconsistent with party principles. In other words, we should draw a clear line of demarcation and rebuff it then and there. We should not fail to keep this distance merely because someone is an old friend, an old superior, an old subordinate, an old colleague, a schoolmate, or a fellow townsman. We have repeatedly had this experience in the current anti-party case of Cao and Jiao and in the previous 2-line struggles in the party, when on account of an old and intimate relationship with certain people you find it difficult to speak out and fail to keep a certain distance, give any rebuff and draw a clear line of demarcation, you'll find yourself more and more deeply involved and haunted by their ghosts. Therefore we must take a stand and adhere to principle. The fourth point. Some comrades say, we knew of some of the bad deeds of Cao and Jiao, but did not discern their plot. I would say there are 2 categories. First, there are those who heard Cao and Jiao say many things which were against party principles, and furthermore Cao and Jiao consulted with them on some of their anti-party activities. These people should have discerned their plot. Second, there are those who learned of their bad deeds in a general way but did not realize they had a plot. These people are not to blame, for it was not easy to discern. It was only in 1953 that the Central Committee detected their anti-party conspiracy. After what happened at the conferences on financial and economic work and on organizational work, and after all the goings-on prior to the conference on financial and economic work, we realized that they were not behaving normally. During the conference on financial and economic work their unusual activities were discovered, and on each occasion they were rebuked. So from then on they switched over completely to undercover activities. It was not until the autumn and winter of 1953 that we detected this conspiracy, the conspirators, and the cliques. For quite some time we had no idea that Cao Kong and Jiao Shushi were bad types. This kind of thing had happened before. During the Qingkang Mountains period there were a few renegades, and we never suspected that they would betray the revolution. Very likely you have all had similar experiences. We should draw a lesson here: don't be misled by false appearances. Some of our comrades are easily misled by them. There is contradiction between appearance and essence in everything. It is by analyzing and studying the appearance of a thing that people come to know its essence. Hence the need for science. Otherwise, if one could get at the essence of a thing by intuition, what would be the use of science? What would be the use of study? Study is called for precisely because there is contradiction between appearance and essence. There is a difference, though, between the appearance and the false appearance of a thing, because the latter is false. Hence we draw the lesson: try as far as possible not to be misled by false appearances. The fifth point. The danger of conceit. Don't play the braggart. Our cause depends on the many for its success, and the few play only a limited role. While the few, that is, the leaders and cadres, play a role that should be recognized, it is not a role of signal importance. The role of signal importance is played by the masses. The correct relationship between the cadres and the masses is such that, necessary as the cadres are, it is the masses who do the actual work, with the cadres giving leadership, a role which should not be exaggerated. Would things be in a mess without you? Things can get along without you, as history and many facts of life can testify. Have things been in a mess, say, without Cao Kong and Jiao Shushi? Well, things are going quite well, aren't they? Without Trotsky, without Chiang Kuo-tao, without Chen Tuxiu, things have gone quite well, too. They were all bad characters. Confucius has been dead for ages, and today we have a communist party in China, which is surely wiser than Confucius. This goes to show that we can do better without Confucius. As for good people, they are not indispensable either. Would the earth stop turning without them? The earth will go on turning all the same. Things will proceed as usual, or perhaps even better. We have two kinds of people. The first are the veterans, and many of you here are high in seniority. The second are the new blood, the young people. Which of the two holds out greater promise? Certainly the new blood, as Comrade Zhou Enlai said today. Some comrades are swollen with pride just because they are veterans of the revolution. This is quite unwarranted. If allowance is to be made for being proud of oneself, it is rather the young people who have something to be proud of. As for people over 40 or 50, the older they are and the more experience they have, the more modest they should be. Leave it to the young people to realize that we are really experienced. These veterans do have some experience. We should not underrate them. Look, how modest they are. If people over 40 or 50 became conceited in spite of their rich experience, what sorry figures they would cut. That would start the young talking: all your experience is nothing, you are behaving just like kids. Young kids may like to show off a bit, that's understandable. But for people who are getting on in years and have so much experience behind them to be conceited and so cocky, that's quite uncalled for. As the saying goes, behave yourself and tuck your tail between your legs. Human beings have no tails, but why talk about tucking the tail between the legs? Let a dog illustrate our point. There are times when a dog sticks its tail up and there are times when it tucks its tail between its legs. Generally, it tucks its tail between its legs when beaten and sticks its tail up when doing fine. I hope all our comrades, and veteran comrades most of all, will, so to speak, tuck their tails between their legs rather than stick them up, guard against conceit and rashness, always remain modest and keep forging ahead. The sixth point. Guard against left and right deviations. Some people say, it is better to be on the left than on the right, a remark repeated by many comrades. In fact, there are many who say to themselves that it is better to be on the right than on the left, but they don't say it aloud. Only those who are honest say so openly. So there are these two opinions. What is left? To move far ahead of the times, to outpace current developments, to be rash in action and in matters of principle and policy and to hit out indiscriminately in struggles and controversies, these are left deviations and are no good. To fall behind the times, to fail to keep pace with current developments and to be lacking in militancy, these are right deviations and are no good either. In our party there are people who prefer to be on the left, and then there are also quite a few who prefer to be on the right or to take a position right of center. Neither is good. We must wage a struggle on both fronts, combating both left and right deviations. That's all I want to say about the anti-party alliance of Kaokong and Jiaoshushi. 4. On the current situation. How do things stand with respect to the international situation, the situation at home and that in the party? Which is predominant, the bright side or the dark? It must be affirmed that the bright side predominates over the dark, whether internationally, at home or in the party. Likewise with our conference. Don't think that everything is dark merely because so many people have made a self-criticism. These comrades laid the emphasis on their shortcomings and mistakes and did not touch on their positive points, leaving out such things as the time when they joined the revolution, the battles they won and the successes they achieved in their work. If you judge by their self-criticism alone, then there is nothing but darkness. In fact, this is only one side of the story and for many comrades the secondary one. The case is different with Kaokong and Jiaoshushi and their 5 lieutenants, Chang Xiushan, Chang Mingyuan, Chao Taitsun, Ma Heng and Kuo Feng. The estimate that the bright side is predominant cannot apply to them. What predominant bright side is there in Kaokong's case? There is darkness through and through, a mass of murkiness which neither moonlight nor sunlight can penetrate. Things are quite different with our comrades. They are stained with a few dark spots which can be removed by the repeated use of soap. Why do we call for preparedness against a sudden turn of events, against a counter-revolutionary comeback and against the recurrence of an incident of the Kaojiao kind? Because we have nothing to lose if we are prepared for the worst. Whatever work we do, we must envisage the worst possibilities and plan accordingly. The worst that might happen can only be the following: a new world war unleashed by the imperialists, Chiang Kai-shek back in the saddle in Peking, and the recurrence of such incidents as the Kaojiao anti-party alliance, and what is more, not just one of these events may occur but as many as 10 or even 100. But whatever their number, as long as we are prepared beforehand there is no cause for alarm. If 10 happen, that means only 5 pair and there is nothing to make a fuss about since we have anticipated them all. Imperialism brandishes its atom bomb and hydrogen bomb to scare us, and that doesn't frighten us either. The world is so constituted that there is always one thing to conquer another. When one thing is used for attack, there is bound to be another to conquer it. If you read the novel Apotheosis of Heroes, you will know that there is no such thing as an invincible magic weapon. Hosts of magic weapons have in fact been defeated. We believe that so long as we rely on the people there is no invincible magic weapon in this world. 5. Strive for the successful convocation of the 8th National Congress of the Party. The Central Committee has decided to convene the 8th National Congress of the Party in the second half of 1956. There will be 3 items on the agenda: 1. A report on the work of the Central Committee, 2. The revision of the party constitution, and 3. The election of a new Central Committee. The election of delegates and the preparation of documents should be completed before July next year. We call for a big step forward within a little over a year in all fields of work: the economy, culture and education, military affairs, the party, politics and ideology, mass organizations, the United Front and the minority nationalities. In passing, a few words about minority nationality work. We must combat Han chauvinism. Don't get the idea that it is the Han nationality that has been helping the minority nationalities. In fact, the minority nationalities have been helping the Han nationality a great deal. Some comrades like to brag about the help given to the minority nationalities, but they don't realize that we can't do without the minority nationalities. Who is it that inhabits 50 to 60% of our territory, the Hans or the other nationalities? The minority nationalities. Rich resources and hidden wealth abound in these areas. Till now we have given the minority nationalities little help and in some places no help at all, whereas the minority nationalities have rendered help to the Hans. Some minority nationalities, however, must have our help first before they can help us. Politically, the minority nationalities have given the Han nationality big help. Their participation in the community of the Chinese nation constitutes political help to the Han nationality. The people of the whole country are pleased that the minority nationalities and the Hans are united. So the minority nationalities have been a great help politically, economically, and in national defense to the whole country, the whole Chinese nation. It is wrong to think that only the Hans have helped the minority nationalities while the minority nationalities have not helped the Hans, or to swell with pride over the little help given to the minority nationalities. When we say that a big step forward must be taken in all fields within a year, we mean that the shortcomings and mistakes exposed must be remedied. Don't just make promises at this conference and leave these shortcomings and mistakes intact and uncorrected when the 8th Congress is convened next year. What we mean by striving for the convocation of the 8th Congress is precisely to have our shortcomings and mistakes remedied. For instance, we must make conscientious efforts to do away with extravagance and waste and the big roof style of architecture. Don't make promises here and the moment you are home, stretch out and go to sleep. Some people suggest that a conference of this kind should be held either annually or every other year so that there can be mutual supervision among comrades. I think the suggestion is worth considering. Who is to exercise supervision over people like us? Mutual supervision is a good idea. It will promote the rapid progress of the cause of the party and the state. We need rapid progress, not slow. We haven't had a party congress for 10 years. Of course, in the first 5 years it would not have been right to call another congress because the war was going on with all its stresses and strains and because the 7th Congress had met. During the second 5 years a congress could have been held but it wasn't. Still, something was gained by not convening it. It was better to get to the bottom of the case of Cao and Zhao before the Congress, or otherwise they would have made full use of the 8th Congress for their own ends. In the meantime, our 5-year plan is well underway. We have put forward the general line for the transition period and through this conference we have achieved greater unity in thinking, thus paving the way for the 8th National Congress of the party. While not every delegate will be required to make a self-criticism at the forthcoming Congress, there should be open criticism and self-criticism of shortcomings and mistakes in our work. It is wrong not to apply this Marxist principle. Criticism should be sharp. I don't find the criticism made by some comrades at this conference very sharp. They seem to be afraid of offending others. If you are not sharp enough, if the sting doesn't reach home, the person criticized will not feel any pain and take any heed. Identify by name the person and the department involved. You have done a poor job and I am not satisfied, and if you feel offended, so be it. Fear of offending others is only fear of losing votes and of an uneasy relationship in work. Will I lose my rice bowl if you don't vote for me? Nothing of the kind. Actually, if you speak your mind and lay the issues on the table sharply, you'll find it easier to get along with others. Don't draw in your horns. Why does an ox have two horns? They are for fighting, for self-defense, and attack. I often ask comrades if they have horns on their heads. Comrades, touch, and feel if you have any. I can see some comrades have horns, some have horns but not very sharp ones, and others have no horns at all. In my opinion, it is better to have them, for that goes well with Marxism. One of the tenets of Marxism is criticism and self-criticism. So to hold meetings at regular intervals for conducting criticism and self-criticism is a good measure for exercising mutual supervision among comrades and promoting the rapid progress of the cause of the party and the state. I suggest that you comrades of the provincial and municipal party committees think it over and see if you can do likewise. You want to follow the example of the Central Committee, don't you? I think on this score you can. Finally, I call on you comrades here and all party members. Strive for the successful convocation of the 8th National Congress of the party in 1956. Strive for the successful fulfillment of the first 5-year plan. Preface and editor's notes to material on the counter-revolutionary Hufeng clique. May and June 1955. Preface. June 15, 1955. To meet the needs of the broad reading public, we have made a compilation of the material on the counter-revolutionary Hufeng clique which appeared in 3 installments in the People's Daily between May 13 and June 10, 1955, and also the People's Daily editorial of June 10, and are having it issued by the People's Publishing House under the title Material on the Counter-Revolutionary Hufeng clique. In this book we have also reprinted Hufeng's My Self-Criticism as source material, but in an appendix coming after the material supplied by Shu Wu Wan so that readers can study this double-dealing counter-revolutionary. We have made a few verbal changes in the editor's notes and the footnotes to the 3 installments of the material. We have revised some footnotes, added others, and inserted 2 more editor's notes in the 2nd installment. For the sake of consistency, the term anti-party clique in the title of the 1st and 2nd installments has been changed to counter-revolutionary clique, as in the 3rd installment. Otherwise, the text is unchanged. It may be expected that, as with the publication of the material in the People's Daily, the publication of this book will attract the attention of 2 kinds of people. On the one hand, counter-revolutionaries will pay attention to it. On the other, the masses of the people will give it even more attention. Counter-revolutionaries and those with certain counter-revolutionary sentiments will find that the correspondence of the Hufeng elements strikes a sympathetic chord. Hufeng and his clique are indeed spokesmen for all counter-revolutionary classes, groups, and individuals, and the curses they hurl at the revolution and the tactics they use in their activities will be appreciated by all those counter-revolutionaries who can get hold of this book, from which they can derive some counter-revolutionary education about class struggle. Nevertheless, this will in no way save them from their doom. Like all the counter-revolutionary writings of their backers, the imperialists and Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang, which were directed against the Chinese people, these writings of the Hufeng elements are records not of success but of failure. They did not save their own clique from destruction. The masses of the people are very much in need of this material. How do counter-revolutionaries employ their double-dealing tactics? How do they succeed in deceiving us by their false appearances, while furtively doing the things we least expect? All this is a blank to thousands upon thousands of well-intentioned people. On this account, many counter-revolutionaries have wormed their way into our ranks. The eyes of our people are not keen, they are not adept at distinguishing good people from bad types. When people operate in normal conditions, we know how to tell the bad from the good, but we are not adept at seeing through those who operate in unusual conditions. The Hufeng elements are counter-revolutionaries who put on a disguise to hide their true features and to give a false impression. But since they oppose the revolution, it is impossible for them to cover up their true features entirely. As for the leading spirits of the Hufeng clique, they have had disputes with us on many occasions before and since liberation. They are different in word and deed not only from communists but also from vast numbers of non-party revolutionaries and democrats. they were recently exposed to the full simply because we got hold of a mass of solid evidence against them. As for many of the individuals in the Hufeng clique, they were able to deceive us because our party organizations, state organs, people's organizations, cultural and educational institutions or enterprises failed to make a strict examination of their records before admitting them. It was also because we were in a stormy period of revolution in the recent past and people of all sorts tried to get close to us as we emerged the victors, so inevitably the waters were muddied, the bad became mixed with the good, and we have not yet got around to sifting them thoroughly. Furthermore, success in spotting and clearing out bad elements depends on a combination of correct guidance from the leading organs with a high degree of political consciousness on the part of the masses, but in this regard our work in the past was not without shortcomings. These are all lessons for us. We attach importance to the Hufeng case because we want to use it to educate the masses of the people, and first those cotters who can read and also the intellectuals, to them we recommend this material for raising their level of political consciousness. The material is striking for its extreme sharpness and clarity. Counter-revolutionaries will naturally pay attention to it and revolutionary people even more so. If the masses of the revolutionary people learn something from this case and this material and thereby increase their revolutionary ardor and their ability to discriminate, we shall have all sorts of hidden counter-revolutionaries gradually uncovered. Editor's Notes, Selections. May and June 1955. 1. A faction called coterie by our forefathers and ring or outfit by people today is something quite familiar to us. To attain their political ends, people who pursue factional activities often accuse others of being factional, and being factional, they say, is not upright. For themselves, they claim to be upright, and upright people just don't have anything to do with factions. Those who followed Hufeng's lead were said to be young writers and revolutionary writers hated and persecuted by the Communist Party, the faction that had bourgeois theories and formed an independent kingdom. Therefore, Hufeng and company wanted revenge. The question of the Literary Gazette too was merely a breach that has been seized upon and was by no means an isolated one. It was most necessary to extend and generalize it and show that the question was one of factionalist rule, and factionalist and warlord rule at that. The matter was so serious that they fired a lot of ammunition to mop us up. In so doing, Hufeng and company attracted attention. After careful investigation of many of these persons, this clique was found to be of some size. Previously they were known as a small group. No, that's not so, there are quite a few of them. Previously they were known simply as a group of men of letters. No, that's not so, they have wormed their way into political, military, economic, cultural, and educational departments. Previously, they seemed to be a group of revolutionaries operating in broad daylight. No, that's not so, most of them have a very shady background. The main force of the clique consists of imperialist and Kuomintang secret agents, Trotskyists, reactionary army officers, or renegades from the Communist Party, with these persons serving as the backbone. A counter-revolutionary faction hidden in the revolutionary camp, an underground independent kingdom, was formed. This counter-revolutionary faction, this underground kingdom, has set itself the task of overthrowing the People's Republic of China and restoring imperialist and Kuomintang rule. Whenever and wherever possible, they go nosing around for our shortcomings which they use as pretexts for sabotage. Wherever they have their men, strange things happen. After liberation, this counter-revolutionary clique expanded and, if unchecked, would go on expanding. Now that the truth about Hufeng and company has come to light, many phenomena can be satisfactorily explained and their activities stopped. 2. Sure enough, Hufeng subsequently acted on Lu Tian's suggestion to use offensive tactics for defense. Thus he came to Peking to ask for a job, requested that his case be discussed, submitted the 300,000-word memo to the Central Committee, and finally seized upon the question of the Literary Gazette to open fire. Generally, when things are going badly for them, all kinds of representatives of the exploiting classes use offensive tactics as a means of defense in order to survive today and grow tomorrow. Rumors are fabricated out of thin air and lies told point blank. Certain superficial phenomena are seized on for attacking the essence of things, some people are lauded while others are condemned, and matters are distorted and exaggerated to make a breakthrough at certain points so as to put us in a difficult position. In short, they are assiduous in studying what tactics to use against us and spying out the land in order to attain their end. Sometimes they play possum and wait for a chance to spring a counterattack. They have long years of experience in class struggle and are skillful in different forms of struggle, legal and illegal. We revolutionaries must know their tricks and study their tactics in order to defeat them. Never be so bookish and naive as to treat complex class struggle as a simple matter. 3. It is conceit, self-complacency, lack of vigilance and absorption in the day-to-day job to the neglect of politics on our part as revolutionaries that have made it possible for many counter-revolutionaries to penetrate our liver. They are by no means confined to the men of the Hufeng clique, many other secret agents and bad elements have also sneaked in. 4. When a party member is criticized for his liberalistic tendencies, Hufeng elements say he is being attacked. If his fighting will is rather weak, that is, if he does not cling to his liberalistic stand but is willing to accept party criticism and come over to the correct stand, then he is not much of a hope to the Hufeng clique and cannot be dragged away. On the contrary, if his fighting will to cling to his liberalistic stand is not rather weak but rather strong, he is in danger of being dragged away. Hufeng elements are sure to have a go at it, and they are already calling him comrade. Shouldn't this be taken as a warning? What then should be the attitude of a party member when he is criticized for having made ideological and political mistakes? There is a choice of two courses before him, one is to correct his mistakes and be a good party member, the other is to slide further down the path and even fall into the pit of counter-revolution. The second alternative really exists and counter-revolutionaries may be beckoning him on. 5. Just as we constantly appraise the balance of forces in the international and domestic class struggle, so does the enemy. But, being backward and decadent reactionaries, our enemies are doomed, they are ignorant of the laws of the objective world, are subjective and metaphysical in their thinking, and thus are invariably wrong in their judgments. They are inexorably driven by their class instinct to believe that they are very superior and that the revolutionary forces can never amount to much. They invariably overestimate their own strength and underestimate ours. We have witnessed many counter-revolutionaries toppled one by one: the Qing dynasty government, the northern warlords, the Japanese militarists, Mussolini, Hitler, and Chiang Kai-shek. They made mistakes in thought and deed and could not do otherwise. All contemporary imperialists are bound to repeat such mistakes. Isn't it ludicrous? According to the Hufeng elements, the Chinese People's Revolutionary Forces led by the Communist Party are doomed, and they are nothing but the seer, the yellow leaf and a rotting corpse. And how about the counter-revolutionary forces represented by the Hufeng elements? Although some fragile sprouts may be smothered, large numbers of sprouts are breaking through and will grow sturdily. If to this day royalist representatives are found in the bourgeois French National Assembly, then it is highly probable that some representatives of the Chiang Kai-shek dynasty will remain active here and there years after the complete elimination of all exploiting classes from the face of the earth. The worst diehards among them will never admit defeat. That's because they need to deceive themselves as well as others, or else they could not carry on. 6. In this letter, the phrase "those veiled feudal forces are madly killing people" indicates that the counter-revolutionary Hufeng clique is terror-stricken by the great struggle of our people's revolutionary forces to suppress the counter-revolutionary forces, and this feeling is typical of all counter-revolutionary classes, groups, and individuals. What strikes terror into their hearts is precisely what makes the revolutionary masses jubilant. Unprecedented in history, that's correct too. Except for the revolution which replaced the primitive communal system by the slave system, that is, a system of non-exploitation by one of exploitation, all revolutions in the past ended in the replacement of one system of exploitation by another, and it was neither imperative nor possible to do a thorough job of suppressing counter-revolutionaries. Only our revolution, the revolution of the masses of the people led by the proletariat and the Communist Party, aims at the final elimination of all systems of exploitation and all classes. Therefore, the exploiting classes which are being eliminated are bound to come out and put up resistance through their counter-revolutionary political parties and groups or through certain individuals, and the masses of the people on their part must unite and suppress these forces of resistance resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely. Only at this time is such suppression imperative and possible. The struggle has inevitably deepened. This is quite correct, too. The expression veiled feudal forces, however, is wrong. It is a derogatory expression for the people's democratic dictatorship led by the proletariat and the Communist Party and based on the worker-peasant alliance, just as the word mechanism used by this clique is a derogatory term for dialectical materialism. 7. Here again we come across this Chang Chung-shio. He has a pretty good counter-revolutionary nose and outmatches many in our revolutionary ranks, including a number of communists, in level of class consciousness and keenness of political sense of smell. Compared with men of the Hufeng clique, many of our own people are vastly inferior in these respects. We must study and heighten our class vigilance and make our political sense of smell keener. If there is anything positive the Hufeng clique can offer, it is that through the present soul-stirring struggle we shall raise our own political consciousness and sensitivity much higher, firmly suppress all counter-revolutionaries and greatly strengthen our revolutionary dictatorship. We shall thus carry the revolution through to the end and achieve the objective of building a great socialist country. In refutation of uniformity of public opinion. May 24, 1955. Article criticizing the counter-revolutionary Hufeng clique. What Hufeng calls uniformity of public opinion actually means that counter-revolutionaries are not allowed to express counter-revolutionary views. Indeed, this is true. Our system does deprive all counter-revolutionaries of freedom of speech and allows this freedom only among the people. We allow opinions to be varied among the people, that is, there is freedom to criticize, to express different views and to advocate theism or atheism, i.e., materialism. In any society and at any time, there are always two kinds of people and views, the advanced and the backward, that exist as opposites struggling with each other, with the advanced views invariably prevailing over the backward ones. It is neither possible nor right to have uniformity of public opinion. Society can progress only if what is advanced is given full play and prevails over what is backward. But in an era in which classes and class struggles still exist both at home and abroad, the working class and the masses who have seized state power must suppress the resistance to the revolution put up by all counter-revolutionary classes, groups, and individuals, thwart their activities aimed at restoration and prohibit them from exploiting freedom of speech for counter-revolutionary purposes. Thus Hufeng and counter-revolutionaries of his kind find uniformity of public opinion inconvenient for them. Their inconvenience is exactly what we want and is exactly what is convenient for us. Public opinion in our country is at once uniform and non-uniform. Among the people, both the advanced and the backward are free to use our newspapers, periodicals, forums, etc. to compete with each other, so that the former can educate the latter by the democratic method of persuasion and backward ideas and systems can be overcome. When a contradiction is resolved, new contradictions emerge, and competition takes place again. In this way, society constantly progresses. The existence of contradictions means non-uniformity. The resolution of contradictions results in temporary uniformity, but new contradictions soon emerge, which means non-uniformity, and they, in turn, have to be resolved. As for the contradiction between the people and the counter-revolutionaries, that is a matter of dictatorship over the counter-revolutionaries by the people under the leadership of the working class and the Communist Party. Here the dictatorial, not the democratic method is used. In other words, the counter-revolutionaries must behave themselves and are not allowed to be unruly in word or deed. In this respect, it is not only public opinion that is uniform, but the law too. On this question, the arguments of Hu Feng and other counter-revolutionaries may seem plausible, and on hearing such counter-revolutionary remarks some muddleheads feel themselves somewhat in the wrong. Well, you see, uniformity of public opinion, or absence of public opinion, or suppression of freedom, don't they sound awful? These people cannot distinguish clearly between two different categories, between what is within the ranks of the people and what is without. Within the ranks of the people, it is criminal to suppress freedom, to suppress the people's criticism of the shortcomings and mistakes of the party and the government, or to suppress free discussion in academic circles. This is our system. However, all this is legitimate in capitalist countries. Outside the ranks of the people, it is criminal to allow counter-revolutionaries to be unruly in word or deed, and it is legitimate to exercise dictatorship over them. This is our system. The opposite is true of capitalist countries, where the bourgeoisie exercises a dictatorship under which revolutionary people are not allowed to be unruly in word or deed but must behave themselves. Exploiters and counter-revolutionaries are always and everywhere in the minority, while the exploited and revolutionaries are invariably in the majority. Therefore, dictatorship by the latter is perfectly right, while dictatorship by the former is invariably wrong. Hu Feng also said, the great majority of readers belong to some organization where the atmosphere is coercive. Among the people, we reject the coercive method of commandism and adhere to the democratic method of persuasion. Here the atmosphere should be free, coercion is wrong. The great majority of readers belong to some organization. This is excellent. In thousands of years nothing like this had ever happened. It was only after the Communist Party led the people in waging a long and arduous struggle that they were able to change to being united from being like loose sand, a condition which favored the reactionaries' exploitation and oppression, and that the people achieved this great unity among themselves within a few years after victory in the revolution. By coercion Hu Feng means are coercing those on the side of counter-revolution. Yes, they tremble with fear, feeling like the miserable daughter-in-law always afraid of being beaten, or worrying that a mere cough is being recorded. We consider this excellent too. Nothing like this had ever happened in thousands of years either. Only after the Communist Party led the people through a long and arduous struggle were these scoundrels made to feel so uncomfortable. In a word, the day of joy for the people is a day of woe for the counter-revolutionaries. This, above all, is what we celebrate each year when National Day comes around. Hu Feng also said, when it comes to literature and art, mechanism is really the easiest thing. Here mechanism is a derogatory term for dialectical materialism, and to call it the easiest thing is sheer nonsense. Idealism and metaphysics are the easiest things in the world, because, being neither based on objective reality nor submitted to its test, they permit people to talk as much nonsense as they like. Materialism and dialectics, on the other hand, demand effort. They must be based on and submitted to the test of objective reality. Unless one makes the effort, one is liable to drift into idealism and metaphysics. In his letter Hu Feng raised 3 questions of principle, which we have deemed it necessary to repudiate at some length. In addition, Hu Feng wrote in the letter, at present there is a desire to resist everywhere, there are further demands everywhere. This was in 1950. At the time, the bulk of Chiang Kai-shek's military forces had just been wiped out on the mainland. Many of the counter-revolutionary armed forces who had turned into bandits were yet to be eliminated. The large-scale movements of agrarian reform and suppression of counter-revolutionaries had not yet begun, nor had the work of readjustment in the fields of culture and education. What Hu Feng said did reflect the situation then, but he left something unsaid. To spell it out, it should have read, at present there is a desire on the part of counter-revolutionaries to resist the revolution everywhere. There are further demands of all sorts from counter-revolutionaries everywhere seeking to make trouble for the revolution. On the cooperative transformation of agriculture. July 31, 1955. Report at a conference of secretaries of provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees called by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. I. An upsurge in the new, socialist mass movement is imminent throughout the countryside. But some of our comrades, tottering along like a woman with bound feet, are complaining all the time, "You're going too fast, much too fast." Too much carping, unwarranted complaints, boundless anxiety and countless taboos, all this they take as the right policy to guide the socialist mass movement in the rural areas. No, this is not the right policy, it is the wrong one. The high tide of social transformation in the countryside, the high tide of cooperation, has already swept a number of places and will soon sweep the whole country. It is a vast socialist revolutionary movement involving a rural population of more than 500 million, and it has tremendous, worldwide, significance. We should give this movement active, enthusiastic, and systematic leadership. We should not drag it back by whatever means. Some errors are unavoidable in the process, which is understandable, and they will not be hard to correct. Shortcomings or mistakes among cottars and peasants can be remedied or overcome provided we actively help them. The cottars and the peasants are advancing under the leadership of the party and, fundamentally, the movement is healthy. In some places they have made certain mistakes in their work. For example, poor peasants have been barred from the cooperatives in disregard of their difficulties, while well-to-do middle peasants have been forced into the cooperatives in violation of their interests. These mistakes should be corrected by educating the cottars and peasants and not by simply dressing them down. Blunt reprimands solve no problem. We must guide the movement boldly and must not fear dragons ahead and tigers behind. Both cottars and peasants will remold themselves in the course of the struggles they themselves experience. Let them go into action and let them learn and become more competent as they go along. In this way many fine people will come to the fore. Fearing dragons ahead and tigers behind will not produce cottars. Large groups of cottars with short-term training should be sent to the countryside from above to guide and assist the cooperative movement, but they must also take part in the movement itself if they are to learn how to work. One does not necessarily learn how to do a job just by listening to a lecturer explain a few dozen points in a training class. In short, the leadership should never lag behind the mass movement. Yet, as things stand now, it is the mass movement which is running ahead, while the leadership cannot keep pace with it. This state of affairs must change. 2. The nationwide cooperative movement is now taking tremendous strides forward, and yet we still have to argue such questions as, can the cooperatives grow? Can they be consolidated? As far as certain comrades are concerned, the crux of the matter seems to be their worry as to whether it is possible to consolidate the several 100,000 existing semi-socialist cooperatives, which are generally rather small, averaging 20-odd peasant households each. Of course, unless they can be consolidated, growth is out of the question. Certain comrades remain unconvinced despite the record of the growth of cooperation in the last few years and want to wait and see how things shape up in 1955. They may even want to wait and see for another year, and only if more cooperatives are consolidated by the end of 1956 will they be truly convinced that the cooperative transformation of agriculture is possible and that the policy of the Central Committee of our party is correct. That is why the work in these 2 years is crucial. In order to show the feasibility of agricultural cooperation and the soundness of the party Central Committee's policy on this matter, it is perhaps not without some value for us to review the history of the agricultural cooperative movement in our country. In the 22 years of revolutionary wars preceding the founding of the People's Republic of China, our party had already acquired experience in guiding the peasants, after agrarian reform, to set up agricultural producers' mutual aid organizations containing certain rudiments of socialism. In those days, there were mutual aid working groups and plowing teams in Jiangxi province, labor exchange teams in northern Shenzi and mutual aid teams in northern, eastern, and northeastern China. In isolated cases, agricultural producers' cooperatives of a semi-socialist or socialist nature also came into being. For instance, during the War of Resistance against Japan, an agricultural producers' cooperative of a socialist nature appeared in Ansai County in northern Shenzi. But such cooperatives were not widely promoted then. It was after the founding of the People's Republic of China that our party led the peasants in setting up agricultural producers' mutual aid teams more extensively and in initiating the formation of large numbers of agricultural producers' cooperatives on the basis of these teams. By now nearly 6 years more have been spent on this work. By December 15, 1951, when the Central Committee of our party adopted the first draft resolution on mutual aid and cooperation in agricultural production and issued it to local party organizations to be tried out, there were already 300 or more agricultural producers' cooperatives. The document was not published in the press as a formal party resolution till March 1953. 2 years later, when our Central Committee issued its resolution on agricultural producers' cooperatives on December 16, 1953, the number had grown to more than 14,000, a 46-fold increase in the space of 2 years. This resolution called for an increase of agricultural producers' cooperatives from 14,000 odd to 35,800 between the winter of 1953 and the autumn harvest of 1954, that is, an increase of merely 50%. As it turned out, during the year the number actually rose to 100,000, or an increase of more than 600%. In October 1954 the Central Committee of our party decided on an increase of 500% from 100,000 to 600,000. Actually, the number reached 670,000. By June 1955, after a preliminary readjustment, it was cut by 20,000, leaving 650,000, or 50,000 more than the planned target. The number of peasant households in the cooperatives was 16,900,000, or an average of 26 households in each. These cooperatives are to be found mainly in the northern provinces, which were liberated earlier. As for the other provinces liberated later, which constitute the majority, each has a number of agricultural producers' cooperatives, but with the exception of Anhui and Zhejiang, they do not have many yet. These cooperatives are generally small, but a few are large, some with 70 to 80 households, some with over 100, and some with several hundred. They are mostly semi-socialist, but a few have developed into higher stage cooperatives of a socialist nature. Along with the growth of the peasants' cooperative movement in agricultural production, a small number of socialist state farms have been established in our country. By 1957 we shall have 3,038 state farms cultivating 16,870,000 mao of land. Of these, 141 will be mechanized farms, counting both those existing in 1952 and those to be set up in the course of the first 5-year plan, with 7,580,000 mu under cultivation, and 2,897 will be non-mechanized state farms under local administration, cultivating 9,290,000 mao. There will be a big growth in state-operated agriculture during the period covered by the second and third 5-year plans. In the spring of 1955 the Central Committee of our party decided that the number of agricultural producers' cooperatives should grow to 1 million. This means an increase of only 350,000 over the existing 650,000, or a little more than 50%. It seems to me this may be a bit too small. Probably the figure of 650,000 ought to be roughly doubled, that is, to rise to something like 1,300,000, so that, except in some of the border areas, there will be one or more small agricultural producers' cooperatives of a semi-socialist nature to serve as models in each of the country's 200,000 odd townships. In a year or two these cooperatives will gain experience and become old ones, and people will learn from them. There are still 14 months to go between now and the autumn harvest of October 1956, and it should be possible to accomplish this plan for establishing cooperatives. I hope that on their return the responsible comrades of the various provinces and autonomous regions will look into the matter, work out appropriate plans in accordance with the concrete conditions and report to the Central Committee within 2 months. We shall then discuss the matter again and make a final decision. The question is whether the cooperatives can be consolidated. Some people say that last year's plan to set up 500,000 was too big and too rash, and so is this year's plan to set up another 350,000. They doubt that so many cooperatives, once formed, can be consolidated. Is it possible to consolidate them? True, neither socialist industrialization nor socialist transformation is easy. To change some 110 million peasant households from individual farming to collective farming and then to accomplish the technical transformation of agriculture certainly involves a host of difficulties. But we should be confident of our party's ability to lead the masses in overcoming them. On the question of agricultural cooperation, I think we should be confident, firstly, that both the poor peasants and the lower middle peasants among the new and old middle peasants are enthusiastic about taking the socialist road and are eagerly responding to our party's call for cooperative transformation, this being particularly the case among those with a higher level of political consciousness, because the poor peasants are in a difficult economic position and because the lower middle peasants are still not well off, although their economic position is better than before liberation. I think we should be confident, secondly, that the party is capable of leading the people of the whole country to socialism. Having led the great People's Democratic Revolution to victory and established the People's Democratic Dictatorship headed by the working class, our party can certainly lead the whole nation in basically accomplishing socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce in the course of roughly 3 5-year plans. In agriculture no less than in other spheres we already have powerful and convincing proof of this. Witness the first batch of 300 cooperatives, the second of 13,700 and the third of 86,000, or a total of 100,000, all established before the autumn of 1954 and all consolidated since. Why, then, can't the fourth batch of 550,000 cooperatives formed in 1954-55 and the fifth batch to be established in 1955-56, the provisional control figure is 350,000, subject to final confirmation, also be consolidated? We must have faith in the masses and we must have faith in the party. These are two cardinal principles. If we doubt these principles, we shall accomplish nothing. 3. To achieve cooperation step by step throughout our rural areas, we must conscientiously check up on and strengthen the cooperatives already in existence. We must put emphasis on the quality of the cooperatives and oppose any tendency to concentrate solely on increasing their number and membership to the neglect of their quality. We must therefore give serious attention to the work of checking up on the cooperatives. This checkup should be done not just once, but 2 or 3 times a year. A certain number of cooperatives have had one in the first half of this year, in certain places, apparently, a very slipshod one, done without serious effort. I suggest a second check-up for these cooperatives in the autumn and winter of this year, and a third in the spring and summer of next. Of the 650,000 existing cooperatives, 550,000 are new, having been set up last winter or this spring, and they include a number of Class 1 cooperatives too which are more or less consolidated. If the 100,000 old and consolidated cooperatives are added, the number now consolidated is by no means small. Can these cooperatives help to bring about the gradual consolidation of the others? The answer should certainly be yes. We should treasure every spark of socialist enthusiasm shown by the peasants and cotters, and not thwart such enthusiasm. We should identify ourselves heart and soul with the members and cotters of the cooperatives and with the county, district, and township cotters, and not thwart their enthusiasm. No decision should be made to dissolve cooperatives unless all, or nearly all, their members are determined not to carry on. If some members are determined to give up, let them withdraw while the majority stays in and carries on. If the majority is firmly against carrying on but the minority is willing to do so, let the majority withdraw while the minority stays in and continues. Even if things come to such a pass, it will be all right. In one very small cooperative of only 6 households in Hopi province, the 3 old middle peasant households firmly refused to carry on and were allowed to withdraw, but the 3 poor peasant households 3 said they would continue whatever happened. They did, and the cooperative was preserved. As a matter of fact, the direction taken by these 3 poor peasant households is the direction the 500 million peasants of the country will take. All peasants now farming individually will eventually take the road resolutely chosen by these 3 poor peasant households. With the adoption of a policy that was called resolute contraction in Zhejiang, not by decision of the Zhejiang Provincial Party Committee, out of the 53,000 cooperatives in the province, 15,000, comprising 400,000 peasant households, were dissolved at a single stroke. This caused great dissatisfaction among the masses and the cadres, and it was altogether the wrong thing to do. This policy of resolute contraction was decided on in a state of panic. To take such a major step without the approval of the Central Committee was wrong too. Moreover, in April 1955 the Central Committee had already issued a warning: do not repeat the mistake of mass dissolution of cooperatives made in 1953, or otherwise you will again have to make a self-criticism. And yet certain comrades preferred not to heed this warning. It seems to me that there are 2 tendencies in the face of success, both undesirable. One is to become dizzy with success, which leads to swelled heads and left deviationist mistakes. Of course, that's bad. The second is to be scared of success, which leads to resolute contraction and right deviationist mistakes. That's just as bad. The trouble now is of the latter kind, for some comrades have become scared of the several 100,000 small cooperatives. 4. Before cooperatives are set up, preparatory work must be done seriously and well. We must pay attention to quality from the very start and oppose the tendency to go after quantity alone. Fight no battle unprepared, fight no battle you are not sure of winning. This was the celebrated slogan of our party during the Revolutionary Wars. It can be applied to the work of building socialism as well. To be sure of success, one must be prepared, and what is more, fully prepared. A great deal of preparatory work is necessary before a new batch of agricultural producers' cooperatives can be set up in a province, prefecture, or county. In the main, this work should consist of the following. 1. Criticize wrong ideas and sum up the experience gained past work. 2. Conduct propaganda systematically and repeatedly among the peasant masses concerning our party's principles, policies, and measures on agricultural cooperation. In so doing, we should not only explain the advantages of cooperative transformation, we should also point out the difficulties which will be encountered on the way, so that the peasants may be mentally well prepared. 3. Draw up a comprehensive plan for expanding agricultural cooperation in the entire province, prefecture, county, district, or township in the light of actual conditions and work out an annual plan accordingly. 4. Train cadres for the setting up of cooperatives in short-term courses. 5. Develop agricultural producers' mutual aid teams on a wide scale and in large numbers and, whenever possible, get these teams to join together and form combined mutual aid teams, thus laying the foundation for further combination into cooperatives. If all this is done, it will be possible basically to solve the problem of the unity of quantity and quality in the development of cooperatives. But it will still be necessary to follow through with an immediate check-up after each batch of cooperatives is formed. Whether or not a batch of cooperatives, once formed, can be consolidated depends, firstly, on how well the preparatory work is done and, secondly, on how well the checkup is carried out afterwards. In the work of establishing and checking up on the cooperatives, reliance must be placed on the party and youth league branches in the township. For this reason, both tasks must be closely linked with building and consolidating the party and youth league organizations in the rural areas. Whether in establishing cooperatives or in checking up on them, the local cadres in the rural areas should be the main force, and they should be encouraged and asked to take responsibility, while cadres sent from above should be the auxiliary force, whose function is to guide and help and not to take everything into their own hands. V. In production, the agricultural producers' cooperatives must achieve higher crop yields than the individual peasants and mutual aid teams. Output must not remain at the individual peasant or mutual aid team level, for that would mean failure. What point, then, in having cooperatives at all? Still less can yields be allowed to fall. Over 80% of the 650,000 agricultural producers' cooperatives which have already been set up have increased their crop yields. This is very good, showing that the members are very keen on production and that cooperatives are superior to mutual aid teams and far superior to individual farming. To increase crop yields it is necessary: 1. To adhere to the principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit. 2. To improve management, planning and administration of production, organization of labor, etc. 3. To improve farming techniques, deep plowing and intensive cultivation, close planting in small clusters, extending the area of double or triple cropping, introduction of better strains of seed, popularization of new types of farm implements, the fight against plant diseases and insect pests, etc., and 4. To increase the means of production, land under cultivation, fertilizer, water conservancy works, draft animals, farm implements, etc. These are indispensable conditions for consolidating the cooperatives and ensuring increased production. In adhering to the principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit, we must at present give our attention to the following problems. 1. Whether or not it is better to delay for a year or two the turning in of draft animals and larger farm implements as shares in the cooperative, and whether or not the prices fixed are fair and the payments to the owners are spread over too long a time. 2. Whether or not there is a proper ratio between the payment based on land shares and the payment for labor. 3. How the cooperative should raise the funds it needs. 4. Whether or not certain members may devote part of their labor to certain kinds of sideline production. Since the agricultural producers' cooperatives we are now setting up are generally still semi-socialist in nature, care must be taken to solve these four problems properly so as not to violate the principle of mutual benefit as between the poor and the middle peasants, without which there can be no basis for voluntary participation. 5. How much land should be set aside for members to cultivate for their personal needs? Oh, the question of the class composition of the cooperative membership. And so on. Here I would like to deal with the question of the class composition of the cooperative membership. I think that, in the next year or two, wherever the movement for cooperation has just begun to spread or has only recently spread, as in most areas at present, we should first get the active elements of the following sections of the people to organize themselves: 1. The poor peasants, 2. The lower middle peasants among the new middle peasants, and 3. The lower middle peasants among the old middle peasants. However, those among them who are not enthusiastic for the time being should not be dragged in against their will. They can be drawn into the cooperatives batch by batch when their political consciousness has risen and they have become interested in cooperatives. These sections are more or less similar in their economic status. Either they are still leading a hard life, to wit, the poor peasants, who, though they have received land and are much better off than in pre-liberation days, are still in difficulty for lack of manpower, draft animals, and farm implements, or they are still not well off, to wit, the lower middle peasants. Therefore, they are all enthusiastic about forming cooperatives. Nevertheless, for one reason or another, their enthusiasm varies in degree. Some are very keen, some are not so keen for the time being, and others prefer to wait and see. Therefore, we should devote a period of time to educating all those who do not want to join cooperatives yet, even though they are poor or lower middle peasants. We should patiently wait until they are politically more conscious, and we must not violate the voluntary principle by dragging them in against their will. As for the new and old upper middle peasants, that is, the middle peasants who are economically better off, with the exception of those who are politically conscious enough to take the socialist road and are really willing to join, they should not be admitted into the cooperatives for the time being, still less be dragged in against their will. The reason is that they are not yet politically conscious enough to take the socialist road. They will make up their minds to join the cooperatives only after the majority in the rural areas have joined, or when yields per mao of the cooperatives equal or even surpass theirs, and they realize that it is to their disadvantage in every respect to continue working on their own, and that they cannot further their interests except by joining. So the first thing to do is to group the people who are poor or not well off according to their level of political consciousness. Together they form about 60 to 70% of the rural population, and get them to organize cooperatives in batches in the next few years, and only then should the well-to-do middle peasants be drawn in. In this way we will avoid commandism. For the next few years, in all areas where cooperative transformation has not been basically completed, landlords and rich peasants must definitely not be admitted into the cooperatives. In areas where it has been basically completed, however, the consolidated cooperatives may, on certain conditions, admit by stages and in groups former landlords and rich peasants who have long since given up exploitation, who engage in labor and are law-abiding, and may allow them to take part in collective labor while continuing to reform them through labor. 6. As for the development of the cooperatives, the problem now is not one of having to criticize rash advance. It is wrong to say that the present development of the cooperatives has gone beyond the real possibilities or gone beyond the level of political consciousness of the masses. This is how things stand. China has an enormous population with insufficient cultivated land, only 3 mao per head, taking the country as a whole, and 1 mao or even less on the average in many parts of the southern provinces. Natural calamities are frequent. Every year large areas of farmland suffer from flood, drought, gales, frost, hail, or insect pests in varying degrees, and farming methods are backward. Consequently, although the life of the peasant masses has improved since the agrarian reform or even improved a good deal, many are still in difficulty or not well off, and those who are well off are relatively few, and hence most of the peasants are enthusiastic about the socialist road. Their enthusiasm is being constantly heightened by China's socialist industrialization and its achievements. For them, socialism is the only way out. These peasants make up 60 to 70% of the entire rural population. In other words, the only way for the majority of the peasants to shake off poverty, improve their livelihood and fight natural calamities is to unite and go forward along the high road of socialism. This awareness is growing rapidly among the masses of the poor peasants and of those who are not well off. The well-to-do or fairly well-to-do peasants, who make up only 20 to 30% of the rural population, are vacillating, with some trying hard to go the capitalist way. As I have already said, there are also many among the poor peasants and those not well off who take a wait-and-see attitude for the time being because of their low political consciousness, and they too are wavering. However, it is easier for them than for the well-to-do peasants to accept socialism. That is how things really stand. But some of our comrades ignore these facts and think that the several 100,000 newly established small semi-socialist agricultural producers cooperatives have gone beyond the real possibilities or gone beyond the level of political consciousness of the masses. This shows that their eyes are on the comparatively small number of well-to-do peasants to the neglect of the great majority, the poor peasants and those not well off. This is one kind of wrong thinking. Furthermore, these comrades underrate the strength of the Communist Party's leadership in the countryside and the peasant masses' wholehearted support for the party. They believe it is difficult enough as it is for the party to consolidate the several 100,000 small cooperatives already in existence, and therefore a large-scale expansion is simply inconceivable. They pessimistically picture the party's present work in leading agricultural cooperation as having gone beyond the level of the cadre's experience. True, the socialist revolution is a revolution of a new kind. Previously, our experience was confined to the bourgeois democratic revolution, and we had no experience in socialist revolution. Yet how can we gain such experience? By sitting back and waiting for it? Or by plunging into the struggles of the socialist revolution and learning in the process? How can we gain experience in industrialization without carrying out the 5-year plan, or without pushing ahead with the work of socialist industrialization? One section of the 5-year plan deals with agricultural cooperation. If we do not lead the peasants in organizing one or more agricultural producers' cooperatives in every township or village, Where will the level of the cotter's experience come from, and how will it rise? Clearly, the idea that the present development of the agricultural producers' cooperatives has gone beyond the level of the cotter's experience is mistaken. This is another kind of wrong thinking. The way these comrades look at problems is wrong. They do not look at the essential or main aspects but emphasize the non-essential or minor ones. It should be pointed out that these non-essential or minor aspects must not be overlooked and must be dealt with one by one. But they should not be taken as the essential or main aspects, or we will lose our bearings. We must have faith, first, that the peasant masses are willing to take the road of socialism step by step under the leadership of the party and, second, that the party is capable of leading the peasants onto this road. These 2 points are the essence of the matter, the main current. If we lack this conviction, it will be impossible for us basically to accomplish the building of socialism within roughly 3 5-year plans. 7. The great historical experience of the Soviet Union in building socialism inspires our people with full confidence in the building of socialism in China. However, even on this subject of international experience there are different views. Some comrades disapprove of our Central Committee's policy of keeping the development of agricultural cooperation in step with our socialist industrialization, although the validity of such a policy has been borne out in the Soviet Union. While conceding that the speed of industrialization as set at present is all right, they maintain that agricultural cooperation should proceed at an extremely slow pace and need not keep in step. This is to disregard the experience of the Soviet Union. These comrades fail to understand that socialist industrialization cannot be carried out in isolation from the cooperative transformation of agriculture. In the first place, as everyone knows, China's current level of production of commodity grain and raw materials for industry is low, whereas the state's need for them is growing year by year, and this presents a sharp contradiction. If we cannot basically solve the problem of agricultural cooperation within roughly 3 5-year plans, that is to say, if our agriculture cannot make a leap from small-scale farming with animal-drawn farm implements to large-scale mechanized farming, along with extensive state-organized land reclamation by settlers using machinery, the plan being to bring 400 to 500 million mao of wasteland under cultivation in the course of 3 5-year plans, then we shall fail to resolve the contradiction between the ever-increasing need for commodity grain and industrial raw materials and the present generally low output of staple crops, and we shall run into formidable difficulties in our socialist industrialization and be unable to complete it. The Soviet Union, which had to face the same problem in the course of building socialism, solved it by leading and developing the collectivization of agriculture in a planned way. And we can solve ours only by the same method. In the second place, some of our comrades have not given any thought to the connection between the following 2 facts, namely, that heavy industry, the most important branch of socialist industrialization, produces for agricultural use tractors and other farm machinery, chemical fertilizers, modern means of transport, oil, electric power, etc., and that all these things can be used, or used extensively, only on the basis of an agriculture where large-scale cooperative farming prevails. We are now carrying out a revolution not only in the social system, the change from private to public ownership, but also in technology, the change from handicraft to large-scale modern machine production, and the 2 revolutions are interconnected. In agriculture, with conditions as they are in our country, cooperation must precede the use of big machinery. In capitalist countries agriculture develops capitalistically. Therefore we must on no account regard industry and agriculture, socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture as disconnected or isolated things, and on no account must we emphasize the one and play down the other. In this matter too, Soviet experience points the way, yet some of our comrades pay no attention and always see these questions as isolated and unconnected. In the third place, some of our comrades have also failed to give any thought to the connection between 2 other facts, namely, that large funds are needed to accomplish both national industrialization and the technical transformation of agriculture, and that a considerable part of these funds has to be accumulated through agriculture. Apart from the direct agricultural tax, this is done by developing light industry to produce the great quantities of consumer goods needed by the peasants and exchanging them for the peasants' commodity grain and the raw materials for light industry, so that the material requirements of both the peasants and the state are met and funds are accumulated for the state. Moreover, large-scale expansion of light industry requires the development of agriculture as well as of heavy industry. For it cannot be brought about on the basis of a small peasant economy, it has to await large-scale farming, which in our country means socialist cooperative agriculture. Only this type of agriculture can give the peasants far greater purchasing power than they now possess. Here again the Soviet Union has provided us with experience, but some of our comrades take no notice of it. Taking the stand of the bourgeoisie, the rich peasants, or the well-to-do middle peasants with their spontaneous tendencies towards capitalism, they always think in terms of the interests of the few and fail to take the working class stand and think in terms of the interests of the whole country and people. 8. Then again, some comrades have dug up an argument of a sort from the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union against what they call impetuosity and rashness in our present work of agricultural cooperation in China. Does not the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, short course tell us that at a certain period many local party organizations in the Soviet Union committed the error of impetuosity and rashness on the question of the pace of collectivization? Should we not take note of this international experience? I think we should take note of this Soviet experience and must oppose any impetuous and rash thinking which ignores preparatory work and disregards the level of political consciousness of the peasant masses, but on no account should we allow these comrades to use the Soviet experience as a cover for their idea of moving at a snail's pace. How has the Central Committee of our party decided to carry through agricultural cooperation in China? First, it intends to accomplish the plan, in the main, in 18 years. The period of a little over 3 years from the founding of the People's Republic of China in October 1949 to 1952 was spent on rehabilitating the national economy. In the sphere of agriculture, in addition to agrarian reform and the restoration of production, during this period we greatly extended the organization of agricultural producers' mutual aid teams in all the old liberated areas, where we also began to form semi-socialist agricultural producers' cooperatives and gained some experience. Next followed the first 5-year plan, which began in 1953, nearly 3 years have elapsed since then, during which our agricultural cooperative movement has been spreading all over the country and our experience growing. The period from the founding of the People's Republic of China to the end of the third 5-year plan covers 18 years. In that period, we intend basically to accomplish the socialist transformation of agriculture together with socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation of handicrafts and capitalist industry and commerce. Is this possible? Soviet experience tells us that it is entirely possible. In the Soviet Union the Civil War ended into and the collectivization of agriculture was completed in the 17 years from 1921 to 1937, the main part of this work being done in the 6 years from 1929 to 1934. Although, as the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, short course records, some local party organizations in the Soviet Union became dizzy with success during this period, the error was quickly corrected. Eventually, by a great effort the Soviet Union successfully accomplished the socialist transformation of the whole of its agriculture and at the same time achieved a massive technical reconstruction of agriculture. This road traversed by the Soviet Union is our model. Secondly, the method we are using in the socialist transformation of agriculture is one of step-by-step advance. The first step was to call on the peasants, in accordance with the principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit, to organize agricultural producers' mutual aid teams, which had only certain rudiments of socialism and comprised only a few to a dozen or so households each. The second step has been to call on the peasants, likewise in accordance with the principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit, to organize small agricultural producers' cooperatives on the basis of these mutual aid teams, cooperatives which are semi-socialist in nature and are characterized by the pooling of land as shares and by unified management. Then the third step will be to call on the peasants, in accordance with the same principles, to combine further on the basis of these small semi-socialist cooperatives and organize large fully socialist agricultural producers cooperatives. These steps make it possible for the peasants gradually to raise their socialist consciousness through personal experience and gradually to change their mode of life, thus lessening the feeling of abrupt change. Generally, these steps can avoid a fall in crop production during, say, the first year or two. Indeed, they must ensure an increase each year, and this can be done. More than 80% of the existing 650,000 agricultural producers cooperatives have increased their output, while over 0% have broken even, and less than 0% have shown a decrease. In the two latter categories the state of affairs is bad, particularly in the case of the last category where production has fallen, and a great effort must be made to check up on and strengthen these cooperatives. Since more than 80% of all the cooperatives have increased their output, by anything from 10 to 30%, since over 10% have shown neither an increase nor a decrease in their first year but may show an increase in their second year after having had a checkup, and since the less than 10% are registering a fall in output may also show an increase in their second year or at least break even after the checkup, it can be said that on the whole our progress in cooperation is healthy and that generally we can ensure increased production and avoid falling output. Moreover, these steps are a splendid course for training cadres. In this way administrative and technical personnel for the cooperatives can be gradually trained in large numbers. Thirdly, a control figure for the extension of agricultural cooperation should be fixed once a year in the light of the actual situation, while during the year there should be several inspections of how the work of cooperation is being carried out. Concrete measures for extending cooperation in each province, county, and township can thus be decided upon every year according to changing conditions and the degree of success in the work. Expansion may be halted for a while in some places in order to carry out a checkup, in others, expansion and checkup can proceed simultaneously. In certain cooperatives some of the members may be allowed to withdraw, and in individual cases a cooperative may even be allowed to dissolve temporarily. In some places new cooperatives should be set up in large numbers, while in others there should be no increase except in the number of peasant households in the existing cooperatives. In every province or county, whenever a batch of cooperatives is established, expansion must be halted to allow time for a checkup before setting up a new batch. The idea of never allowing any pause, any intermission, is wrong. As for the inspection of the progress of the cooperative movement, the Central Committee and the provincial, autonomous region, municipal and prefectural committees of the party must take it firmly in hand and make sure that it is done not once but several times every year. Whenever a problem crops up, tackle it right away, don't let problems pile up and then try to settle them all at one go. Make criticism in good time, don't get into the habit of criticizing only after the event. In the first 7 months of this year, for instance, the Central Committee alone has called 3 conferences, including the present one, of leading comrades from various parts of the country to discuss the question of rural cooperation. This method of suiting our measures to local conditions and of giving timely guidance ensures that fewer mistakes will be made in our work and that those made will be quickly put right. Taking all the above into consideration, can't we say that the guiding policy of the Central Committee of our party on agricultural cooperation is the right one and therefore guarantees the healthy development of the movement? I think we can and should say so. To evaluate this policy as rash advance is utterly wrong. 9. Some comrades take a wrong approach to the vital question of the worker-peasant alliance, proceeding as they do from the stand of the bourgeoisie, the rich peasants, or the well-to-do middle peasants with their spontaneous tendencies towards capitalism. They think that the present situation in the cooperative movement is very dangerous, and they advise us to get off the horse quickly in our present advance along the road of cooperation. If you don't, they warn us, there will be the danger of breaking up the worker-peasant alliance. We think exactly the opposite is true. There will be the danger of breaking up the worker-peasant alliance, if you don't get on the horse quickly. There is a difference of only a single word here, one says off while the other says on, yet it demonstrates the difference between the two lines. As everybody knows, we already have a worker-peasant alliance built on the basis of the bourgeois democratic revolution against imperialism and feudalism, a revolution which took the land from the landlords and distributed it to the peasants in order to free them from the bondage of feudal ownership. But this revolution is over, and feudal ownership has been abolished. What exists in the countryside today is capitalist ownership by the rich peasants and a vast sea of ownership by individual peasants. As is clear to everyone, the spontaneous forces of capitalism have been steadily growing in the countryside in recent years, with new rich peasants springing up everywhere and many well-to-do middle peasants striving to become rich peasants. On the other hand, many poor peasants are still living in poverty for shortage of the means of production, with some getting into debt and others selling or renting out their land. If this tendency goes unchecked, it is inevitable that polarization in the countryside will get worse day by day. Those peasants who lose their land and those who remain in poverty will complain that we are doing nothing to save them from ruin or to help them out of their difficulties. Nor will the well-to-do middle peasants who are heading in the capitalist direction be pleased with us, for we shall never be able to satisfy their demands unless we intend to take the capitalist road. Can the worker-peasant alliance continue to hold firm in these circumstances? Obviously not. There is no solution to this problem except on a new basis. And that means to bring about, step by step, the socialist transformation of the whole of agriculture together with socialist industrialization and the socialist transformation of handicrafts and capitalist industry and commerce. In other words, it means to carry out cooperation and eliminate the rich peasant economy and the individual economy in the countryside so that all the rural people will become increasingly well off together. We maintain that this is the only way to consolidate the worker-peasant alliance. Otherwise, this alliance will be in real danger of breaking up. The comrades who advise us to get off the horse are completely wrong in their thinking on this question. We must now realize that there will soon be a nationwide high tide of socialist transformation in the countryside. This is inevitable. By the spring of 1958, at the end of the final year of the first five-year plan and the beginning of the first year of the second five-year plan, cooperatives of a semi-socialist nature will embrace some 250 million people, about 55 million peasant households, averaging 4.5 persons each, which will mean half the rural population. By that time many counties and some provinces will have basically completed the semi-socialist transformation of the agricultural economy, and in every part of the country a small number of semi-socialist cooperatives will have become fully socialist. By 1960, that is, during the first half of the second five-year plan, we shall in the main have achieved the semi-socialist transformation of the remainder of the agricultural economy involving the other half of the rural population. By then the number of fully socialist cooperatives developed from the semi-socialist ones will have increased. All through the first and second five-year plans, the transformation of the countryside will continue to be primarily social, and only secondarily technical. The number of big farm machines will certainly increase, but not to any great extent. During the third five-year plan, the social and the technical transformation of the rural areas will proceed simultaneously. More big farm machinery will be employed each year, while in the field of social transformation, from 1960 on the semi-socialist cooperatives will be gradually developing into fully socialist ones, batch by batch and stage by stage. The social and economic features of China will not be completely changed until the socialist transformation of the social and economic system is completely accomplished and, in the technical field, machinery is used in all possible branches and places. The country's economic conditions being what they are, the technical transformation will take longer than the social. It is estimated that the basic completion of the nationwide technical transformation of agriculture will take roughly 4 or 5 five-year plans, that is, 20 to 25 years. The whole party must fight for the fulfillment of this great task. 11. There must be comprehensive planning and more effective leadership. There must be national, provincial, prefectural, county, district and township plans for the stage-by-stage development of cooperation. And as the work proceeds, these plans must constantly be revised in the light of the actual conditions. All party and youth league organizations at the provincial, prefectural, county, district and township levels must pay serious attention to rural problems and earnestly improve their leadership in rural work. The leading comrades in charge of local party and youth league committees at various levels should apply themselves to studying the work of agricultural cooperation and become expert at it. In short, they must not remain passive but take the initiative, not abandon leadership but strengthen it. 12. In August 1954, this, of course, is no longer news, the Heilongjiang Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China reported. With the rise and spread of rural cooperation, mutual aid, and cooperative organizations of various types and the people of various strata in the rural areas are all on the move to a greater or lesser degree. The existing agricultural producers' cooperatives are planning and preparing to enlarge their membership, and the agricultural producers' mutual aid teams which are scheduled to become cooperatives are planning and preparing to draw in more households, while those which have not yet reached that level are anxious to go forward and reach a higher stage. Some people are busy preparing to join new cooperatives, others to join existing ones. Those not ready to join cooperatives this year are actively considering joining mutual aid teams. The stir is very broad in scope. A mass movement has come into being. This is a new and striking feature in the great development of agricultural cooperation. But because some of the leading comrades in certain counties and districts have not kept abreast of this new feature and have not given more effective leadership in good time, certain unhealthy phenomena have begun to appear in a number of Tsin and Tun. NB. In Heilongjiang Province, the Tsin is the administrative unit corresponding to the township in the provinces south of the Great Wall, while the Tun, which is not an administrative unit, is equivalent to the village in the latter provinces. For instance, when people start looking for fellow members, the strong seek out the strong and elbow aside the badly off peasants. There are squabbles over backbone activists and members which give rise to disunity. There is blind concentration of backbone activists in one place, and the rich peasants and those well-to-do peasants with fairly strong tendencies towards capitalism seize the opportunity to rig up mutual aid teams of poor quality or rich peasants' cooperatives of their own. All this clearly demonstrates that, with the immense growth of agricultural cooperation, it is not enough to think only in terms of setting up new cooperatives when carrying out the party's policy and guiding the movement. It is necessary to think in terms of the entire Tsin, i.e., the entire township, and of promoting the agricultural cooperative movement as a whole, and to give consideration both to enlarging the old cooperatives and to setting up new ones, both to developing the cooperatives and to bringing the mutual aid teams to a higher stage, both to what is being done this year and to what is to be done next year, and even the year after. This is the only way to carry out the party's policy to the full and to ensure the healthy growth of the agricultural cooperative movement. Is it only in Heilongjiang Province that some of the leading comrades in certain counties and districts have not kept abreast of this new feature and have not given more effective leadership in good time? Is it only in certain counties and districts? I think it very likely that there are people in many leading organizations all over the country who typify the serious state of affairs in which the leadership lags behind the movement. The report of the Heilongjiang Provincial Party Committee went on to say, Sichin Township, Shuangcheng County, has worked out a comprehensive plan for the whole township on the basis of leadership by the party combined with the voluntary participation of the masses. This is an innovation in the method of leading the large-scale expansion of cooperation. Its importance lies first and foremost in the fact that through this kind of planning the party's class line in the countryside has been fully translated into life, so that the unity between the poor and the middle peasants has been strengthened and a vigorous struggle has been waged against the rich peasant tendency. Backbone activists have been properly allocated to serve the general advance of the agricultural cooperative movement. Relations between the various cooperatives and between the cooperatives and the mutual aid teams have been readjusted and strengthened, and the agricultural cooperative movement has consequently advanced along the whole front according to plan. Secondly, Through this kind of planning, the work of expanding agricultural cooperation on a large scale has been specifically assigned right down to the leading bodies at the basic level and to the masses, so that the township party branch knows how to lead, the old cooperatives how to go forward, the new cooperatives how to establish themselves, and the mutual aid teams how to find their particular path towards further advance. In this way, the initiative and enthusiasm of the township party branch and of the masses have been brought into full play, and the correct principle of relying on the party branch and on the experience and wisdom of the masses has been thoroughly applied. Finally, it is precisely through this kind of planning that we have been better able to ascertain the true situation in the township and to carry out the party's policy concretely and fully. Therefore, it has been possible to avoid impetuosity and rashness on the one hand and conservatism and drift on the other, and thus correctly apply the Central Committee's policy of active leadership and steady advance. How were the certain unhealthy phenomena mentioned in the report of the Heilongjiang Provincial Party Committee actually dealt with? The report itself did not give a direct answer to this question. But the report of the Shuangcheng County Party Committee, appended to the Provincial Party Committee's report, did. It said, as a result of comprehensive planning based on combining leadership by the party branch and voluntary participation by the masses, the deviation of borrowing badly off peasant households from the cooperatives has been corrected, the practice of concentrating too many backbone activists in one place has been stopped, the squabbles over cotters and members have disappeared, the links between the cooperatives and the mutual aid teams have grown closer, the attempts of the rich peasants and the well-to-do middle peasants to rig up rich peasants' cooperatives or mutual aid teams of poor quality have failed, and the plan of the party branch has in the main been put into effect. The membership of the two older cooperatives has gone up 40%. Skeleton organizations for 6 new cooperatives have been set up, and 2 mutual aid teams have been organized. If things go well, we estimate that next year, i.e., in 1955, the whole township will go cooperative. At present, it is working energetically to fulfill this year's plan for expanding agricultural cooperation, increase production, and ensure a good harvest. The general opinion among the township cotters is, it is fortunate that we did all this, or things would have been in a mess. Not only would there have been trouble this year but next year as well. Let us work the way they do. Comprehensive planning and more effective leadership, that is our policy. Rely on party and league members and poor and lower middle peasants in the cooperative transformation of agriculture. September 7, 1955. Inter-party directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. At present, the slogan "Rely on the poor peasants," including all the new middle peasants who were formerly poor peasants, and firmly unite with the middle peasants, remains basically correct. However, 1. Well-to-do middle peasants, that is, upper middle peasants, have emerged from among the new middle peasants, and, except for some with a higher political consciousness, they are unwilling to join the cooperatives for the time being. 2. The lower middle peasants among the old middle peasants are generally interested in joining the cooperatives, because in economic status they are more or less similar to the lower middle peasants among the new middle peasants, as they were not well off to start with, and the interests of some were improperly encroached upon at the time of the agrarian reform. For these 2 reasons, in all places where cooperation has not yet reached high tide and the well-to-do middle peasants are lacking in political consciousness, it is proper first to draw into the cooperatives the following 3 sections of people, in batches according to the level of their political consciousness, beginning with those with a higher consciousness. 1. The poor peasants. 2. The lower middle peasants among the new middle peasants. In the revised version of Comrade Mao Zedong's report, the middle peasants are divided into 2 sections only, the upper and the lower middle peasants, and no mention is made of the intermediate middle peasants so as to avoid a classification too fine for drawing distinctions. The lower middle peasants as now defined actually cover the originally defined lower and intermediate middle peasants among the new middle peasants, and, 3. The lower middle peasants among the old middle peasants. All those well-to-do middle peasants, that is, the upper middle peasants among both the new and old middle peasants, who are as yet unwilling to join the cooperatives, should not be dragged in against their will. At present, in many places there are cases of forcing the well-to-do middle peasants into the cooperatives with an eye to obtaining their draft animals and farm implements, at too low a price and with payments over too long a period. This is actually an encroachment on their interests and a violation of the principle of firmly uniting with the middle peasants. And we must never go against this Marxist principle. At present, in all places where cooperatives have just been set up or are not yet in a dominant position, it would be most disadvantageous if those well-to-do middle peasants with deep-seated bourgeois ideas are dragged in, or if, by their own efforts, they worm their way in to seize the leadership, rather than join out of genuine political consciousness, or form such cooperatives of poor quality as those found in Shuangcheng County, Heilongjiang Province. This would be most disadvantageous to the establishment of the leadership of the poor and lower middle peasants, whereas it is imperative to establish this leadership in all cooperatives. Of course, exceptions should be made of a few well-to-do middle peasants who are fair-minded and competent and have a higher political consciousness. Some say that the slogan "Rely on the poor peasants and firmly unite with the middle peasants" seems to have been discarded in our present formulation. This is not true. We have not discarded the slogan but rather made it more specific in the light of the new conditions, that is, we count the lower middle peasants among the old middle peasants as a section of the people on whom to rely, but not those new middle peasants who have risen to become well-to-do middle peasants. This distinction is made according to their economic status and to whether they take an active attitude towards the cooperative movement. In other words, we take the poor peasants and the two sections of lower middle peasants, who correspond to the old poor peasants, as people to rely on, and the two sections of upper middle peasants who correspond to the old middle peasants as people firmly to unite with, and at present one way of uniting with them is to refrain from forcing them to join the cooperatives and encroaching on their interests. Some additional points must be made clear with regard to the question of whom to rely on in the rural areas. First of all, we should rely on party and league members. It is wrong for our party committees from the district level up or for cadres sent to direct work in the rural areas not to rely primarily on the party and league members there but to lump them together with the non-party and non-league people. Second, we should rely on the more active elements among the non-party people, who should account for some 5% of the rural population. For example, there should be some 25 such activists in a township of about 2,500 people. We should do our best to cultivate a group of such activists, and we should not lump them together with the masses either. Third, we should then rely on the masses, on the poor peasants and the two sections of lower middle peasants. Failure to be clear about whom to rely on and how to rely on them will lead to mistakes in the cooperative movement. Editor's notes from Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside. September and December 1955. In editing Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, Comrade Mao Zedong wrote cod notes, of which 4 have been selected here. At the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party held in Jingshu in March 1958, part of the notes was reprinted. On March 19, 1958, Comrade Mao Zedong wrote an explanation, the full text of which reads: "These notes, which appeared in the book entitled Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, were written in September and December 1955. To this day some have not lost their significance. There is, however, one statement in the notes to the effect that 1955 was the year in which socialism won basic victory in the decisive battle with capitalism. It is not proper to put it that way. This is the way it should be put. 1955 was the year in which basic victory was won as regards the aspect of ownership in the relations of production, while in the other aspects of the relations of production as well as in some aspects of the superstructure, namely, on the ideological and political fronts, either a basic victory was not won or, if won, the victory was not complete, and further efforts were required. We did not anticipate that such a great storm would burst upon the world in 1956, nor did we anticipate that a campaign to oppose rash advance would occur in the same year in our country, a campaign which dampened the enthusiasm of the masses. Both events gave a considerable stimulus to the rightists in mounting their wild attacks. Hence a lesson can be drawn, neither socialist revolution nor socialist construction is plain sailing, and we should be prepared to cope with the many great difficulties that may crop up at home and abroad. Both internationally and domestically the general situation is favorable, we can be sure of this, but many serious difficulties are bound to occur and we must be prepared to tackle them. 1. This is a very well written article which deserves to be recommended to the reader as the first piece in this book. As described at the beginning of the article, in many parts of the country there are still quite a few people who are steering clear of the co-op because they are ignorant about it and are afraid of being asked questions. Resolute contraction, the wholesale dissolution of cooperatives by command, is likewise a manifestation of steering clear of the co-op. The only difference is that, instead of taking a passive attitude of evasion, these people take a very active attitude and axe, to use their own expression, a great many cooperatives with one fell blow. Axe in hand, they chop and thus avoid troublesome problems. They say that there are all sorts of difficulties in running cooperatives, and according to them the difficulties defy the imagination. However, there are countless examples throughout the country which give the lie to their arguments. One such example is the experience of Tsunhua County, Hopi Province. In 1952 no one there knew how to run a cooperative. Their solution was to learn how. Their slogan was, "The party secretary pitches in and all party members help run the co-ops." The result was, from knowing nothing to knowing a lot, from a few knowing how to many knowing how, from district cadres running the co-ops to the masses running them. In the 3 years from 1952 to 1954, the 11 townships of the 10th district, Tsunhua County, Hopi Province, basically completed semi-socialist cooperative transformation, with 85% of the 4,343 peasant households drawn into cooperatives. Compared with 1952, production in agriculture, forestry, and animal husbandry in this district showed the following increases in 1954, grain 76%, timber trees 56.4%, fruit trees 62.87% and sheep 463.1%. Now we have every reason to raise this question, if this could be done here, why can't it be done elsewhere? If you say it can't, what are your reasons? I can see only one reason: unwillingness to take the trouble, or, to put it more bluntly, right opportunism. Hence steering clear of the co-op, hence the party secretary not pitching in and all party members not helping to run the cooperatives, and hence from knowing nothing to still knowing nothing, from a few knowing how to still only a few knowing how, from district cadres running the cooperatives to still only district cadres running them. Or else, axe in hand, chopping down any troublesome cooperative in sight. If that reason prevails, then nothing can be accomplished. We have put forward such slogans as active leadership and steady advance and comprehensive planning and more effective leadership, and we agree with the perfectly correct slogan raised by the comrades of Tsunhua County, "The party secretary pitches in and all party members help run the co-ops." Hasn't there been active leadership and steady advance in Tsunhua County? Hasn't there been comprehensive planning and more effective leadership? Of course there has. Is this dangerous? Is this rash advance? Such danger as exists lies in steering clear of the co-op, and this has been overcome by the Tsunhua County comrades. The danger also lies in axing cooperatives wholesale on the pretext of opposing rash advance, but this did not happen in Tsunhua County. If, as is alleged, the development of the cooperatives has gone beyond the level of political consciousness of the masses and the ability of the cadres to lead, how can one explain what happened in Tsunhua County? There the masses actually pressed for cooperation, there the cadres did change from knowing nothing to knowing a lot. Everybody has eyes. Does anyone see any danger in Tsunhua County? In the 3 years in which they completed cooperative transformation step by step, grain increased by 76%, timber trees by 56.4%, fruit trees by 62.87% and sheep by 463.1%. Can this be considered any kind of danger? Can this be called rash advance? Can this be regarded as having gone beyond the level of political consciousness of the masses and the ability of the cadres to lead? In the Tsinghua County cooperative movement there is the Wankuofan Cooperative, once known as a pauper's co-op because its 23 poor peasant households owned only 3 legs of a donkey. Relying on their own efforts, its members made the mountains yield a substantial amount of the means of production in 3 years, a feat which moved not a few visitors to tears. This, in my view, is the image of our entire nation. Why can't 600 million paupers create a prosperous and strong socialist country in several decades by their own efforts? Society's wealth is created by workers, peasants, and working intellectuals. Provided they take their destiny into their own hands, provided they have a Marxist-Leninist line and energetically tackle problems instead of evading them, they can overcome any difficulty on earth. Finally, we wish to thank the author of this article which carries no byline. Brimming with enthusiasm and writing in a lively style, he gives a detailed description of the process of the cooperative transformation of agriculture in one district. This will be no small contribution to cooperative transformation in the whole country. We hope every province, prefecture, and county can produce one or more such articles. Note 2: the party secretary pitches in and all party members help run the co-ops. 2. For many people in China 1955 has been a year of shattered illusions. In the first half of the year many still clung tenaciously to their own beliefs on certain questions. But by the second half, they could no longer do so and had to believe in the new. Examples follow. They held that cooperative transformation in 3 years as demanded by the masses was only an idle dream, that cooperation could be achieved more quickly in the north but not in the south, that it was impossible to run cooperatives in backward townships, in mountain areas, in minority nationality areas, in areas populated by several nationalities or in areas stricken by natural calamities, that it was easy to set up a cooperative but hard to consolidate it, that the peasants were too poor and had no way of raising funds, that the peasants were illiterate and bookkeepers were not available, that more cooperatives meant more troubles, that the development of the cooperatives had gone beyond the level of political consciousness of the masses and the experience of the cadres, that the party's policy of state monopoly for the purchase and marketing of grain and its policy on cooperation were dampening the peasants' enthusiasm for production. That unless the Communist Party backed down immediately on the question of cooperation, it would be running the risk of breaking up the worker-peasant alliance, that cooperative transformation would produce a vast pool of surplus labor power for which there would be no outlet. And many more examples of the kind could be cited. In a word, these were all illusions. All of them were shattered after being criticized by the 6th plenary session, enlarged, of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in October 1955. A high tide of socialist transformation is sweeping through the rural areas, and the masses are jubilant. This has been a profound lesson for all communists. The masses have such a vast reservoir of socialist enthusiasm, but why was it that many of the leading organizations could be so insensitive or only barely sensitive to this a few months ago? Why was there such a difference between what was on the minds of some leaders and what was on the minds of the masses? Taking this as a lesson, how should one handle similar cases and problems in the future? There is only one answer. Don't divorce yourselves from the masses, instead learn to discern the enthusiasm of the masses in its essence. Note: to a backward village is not necessarily backward in every respect. 3. All those who believe it impossible for each individual area to achieve lower stage cooperative transformation in 3 years, cooperation in 3 years was the slogan raised by the masses but criticized by the opportunists, and all those who believe it impossible for the areas liberated later to go cooperative at the same time as those liberated earlier, please take a good look at this township in Kunshan County, Jiangsu Province. Here, cooperative transformation took not 3 years but 2. It is not an old liberated area but a 100% new liberated area. And it is running ahead of many of the old liberated areas. What can you do about it? Pull it back? Of course not. The opportunists just have to admit defeat. The masses have a vast reservoir of enthusiasm for socialism. Those who know better than to keep to the old routine even in times of revolution are utterly incapable of seeing this enthusiasm. They are blind and all is dark ahead of them. At times they go so far as to confound right and wrong and turn things upside down. Haven't we come across enough of such people? Only knowing how to keep to the old routine, they invariably underestimate the people's enthusiasm. Let something new appear and they always disapprove and immediately oppose it. Later they admit defeat and do a little self-criticism. The next time something new appears, they again go through the same process, one attitude alternating with the other. And this is the way they will behave in regard to everything new. Such people are always passive in that at the critical moment they stand still and have to be given a hard shove in the back before they take a step forward. Just how long will it be before such people can manage to move of their own accord and walk properly? There is a cure for those who have this kind of ailment. Take some time out and go among the masses, learn what they are thinking about, see what they are doing, and find out their advanced experience and spread it. This is an effective prescription for chronic right opportunism, and those so afflicted are advised to give it a try. Note 2: this township goes cooperative in 2 years. 4. This is a good article. Reading it one can see that the Uyghur peasants are very eager to take the road of cooperation. They have already trained the cadres they need for semi-socialist cooperative transformation. Some people claim that cooperation cannot succeed among the minority nationalities. This is not so. We have seen quite a few cooperatives run either separately by the Mongolian, Hui, Uyghur, Miao, Chuang and other minority nationalities or jointly by people of several nationalities, and they are all very successful. This fact refutes the erroneous views of those who look down on the minority nationalities. Note 2: township and village cadres are capable of giving leadership to the formation of cooperatives. 5. This is an excellent article which will convince many people. The party organization here has never wavered on the question of cooperation. It stood foursquare behind the badly off peasants in their demand for organizing a cooperative, with the result that they won out in their competition with the well-to-do middle peasants, developed a small cooperative into a big one and increased production each year, and that the whole village went cooperative in less than 3 years. The well-to-do middle peasants had jeered, "Imagine, those paupers think they can set up a co-op. Never heard of chicken feathers flying up to heaven." And yet the chicken feathers have done just that. This is a struggle between the two roads: socialism versus capitalism. In China, the rich peasant economy is very weak. That portion of the rich peasants' land operated in a semi-feudal way was requisitioned during agrarian reform. Most of the old rich peasants no longer hire labor, and socially they are very much discredited, but the well-to-do and fairly well-to-do middle peasants, who constitute 20 to 30% of the rural population, are quite strong. An important aspect of the struggle between the two roads in China's countryside manifests itself in the peaceful competition of the poor and lower middle peasants with the well-to-do middle peasants. Who can increase production within 2 or 3 years, the well-to-do middle peasants working on their own, or the poor and lower middle peasants working together in cooperatives? In the beginning, the competition was between a number of poor and lower middle peasants organized in cooperatives and the well-to-do middle peasants working on their own, with most of the poor and lower middle peasants looking on. It was a contest between the two sides to win over the masses. Behind the well-to-do middle peasants were landlords and rich peasants, who gave them support, sometimes openly, sometimes secretly. On the side of the cooperative stood the Communist Party members, who should be as firm in their support for the cooperatives as were the communists in Nansui village, Anyang County. It's a pity that not all the rural party branches were so firm. And where they were not, confusion arose. First of all, there was the question of public opinion on whether chicken feathers could fly up to heaven. It is of course a question of great importance. In thousands of years, who had ever seen chicken feathers flying up to heaven? That they could not seemed a truism. Many a poor or lower middle peasant would have been confused if the party had not refuted this truism. Secondly, as for cadres and Thirdly, as for such material resources as loans, the cooperatives would have run into great difficulties if the party and the state had not come to their aid. The well-to-do middle peasants dared to spread such hoary truisms as chicken feathers can't fly up to heaven because the cooperatives had not increased their output, the poor cooperatives had not become rich ones, and the cooperatives had not grown in number from a few isolated ones to tens and hundreds of thousands. They dared to do so because the party had not yet conducted vigorous nationwide propaganda about the advantages of cooperation and because the party had not yet pointed out in clear-cut terms that the hoary truism chicken feathers can't fly up to heaven no longer holds good in the era of socialism. The poor are turning their past upside down. The old system is dying, a new system is being born. Chicken feathers really are flying up to heaven. In the Soviet Union, this has already happened. In China, it is happening now. And it is going to happen all over the world. Many of our local party organizations were not solely to blame for failing to give strong backing to the badly off peasants because, higher up, opportunist ideas had not yet been dealt mortal blows, comprehensive plans had not been made to promote cooperative transformation and more effective leadership had not been given to the movement on a national scale. In 1955 we did all this and in the space of a few months the situation changed completely. Onlookers before, large numbers of people now came over in groups to the side of the cooperatives. The well-to-do middle peasants also changed their tune. Some applied to join the cooperatives and others were getting ready to do so. Even the most stubborn among them no longer dared talk about whether chicken feathers could fly up to heaven. The landlords and rich peasants were completely deflated. The fact that the people's government punished a number of counter-revolutionaries who had disrupted public order and tried to sabotage the cooperative transformation also played a part here. In short, in the second half of 1955, a fundamental change took place in the balance of class forces in our country, socialism soared and capitalism plunged. Given another year of hard work in 1956, the foundation will have been basically laid for the socialist transformation in the transition period. Note to who says chicken feathers can't fly up to heaven. 6. The almost ubiquitous right opportunists inside the party who hinder the masses of poor and lower middle peasants from taking the road of cooperation act in concert with the forces of capitalism in our society. This article gives an apt description of the situation. The author lashes out with great indignation at the opportunists and champions those peasants who are badly off. Some people are supposed to be communists, but they show hardly any interest in the socialist tasks that have to be undertaken now. Instead of supporting the enthusiastic masses, they pour cold water on them. 1955 has been the decisive year for the struggle between socialism and capitalism in China. The decisive battle unfolded first of all in the three conferences called in May, July, and October by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. In the first half of 1955 the atmosphere was foul and dark clouds threatened. But in the second half of the year there has been a complete change and the climate is entirely different. In response to the call of the Central Committee, tens of millions of peasant households have swung into action and gone cooperative. At the time the editor is writing these lines, over 60 million peasant households have joined cooperatives all over the country. This is a raging tidal wave sweeping away all demons and monsters. People of all sorts in our society have been clearly revealed for what they are. It is the same in the party. By the end of this year the victory of socialism will be largely assured. Of course, many more battles lie ahead and further efforts must be made to carry on the fight. Note 2: the ill wind of opportunism is dying, the fair wind of socialism is rising. 7. This is an interesting article too. Opportunists trying to stem the tide are found almost everywhere, but the tide can never be stemmed, and socialism is advancing triumphantly everywhere, sweeping away all obstacles. Society progresses daily in this way and people's thinking is transformed in the process, particularly when there is an upsurge in the revolution. Note 2: the workers' families are very keen on the cooperative movement. 8. This article tells a moving story. We hope the reader will go through it carefully. Those comrades who do not believe the peasant masses are eager to take the socialist road, and those comrades who are only too ready to pick up the axe to chop the cooperatives are particularly urged to do so. Throughout the countryside the socialist factors are growing daily and hourly. The peasant masses are pressing to form cooperatives, and large numbers of intelligent, capable, fair-minded, and enthusiastic leaders are emerging from among the people. This is a very heartening situation indeed. The most serious failing is that in many places the party leaders have not bestirred themselves to keep pace. Our present task is to get the local party committees at various levels to take the initiative on this matter in conformity with the Marxist-Leninist stand, assume full responsibility for agricultural cooperation, and lead the movement forward with enthusiasm, warm responsiveness, and drive. The story of Lord Ye who professed to love dragons should not be repeated. One must not just talk about socialism for years and then suddenly turn pale when socialism comes knocking at the door. Note to a cooperative set up spontaneously by the masses against the wishes of the leadership. 9. The correct line is being followed in this township, which already has 5 agricultural producers cooperatives, 7 combined mutual aid teams, 3 permanent mutual aid teams, and 14 temporary mutual aid teams. This means the total membership amounts to 98.4% of the peasant households which ought to be organized. Before December 1954, this township party branch did not lay stress on the mutual aid and cooperative movement in exercising its leadership, and party members were afraid of difficulties in leading the mutual aid teams. Instead of the party secretary pitching in and all party members helping run the co-ops, this party branch leaned on the work team, apparently sent from above. In the whole country, there are quite a few rural party branches just as weak and incompetent on the question of agricultural cooperation. Apart from these party branches, it is quite possible that some of the higher party committees are also in this state. There's the rub. Whether the socialist transformation of agriculture can keep pace with the industrialization of the country, and whether the cooperative movement can develop in a healthy way with a minimum of shortcomings and a guaranteed increase in production, depends on whether the local party committees at various levels can quickly and correctly shift the emphasis of their leadership to agricultural cooperation. Work teams should be sent in, but it must be made clear that they are there only to help the local party organizations, not to take their place and render them idle and completely dependent. This township in Kweichow province achieved remarkable success in only a little over 5 months after the leadership changed its approach to work in December 1954. Instead of being dependent on the work team, they pitched in themselves, and party members stopped being afraid of difficulties. A change of this sort depends first and foremost on the secretaries of the party committees at all levels: province and autonomous region, prefecture and autonomous prefecture, county and autonomous county, and district, as well as on the party branch secretaries. They themselves must assume full responsibility for agricultural cooperation. To be afraid of trouble and difficulties and to refuse to pitch in when confronted with this great task, but instead simply to pass it on to the party's rural work departments or to the work teams, such an attitude will not only make it impossible to accomplish the task but will also cause a great deal of trouble. Note to how Chung Hsin Township, Fengkong County, launched the mutual aid and cooperative movement under the leadership of the party branch. 10. The author of this article says it was after a joint meeting of cooperative directors in the county that this cooperative developed the practice of seasonal contracts from that of occasional contracts. From this one can see that county leadership is very important. We hope that the leading body in each of China's well over 2,000 counties will closely watch the development of its cooperative movement, identify the problems, work out solutions to them, call timely meetings of the directors of all its cooperatives or of selected ones, make decisions, and carry them out quickly. Don't wait until problems pile up and cause a lot of trouble before you tackle them. Leaders must be in the van of the movement, not lag behind it. Within each county, it is the county party committee that should play the main role in giving leadership. Note to contracts on a seasonal basis. 11. This material is very convincing. Healthy cooperative transformation in a locality depends on the party's policies and methods of work. If our party's policies for cooperative transformation are correct, if its method of work in mobilizing the masses to join cooperatives is not high-handed or simplistic, but one of explaining and analyzing things to the masses and relying entirely on their initiative and willingness, then it should not be very difficult to achieve cooperative transformation and raise output. Tungchuancao Village, Qingtai County, Hopei Province, lies in an old liberated area. Before 1952 the 70 households in the village had all joined mutual aid teams and they had a strong party branch and in Wang Chi a leader who enjoyed the trust of the masses. All the conditions were ripe. So in 1952 the village organized a cooperative, accomplishing semi-socialist cooperative transformation in barely over a month. What about places where conditions are not as ripe as in this village? Then it is a question of creating the conditions, and this can be done in a few months, a year, or a little longer. The required conditions can be created while the work is being carried on. To set up a few small cooperatives is to create the conditions for the cooperative transformation of the whole village, the whole township and the whole district. This material about Tungchuancao also explains at length how a party branch should conduct propaganda and education among the masses and how it should rely on the initiative and willingness of the masses themselves to establish cooperatives. The method of reverse propaganda too used in this village is well worth paying attention to. The material describes how the cooperative traversed a zigzag course in tackling the problems of organizing and supervising labor and went on to achieve great success in increasing production from year to year. Facts have proved that this cooperative is sound. The main criterion by which every cooperative judges whether it is sound is to see whether its production is rising and by how much. Note 2: the whole village goes cooperative in barely over a month. 12. This material points to the truth that any cooperative in a state of confusion can be put in order. Since cooperative members are all working peasants, whatever the differences among the various strata, they can be ironed out in the end. For a time there really was confusion in some cooperatives, solely because they got no leadership from the party which did not explain its policies and measures to the masses. We know it's a good thing to set up a co-op, but when we did set one up, nobody bothered about us, neither the county party committee, nor the district party committee, nor the local party branch. Perhaps they didn't think much of our poor village, they couldn't eat and live well here, and so they never came our way. This, and this alone, accounts for such confusion as exists. Without leadership from the party, confusion naturally arises. The moment leadership is given, confusion will end. This material also raises the question of whether cooperatives can be established in backward villages. The answer is yes. The very cooperative the author describes lies in a backward village. Something like 5% of China's villages are backward. We must set up cooperatives in all these villages and in the course of this struggle wipe out their backwardness. Note 2: a cooperative in a state of confusion is put in order. 13. This is a common but serious problem. Party committees at every level and comrades sent to guide the work of cooperative transformation in the rural areas should give it their full attention. It is imperative to establish the dominant position of the present-day poor peasants and the new lower-middle peasants in the leading body of a cooperative, with the old lower-middle peasants and the new and old upper-middle peasants as the auxiliary force. Only thus can unity between the poor and the middle peasants be attained, the cooperatives be consolidated, production be expanded and socialist transformation in the entire countryside be correctly carried out in line with the party's policy. In the absence of this condition, it is impossible to attain unity between the middle and the poor peasants, consolidate the cooperatives, expand production, and achieve socialist transformation in the entire countryside. Many comrades fail to understand this point. They maintain that in the period of agrarian reform it was necessary to establish the dominant position of the poor peasants, because the poor peasants, who then accounted for 50, or 60 to 70% of the rural population, had not yet moved up to the status of middle peasants, while the middle peasants were wavering with regard to agrarian reform, and so the necessity was indeed real. They argue that we are now in the period of the socialist transformation of agriculture and most of the former poor peasants have become new middle peasants and that, Moreover, the old middle peasants own plenty of the means of production, and without their participation it is impossible for the cooperatives to cope with the shortage of the means of production. Therefore, these comrades maintain that we should no longer raise the slogan of relying on the poor peasants or establishing their dominant position, and that this slogan is harmful to the cooperative movement. This view, we believe, is wrong. If the working class and the Communist Party are to bring about a thorough transformation of the small peasant private ownership of the means of production in the entire countryside in accordance with the socialist spirit and the socialist system, they can do so relatively smoothly only by relying on the masses of the poor peasants, the former semi-proletarians, otherwise it will be most difficult. For the rural semi-proletariat are not so stubborn in clinging to small peasant private ownership of the means of production, they are more ready to accept socialist transformation. Most of them have now become new middle peasants, but except for a section who have become well-to-do, the majority of the new middle peasants have a higher level of political consciousness than the old middle peasants, as they can easily recall their past misery. Then there are the old lower middle peasants. In economic status and political attitude, they are more or less similar to the new lower middle peasants but different from the new and old upper middle peasants, i.e., the well-to-do or fairly well-to-do middle peasants. Therefore, in the course of cooperative transformation we must pay attention to, 1. The poor peasants, who are still in difficulty, 2. The new lower middle peasants, and 3. The old lower middle peasants, the three sections who are more ready to accept socialist transformation. They should be the first ones to be drawn into the cooperatives, batch by batch and stage by stage. A number of them with higher political consciousness and greater organizational ability should be selected and trained as the mainstay of the leadership of the cooperatives, and there should be special emphasis on selecting them from among the present-day poor peasants and the new lower middle peasants. This does not mean a new determination of class status is to be made in the rural areas. It is a policy to be carefully followed in the course of cooperative transformation by the party branches and the comrades sent to the countryside to guide the work, and this policy should be publicly explained to the peasant masses. Nor do we mean to keep the well-to-do middle peasants out of the cooperatives. What we do mean is to admit them only when they have raised their socialist consciousness and are willing to join and accept the leadership of the poor peasants, including the present-day poor peasants and all the new lower middle peasants who were formerly poor peasants, and not to set eyes on their oxen and farm implements and force them to join when they are unwilling. Those already in cooperatives may stay on if they wish. Those who have asked to withdraw but have been persuaded to change their minds may also stay on. Cooperatives can be organized even with scanty means of production, as has been proved by the many cooperatives organized by poor and lower middle peasants. Furthermore, we do not mean that none of the well-to-do middle peasants should be allowed to serve as cooperative cadres. A few well-to-do middle peasants, who are well thought of by the majority of cooperative members for their higher level of socialist consciousness, fair-mindedness, and competence, may serve as cadres. However, it is imperative to establish the dominant position of the poor peasants in the cooperatives. To repeat, they include the present-day poor peasants and all the new lower middle peasants who were formerly poor peasants, and together they constitute the majority, or the overwhelming majority, of the rural population. As for the composition of the leading body, the poor peasants should account for some 2/3, while the middle peasants, including the old lower middle peasants and the new and old upper middle peasants, should form about 1/3, but no more. As for the guiding principle, the cooperatives must pursue policies beneficial to both the poor and the middle peasants and not harmful to the interests of either. For this purpose, too, it is necessary to establish the dominant position of the poor peasants. In cooperatives where the middle peasants occupy the dominant position, the poor peasants are usually pushed aside and their interests violated. The experience of Kaohsiung Township, Changsha County, Hunan Province, fully shows that it is imperative and possible to establish the dominant position of the poor peasants and thereby firmly to unite with the middle peasants, and how dangerous it can be if this is not done. The author of this article thoroughly understands the party line. And the procedure is also a correct one, that is, First of all, fulfilling the urgent task of increasing production and then establishing the dominant position of the poor peasants in the leadership. As a result, the poor peasants did themselves proud and the middle peasants were impressed too. The author also tells us something very important. Is it better to dissolve a cooperative that is in a state of confusion or give it a good shake-up and help it to get out of the confusion and onto a sound basis? Is it possible to put such a cooperative in order and consolidate it? He very convincingly tells us that instead of dissolving Class 3 cooperatives we should set about putting them in order. After such an effort, it is entirely possible for Class 3 cooperatives to become Class I cooperatives. This experience is shared by many other places in the country and is not peculiar to Kaohsiung Township, Changsha County. Note too how the dominant position passed from the middle peasants to the poor peasants in the Wutang Agricultural Producers Cooperative or Kaohsiung Township, Changsha County. 14. The problem discussed here is of general significance. It is essential to unite with the middle peasants, and it is wrong not to do so. But who should the working class and the Communist Party rely on in the rural areas in order to unite with the middle peasants and achieve socialist transformation in the entire countryside? Surely none other than the poor peasants. That was the case in the past when the struggle was waged against the landlords to carry out agrarian reform, and that is the case today when the struggle is being waged against the rich peasants and other capitalist elements to achieve the socialist transformation of agriculture. In both these revolutionary periods the middle peasants wavered in the initial stage. Only when the middle peasants see clearly which way the wind is blowing and only when victory in the revolution is within sight will they come in on the side of the revolution. The poor peasants have to work on the middle peasants and win them over, so that the revolution will broaden from day to day until final victory is achieved. The management committees of the agricultural producers cooperatives today, like the peasant associations in the past, must draw in the old lower middle peasants and a number of the new and old upper middle peasants who are representative of this stratum and have a relatively high level of political consciousness, but there should not be too many of them on the committee. 1/3 is about the right proportion. The other 2/3 should be poor peasants, including the present-day poor peasants and the new lower middle peasants who were formerly poor peasants. Generally speaking, the key posts in the cooperative should be held by the poor peasants, to repeat, including the present-day poor peasants and all the new lower middle peasants who were formerly poor peasants, but such posts may also be filled by old lower middle peasants and some of the new and old upper middle peasants who have a high level of political consciousness and are really fair-minded and competent. In Fuan County, Fujian Province, a cooperative led by the poor peasants and another led by the middle peasants take different attitudes towards the cause of socialism. This is true everywhere and should not be regarded as an isolated phenomenon. Note to a lesson drawn from the existence of a middle peasants cooperative side by side with a poor peasants cooperative in Fuan County. 15. This material is useful and worth general attention. It describes the trends among the various strata in the countryside. The poor peasants are the most enthusiastic about cooperative transformation. Many middle peasants want to wait and see for a while and would like to stay outside and be free, mainly because they want to find out whether they would get a bad bargain if they invested their means of production in the cooperatives. They can swing either way. Many well-to-do middle peasants have strong feelings against cooperation. The worst among them sell off their means of production, spirit their money away, or rig up fake cooperatives, and a few even gang up with landlords and rich peasants. We hope that all the comrades engaged in rural work will carefully observe and analyze the trends among the various strata in their localities so as to adopt policies suited to the circumstances. This material mentions the mistaken tendency of paying attention to the cooperatives to the neglect of the mutual aid teams and recommends overall planning and all-round consideration, and this is correct. The network of mutual aid and cooperation is a good idea, which takes into consideration both the cooperatives and the mutual aid teams, with the cooperatives providing real help to the mutual aid teams and peasants working on their own in solving their current production difficulties. The Poor Peasants Fund must be made available to the villages at once. Those poor peasants who have not yet joined the cooperatives should be told that they can draw on this fund whenever they join. Note to new situation and new problems. 16. The policy of this cooperative is correct. All cooperatives should do the same. In their resolutions or directives on the question of cooperative transformation, the provinces should point out that it is the responsibility of all cooperatives to help solve the difficulties of the widows, orphans and other members without a provider, who have no labor power. It was right to admit such people, and also of those members who have labor power but are suffering great hardship. At present there are quite a number of cooperatives in which the socialist spirit of helping needy families is lacking and from which the poor peasants are even excluded. This is utterly wrong. The government has now set up a poor peasants fund which can help them solve the problems of oxen and farm implements but cannot as yet solve the problems of some poor peasant families short of labor power, or solve entirely the problems of some other families short of food before the new harvest. These problems can be solved only by relying on the strength of the masses in the cooperatives. Note 2: the party branch of Qingfeng Township, Xiangtan County, helps badly off cooperative members tide over their difficulties. 17. This is a very interesting story. Socialism, which is new, comes into being only through severe struggle against what is old. At one time, a section of society is very stubborn in following a set routine. At another, the very same people are quite capable of changing their attitude and favoring the new. In the first half of 1955, most of the well-to-do middle peasants were still opposed to cooperation, but in the second half a number of them changed their minds and expressed a desire to join the cooperatives, although some did so because they hoped to obtain the leadership of the cooperatives. Another group wavered a great deal. They said they wanted to join, but at heart they were reluctant. A third group were obdurate and still wanted to wait and see. On this matter the rural party organizations should be patient with this stratum and give them time. In order to establish the dominant position of the poor and new lower middle peasants in the leading bodies, it may well prove to be an advantage if some of the well-to-do middle peasants join the cooperatives a little later. Note 2: they firmly choose the road of cooperation. 18. Political work is the lifeblood of all economic work. This is particularly true at a time when the social and economic system is undergoing fundamental change. From the start, the agricultural cooperative movement has been a severe ideological and political struggle. No cooperative can be established without going through such a struggle. Before a new social system can be built on the site of the old, the site must be swept clean. Remnant old ideas reflecting the old system invariably persist in people's minds for a long time, and they do not easily give way. Having been established, a cooperative must go through many more struggles before it can be consolidated. Even then, it may collapse if efforts are relaxed. A case in point is the Sanlisu cooperative in Chihua County, Shanxi Province, which nearly collapsed for lack of sustained effort after it had been consolidated. Not until the party branch of the cooperative had criticized its own errors, resumed education for socialism and against capitalism among the cooperative members and revived its political work was the crisis overcome and the cooperative able to grow again. To oppose spontaneous tendencies towards capitalism which is characterized by selfishness and to foster the socialist spirit which postulates the principle of integrating collective interest with individual interest as the criterion for judging all words and deeds, these are the ideological and political guarantees for the gradual transition from a scattered small peasant economy to a large-scale cooperative economy. This entails doing an enormous amount of hard work, not in a crude and oversimplified way, but concretely and painstakingly in the light of the peasant's own experience. It should proceed together with and not apart from economic work. We now have fairly rich experience in this kind of work on a national scale. This is shown in almost every article in this book. Note to a serious lesson. 19. The viewpoint of this article is correct. Cooperatives must stress doing political work well. The basic requirement of political work is constantly to imbue the peasant masses with a socialist ideology and to criticize capitalist tendencies. Note to political work in the Changkuaquan Cooperative. 20. This situation merits attention. There are serious tendencies towards capitalism among the well-to-do peasants. These tendencies will become rampant if we in the slightest way neglect political work among the peasants, not only during the cooperative transformation but also for a very long period afterwards. Note: to wage a resolute struggle against capitalist tendencies. 21. This is a very good account of how to consolidate a cooperative and should be recommended. The birth of a new social system is invariably accompanied by cheering and shouting, that is to say, by propagating the superiority of the new system and criticizing the backwardness of the old. It is impossible to carry out in an atmosphere of tranquility such an earth-shaking task as getting some 500 million Chinese peasants to undertake socialist transformation. Therefore it behoves us communists to conduct patient, lively and easily understandable propaganda and education among the peasant masses who are weighed down with the burdens of the old system. This is now being done in every part of the country, and many of the comrades engaged in rural work have proved themselves good propagandists. The method described in this article, make 4 comparisons and 5 calculations, 3 is a fine one for explaining to the peasants, in terms easy to understand, which system is good and which bad. It has great powers of persuasion. It is quite unlike the method of those comrades who are not so good at propaganda work and can produce nothing convincing but merely say, either you follow the road of the Communist Party, or you follow the road of Chiang Kai-shek, thus trying to subdue their audience by threatening to stick labels on them. It is a method that draws on the local peasants' own experience and provides them with a detailed analysis, hence its great powers of persuasion. Note: to good experience in consolidating a cooperative. 22. Sabotage of the cooperative movement by counter-revolutionaries is a common occurrence and not limited to the 5th district of Tuyun County, Kweichow Province, but very little is written about it in simile publications in other provinces. In the course of cooperative transformation, all comrades engaged in rural work must pay full attention to the struggle against counter-revolutionary wrecking activities. As in this district in Tuyun County, security units with party and youth league members as the mainstay should be set up within the cooperatives. It is absolutely necessary for the district party committee, led and supervised by the county party committee, to study the situation, carry out propaganda and explain things to people inside and outside the party, alert the masses to counter-revolutionary wrecking activities, and then investigate, clear out and punish the counter-revolutionaries and other bad elements who have wormed their way into the leading bodies of the cooperatives. However, those to be cleared out must be confirmed counter-revolutionaries and bad elements. Good persons or persons merely with certain shortcomings must not be labeled bad elements. In particular, punishment must be appropriate and has to be approved by the county authorities. Note: to wage a resolute struggle against counter-revolutionary sabotage. 23. In order to build a great socialist society, it is most important to mobilize the masses of women to join in productive activity. In production, men and women must receive equal pay for equal work. Genuine equality between the sexes can only be realized in the process of the socialist transformation of society as a whole. Note: to women are now on the labor front. 24. This is an excellent article which can serve as reference material for all localities. Young people are the most active and dynamic force in society. They are the most eager to learn and the least conservative in their thinking, and this is especially true in the era of socialism. We hope that the party organizations in all places, working in concert with the youth league organizations, will pay particular attention to bringing the energy of our youth into full play, and not just take them for granted and ignore their characteristics. Of course, the young should learn from the older people and try as far as possible to win their agreement for doing useful things. Older people are more encumbered with conservative ideas and often restrain the progressive activities of the young. They will not be convinced until the young people make a success of something. All this is very well described in the article. Naturally, there should be no compromise with conservative ideas. Well then, let's have a try at it, and if it works, they'll agree. Note: to the Youth Shock Brigade of the 9th Agricultural Producers Cooperative in Hsin Ping Township, Chongshan County. 25. Here is another good article which can serve as reference material for all localities. It mentions organizing the participation of middle school students and primary school graduates in the cooperative movement. This is especially noteworthy. All such educated young people who can go and work in the countryside should be glad to do so. The countryside is a big world where much can be accomplished. Note to experience in planning cooperative transformation in a township. 26. Here is another one, Chen-Shui-Hmeng. In China, such heroes are legion, but it is a pity that our writers do not seek them out, and as for those people who go to the countryside to guide the cooperative movement, they see a lot but write very little. Note to Chen-Shui-Hmeng, pace setter in cooperative transformation. 27. This very well written article deserves to be recommended to all party and youth league committees at the county and district levels and to all township party and youth league branches. All cooperatives should follow the example described. The author understands the party line and hits the nail on the head. The language is good, the article is easy to read and does not smack of stereotyped party writing. Here we should like to call the reader's attention to the fact that many of our comrades are addicted to stereotyped party writing and that the articles they turn out are not lively, not vivid, and give the reader a headache. They care little for syntax or diction, and they fancy a style that is a cross between the literary and the colloquial, at times verbose and rambling, at times elliptical and archaic, as though they were out to torment the reader. Quite a number of the more than 170 articles selected for this book reeked heavily of stereotyped party writing. Only after repeated polishing were they made fairly readable. Even so, a few remain rather obscure and hard to understand. They have been included only for their content. How much longer will it be before we read less of this stereotyped party writing which gives us such headaches? It is up to those comrades who work as editors on our newspapers and periodicals to pay attention to this matter, ask their contributors to write coherently and vividly, and take it upon themselves to polish the manuscripts. Note to political work in the cooperatives. 28. The cooperative introduced here is the Paupers Co-op led by Wang Kuo-fan. Diligence and thrift ought to be the principle for managing all our agricultural producers' cooperatives, nay, all our economic enterprises. Diligence and thrift should be practiced in running factories, stores, and all state-owned, cooperative and other enterprises. This principle should be observed in doing everything. It is the principle of practicing economy, one of the basic principles of socialist economy. China is a big country but it is still very poor, and it will take several decades to make China prosperous. Even then the principle of diligence and thrift will still have to be observed, but it is in the coming decades, in the span of several 5-year plans, that diligence and thrift must be particularly stressed and special attention paid to practicing economy. At present, many cooperatives pay little attention to practicing economy. This is an unhealthy tendency which should be immediately corrected. Cooperatives run with diligence and thrift can be found in every province and county, and these examples should be publicized for all to follow. Those cooperatives which are industrious and thrifty, get the highest yields and do well in all respects should be commended, whereas those which are wasteful, get very low yields and do poorly in all respects should be criticized. Note to run the cooperative with diligence and thrift. 29. This is a long-range 7-year plan for a large cooperative. They call it a collective farm, that is, a cooperative, which will embrace the township's 1,000 or so households. The plan can serve as reference material for all localities. People will understand the need for this kind of long-term plan after they have gone over the contents here. The development of mankind goes back hundreds of thousands of years, but here in China it is only today that conditions have been secured for the planned development of our economy and culture. Given these conditions, the face of our country will change from year to year. The change in each 5 years will be considerable and after several 5-year periods very much bigger. Note to the long-range plan of the Red Star Collective Farm. 30. This is a good article. Everyone ought to read it and cooperatives in all localities can consult it when they draw up their own long-term plans. As the author puts it so aptly, the whole process of drawing up a production plan is one of struggle between advanced and conservative thinking. Conservative ideas are causing trouble almost everywhere. To overcome them and take the productive forces and production a big step forward, all localities and cooperatives should draw up their own long-range plans. Note to the 3-year production plan of a cooperative. 31. This township has made a 2-year plan for cooperative transformation, increased production, water conservancy, consolidation of the party and youth league organizations, cultural and educational work, etc., and so should every township in China. Some people say plans are hard to make, then how did this township manage it? In 1956 every county, district, and township in our country should draw up a comprehensive plan, which should include more items than the above plan, items such as sideline production, trade, finance, afforestation, and health work. Even if the plan is a bit crude and not quite in accord with actual conditions, it is better than none. If 1 or 2 counties, districts, and townships in a province can produce fairly good plans, these can be immediately publicized and serve as models for other counties, districts, and townships. Planning is said to be hard, but actually it's not so hard. Note to Yidao Township's comprehensive plan. 32. This article is very useful and can serve as reference material for all counties. In its overall planning, every county should map out an appropriate plan for water conservancy. Water conservancy is an important measure to ensure increased agricultural production. Small projects are well within the capacity of every county, district, township, and cooperative, and it is therefore most necessary for plans to be drawn up and carried out in stages over a number of years to ensure irrigation in times of drought and drainage in times of waterlogging, barring extraordinary and uncontrollable floods and droughts. This is certainly practicable. Organized in cooperatives, the masses have immense strength. Insoluble for thousands of years, the problems of ordinary floods and droughts can now be solved in a matter of a few years. Note to let everyone have 1 mao of irrigated land. 33. Pig raising is an important matter which has a direct bearing on the provision of fertilizer, meat supply, and the earning of foreign exchange from exports. Therefore all cooperatives should include the raising of pigs in their plans, and naturally the provinces, prefectures, counties, and districts should all have their own plans. Pig feed is readily available, some kinds of grass and tree leaves, sweet potatoes and their vines are all pig feed, and it need not necessarily be grain, still less a lot of it. Apart from collective pig raising by cooperatives, every peasant household should be advised to raise 1 or more pigs, and this goal is to be attained by stages in a few years. Of course, exceptions should be made in the case of some minority nationality communities where pig raising is taboo and of some families which object to raising pigs on religious grounds. A set of measures should be devised to reward pig raising, and the experience of the Shanghua Cooperative in Zhejiang Province can serve for the reference of all localities. Note to plenty of pigs are raised here. 34. Before the cooperative transformation of agriculture, surplus labor power was a problem in many parts of the country. Since then many cooperatives have felt the pinch of a labor shortage and the need to mobilize the masses of women, who did not work in the fields before, to take their place on the labor front. This was a major development that came as a surprise to many people. People had generally expected a surplus of labor power in the wake of cooperation. A surplus already, and what if there should be another one? In many places cooperation in practice has dispelled such misgivings, as the problem has not been a surplus but a shortage of labor power. Some places did find a surplus of labor power for a while following cooperation, but that was because they had not yet extended the scale of production, initiated diverse economic undertakings, or started intensive cultivation. For many places the labor shortage becomes evident as production grows in scale, the number of undertakings increases, the efforts to remake nature become more extensive and intensive, and the work is done more thoroughly. This is only the beginning, and it will become more evident as the years go by. It will be the same after agriculture is mechanized. In the days to come, all kinds of enterprises undreamed of before will make their appearance, and agricultural output will rise several times, a dozen times, perhaps scores of times, above the present level. The expansion of industry, communications, and exchange will defy the imagination of past generations. It will be the same with science, culture, education, and health work. Women form a great reserve of labor power in China. This reserve should be tapped in the struggle to build a great socialist country. The principle of equal pay for equal work for men and women must be enforced to encourage women to engage in productive activity. All cooperatives can draw upon the experience of Chiante County in Zhejiang Province. Note 2: Labor shortage solved by rallying women to join in production. 35. This is also a common problem. The experience of these two cooperatives shows that under present conditions of production there is already a surplus of roughly 1/3 of the labor power. What required 3 people in the past can be done by 2 after cooperative transformation, an indication of the superiority of socialism. Where can an outlet be found for this surplus labor power of 1/3 or more? For the most part, still in the countryside. Socialism has not only liberated the working people and freed the means of production from the shackles of the old society, but has also released the boundless resources of nature which the old society could not exploit. The masses have unlimited creative power. They can organize themselves to take on all spheres and branches of work where they can give full play to their energy, tackle production more intensively and extensively, and initiate more and more undertakings for their own well-being. So far we have not touched on the mechanization of agriculture. With mechanization, much more labor power can be saved. Will there be an outlet? Yes, there will be one, too, according to the experience of certain mechanized state farms. As the scope of production expands, the number of undertakings increases and the work is done more intensively, there is no need to worry about labor power not being put to use. Note 2: An outlet has been found for surplus labor power. 36. Things in this county also show us that an outlet can be found in the villages for rural surplus labor power. As management improves and the scope of production expands, every able-bodied man and woman can put in more work days in the year. Instead of over 100 work days for a man and a few score for a woman as described in this article, the former can put in well over 200 work days and the latter well over 100 or more. Some cooperatives in other parts of the country have already reached that level. Sideline production must have an assured market and not develop blindly. This is correct. Taking the country as a whole, rural sideline production in a large measure caters to the countryside, but a fair part, which is likely to expand in the future, must cater to the cities and meet export requirements. The point is that the state must have a unified plan so as gradually to eliminate blind development. Note 2: Shanjiang County has found an outlet for surplus labor power. 37. This article is very good and what it describes should be the example for all localities. Bookkeepers are not available. This is one of the excuses of those who are against the rapid development of cooperation. Agricultural cooperation throughout the country calls for several million bookkeepers, and where are they to be found? As a matter of fact, such manpower is available, since large numbers on primary school and junior middle school graduates can be mobilized to do the job. What is required is to train them quickly and raise their literacy level and vocational ability in the course of their work. In each district organize the bookkeepers from the producers, the supply and marketing and the credit cooperatives into a bookkeepers mutual aid network. This would be a good way to raise their literacy and vocational levels. Such a network in Changhua County's 3rd District has helped raise the bookkeepers level in both these respects and has done a lot of economic and political work besides. Party organizations at the county and district levels must give their attention and guidance to the work discussed here. Note 2: Experience in organizing bookkeepers for the agricultural producers, the supply and marketing and the credit cooperatives into a bookkeepers mutual aid network. 38. The experience discussed here should be popularized. Lenin said that a communist society cannot be built in an illiterate country. For in our country today there are so many illiterates, and yet the building of socialism cannot wait until illiteracy is eliminated, thus an acute contradiction arises. In our country today, it is not only the many school-age children who have no schools to go to, but also large numbers of young people above that age, to say nothing of adults. This serious problem must be, and can only be, solved in the course of agricultural cooperation. With the formation of cooperatives, the peasants have a strong urge to learn to read and write out of economic necessity. With the formation of cooperatives, the peasants have collective strength, the situation changes completely and they can organize their own literacy classes. First, to be able to record work points, they must learn to write the names of the persons and places in their village or township, the names of farm implements, the terms for different kinds of farm work and other indispensable words, 200 or 300 in all. Next, they must acquire a bigger vocabulary. 2 kinds of textbooks are thus needed. The first should be compiled with the needs of the cooperatives in a particular locality in mind by the local educated people with the help of the comrades guiding the work of cooperation. Each locality should compile a textbook of its own, and there should not be a uniform text for all. This textbook does not need approval by the higher authorities. The second textbook, also with a vocabulary of a few hundred words and to be compiled in the same manner, should be based on things and expressions pertinent to a relatively limited area, for instance, a county or prefecture, and in addition on certain things and expressions of the province, or municipality or autonomous region, and the whole country. This kind of textbook need not be uniform in all localities either, but it should be examined promptly by the educational authorities of the county, prefecture, or province, or municipality or autonomous region. After these 2 steps, a third should be taken. This will require the educational authorities of each province, or municipality or autonomous region, to prepare a third textbook for general use. More advanced textbooks will subsequently have to be compiled. The cultural and educational authorities at the national level should give proper guidance in this matter. The Youth League branch of Kaokialiakau Village, Chinan County, Shantung Province, has done something creative. It is most gratifying to see how things are going there. They found teachers among the graduates of their township primary school. Progress was rapid with more than 100 young people and adults learning over 200 words in 2.5 months. They can now keep records of their own work points and some have become work point recorders for the cooperative. A course for recording work points, that's an apt name, too. Such courses should be opened everywhere. Youth League organizations at every level should give guidance to this work and all party and government organizations should give it their support. Note to the experience of the Youth League branch of Kaokialiakau Village, Chinan County, in starting a course for recording work points. 39. This is about the Gold Star Agricultural, Forestry and Livestock Producers Cooperative led by Li Shunta. In the 3 years since its formation it has grown into a large cooperative with 283 households. It is located in a barren area in the Tahang Mountains, but by sheer hard work on the part of all during these 3 years it has begun to take on a new look. The utilization rate of labor power is now 110.6% higher than in the days of individual farming before the anti-Japanese war and 74% higher than in the period of the mutual aid teams before the cooperative was formed. The cooperative's accumulation has increased from 120 yuan in its first year to over 11,000 yuan. In 1955 each member received an average of 884 caddies of grain, which is 77% or more than in the days before the anti-Japanese war and 25.1% more than in the mutual aid team period. This cooperative made a 5-year plan, but after 3 years its total output value is already 100.6% of the target set by the plan. The experience of this cooperative poses the following question to us: if large increases in output can be attained in places where the natural conditions are poor, why can't places where the natural conditions are more favorable do even better? Note: to run the cooperative with diligence and thrift, develop the mountain areas. 40. This is a well-managed cooperative. One can learn a great deal from its valuable experience. Chufa County is Confucius' hometown, where the old man ran a school for many years and trained a good number of capable disciples, a fact that is quite well known. But he didn't care much about the economic aspects of the life of the people. When his disciple Fan Chi asked him how to do farming, he not only parried the question but abused Fan Chi behind his back as belonging to the lower orders. 5. Now the people in his hometown have set up socialist cooperatives. After 3 years of cooperation, the economic and cultural life of the people, who were poor and destitute for over 2,000 years, has begun to change. This demonstrates that the socialism of our time has indeed no parallel in history. Socialism is infinitely superior to the Confucian classics. I would like to suggest to those interested in visiting the temple and tomb of Confucius that on their way they might well go and have a look at the cooperative described here. Note: to an agricultural producer's cooperative increases production by 67% in 3 years. 41. This article is very well written and worth reading. Most of the existing semi-socialist cooperatives are small, each with only 20 or 30 households, because cooperatives of that size are easy to set up and give the cotters and members an opportunity to gain experience quickly. But with its few members, little land, and scanty funds, a small cooperative cannot operate on a large scale or use machinery. Cooperatives so small in size still hamper the development of the productive forces. They should not remain at this stage for long, but should gradually merge. In some places a single cooperative may embrace an entire township, in a few places several townships, but, of course, in many others one township may have several cooperatives. Big cooperatives can be formed in mountain areas as well as on the plains. The township in Anhui province where the Futsuling Reservoir is situated is all hills for dozens of li around. It is precisely here that a big cooperative has been set up which goes in for agriculture, forestry, and livestock in a comprehensive way. Of course, the amalgamation of cooperatives should proceed step by step with the members' consent and when suitable cotters are available. Note: to the superiority of the big cooperative. 42. The experience of the Red Flag Cooperative on Hainan Island has again demonstrated the greater advantages of big cooperatives and cooperatives of the advanced type. Only 1 year after its formation, this big cooperative was ready to move on to the advanced stage. Of course, this is not to say that all cooperatives should follow suit, for they must first consider whether their conditions are ripe before deciding when to merge and move on to the advanced stage. But generally speaking, a period of 3 years is about right. The important thing is to set examples for the peasants. When they see that big cooperatives and cooperatives of the advanced type yield greater advantages than small and elementary ones, they will want to merge their cooperatives and move on to the advanced stage. Note: to the Red Flag Agricultural Producers Cooperative in the 1st District of Kaohsiung County grows strong in the struggle against natural disasters and capitalist ideology. 43. It is necessary to consider changing elementary cooperatives to advanced ones when their conditions are ripe, so as to further develop their productive forces and production. Since elementary cooperatives maintain a system of semi-private ownership, 6 with the passage of time this will hamper the development of the productive forces and people will begin to demand a change in the system of ownership, so that the cooperative will become a collectively managed economic unit in which the means of production are owned wholly in common. Once the productive forces are further freed, production will expand even more. Some places can make the changeover fairly quickly, others will probably have to go a bit more slowly. After functioning for about 3 years, cooperatives of an elementary type will in the main acquire the necessary conditions. The party organizations in every province, municipality, and autonomous region should look into this matter and make preparations, and during 1956 and 1957 establish a number of experimental cooperatives of the advanced type with the consent of the masses. In general, the cooperatives today are small, and when they switch over to the advanced type, the many small cooperatives should be merged into big ones with the consent of the masses. If in 1956 and 1957 every district can get 1 or more such cooperatives organized and their superiority over the elementary type is made plain to the masses, This will create favorable conditions for cooperatives to merge and move on to the advanced stage in the years to follow. This work must be coordinated with overall planning to expand production. When people see that big cooperatives and cooperatives of the advanced type have greater advantages than small and elementary ones, when people see that long-range planning brings a much higher level of material and cultural life in its train, they will agree to merge their cooperatives and move on to the advanced stage. The elevation to the advanced stage will proceed more quickly in the suburban areas. The experience of this cooperative in Peking can serve as reference material for other cooperatives with similar conditions. Note to a cooperative that goes from the elementary to the advanced type. Request for opinions on the 17-article document concerning agriculture. December 21, 1955. Circular drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and SCAT to the Shanghai Bureau and the Provincial and Autonomous Region Party Committees. In November this year a 17-article document was agreed upon after consultations held by Comrade Mao Zedong in Hangzhou and Tientsin with secretaries of the party committees of 14 provinces and the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region. The Central Committee holds that the document should be confirmed at the Conference of Secretaries of the Provincial, Municipal, and Autonomous Region Party Committees to be convened by the Central Committee on January 10 so that it can be incorporated in the 1956 plan and begin to be carried out in earnest. To this end, on receiving this message please summon the secretaries of all the prefectural party committees and of some of the county party committees under your jurisdiction to make a detailed study of the following questions. 1. Whether all or only some of the articles can be carried out and whether the conditions are sufficient for carrying out each article. 2. Whether any additions to the 17 articles are needed, additions which are practicable can be made, and 3. Whether you are ready to incorporate the 17 articles in your 1956 plan and carry them out right away. Please complete your study of these questions and have your opinions ready by January 3, 1956. The 17 articles are as follows. 1. Regarding the pace of the cooperative transformation of agriculture, the work of establishing cooperatives of the elementary type should in the main be accomplished by the latter half of 1956, and it is advisable for the provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, Xinjiang excepted, to set a target for cooperative membership of 75% of the peasant households and let the lower levels exceed this somewhat and reach about 80 to 85%. As for cooperation of the higher stage, you should strive to accomplish it basically by 1960, or if possible a year sooner, by 1959. To this end it is necessary for the counties, and preferably the districts, to take direct charge of setting up one or more large cooperatives of the advanced type, each with over 100 households, in every county or district in 1956 and then another batch in 1957. These two batches should account for about 25% of the peasant households and serve as models. Is this possible or not? What should be the size of a cooperative when small cooperatives merge into big ones? Several cooperatives forming one township, one cooperative forming one township, or one cooperative embracing several townships are all three forms practicable. Which is the more suitable figure for the total number of cooperatives in the country: 300,000, 400,000, or 500,000? The figure is 100,000 in the Soviet Union. Would over 300,000, or 400,000, be more suitable for us? Further, which way is better, to merge the cooperatives first and then raise them to the higher stages, or to merge and raise them at the same time, or to raise them first and then merge them? Please consider these questions as well. 2. As for the admission of landlords and rich peasants into cooperatives, perhaps during 1956 you could act upon the suggestion made by Anhui, Shanxi, and Heilongjiang provinces, that is, allowing those who behave well to join and those who behave neither well nor badly to take part in cooperative production but without cooperative membership, while compelling those who behave badly to engage in production under the cooperative supervision. This method can be adopted by all the old cooperatives which have strong cadres. There are many advantages to this, though there is one disadvantage, namely those upper-middle peasants who are as yet unwilling to join the cooperatives will inevitably feel obliged to do so, and moreover they will have to be admitted before the landlords and rich peasants so as to save their face. Is this good or not? Or shall we postpone the adoption of the above method for a year, that is, until 1957? Please consider which alternative is better. 3. As for the composition of the leadership in a cooperative, 2/3 should come from among the present-day poor peasants plus all the new lower-middle peasants who were formerly poor peasants, while 1/3 should come from among the old lower-middle peasants and the old and new upper-middle peasants. 4. Conditions for increasing production. A. Carry out a few fundamental measures, the details still have to be discussed, and some differences may be allowed for different places. B. Spread advanced experience. Materials on models are to be collected every year and published in a volume by each province. 5. In 1956 every province, prefecture, county, district, and township should draw up a long-term comprehensive plan embracing all the necessary items, with stress on county and township plans. A draft should be prepared in the first half of the year and finalized in the second, subject to further revision. The plan should cover a period of at least 3 years, preferably 7, possibly as many as 12. This must be done without delay. Have you made any arrangements for it? While many plans are likely to be rough and ready for lack of experience, you should strive to have a few counties and townships draw up more realistic plans so that they can be recommended as models. 6. Make an overall plan for the protection and breeding of cattle, horses, mules, donkeys, pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks, and especially for the protection of young animals. The breeding plans will be discussed, so please have your opinions ready. 7. In coordination with the plans for river basins, there should be widespread construction of small water conservancy projects to ensure basic control over ordinary floods and droughts within 7 years. 8. Within 7 years, basically eliminate a dozen or so insect pests and plant diseases harmful to crops. 9. Within 12 years, make most of the wasteland and barren hills productive and achieve afforestation by planting trees according to specified requirements in every possible place, that is, around every house and every village, by roadsides and watersides as well as on wasteland and barren hills. 10. Within 12 years, in most regions 90% and in some regions 100% of the needed fertilizer is to be supplied by the localities and cooperatives themselves. 11. Within 12 years, the average yield of grain per mao should reach 400 catties in the areas north of the Yellow River, the Qingliang Mountains, the Peilung River and the section of the Yellow River inside Qinghai Province, 500 catties in the areas south of the Yellow River and north of the Huai River, and 800 catties in the areas south of the Huai River, the Qingliang Mountains and the Peilung River. As for cotton, oil-bearing crops, soybeans, silk, tea, jute, sugar cane, fruit and other items, please suggest a quota for each item for discussion. 12. Within 7 years, basically eliminate a number of those diseases most harmful to human beings and livestock, such as schistosomiasis, filariasis, bubonic plague, encephalitis, cattle plague and hog cholera. Please study which of the endemic diseases in your province or region can be basically wiped out within 7 years, which will take longer, and which cannot be wiped out under present conditions. 13. Get rid of the 4 pests, that is, within 7 years basically exterminate rats, and other harmful animals, sparrows and other birds which damage crops, but whether it is advisable to exterminate crows remains to be investigated, flies and mosquitoes. 1. 14. Within 7 years, basically wipe out illiteracy, setting a literacy target of 1,500 to 2,000 characters. 15. Within 7 years, build according to specified requirements the different kinds of roads, highways, roads, and paths, needed in the provinces, prefectures, counties, districts, and townships. 16. Within 7 years, install wired broadcasting networks so that broadcasts can reach every township and every cooperative. 17. Within 7 years, complete the installation of telephone networks connecting townships and large cooperatives. Please consider the above points with other comrades concerned and complete preparations by January 3rd. The Central Committee may first summon the secretaries of some provincial party committees to a meeting around January 4th to study these matters for several days and to have suggestions ready for the coming conference on January 10th. Talk at the conference on intellectuals called by the Center. January 20th, 1956. Source: Long Live Mao Zedong Thought, a Red Guard publication. The target plans of all the departments should be practicable. What can be and should be done but has not yet been done, is due to rightist conservatism. What is ill-founded and completely unworkable and yet is being done, is due to a blindness or leftist adventurism. In my view, the leftist adventurism is not the general orientation of the whole party, although it is detectable. Some comrades are a bit woolly and dare not say that they are being realistic because of the ugly label of rightist conservatism and opportunism. If they examine and study things carefully, they will be able to say or insist on saying what cannot be done. What cannot be done should be deleted from our plans so that they may rest on a solid, reliable basis. Selected works of Mao Zedong. Speed up the socialist transformation of handicrafts. March 5, 1956. Part of Comrade Mao Zedong's instructions when the departments concerned under the State Council reported their work on handicrafts. 1. It seems to me that the pace of the socialist transformation of independent handicrafts was a little too slow. I said so in January this year at the Conference of Secretaries of Provincial and Municipal Party Committees. By the end of 1955 only 2 million handicraftsmen had been organized. In the first 2 months of this year, however, 3 million more have been organized, so in the main the work can be accomplished this year. That is fine. You are contemplating an average annual increase of 10.9% in the total value of handicraft production over a period of 3 5-year plans. That seems a bit too small. We set too low a target in the first 5-year plan and have suffered a little in consequence. It need not be changed now, but you should use your discretion. 2. As for the size of handicraft cooperatives, generally speaking, about 100 people per cooperative would be appropriate, although some may have several hundred and others only a few dozen. 3. It is a good idea to organize cooperatives of the blacksmiths and carpenters who make the rounds of the villages to repair farm implements and serve agricultural production. The peasants will certainly welcome this. That is what handicraftsmen in China have been doing for thousands of years. Organized in cooperatives, the craftsmen can improve their skills and serve the peasants better. 4. You have said that the masses were dissatisfied because production was centralized in the repair and service trades and too many service stations were closed during the high tide of the transformation of handicrafts. That was too bad. What is to be done now? The general trend under heaven is that there is bound to be unification after prolonged division and division after prolonged unification. 5. The highest labor productivity in mechanized and semi-mechanized production is over 30 times the lowest in handicraft production. The annual value of output per capita is 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in modernized state industry, 5,000 yuan in mechanized and semi-mechanized cooperatives, 2,000 yuan in big cooperatives with more than 100 handicraftsmen, 1,500 yuan in small cooperatives and 800 to 900 yuan among independent handicraftsmen. Compare the differences in labor productivity and it becomes clear that the handicrafts must develop in the direction of semi-mechanization and mechanization and that labor productivity must be raised. 6. All the handicraft trades perform useful services. They provide food, clothing, and other things for daily use. They also produce arts and crafts, such as cloisonne or the glass grapes blown by the 5 spinsters of the Chang family. 1. Besides, the technique of roasting Peking duck is exportable. People in some service trades make their rounds of the streets and villages, taxing all sorts of things, as in the play mending jars for Antuang. These people travel around and are well informed. The Dun in the East Market in Peking displays more than 6,000 kinds of articles for sale. Mind you, don't let our fine handicraft products be discarded. Pockmarked no, not even 10,000 years from now. Anything good and characteristically Chinese that has been discarded must be restored and even improved. 7. It is a good idea to improve the quality of arts and crafts and to look after the old master craftsmen, and you should start now and speed up the work. You can set up organizations, open schools, and call meetings. Yang Shihui, the ivory carver, is actually a very fine artist. Once he and I ate at a table together, and while observing me he was able to carve my likeness. I could have observed him for several days without being able to draw a picture of him, I'm afraid. 8. The prices of equipment and materials allocated by the state to the cooperatives should be reasonably fixed and must not be set at the normal allocation prices. Cooperatives are not the same as state enterprises, and there is a difference between socialist collective ownership and socialist ownership by the whole people. At the outset, the economic foundations of the cooperatives are not strong enough and they need state assistance. It is a good idea for the state to allocate to the cooperatives at low prices old machines which have been replaced, as well as the machinery and factory buildings rendered surplus by the amalgamation of privately owned plants under joint state-private management. Give in order to take. When the foundations of the cooperatives have become strong enough, the state will collect a larger tax from them and raise the prices of raw materials too. By that time the cooperatives will be owned by the collective in form but in reality by the whole people. The state should help the cooperatives to achieve semi-mechanization and mechanization, and they themselves should strive for the same goal. The greater the speed of mechanization, the shorter the life of your handicraft cooperatives. The more your kingdom shrinks, the better it is for our common cause. You should exert yourselves to hasten mechanization and make a greater contribution to the state. 9. Since the value of handicraft output forms a quarter of the total value of the country's industrial output, why is it that the supply of raw materials for the handicrafts as well as their production and sales have not been made part of the state plan? The handicrafts assume such large proportions that they should be included in the state plan. 10. In some places the party committees are so occupied with other tasks that they don't put handicrafts on the agenda. This is not good. Why are some cadres rather unwilling to undertake this work? I myself would very much like to do it, as it is very important. 11. You should select outstanding examples from among the 60,000-odd handicraft cooperatives and compile material on their typical experience. The examples should be chosen from every locality and every trade and should include good and bad, big and small, concentrated and scattered, as well as semi-mechanized and mechanized cooperatives. They should be published in book form like Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside. Contradictions under Socialism. April 5, 1956. Extracted from an editorial in the People's Daily of April 5, 1956 entitled On the Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. Some naive ideas seem to suggest that contradictions no longer exist in a socialist society. To deny the existence of contradictions is to deny dialectics. The contradictions in various societies differ in character as do forms of their solution, but society at all times develops through continual contradictions. Socialist society also develops through contradictions between the productive forces and the conditions of production. In a socialist or communist society, technical innovations and improvement in the social system inevitably continue to take place, otherwise the development of society would come to a standstill and society could no longer advance. Humanity is still in its youth. The road it has yet to traverse will be no one knows how many times longer than the road it has already traveled. Contradictions between progress and conservatism, between the advanced and the backward, between the positive and the negative will constantly occur under varying conditions and different circumstances. Things will keep on like this, one contradiction will lead to another, and when old contradictions are solved new ones will arise. It is obviously incorrect to maintain, as some people do, that the contradiction between idealism and materialism can be eliminated in a socialist or communist society. As long as contradictions exist between the subjective and the objective, between the advanced and the backward, and between the productive forces and the conditions of production, the contradiction between materialism and idealism will continue in a socialist or communist society and will manifest itself in various forms. Since man lives in society, he reflects in different circumstances and to varying degrees the contradictions existing in each form of society. Therefore not everybody will be perfect, even when a communist society is established. By then there will still be contradictions among the people, and there will still be good people and bad people, people whose thinking is relatively correct and others whose thinking is relatively incorrect. Hence there will still be struggle between people, though its nature and form will be different from those in class societies. Viewed in this light, the existence of contradictions between the individual and the collective in a socialist society is nothing strange. Stalin's place in history. April 5, 1956. Extracted from the People's Daily editorial of April 5, 1956. After Lenin's death, Stalin as the chief leader of the party and the state creatively applied and developed Marxism-Leninism. In the struggle to defend the legacy of Leninism against its enemies, the Trotskyists, Zinovievites and other bourgeois agents, Stalin expressed the will and wishes of the people and proved himself to be an outstanding Marxist-Leninist fighter. The reason Stalin won the support of the Soviet people and played an important role in history was primarily that he, together with the other leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, brought about the triumph of socialism in the Soviet Union and created the conditions for the victory of the Soviet Union in the war against Hitler. These victories of the Soviet people conformed to the interests of the working class of the world and all progressive mankind. It was therefore quite natural for the name of Stalin to be greatly honored throughout the world. But having won such high honor among the people both at home and abroad by his correct application of the Leninist line, Stalin erroneously exaggerated his own role and counterposed his individual authority to the collective leadership, and as a result certain of his actions were opposed to certain fundamental Marxist-Leninist concepts he himself had propagated. Marxist-Leninists hold that leaders play a big role in history. The people and their parties need forerunners who are able to represent the interests and will of the people, stand in the forefront of their historic struggles, and serve as their leaders. But when any leader of the party or the state places himself over and above the party and the masses, instead of in their midst, when he alienates himself from the masses, he ceases to have all-round, penetrating insight into the affairs of the state. As long as this was the case, even so outstanding a personality as Stalin could not avoid making unrealistic and erroneous decisions on certain important matters. During the later part of his life, Stalin took more and more pleasure in this cult of the individual and violated the party's system of democratic centralism and the principle of combining collective leadership with individual responsibility. As a result, he made some serious mistakes. For example, he broadened the scope of the suppression of counter-revolution, he lacked the necessary vigilance on the eve of the anti-fascist war, he failed to pay proper attention to the further development of agriculture and the material welfare of peasantry, he gave certain wrong advice on the international communist movement, and, in particular, made a wrong decision on the question of Yugoslavia. On these issues, Stalin fell victim to subjectivism and one-sidedness and divorced himself from objective reality and from the masses. The cult of the individual is a rotten carryover from the long history of mankind. The cult of the individual is rooted not only in the exploiting classes but also in the small producers. As is well known, patriarchism is a product of small producer economy. The struggle against the cult of the individual, which was launched by the 20th Congress, is a great and courageous fight by the communists and the people of the Soviet Union to clear away the ideological obstacles blocking their advance. It must be pointed out that Stalin's works should, as before, still be seriously studied and that we should accept all that is of value in them, as an important historical legacy, especially those many works in which he defended Leninism and correctly summarized the experience of building up the Soviet Union. But there are two ways of studying them, the Marxist way and the doctrinaire way. Some people treat Stalin's writings in a doctrinaire manner and therefore cannot analyze and see what is correct and what is not, and everything that is correct they consider a panacea and apply indiscriminately, and thus inevitably they make mistakes. For instance, Stalin put forward a formula that in different revolutionary periods the main blow should be so directed as to isolate the middle-of-the-road social and political forces of the time. This formula of Stalin's should be treated according to circumstances and from a critical, Marxist point of view. In certain circumstances it may be correct to isolate the middle forces, but it is not correct to isolate them under all circumstances. Our experience teaches us that the main blow of the revolution should be directed at the chief enemy and to isolate him, whereas with the middle forces, a policy of both uniting with them and struggling against them should be adopted, so that they are at least neutralized, and as circumstances permit, efforts should be made to shift them from their position of neutrality to one of alliance with us in order to facilitate the development of the revolution. But there was a time, the 10 years of civil war from 1927 to 1936, when some of our comrades crudely applied this formula of Stalin's to China's revolution by turning their main attack on the middle forces, singling them out as the most dangerous enemy. The result was that, instead of isolating the real enemy, we isolated ourselves and suffered losses to the advantage of the real enemy. In the light of this doctrinaire error, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China during the period of the anti-Japanese war formulated a policy of developing the progressive forces, winning over the middle of the roaders, and isolating the diehards for the purpose of defeating the Japanese aggressors. Some people consider that Stalin was wrong in everything. This is a grave misconception. Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist, yet at the same time a Marxist-Leninist who committed several gross errors without realizing that they were errors. We should view Stalin from a historical standpoint, make a proper and all-round analysis to see where he was right and where he was wrong and draw useful lessons therefrom. Both the things he did right and the things he did wrong were phenomena of the international communist movement and bore the imprint of the times. Taken as a whole, the international communist movement is only a little over 100 years old, and it is only 39 years since the victory of the October Revolution. Experience in many fields of revolutionary work is still inadequate. Great achievements have been made, but there are still shortcomings and mistakes. Reactionary forces the world over are pouring ridicule on this event. They jeer at the fact that we are overcoming mistakes in our camp. But what will come of all this ridicule? There is not the slightest doubt that these scoffers will find themselves facing a still more powerful, forever invincible, great camp of peace and socialism, headed by the Soviet Union, while the murderous, blood-sucking enterprises of these scoffers will be in a pretty fix. Speech at expanded meeting of CPC Political Bureau 1. April 25, 1956. Source: Long Live Mao Zedong Thought, Red Guard Publication, 1969. There are those who show no vigor and vitality in their expressions of opinion. The relationship between the lower echelon and the higher echelon is like that of a mouse when it sees a cat. It is as if their souls have been eaten away. Thus many dare not speak up. The various provinces have this same problem. They are not sufficiently democratic, although the exemplary workers speak up quite spiritedly. Our Financial and Economic Conference and the fourth plenary session of the Central Committee have an auxiliary function, because there are several rules and regulations on which not everyone dares speak appropriately and some comrades do not dare express themselves at all. Another reason for this is that they do not have sufficient understanding of the situation and thus do not speak clearly and profoundly. In regard to the financial and economic system, comrades XX and Xienya have their own opinions, but this is not a question of men. Only by changing the system can we change the way of doing things, and we must give some power to those below. Our discipline has come mostly from Soviet Union. By being too strict, we will tie the hands of the people. If we cannot crush bureaucracy in this way, then the proletarian dictatorship must have an appropriate system. In regard to the problem of the division of power between the central government and the local areas, and how the single-head system of the Soviet Union came about, the Political Bureau and the State Council have still been unable to make a decision. If the various localities want division of power, they should not be fearful of talking of independence. Since the central government has not made any decision on this, all of it can be brought up for discussion. It is allowable for the various localities to first work up their own regulations, bylaws, methods, and statutes. We should allow the various localities to be full of creativity, spirit, and liveliness. Starting next year, a large meeting should be held once a year. On May 1st there need not be a large meeting, there can be small meetings and entertainment, and May 1st slogans of the Soviet Union need not be posted. Since the fourth plenary session of the Central Committee, we have been dull and mechanical, and lacking in spirit. The fourth plenary session should be convened. Its resolutions are very necessary. Letting Kaokong hold sway for another year is unthinkable. But this has produced an overcautiousness about everything, and some do not dare speak of national affairs, and this is not right. Before the fourth plenary session of the Central Committee, there were some sabotage incidents, these must be overcome. The sabotage activities of Cao and Zhao should be terminated. 2. But some are overcautious and do not speak of national affairs. A clear distinction should be made between two kinds of national affairs. One type is destructive, like that of Cao and Zhao, it should be opposed. One type is constructive, and should be thoroughly discussed. At the Lime of the Financial and Economic Conference some comrades said the wrong thing and were subject to criticism, but the Cao and Zhao affairs should be distinguished from them. The party at the time of the Great Revolution was full of vitality. Later Chen Tuxiu committed the mistake of right opportunism, and subsequently also started the blind leftist movement. For after defeat, he was no longer lively. In these 8 years, the brief period following the August 7th Conference 5, the 6th National Congress 6 and the 3rd plenary session of the Party Central Committee were correct. 7. During the period of land reform, there were 3 leftist tendencies. During the period of the anti-Japanese war, there was a rightist trend. 2 of the leftist trends were our own, and the 3rd leftist trend and the Communist International were related to each other. The 4th plenary session's resolutions on the 3rd leftist trend were written by the Russians who forced us to accept them, especially the Wangming line. It was the greatest loss to our revolutionary power, the loss incurred amounting to over 90%. In view of this lesson, we should accept things analytically and critically. Chiang Kuo-tao was rightist. 8. During the anti-Japanese war, he was also rightist. The 3 rightist movements were especially for centralization, and they were not allowed to express a difference of views. In defeat, they were not allowed to talk of defeat. In view of the lessons of history, later every effort was made to remedy the situation, and there was unify and fighting spirit. During the period of the anti-Japanese war, the spirit of independence of the base areas was very great, and local activism was given expression, but there was a kind of decentralization. Some who were working for independence expressed what should not be expressed. This was related to the Wangming line. In order to correct this kind of phenomenon, the central government made the decision to strengthen peri-nature. There was to be centralization, but a good deal of autonomy was preserved. During the period of the War of Liberation, there was formulated the system of reporting for instructions, rectifying the previous tendency of decentralization. 9. During the past few years, it has been irregular, and there has been more centralization. After all, how much autonomy should the industrial plants, the villages, the cooperatives, and the localities have? The Soviet Union during the past 40 years has had no experience in this, and we have no experience to study this. Since some things are decided neither by the central government nor the localities, they are just carried out as such, as for example the single-head system. Comrade Shuefeng would bring up the questions before the central government would discuss it. Our party historically has had the over-centralization of the Wangming line and the over-decentralization of the second Wangming line. It is necessary to have an adequate amount of centralization, but too much centralization is not right and not beneficial for the mobilization of power to carry out large-scale economic reconstruction. Our comrades will please study carefully our party's history on this. The question of the individual and the state, and the ratio of collective income. I agree that 60 to 70% of the total income should go to the commune members, and 30 to 40% to the state and the commune. At most this should not exceed 40%, and 30% is the best, including agricultural taxes, besides the Cooperative Public Welfare Fund, the Public Accumulation Fund, administrative fees, etc. The question of the system of the socialist economy. The party committee system is not to be doubted. Please study Lenin's directives. The industrial plants and mines, cooperatives, commercial flow and transport, as well as other enterprises must have a definite independence, but the extent to which they should be independent should be carefully studied. We are not Kaukang's independent kingdom, but should encourage open and legal independent kingdoms, not above the constitution, if we are to manage our affairs well. If we have none of this at all, we cannot manage our affairs well. How should the State Council have division of labor in management and control? This must be studied in order to find a solution. How many departments the central government should have and how much power they should have are questions which should be decided on shortly. As to how many departments the localities should set up, over what matters they should have jurisdiction, and how much power they should have, we should draft a resolution on this within the next few months. The various departments of the central government should stress the teaching of cadres for the lower levels to solve their problems. When the localities come to the central government and cannot see the people in charge, and there is delay and indecision, some problems do not get to be solved for several years, and the reasons for this should be studied. These two problems need solution: what method should be used so that the people in charge can be seen, and also how can problems be expeditiously solved. Will the various departments of the central government please give this their attention? The localities have the power to resist all inoperable, impractical, and subjective orders, directives, instructions, and forms which the central government issues to the localities, and if they are restrained a bit more, it would not matter. This power is only given to the provincial and municipal committees, which are comparatively more mature politically, and they are not given to the committees of the localities and the counties. The party regulations should show discipline and creativeness. The mass line should be manifested here, and the various provinces should study them a bit. It will not do not to have discipline, but discipline, when enforced inflexibly, can obstruct an attitude of positivism. Discipline which obstructs creativeness and positivism should be abolished. In the draft party regulations it would be stipulated that a vice-chairman or several vice-chairmen should be designated. Whether or not it is possible to emulate the methods of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress and designate regular delegates with 5-year terms to serve in a supervisory function, is something to which everyone will please give consideration. In the field of arts, let 100 flowers bloom, and in the literary field, let 100 schools of thought contend, as they contended during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period 722–481 BC. This should be our policy. This was the view of the people 2,000 years ago. Democratic control of the cooperatives is very important. This is natural. In collectivized labor, the peasants also should be given some free time. It is right to listen to correct orders, but when orders are profuse, they become too inflexible and inoperative. We also must have some liberalism, it will not do otherwise. Strictness is derived from dealing with the unstrict. Discipline arises from dealing with liberalism. What we are opposed to is, we should not stir up the liberalism of the local liberals. But we must have some liberalism in order to facilitate getting things done. It will not do to be strict at all times. It is still necessary to have liberalism within the family, otherwise each family will have to set up supervisory members. It is necessary to have national balance. Local independence should not obstruct national balance. Only with national balance can there be partial balance for the localities. Without national balance, the country would be in great chaos. Peking's things cannot match those of Shanghai, and they are afraid that Shanghai goods will flood the market. So it is necessary to have national balance. Without this balance, it will not be possible to make the nation industrialized. When we encourage independence of the localities, we must not lean to one side. Now it is necessary to stress independence. We must positively touch on the economic activities of this year and next year. Each provincial and municipal committee should report once, and work up some exemplary models. We have had no experience in these matters, and must try to find some departments, districts, and industrial plants to study. Other people say the central government has brilliant leadership. We know some things, but also do not know other things. In 4 days of meetings, we cannot talk about everything. We have talked too little about the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, the unification of war efforts, the minority nationalities, and international problems. Will the various areas please stress this to their subordinates? We should take affirmative action in regard to the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. In the past, we have killed, locked up, and controlled 2 to 3 million such persons, and this was extremely necessary. Without this stroke, it would not do. The democratic parties have divergent views from us. Now the counter-revolutionaries are fewer. We should take affirmative action to see if there are still any counter-revolutionaries, and this year decide upon having some of them killed. They must be liquidated in the strategic organizations and schools. Those not yet liquidated must be liquidated. We cannot be lax and lenient, we must carry out this bitter task. We should telephone once every half-month to urge them into action. You can also use the telephone method towards the local committees. Punishment within the party, in regard to some cadres in the counties, districts, and townships, this has been too much and too severe. In regard to high-level cadres, including bureau chiefs and above, who commit errors and on whom it is difficult to reach a conclusion, the punishment should be carried out, and the reasons therefore should be clearly investigated. It is not right for the punishment to be severe and too heavy. With the exception of the counter-revolutionaries, they should be given the chance to reform. In regard to the problem of minority nationalities, Comrade XX has said that Szechuan is right. Although some retribution has been made, attention needs to be paid to other areas. The question of international relations. Some points should not be blindly followed. On some matters we already have experience. The Soviet Union has already initiated a mass criticism campaign. Some of it is neither suitable for our country nor to the Soviet Union. We have committed many errors in view of their direct leadership. For example, in regard to the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, we would not catch most of them and would not kill many of them. The single-head system is a military standpoint. The mass line is still the standpoint of graceful favors. Whether the method of capital accumulation should be by disparity, in prices between industrial goods and agricultural produce, or by tax collection is a problem. But this is not to say that we have nothing to learn from the Soviet Union. They have many things which are worthy of our study. The Soviet Union helped us in our reconstruction, and socialist countries are still the best at this. Now even with this one country, although it has made many errors, there is still much that merits our study. We should not follow blindly, but should subject everything low analysis. There is good and bad in everything. We cannot say that everything the Soviet Union does is good. Now, people are saying that we have been following even W-hat is bad. We should learn whatever is suitable for our use. Even the good in capitalism should be learned. We should adopt an attitude of equal treatment to all small nations abroad. We should not cock our tail. Although we are not imperialists, do not have an Octoberist revolution, and in the beginning cannot cock our tail, we shall soon learn a few things and shall soon be able to cock our tail. We should teach our comrades who are sent to foreign countries to be honest and sincere, and call a spade, and we must let everyone see what is good, bad, or mediocre in us. The Soviet Union had its czars, and we have our Chiang Kai-shek. If our country has small feet, and others want to photograph them, let them do it. If our clothes are not good, let us not be afraid they will look unsightly. If we tell lies in front of foreigners, someday these lies will surely be exposed. As to the problem of communication, some things can be talked about anywhere. The bad things about Stalin and the Third International Cart be communicated to the local committee secretaries and also to the county committee secretaries. It is out of consideration for the total situation that these are not written about in articles. This article had only one sentence about certain bad ideas being brought up, and we have no intention of discussing them in newspapers or among the masses. On the 10 major relationships. April 25, 1956. Speech at an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Bearing in mind lessons drawn from the Soviet Union, Comrade Mao Zedong summed up China's experience, dealt with 10 major relationships in socialist revolution and socialist construction, and set forth the ideas underlying the general line of building socialism with greater, faster, better and more economical results, a line suited to the conditions of our country. In recent months the Political Bureau of the Central Committee has heard reports on the work of 34 industrial, agricultural, transport, commercial, financial and other departments under the central authorities, and from these reports has identified a number of problems concerning socialist construction and socialist transformation. In all, they boil down to 10 problems, or 10 major relationships. It is to focus on one basic policy that these 10 problems are being raised, the basic policy of mobilizing all positive factors, internal and external, to serve the cause of socialism. In the past we followed this policy of mobilizing all positive factors in order to put an end to the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and to win victory for the people's democratic revolution. We are now following the same policy in order to carry on the socialist revolution and build a socialist country. Nevertheless, there are some problems in our work that need discussion. Particularly worthy of attention is the fact that in the Soviet Union certain defects and errors that occurred in the course of their building socialism have lately come to light. Do you want to follow the detours they have made? It was by drawing lessons from their experience that we were able to avoid certain detours in the past, and there is all the more reason for us to do so now. What are the positive factors, internal and external? Internally, the workers and the peasants are the basic force. The middle forces are forces that can be won over. The reactionary forces are a negative factor, but even so we should do our work well and turn this negative factor as far as possible into a positive one. Internationally, all the forces that can be united with must be united, the forces that are not neutral can be neutralized through our efforts, and even the reactionary forces can be split and made use of. In short, we should mobilize all forces, whether direct or indirect, and strive to make China a powerful socialist country. I will now discuss the 10 problems. The relationship between heavy industry on the one hand and light industry and agriculture on the other. The emphasis in our country's construction is on heavy industry. The production of the means of production must be given priority, that's settled. But it definitely does not follow that the production of the means of subsistence, especially grain, can be neglected. Without enough food and other daily necessities, it would be impossible to provide for the workers in the first place, and then what sense would it make to talk about developing heavy industry? Therefore, the relationship between heavy industry on the one hand and light industry and agriculture on the other must be properly handled. In dealing with this relationship we have not made mistakes of principle. We have done better than the Soviet Union and a number of East European countries. The prolonged failure of the Soviet Union to reach the highest pre-October Revolution level in grain output, the grave problems arising from the glaring disequilibrium between the development of heavy industry and that of light industry in some East European countries, such problems do not exist in our country. Their lopsided stress on heavy industry to the neglect of agriculture and light industry results in a shortage of goods on the market and an unstable currency. We, on the other hand, attach more importance to agriculture and light industry. We have all along attended to and developed agriculture and have to a considerable degree ensured the supply of grain and raw materials necessary for the development of industry. Our daily necessities are in fairly good supply and our prices and currency are stable. The problem now facing us is that of continuing to adjust properly the ratio between investment in heavy industry on the one hand and in agriculture and light industry on the other in order to bring about a greater development of the latter. Does this mean that heavy industry is no longer primary? No. It still is, it still claims the emphasis in our investment. But the proportion for agriculture and light industry must be somewhat increased. What will be the results of this increase? First, the daily needs of the people will be better satisfied, and, second, the accumulation of capital will be speeded up so that we can develop heavy industry with greater and better results. Heavy industry can also accumulate capital, but, given our present economic conditions, light industry and agriculture can accumulate more and faster. Here the question arises, is your desire to develop heavy industry genuine or feigned, strong or weak? If your desire is feigned or weak, then you will hit agriculture and light industry and invest less in them. If your desire is genuine or strong, then you will attach importance to agriculture and light industry so that there will be more grain and more raw materials for light industry and a greater accumulation of capital. And there will be more funds in the future to invest in heavy industry. There are now two possible approaches to our development of heavy industry. One is to develop agriculture and light industry less, and the other is to develop them more. In the long run, the first approach will lead to a smaller and slower development of heavy industry, or at least will put it on a less solid foundation, and when the overall account is added up a few decades hence, it will not prove to have paid. The second approach will lead to a greater and faster development of heavy industry and, since it ensures the livelihood of the people, it will lay a more solid foundation for the development of heavy industry. 2. The relationship between industry in the coastal regions and industry in the interior. In the past our industry was concentrated in the coastal regions. By coastal regions we mean Liaoning, Hopi, Peking, Tientsin, Eastern Honan, Shantung, Anhui, Kiangsu, Shanghai, Zhejiang, Fujian, Guangdong, and Guangxi. About 70% of all our industry, both light and heavy, is to be found in the coastal regions and only 30% in the interior. This irrational situation is a product of history. The coastal industrial base must be put to full use, but to even out the distribution of industry as it develops we must strive to promote industry in the interior. We have not made any major mistakes on the relationship between the two. However, in recent years we have underestimated coastal industry to some extent and have not given great enough attention to its development. This must change. Not so long ago, there was still fighting in Korea and the international situation was quite tense. This could not but affect our attitude towards coastal industry. Now, it seems unlikely that there will be a new war of aggression against China or another world war in the near future, and there will probably be a period of peace for a decade or more. It would therefore be wrong if we still fail to make full use of the plant capacity and technical forces of coastal industry. If we are to have only 5 years, not to say 10, we should still work hard to develop industries in the coastal regions for 4 years and evacuate them when war breaks out in the 5th. According to available information, in light industry the construction of a plant and its accumulation of capital generally proceed quite rapidly. After the whole plant goes into production, it can earn enough in 4 years to build 3 new factories, or 2, or 1 or at least half of one, in addition to recouping its capital outlay. Why shouldn't we do such profitable things? The notion that the atom bomb is already overhead and about to fall on us in a matter of seconds is a calculation at variance with reality, and it would be wrong to take a negative attitude towards coastal industry on this account. It does not follow that all new factories should be built in the coastal regions. Without doubt, the greater part of the new industry should be located in the interior so that industry may gradually become evenly distributed. Moreover, this will help our preparations against war. But a number of new factories and mines, even some large ones, may also be built in the coastal regions. As for the expansion and reconstruction of the light and heavy industries already in the coastal regions, we have done a fair amount of work in the past and will do much more in the future. Making good use of the old industries in the coastal regions and developing their capacities will put us in a stronger position to promote and support industry in the interior. To adopt a negative attitude would be to hinder the latter's speedy growth. So it is likewise a question of whether the desire to develop industry in the interior is genuine or not. If it is genuine and not feigned, we must more actively use and promote industry in the coastal regions, especially light industry. 3. The relationship between economic construction and defense construction. National defense is indispensable. Our defense capabilities have attained a certain level. As a result of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea and of several years of training and consolidation, our armed forces have grown more powerful and are now stronger than was the Soviet Red Army before the Second World War. Also, there have been improvements in armaments. Our defense industry is being built up. Ever since Panku separated heaven and earth, we have never been able to make planes and cars, and now we are beginning to make them. We do not have the atom bomb yet. But neither did we have planes and artillery in the past. We defeated the Japanese imperialists and Chiang Kai-shek with millet plus rifles. We are stronger than before and will be stronger still in the future. We will have not only more planes and artillery but atom bombs too. If we are not to be bullied in the present-day world, we cannot do without the bomb. Then what is to be done about it? One reliable way is to cut military and administrative expenditures down to appropriate proportions and increase expenditures on economic construction. Only with the faster growth of economic construction can there be greater progress in defense construction. At the third plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of our party in 1950, we already raised the question of streamlining the state apparatus and reducing military and administrative expenditures and considered this measure to be one of the 3 prerequisites for achieving a fundamental turn for the better in our financial and economic situation. In the period of the first 5-year plan, military and administrative expenditures accounted for 30% of the total expenditures in the state budget. This proportion is much too high. In the period of the second 5-year plan, we must reduce it to around 20% or so that more funds can be released for building more factories and turning out more machines. After a time, we shall not only have plenty of planes and artillery but probably have our own atom bombs as well. Here again the question arises, is your desire for the atom bomb genuine and very keen? Or is it only lukewarm and not so very keen? If your desire is genuine and very keen, then you will reduce the proportion of military and administrative expenditures and spend more on economic construction. If your desire is not genuine or not so very keen, you will stay in the old rut. This is a matter of strategic policy, and I hope the Military Commission will discuss it. Would it be all right to demobilize all our troops now? No, it would not. For enemies are still around, and we are being bullied and encircled by them. We must strengthen our national defense, and for that purpose we must first of all strengthen our work in economic construction. For the relationship between the state, the units of production and the producers. The relationship between the state on the one hand and factories and agricultural cooperatives on the other, and the relationship between factories and agricultural cooperatives on the one hand and the producers on the other should both be handled well. To this end we should consider not just one side but all 3, the state, the collective and the individual, or, as we used to say, take into consideration both the army and the people and take into consideration both the public and the private interest. In view of the experience of the Soviet Union as well as our own, we must see to it that from now on this problem is solved much better. Take the workers for example. As their labor productivity rises, there should be a gradual improvement in their working conditions and collective welfare. We have always advocated plain living and hard work and opposed putting personal material benefits above everything else. At the same time we have always advocated concern for the livelihood of the masses and opposed bureaucracy, which is callous to their well-being. With the growth of our economy as a whole, wages should be appropriately adjusted. We have recently decided to increase wages to some extent, mainly the wages of those at the lower levels, the wages of the workers, in order to narrow the wage gap between them and the upper levels. Generally speaking, our wages are not high, but compared with the past the life of our workers has greatly improved because, among other things, more people are employed and prices remain low and stable. Under the regime of the proletariat, our workers have unfailingly displayed high political consciousness and enthusiasm for labor. When at the end of last year the Central Committee called for a fight against right conservatism, the masses of workers warmly responded and, what was exceptional, overfulfilled the plan for the first quarter of the year by working all out for 3 months. We must strive to encourage this zeal for hard work and at the same time pay still greater attention to solving the pressing problems in their work and everyday life. Here I would like to touch on the question of the independence of the factories under unified leadership. It's not right, I'm afraid, to place everything in the hands of the central or the provincial and municipal authorities without leaving the factories any power of their own, any room for independent action, any benefits. We don't have much experience on how to share power and returns properly among the central authorities, the provincial and municipal authorities and the factories, and we should study the subject. As a matter of principle, centralization and independence form a unity of opposites, and there must be both centralization and independence. For instance, we are now having a meeting, which is centralization. After the meeting, some of us will go for a walk, some will read books, some will go to eat, which is independence. If we don't adjourn the meeting and give everyone some independence but let it go on and on, wouldn't it be the death of us all? This is true of individuals, and no less true of factories and other units of production. Every unit of production must enjoy independence as the correlative of centralization if it is to develop more vigorously. Now about the peasants. Our relations with the peasants have always been good, but we did make a mistake on the question of grain. In 1954 floods caused a decrease in production in some parts of our country, and yet we purchased 7,000 million more caddies of grain. A decrease in production and an increase in purchasing, this made grain the topic on almost everyone's lips in many places last spring, and nearly every household talked about the state monopoly for marketing grain. The peasants were disgruntled, and there were a lot of complaints both inside and outside the party. Although quite a few people indulged in deliberate exaggeration and exploited the opportunity to attack us, it cannot be said that we had no shortcomings. Inadequate investigation and failure to size up the situation resulted in the purchase of 7,000 million caddies more. That was a shortcoming. After discovering it, we purchased 7,000 million caddies less in 1955 and introduced a system of fixed quotas for grain production, purchasing and marketing one, and, what's more, there was a good harvest. With a decrease in purchasing and an increase in production, the peasants had over 20,000 million more caddies of grain at their disposal. Thus even those peasants who had complaints before said, "The Communist Party is really good." This lesson the whole party must bear in mind. The Soviet Union has adopted measures which squeeze the peasants very hard. It takes away too much from the peasants at too low a price through its system of so-called obligatory sales too and other measures. This method of capital accumulation has seriously dampened the peasants' enthusiasm for production. You want the hen to lay more eggs and yet you don't feed it, you want the horse to run fast and yet you don't let it graze. What kind of logic is that? Our policies towards the peasants differ from those of the Soviet Union and take into account the interests of both the state and the peasants. Our agricultural tax has always been relatively low. In the exchange of industrial and agricultural products we follow a policy of narrowing the price scissors, a policy of exchanging equal or roughly equal values. The state buys agricultural products at standard prices while the peasants suffer no loss, and, what is more, our purchase prices are gradually being raised. In supplying the peasants with manufactured goods we follow a policy of larger sales at a small profit and of stabilizing or appropriately reducing their prices. In supplying grain to the peasants in grain-deficient areas we generally subsidize such sales to a certain extent. Even so, mistakes of one kind or another will occur if we are not careful. In view of the grave mistakes made by the Soviet Union on this question, we must take greater care and handle the relationship between the state and the peasants well. Similarly, the relationship between the cooperative and the peasants should be well handled. What proportion of the earnings of a cooperative should go to the state, to the cooperative and to the peasants respectively, and in what form should be determined properly. The amount that goes to the cooperative is used directly to serve the peasants. Production expenses need no explanation, management expenses are also necessary. The accumulation fund is for expanded reproduction and the public welfare fund is for the peasants' well-being. However, together with the peasants, we should work out equitable ratios among these items. We must strictly economize on production and management expenses. The accumulation fund and the public welfare fund must also be kept within limits, and one shouldn't expect all good things to be done in a single year. Except in case of extraordinary natural disasters, we must see to it that, given increased agricultural production, % of the cooperative members get some increase in their income and the other low % break even each year, and if the latter's income should fall, ways must be found to solve the problem in good time. In short, consideration must be given to both sides, not to just one, whether they are the state and the factory, the state and the worker, the factory and the worker, the state and the cooperative, the state and the peasant, or the cooperative and the peasant. To give consideration to only one side, whichever it may be, is harmful to socialism and to the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is a big question which concerns 600 million people, and it calls for repeated education in the whole party and the whole nation. V. The relationship between the central and the local authorities. The relationship between the central and the local authorities constitutes another contradiction. To resolve this contradiction, our attention should now be focused on how to enlarge the powers of the local authorities to some extent, give them greater independence and let them do more, all on the premise that the unified leadership of the central authorities is to be strengthened. This will be advantageous to our task of building a powerful socialist country. Our territory is so vast, our population is so large and the conditions are so complex that it is far better to have the initiative come from both the central and the local authorities than from one source alone. We must not follow the example of the Soviet Union in concentrating everything in the hands of the central authorities, shackling the local authorities and denying them the right to independent action. The central authorities want to develop industry, and so do the local authorities. Even industries directly under the central authorities need assistance from the local authorities. And all the more so for agriculture and commerce. In short, if we are to promote socialist construction, we must bring the initiative of the local authorities into lay. If we are to strengthen the central authorities, we must attend to the interests of the localities. At present scores of hands are reaching out to the localities, making things difficult for them. Once a ministry is set up, it wants to have revolution and so it issues orders. Since the ministries don't think it proper to issue orders to the party committees and people's councils at the provincial level, they establish direct contact with the relevant departments and bureaus in the provinces and municipalities and give them orders every day. These orders are all supposed to come from the central authorities, even though neither the central committee of the party nor the state council knows anything about them, and they put a great strain on the local authorities. There is such a flood of statistical forms that they become a scourge. This state affairs must be changed. We should encourage the style of work in which the local authorities are consulted on the matters to be taken up. It is the practice of the central committee of the party to consult the local authorities. It never hastily issues orders without prior consultation. We hope that the ministries and departments under the central authorities will pay due attention to this and will first confer with the localities on all matters concerning them and issue no order without full consultation. The central departments fall into two categories. Those in the first category exercise leadership right down to the enterprises, but their administrative offices and enterprises in the localities are also subject to supervision by the local authorities. Those in the second have the task of laying down guiding principles and mapping out work plans, while the local authorities assume the responsibility for putting them into operation. For a large country like ours and a big party like ours, the proper handling of the relationship between the central and local authorities is of vital importance. Some capitalist countries pay great attention to this too. Although their social system is fundamentally different from ours, the experience of their growth is nevertheless worth studying. Take our own experience. The system of the greater administrative area instituted in the early days of our People's Republic was a necessity at that time, and yet it had shortcomings which were later exploited to a certain extent by the anti-party alliance of Kaokong and Jiao Shushi. It was subsequently decided to abolish the greater administrative areas and put the various provinces directly under the central authorities. That was a correct decision. But neither was the outcome so satisfactory when matters went to the length of depriving the localities of their necessary independence. According to our constitution, the legislative powers are all vested in the central authorities. But, provided that the policies of the central authorities are not violated, the local authorities may work out rules, regulations, and measures in the light of their specific conditions and the needs of their work, and this is in no way prohibited by the Constitution. We want both unity and particularity. To build a powerful socialist country, it is imperative to have a strong and unified central leadership and unified planning and discipline throughout the country. Disruption of this indispensable unity is impermissible. At the same time, it is essential to bring the initiative of the local authorities into full play and let each locality enjoy the particularity suited to its local conditions. This particularity is not the Kaokong type of particularity, but one that is necessary for the interest of the whole and for the strengthening of national unity. There is also the relationship between different local authorities, and here I refer chiefly to the relationship between the higher and lower local authorities. Since the provinces and municipalities have their own complaints about the central departments, can it be that the prefectures, counties, districts, and townships have no complaints about the provinces and municipalities? The central authorities should take care to give scope to the initiative of the provinces and municipalities, and the latter in their turn should do the same for the prefectures, counties, districts, and townships. In neither case should the lower levels be put in a straitjacket. Of course, comrades at the lower levels must be informed of the matters on which centralization is necessary, and they must not act as they please. In short, centralization must be enforced where it is possible and necessary, otherwise it should not be imposed at all. The provinces and municipalities, prefectures, counties, districts, and townships should all enjoy their own proper independence and rights and should fight for them. To fight for such rights in the interest of the whole nation and not of the locality cannot be called localism or an undue assertion of independence. The relationship between different provinces and municipalities is also a kind of relationship between different local authorities, and it should be properly handled too. It is our consistent principle to advocate consideration for the general interest and mutual help and accommodation. Our experience is still insufficient and immature on the question of handling the relationship between the central and local authorities and that between different local authorities. We hope that you will consider and discuss it in earnest and sum up your experience from time to time so as to enhance achievements and overcome shortcomings. 6. The relationship between the Han nationality and the minority nationalities. Comparatively speaking, our policy on the relationship between the Han nationality and the minority nationalities is sound and has won the favor of the minority nationalities. We put the emphasis on opposing Han chauvinism. Local nationality chauvinism must be opposed too, but generally that is not where our emphasis lies. The population of the minority nationalities in our country is small, but the area they inhabit is large. The Han people comprise 94% of the total population, an overwhelming majority. If they practiced Han chauvinism and discriminated against the minority peoples, that would be very bad. And who has more land? The minority nationalities, who occupy 50 to 60% of the territory. We say China is a country vast in territory, rich in resources and large in population. As a matter of fact, it is the Han nationality whose population is large and the minority nationalities whose territory is vast and whose resources are rich, or at least in all probability their resources under the soil are rich. The minority nationalities have all contributed to the making of China's history. The huge Han population is the result of the intermingling of many nationalities over a long time. All through the ages, the reactionary rulers, chiefly from the Han nationality, sowed feelings of estrangement among our various nationalities and bullied the minority peoples. Even among the working people it is not easy to eliminate the resultant influences in a short time. So we have to make extensive and sustained efforts to educate both the cadres and the masses in our proletarian nationality policy and make a point of frequently reviewing the relationship between the Han nationality and the minority nationalities. One such review was made 2 years ago and there should be another now. If the relationship is found to be abnormal, then we must deal with it in earnest and not just in words. We need to make a thorough study of what systems of economic management and finance will suit the minority nationality areas. We must sincerely and actively help the minority nationalities to develop their economy and culture. In the Soviet Union, the relationship between the Russian nationality and the minority nationalities is very abnormal. We should draw lessons from this. The air in the atmosphere, the forests on the earth and the riches under the soil are all important factors needed for the building of socialism, but an material factor can be exploited and utilized without the human factor. We must foster good relations between the Han nationality and the minority nationalities and strengthen the unity of all the nationalities in the common endeavor to build our great socialist motherland. 7. The relationship between party and non-party. Which is better, to have just one party or several? As we see it now, it's perhaps better to have several parties. This has been true in the past and may well be so for the future. It means long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. In our country, the various democratic parties, consisting primarily of the national bourgeoisie and its intellectuals, emerged during the resistance to Japan and the struggle against Chiang Kai-shek, and they continue to exist to this day. In this respect, China is different from the Soviet Union. We have purposely let the democratic parties remain, giving them opportunities to express their views and adopting a policy of both unity and struggle towards them. We unite with all those democratic personages who offer us well-intentioned criticisms. We should go on activating the enthusiasm of such people from the Kuomintang army and government as Wei Lihuang and Wen Wenhao, who are patriotic. We should even provide for such abusive types as Lung Yun, Liang Shuming, and Peng Yihu and allow them to rail at us, while refuting their nonsense and accepting what makes sense in their rebukes. This is better for the party, for the people and for socialism. Since classes and class struggle still exist in China, there is bound to be opposition in one form or another. Although all the democratic parties and Democrats without party affiliation have professed their acceptance of the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, many of them are actually in opposition in varying degrees. On such matters as carrying the revolution through to the end, the movement to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea and the agrarian reform, they were against us and yet not against us. To this very day they have reservations about the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. They didn't want to have a constitution of the socialist type, for, as they said, the common program was just perfect, and yet when the draft constitution came out, their hands all went up in favor. Things often turn into their opposites, and this is also true of the attitude of the democratic parties on many questions. They are in opposition, and yet not in opposition, often proceeding from being in opposition to not being in opposition. The Communist Party and the Democratic parties are all products of history. What emerges in history disappears in history. Therefore, the Communist Party will disappear one day, and so will the Democratic parties. Is this disappearance so unpleasant? In my opinion, it will be very pleasant. I think it is just fine that one day we will be able to do away with the Communist Party and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Our task is to hasten their extinction. We have spoken about this point many times. But at present we cannot do without the proletarian party and the dictatorship of the proletariat and, what is more, it is imperative that they should be made still more powerful. Otherwise, we would not be able to suppress the counter-revolutionaries, resist the imperialists and build socialism, or consolidate it when it is built. Lenin's theory on the proletarian party and the dictatorship of the proletariat is by no means outmoded, as alleged by certain people. The dictatorship of the proletariat cannot but be highly coercive. Still, we must oppose bureaucracy and a cumbersome apparatus. I propose that the party and government organs should be thoroughly streamlined and cut by 2/3 provided that no person dies and no work stops. However, streamlining the party and government organs does not mean getting rid of the democratic parties. I suggest you give attention to our united front work so as to improve our relations with them and make every possible effort to mobilize their enthusiasm for the cause of socialism. 8. The relationship between revolution and counter-revolution. What kind of factor are counter-revolutionaries? They are a negative factor, a destructive factor. They are forces opposed to the positive factors. Is it possible for counter-revolutionaries to change? The diehards will undoubtedly never change. However, given the conditions in our country, most of the counter-revolutionaries will eventually change to a greater or lesser extent. Thanks to the correct policy we adopted, many have been transformed into persons no longer opposed to the revolution, and a few have even done some good. The following points should be affirmed. First, it should be affirmed that the suppression of counter-revolutionaries in 1951 to 1952 was necessary. There is a view that this campaign needn't have been launched. This is wrong. Counter-revolutionaries may be dealt with in these ways: execution, imprisonment, supervision, and leaving at large. Execution, everybody knows what that means. By imprisonment we mean putting counter-revolutionaries in jail and reforming them through labor. By supervision we mean leaving them in society to be reformed under the supervision of the masses. By leaving at large we mean that generally no arrest is made in those cases where it is marginal whether to make an arrest, or that those arrested are set free for good behavior. It is essential that different counter-revolutionaries should be dealt with differently on the merits of each case. Now let's take execution in particular. True, we executed a number of people during the above-mentioned campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries. But what sort of people were they? They were counter-revolutionaries who owed the masses many blood debts and were bitterly hated. In a great revolution embracing 600 million people, the masses would not have been able to rise if we had not killed off such local despots as the tyrant of the East and the tyrant of the West. Had it not been for that campaign of suppression, the people would not have approved our present policy of leniency. Now that some people have heard that Stalin wrongly put a number of people to death, they jump to the conclusion that we too were wrong in putting those counter-revolutionaries to death. This is a wrong view. It is of immediate significance today to affirm that it was absolutely right to execute those counter-revolutionaries. Second, it should be affirmed that counter-revolutionaries still exist, although their number has greatly diminished. After the Hufeng case surfaced, it was necessary to ferret out the counter-revolutionaries. The effort to clear out those who remain hidden must go on. It should be affirmed that there are still a small number of counter-revolutionaries carrying out counter-revolutionary sabotage of one kind or another. For example, they kill cattle, set fire to granaries, wreck factories, steal information and put up reactionary posters. Consequently, it is wrong to say that counter-revolutionaries have been completely eliminated and that we can therefore lay our heads on our pillows and just drop off to sleep. As long as class struggle exists in China and in the world, we should never relax our vigilance. Nevertheless, it would be equally wrong to assert that there are still large numbers of counter-revolutionaries. Third, from now on there should be fewer arrests and executions in the suppression of counter-revolutionaries in society at large. They are the mortal and immediate enemies of the people and are deeply hated by them, and therefore a small number should be executed. But most of them should be handed over to the agricultural cooperatives and made to work under supervision and be reformed through labor. All the same, we cannot announce that there will be no more executions, and we must not abolish the death penalty. Fourth, in clearing out counter-revolutionaries in party and government organs, schools, and army units, we must adhere to the policy started in Yenin of killing none and arresting few. Confirmed counter-revolutionaries are to be screened by the organizations concerned, but they are not to be arrested by the public security bureaus, prosecuted by the procuratorial organs or tried by the law courts. Well over 90 out of every 100 of these counter-revolutionaries should be dealt with in this way. This is what we mean by arresting few. As for executions, kill none. What kind of people are those we don't execute? We don't execute people like Hu Feng, Pan Han Yen, Zhao Shushi, or even captured war criminals such as Emperor Pu Yi and Kang Tse. We don't have them executed, not because their crimes don't deserve capital punishment but because such executions would yield no advantage. If one such criminal is executed, a second and a third will be compared with him in their crimes, and then many heads will begin to roll. This is my first point. Second, people may be wrongly executed. Once a head is chopped off, history shows it can't be restored, nor can it grow again as chives do, after being cut. If you cut off a head by mistake, there is no way to rectify the mistake, even if you want to. The third point is that you will have destroyed a source of evidence. You need evidence in order to suppress counter-revolutionaries. Often one counter-revolutionary serves as a living witness against another, and there will be cases where you may want to consult him. If you have got rid of him, you may not be able to get evidence anymore. And this will be to the advantage of counter-revolution, not of revolution. The fourth point is that killing these counter-revolutionaries won't, 1. Raise production, 2. Raise the country's scientific level, 3. Help do away with the four pests, 4. Strengthen national defense, or 5. Help recover Taiwan. It will only earn you the reputation of killing captives, and killing captives has always given one a bad name. Another point is that counter-revolutionaries inside party and government organ are different from those in society at large. The latter lord it over the masses while the former are somewhat removed from the masses, and therefore make enemies in general but seldom enemies in particular. What harm is there in killing none of them? Those who are physically fit for manual labor should be reformed through labor, and those who are not should be provided for. Counter-revolutionaries are trash, they are vermin, but once in your hands, you can make them perform some kind of service for the people. But shall we enact a law stipulating that no counter-revolutionary in party and government organs is to be executed? Ours is a poll for internal observance which need not be made public, and all we need do is carry it out as far as possible in practice. Supposing someone should throw a bomb into this building, killing everybody here, or half or one-third of the people present, what would you say, execute him or not execute him? Certainly he must be executed. Adopting the policy of killing none when eliminating counter-revolutionaries from party and government organs in no way prevent us from being strict with them. Instead, it serves as a safeguard against irretrievable mistakes, and if mistakes are made, it gives us an opportunity to correct them. In this way many people will be put at ease and distrust among comrades inside the party avoided. If counter-revolutionaries are not executed, they have to be fed. All counter-revolutionaries should be given a chance to earn a living, so that they can start anew. This will be good for the cause of the people and be well received abroad. The suppression of counter-revolutionaries still calls for hard work. We must not relax. In future not only must the suppression of counter-revolutionaries in society continue, but we must also uncover all the hidden counter-revolutionaries in party and government organs, schools, and army units. We must draw a clear distinction between ourselves and the enemy. If the enemy is allowed to worm his way into our ranks and even into our organs of leadership, we know only too well how serious a threat this will be to the cause of socialism and to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 9. The relationship between right and wrong. A clear distinction must be made between right and wrong, whether inside or outside the party. How to deal with people who have made mistakes is an important question. The correct attitude towards them should be to adopt a policy of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient, help them correct their mistakes and allow them to go on taking part in the revolution. In those days when the dogmatists headed by Wang Ming were in the saddle, our party erred on this question, picking up the bad aspect of Stalin's style of work. In society the dogmatists rejected the middle forces and inside the party they did not allow people to correct their mistakes, they barred both from the revolution. The true story of AQ is a fine story. I would recommend comrades who have read it before to reread it and those who haven't to read it carefully. In this story Lu Xun writes mainly about a peasant who is backward and politically unawakened. He devotes a whole chapter, barred from the revolution, to describing how a bogus foreign devil bars AQ from the revolution. Actually, all AQ understands by revolution is helping himself to a few things just like some others. But even this kind of revolution is denied him by the bogus foreign devil. It seems to me that in this respect some people are quite like that bogus foreign devil. They barred from the revolution those who had committed errors, drawing no distinction between the making of mistakes and counter-revolution, and went so far as to kill a number of people who were guilty only of mistakes. We must take this lesson to heart. It is bad either to bar people outside the party from the revolution or to prohibit erring comrades inside the party from making amends. With regard to comrades who have erred, some people say we must observe them and see if they are going to correct their mistakes. I would say just observing them will not do, we must help them correct their mistakes. That is to say, first we must observe and second we must give help. Everybody needs help, those who have not done wrong need it and those who have need it still more. Probably no one is free from mistakes, only some make more and some less, and once they do they need help. It is passive just to observe, conditions must be created to help those who have erred to mend their ways. A clear distinction must be drawn between right and wrong, for inter-party controversies over principle are a reflection inside the party of the class struggle in society, and no equivocation is to be tolerated. It is normal, in accordance with the merits of the case, to mete out appropriate and well-grounded criticism to comrades who have erred, and even to conduct necessary struggle against them. This is to help them correct mistakes. To deny them help and, what is worse, to gloat over their mistakes, is sectarianism. For revolution, it is always better to have more people. Except for a few who cling to their mistakes and fail to mend their ways after repeated admonition, the majority of those who have erred can correct their mistakes. People who have had typhoid become immune to it. Similarly, people who have made mistakes will make fewer ones provided they are good at drawing lessons. On the other hand, since it is easier for those who have not erred to become cocky, they are prone to make mistakes. Let us be careful, for those who fix people guilty of mistakes will more often than not end up finding themselves in a fix. Cao Kong started out to lift a rock to hurl at others only to find himself being knocked down. Treating with goodwill those who have erred will win general approval and unite people. A helpful attitude or a hostile attitude towards comrades who have erred, this is a criterion for judging whether one is well-intentioned or ill-intentioned. The policy of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient is a policy for uniting the whole party. We must stick to this policy. The relationship between China and other countries. We have put forward the slogan of learning from other countries. I think we have been right. At present, the leaders of some countries are chary and even afraid of advancing this slogan. It takes some courage to do so, because theatrical pretensions have to be discarded. It must be admitted that every nation has its strong points. If not, how can it survive? How can it progress? On the other hand, every nation has its weak points. Some believe that socialism is just perfect, without a single flaw. How can that be true? It must be recognized that there are always two aspects, the strong points and the weak points. The secretaries of our party branches, the company commanders and platoon leaders of our army have all learned to jot down both aspects in their pocket notebooks, the weak points as well as the strong ones, when summing up their experience. They all know there are two aspects to everything. Why do we mention only one? There will always be two aspects, even 10,000 years from now. Each age, whether the future or the present, has its own two aspects, and each individual has his own two aspects. In short, there are two aspects, not just one. To say there is only one is to be aware of one aspect and to be ignorant of the other. Our policy is to learn from the strong points of all nations and all countries, learn all that is genuinely good in the political, economic, scientific, and technological fields and in literature and art. But we must learn with an analytical and critical eye, not blindly, and we mustn't copy everything indiscriminately and transplant mechanically. Naturally, we mustn't pick up their shortcomings and weak points. We should adopt the same attitude in learning from the experience of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. Some of our people were not clear about this before and even picked up their weaknesses. While they were swelling with pride over what they had picked up, it was already being discarded in those countries. As a result, they had to do a somersault like the monkey Sun Wukong. For instance, there were people who accused us of making a mistake of principle in setting up a Ministry of Culture and a Bureau of Cinematography rather than a Ministry of Cinematography and a Bureau of Culture, as was the case in the Soviet Union. They did not anticipate that shortly afterwards the Soviet Union would make a change and set up a Ministry of Culture as we had done. Some people never take the trouble to analyze, they simply follow the wind. Today, when the north wind is blowing, they join the north wind school. Tomorrow, when there is a west wind, they switch to the west wind school. Afterwards, when the north wind blows again, they switch back to the north wind school. They hold no independent opinion of their own and often go from one extreme to the other. In the Soviet Union, those who once extolled Stalin to the skies have now in one swoop consigned him to purgatory. Here in China some people are following their example. It is the opinion of the Central Committee that Stalin's mistakes amounted to only 30% of the whole and his achievements to 70%, and that all things considered Stalin was nonetheless a great Marxist. We wrote on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat on the basis of this evaluation. This assessment of 30% for mistakes and 70% for achievements is just about right. Stalin did a number of wrong things in connection with China. The left adventurism pursued by Wang Ming in the latter part of the Second Revolutionary Civil War period and his right opportunism in the early days of the War of Resistance against Japan can both be traced to Stalin. At the time of the War of Liberation, Stalin first enjoined us not to press on with the revolution, maintaining that if civil war flared up, the Chinese nation would run the risk of destroying itself. Then when fighting did erupt, he took us half seriously, half skeptically. When we won the war, Stalin suspected that ours was a victory of the Tito type, and in 1949 and 1950 the pressure on us was very strong indeed. Even so, we maintain the estimate of 30% for his mistakes and 70% for his achievements. This is only fair. In the social sciences and in Marxism-Leninism, we must continue to study Stalin diligently wherever he is right. What we must study is all that is universally true, and we must make sure that this study is linked with Chinese reality. It would lead to a mess if every single sentence, even of Marx's, were followed. Our theory is an integration of the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. At one time some people in the party went in for dogmatism, and this came under our criticism. Nevertheless, there is still dogmatism today. It still exists in academic circles and in economic circles too. In the natural sciences we are rather backward, and here we should make a special effort to learn from foreign countries. And yet we must learn critically, not blindly. In technology one think first we have to follow others in most cases, and it is better for us to do so, since that is what we are lacking at present and know little about. However, in those cases where we already have clear knowledge, we must not follow others in every detail. We must firmly reject and criticize all the decadent bourgeois systems, ideologies, and ways of life of foreign countries. But this should in no way prevent us from learning the advanced sciences and technologies of capitalist countries and whatever is scientific in the management of their enterprises. In the industrially developed countries they run their enterprises with fewer people and greater efficiency, and they know how to do business. All this should be learned well in accordance with our own principles in order to improve our work. Nowadays, those who make English their study no longer work hard at it, and research papers are no longer translated into English, French, German or Japanese for exchange with other countries. This too is a kind of blind prejudice. Neither the indiscriminate rejection of everything foreign, whether scientific, technological, or cultural, nor the indiscriminate imitation of everything foreign as noted above, has anything in common with the Marxist attitude, and neither in any way benefits our cause.